Hello, my lovely imps. Today, once again, we are on our Discord chat. Good day to Hyena, Cotton D-Pad, Kangaroo, Spinkle, Lilith, Herulian Hellhound, Castrix, Defiance, Aviv, Lilith, Satania Metal, Elak Kaval, Hexogram, Yaboy Shamoy, Gothless, and from the YouTube chat, Emma Moonlight, Tarot, Endless Wonder, Fundum Hero, Why is Tom York, Tyler Hansen, BL Braga, I Am High and a Little Pog Champ, True, Egg, and Sky Moerke. And from the Twitch chat, we got Lespira and Callum G TV4, in addition to Sayanays the Instrument and Silent Storm. Unfortunately, we do not have the website back. The website is still down after our getting DDoSed. However, should be back by Wednesday's stream. Hey, Lonnie, great to see you. If you want to be on the on-screen chat and have all the cool emotes, you want to go over to my Discord, discord.gg/DemonMama. It's super, super cool, very cozy. You can get right in, super easy, and you'll get to be up on the screen. Now, if you are watching right now and you have not liked the video, please, liking the video is the #1 way to make sure that we get all of the imps in here. It's just the way YouTube works. They serve up the video based on how many people like it. So if you can like that video, it's free to like it, and you can get more people in here so we can have an even better day. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today, okay? Today is going to be absolutely wall-to-wall packed with content. And I mean, oh my God, do we have a lot to talk about, okay? So, real quick, let me just check in here. Damn, we got great numbers so far. That is fantastic. We are going to be talking about the police, first off, because there's been another killing, and it happened in the same city that George Floyd was killed in, under very sus circumstances, and we need to talk about that. Then, we are going to be going on the PrimeCayes Reverie Roundtable. Yeah? The PrimeCayes Reverie Roundtable, where we are going to be debating a whole host of super interesting topics. And that's going to get spicy because there's a lot of personalities on there. So that's going to be very interesting. And Autumn Leaves, there's your shout out. All right? Thank you, Autumn Leaves. I always see you here. Now, then we have a nice treat to wind down with a little bit later. After we're done with the panel and the Q&A that we usually do after the panel, we will be doing a bit of an analysis because a streamer that I respect a lot named Dr. Heamed Out had a conversation with Mel. And it was actually a very, very, very good conversation. And I want to spend a little bit of time talking about why I think it was good and why I have a lot of respect for Dr. Heamed Out. Yeah, well, you might not like it. I don't care. It was a good conversation, so you all can suck it up. It's just how it goes, okay? But we also have to talk about something else today, and that is homophobia, okay? We got to talk about homophobia and its intersections, its inevitable intersections with transphobia. And we'll be getting into that in just a little bit. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Dan, if Dr. Heamed Out would like to come talk about it with me, that is perfectly cool. I would happily have him on, 100%. Yep. So, as you can see, we are still having to deal with this nonsense. By the way, we have a new emote. We have a new emote that's on the website when it comes back up. So if you all want to try out the new Pompo Champ, Pompo Champ is our new adorable emote. Look at that. So fucking cute. It's so cute. Look at it. It's so cute. That was made by our thumbnailer, our new thumbnailer, Glooby. Thank you, Glooby, for making such an awesome emote. And I'm looking forward to premiering the new thumbnails very soon. We have a new thumbnailer. Gina has decided to move on to different work. And while I am very, very sad to lose her incredible talents as a thumbnailer, I genuinely hope that she's able to have all of the success in the world. So we're going to have a new style of thumbnail, which I think you're going to like. In fact, I would like to show you one right now if I can. I think I can. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Can I do it? I think I can. No, I can't. Hold on. It's hard to do. Okay, hold on. Let me get it. Hold on, I can show you one. It's just going to take me a second here. Give me just a minute here. Give me just a minute. I'll show you the awesome thumbnail. It's super cool. Let me just get it up here. I'll show you it. It's super great. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. 1 second. All right, let's take a look here. Let me just get it. Let me just get this up here. This is like a low-res version because it's hard, but this is the new thumbnail style. We are going to have a fucking super readable, super energetic, and really, really cute thumbnail style going forward. So I hope you all will love the new thumbnail style, and also that you will give your love to Glooby. Yeah, we got all of us. We got Dylan in the background with the crown and the belt and the chat stuff. And we got Ramblin' Rob over here. We got John, we got Vaush, and we got me. It's fucking good, yeah? Fucking good, right? Yeah. So yeah, hell yeah. And that reminds me, I forgot to send a message, which I need to do because I'm a dum-dum and I'm really sorry. I need to do that, but I will send that message after this. Does the video start with Rob Rap God? I would love that, but I can't because it is copyrighted, unfortunately. I do think it's very good though. The Rob Rap God is a epic tier meme. The absolutely top-notch meme you can fucking imagine. It is so good. Now, before we get into... Actually, no, we'll save this for later. Okay. Let's talk, okay? Let's talk about the pressing news of the day, okay? Where's the meme? It's on the Discord. It's actually here. I'll post the meme for people because I've saved it because it's so fucking good. And I want the original person who made it to get all the credit in the world that they deserve for it because it is just so good. It is just so goddamn good. Here you go. Oh, shit. Fuck. Here's it in Twitch. Site is dead right now, unfortunately. We might need a site command. There is the thing. Site is still getting DDoSed. Here, I'll post it for YouTube. There you go. There's a post for YouTube. And for the Discord, here we go. I'll pop it in here for the Discord. There you go. Enjoy, enjoy. I can't play it on here because it's got copyrighted music, but it's amazing. Okay? So, we gotta talk, okay? So, for those of you who don't know, actually, wait. Hold on a second. Yeah, if you could do a Discord command, that'd be great. Or also one, if somebody in Twitch, oh shit, we can't. I don't know how to do that. Okay, I'll do that in a little bit. Let me just focus my brain for a second here. By the way, just so you know, we have a POG 235 viewers right now, which is amazing, but we only have 94 likes. So if you're watching the stream right now, no matter your platform, no matter where you're watching, pop on over real quick to the YouTube stream and press that like button. It means the world to me. I hate to do this, but it works every single time I do it, and people keep telling me to remind them because then they remember to like it. So I'm going to remind everybody. I would love to have 223 likes and not only 50% likers. Fucking likers in chat. Do I got any likers? I'd love the likers. Love the likers. We need the likers. The likers make sure that we get lots of stuff, okay? Listen. We need the liking, okay? All right. Based likers versus unbased non-likers. We got some dislikes. We know we're going to get some dislikes. You know there's going to be some dislikes. It's just how it goes, okay? It's all good. Thank you so much, Ellisum. I really appreciate that. Oh, that's so helpful. I can probably make a Streamlabs one real quick. In fact, I'm going to do that before we get into the meat of the content while I'm still waiting for the likes to come in. So all you early comers get to see me do my paperwork on stream. Isn't that funny? Let me just add the command real quick. Opinions on Trotsky? Dude got a bad relationship with ice picks. That's all I'm going to say, okay? Just got a bad relationship with ice picks, okay? That's all I can say. That's all I can say, all right? Whap, 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 whap. I'm beginning to feel like a rap god, rap god. All my people from the front to the back nod, back nod. Sorry, I've got that stuck in my head ever since this nonsense happened. It was an ice axe. Okay, all right. It was an ice knife. Whatever. Don't care. Hold on. Let's see here. Okay, so we now have a exclamation chat command. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm going to do this real quick. This is going to say, our website is being DDoSed by hater. Wait, our website is being attacked by DDoS. Please join the Discord to chat on screen. Discord.gg/DemonMama. There we go. Here we go. We'll put it into link format. https://www. There we go. Okay. That should work. All right. We should have a command now that will, if you do exclamation chat in Twitch chat, it should work. There we go. All right. We got a command up. Hell yeah. Okay. That works. All right. Sick. Okay, everybody. It's time. It's time. I know. Dislikes do help. Well, don't tell. No, they don't. They hurt. If you want to destroy me, if you hate me, please press the dislike button. Please smash that dislike button. If you hate me, it will hurt my feelings very badly. Yeah. Okay. So we got to talk about something, because for those of you who don't know, something very bad happened yesterday. Very bad. Was it yesterday? Actually, it might have been the day before. Okay. And we're going to talk about it right now because I want to talk about the most important thing we're going to talk about all today first. Okay. It is not good. Okay. So let me just bring this up real quick. I am not going to be showing the video because it is incredibly, it's hard to look at. Okay. And I don't want to do that. So I'm going to tell you what happened to the best of our knowledge, and we're going to talk about that, okay? So, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, the same town where George Floyd was killed, the same town where the current trial of the killer of George Floyd is being held, a 20-year-old black man was killed, okay? And his name is Duante Wright. And I want you all to remember that name, because while last summer we had the George Floyd protests, I think there's a very good chance that this summer we may be seeing the Duante Wright protests, okay? Now let me tell you what happened, okay? And keep in mind, before I get into this topic, this is a developing story. There is likely to be all kinds of different narratives that come out, and I'm going to do my best to describe only the facts at this point in time. And then, when I start to talk about my opinions, I will make it clear that I'm talking about my opinions, okay? All right? Was he killed by cops? Yes, he was killed by cops. Duante Wright was pulled over for a routine traffic stop. The police had allegedly pulled him over because he had a air freshener obscuring his rear view mirror. Now, that's a pretty minor thing to get pulled over for, okay? That is a fact. It is a pretty minor thing to get pulled over, okay? For. Yes, it was the air freshener. He had an air freshener, and by the way, the air freshener was real. It was given to him by, I believe, his mother earlier that week, which is pretty sad. So, hey, thank you very much. By the way, oh yes, that's another thing. If you wish to donate and have your message come up on stream today, the site is down, which means I'm losing money because I can't get site donations. However, if you want to donate through Streamlabs, use the exclamation Streamlabs command or go to Streamlabs/DemonMama live. I think is what it is on there. I'm really sorry about that. I just noticed I don't want people to feel like they can't get their usual entitlements in, okay? I know that's technically a shill. I don't want to do that in this segment, but given the circumstances, the site's dead, so I just want people to know where they can do that if they want to, okay? That's all. All right? Back to the topic, okay? So, Duante Wright had a air freshener obscuring his mirror. And what we now have, the body cam footage has been released from the incident. 3 police officers approached his car. And we're not sure exactly why, but they decided to cuff him and pat him down. And when they went to go cuff him and pat him down, he resisted. But when I say resisted, I mean he attempted to squiggle out of their grasp and get away, which, in my opinion, is a totally reasonable thing to do in a city where the current ongoing trial is about a black man being killed over a minor crime. Okay? What happened was, and this is from the footage, the body cam footage, is a female officer drew her gun and stated, "I have a taser, I'm going to tase you." And then she fired the gun at nearly point blank range into his chest, which killed him shortly afterwards. And in the video, you can see his dead body push, literally his foot goes down on the gas and the car goes forward, but he's dead. Now, she claims that she mistook her gun for her taser. And there's a lot going on there, okay? After that, and the numbers here are not necessarily 100% accurate, so I admit that. I don't know the exact numbers. It's very hard to tell at this point. This will probably come out. But somewhere in the ballpark of 5 to 7 hours that Duante Wright's body was left on site, and no one was allowed to approach it. His family was not allowed to approach it. Thank you very much, Paradox7. Really appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. His body sat out in the midday sun for somewhere in the ballpark of 5 hours, with his family being blocked off by police. And this resulted, after a number of hours, in a crowd of protesters appearing. The crowd of protesters was met with an incredible amount of anti-riot action. And when I say that, we've got some videos here. So I'm going to show you a video, and warning, this video it's intense, but it's not like nobody is dying or anything like that, okay? This is just a video of the cops firing tear gas and flashbangs into a residential neighborhood where the protest was forming. We're going to watch this together real quick. Ready? Here we go. So as you can see, we now have video footage on the ground of the cops firing tear gas and stun grenades at people's houses. This was yesterday, approximately 18 hours ago. And by the way, that video was from a local journalist, just so you know. Just so you know, I'm not just grabbing random photos of this. We also have the story from the Duante Wright's mother. And we're going to watch this real quick as well, okay? And warning, this is a little bit sad, okay? I'm sorry, the topic is tough. That was not lightning. That was a flashbang grenade that ricocheted off of a roof. And there were 2 fired, by the way, in addition to tear gas. It looks like all of... Well, here we go. Let's watch this together, okay?
He got pulled over for having air fresheners in the car that I just gave him.
2 weeks ago.
All he did was have air fresheners in the car, and they told him to get out of the car. He got out of the car, and his girlfriend said they shot him. He got back in the car, and he drove away and crashed. And now he's dead on the ground since 1:47. Nobody will tell us anything. Nobody will talk to us.
Y'all gotta talk to her now.
The BCA just says that they are investigating it.
Look
I
at the
asked them to
cowards.
please take my son off the ground. He's been there since 1:47 this
They
afternoon.
left my son on the ground for 8 hours in his house. Couldn't even
what
donate
time
his
is it
organs.
now?
They're not gonna give you no information because they don't tell the fucking truth. Tell his mother what y'all did. Hey, talk to the Tell his mother what y'all done. Y'all didn't tell Kobe's mother. Y'all didn't tell Kobe's mother. Tell
My son
That was footage of Duante Wright's mother, okay? Pleading to allow them to please see the body and let it be taken care of. Since then, there have been protests in Minneapolis, and it has gone and intensified. And now, this was the response. This was the first response, by the way, from the police. Besides the tear gas and everything. This is outside of the neighborhood's police officer. Brooklyn Center is what it's called. This was what they decided to do. If you can't tell what that is, this is the police flying a thin blue line flag. We're going to talk about that in just a second, okay? Okay. And there you have it. There's the video of the location, so you can tell it's the actual police department. And yeah, so for those of you who are new to this topic, the thin blue line flag has been heavily criticized because, well, it's very fascist, okay? Now, I want to explain why people say that, because I don't want to come off as like some insane lefty SJW who just calls everything fascist. The reason why the thin blue line flag is considered fascist is because of what it means, okay? The thin blue line flag represents visually the thin line of police standing between civilization and barbarity, okay? So a line of brave, strong men standing between barbarity and civilization. And the thin blue line flag, I don't think that it's an accident that they are standing between, in the original version, black and white. You know, on the American flag, it's the black and white instead of the red, white, and blue, and there's a thin blue line in the middle between the black and the white. This is why people say that the thin blue line imagery is fascist. And I would agree with them. I think that is a reasonable conclusion to come to, okay? The Minneapolis Brooklyn Center police are flying outside of their station a fascist flag that has very strong racist connotations one day, less than one day, after they wrongfully killed a young black man during a routine traffic stop at point blank range. And this is during the trials of the killer of George Floyd. Yes, I agree, Tess. It does seem to scream, you can't touch us, we will just do it again. And a lot of people are very angry. And I can't say that I don't understand why they're angry, right? It seems pretty understandable why the people of Minneapolis would be very angry, particularly the people who are most targeted by this, you know? Now, for those of you who remember last summer very well, I do. I covered it. I was a very small channel at that point. I'm much larger now. Thank you. Thank you to all of you who follow me. But I covered this stuff last summer, okay? I covered the George Floyd stuff so much, I couldn't stop watching all of the protests to the degree that I actually gave myself a PTSD episode and had to stop streaming for a month. Some of you in my chat may remember when I stopped streaming for a month. That was because I was literally having crippling panic attacks all the time. As it turns out, where I live was one of the sites where a lot of this stuff happened. So I am going to try and cover this as responsibly this year as I can. But I have a feeling, gauging by what I'm seeing right now. Hey, MCND. Thank you. Happy to have you here. Yeah, I can understand. The Rittenhouse thing was really bad. Last summer was very intense. And I have I have reason to believe that this summer is going to be more intense than last summer. And that means we're going to see a step up in right-wing rhetoric that's denouncing all protesters as rioters and savages and whatever else they want to come up with. And we need to be ready to think about this and talk about this, because I could be wrong. Maybe it will all go out, but I don't think so, everybody. Nothing has changed since last year. It has been 1 year, and the only thing that's happened is that the socioeconomic conditions of most of the neighborhoods most affected by this has gotten worse because of the pandemic. So what we have right now is a situation where a powder keg greater than arguably the biggest string of civil rights protests in history, it has been ignited. And we don't know how long that fuse is, okay? We don't know how long that fuse is. This could be it. We could start seeing all of that protesting, all of that brutality, the cop riots that we saw last summer might be starting right now. By the way, I should be clear. This is in the opinion part now. I've talked about the facts, and we're talking about the opinion now, okay? So I just want to be clear. I don't usually cover breaking news, so apologies. And I gotta say, it has me worried, because a lot of people got really hurt last year. A lot of people got really, really hurt. And in a lot of ways, the last year has been a blur for a lot of people. We've had an ongoing pandemic. People have been in quarantine. There's been the George Floyd protest. There's been the election. It was a blur of a year. But I remember last summer with crystal clear recollection, okay? I remember watching a live stream of a local journalist from my neck of the woods while they were clearly identified as press, getting shot in the chest with a flashbang grenade, and watching their stream go down because they were walking down a road and they got drive-by shot with a flashbang. I have that video saved on my computer. People forget how bad things got last summer. And this summer, it's going to get bad again. And there are going to be times where I will be covering it to the best of my ability on this stream, okay? And I will do my best to make it parsable and understandable in a way that won't make people feel horrible. But the reality is, it's going to get bad. Most likely. In all likelihood, it is going to get very bad this summer. So, with that in mind, I would like everyone to please keep your mind on these issues and watch these things closely. And if you're going to go protest, please do so safely. Go with people that you trust and learn the basics, okay? Because I know there's a lot of people who want to have their voices heard, but you need to do it safely, okay? Last summer, people from my community got arrested. People from my community got arrested last summer, and unjustly so, and they were released, thank God. They protested legally and were arrested for it. I don't want to see that again, but I know that I probably will by the end of the summer. So please be safe. I will do my best that I can in my capacity as an online political commentator to give credence and knowledge and awareness to the situation, but there is only so much I can do. So please be safe out there, okay? And one fucked up potential silver lining. Killer cops who are minorities never get the same protections that white male cops do. Because the killer is a woman, they're more likely to throw her under the bus. That's possible, yep. Vaush raised $20K for bail funds, and we're probably going to have to do more community funding again. We shouldn't have to, but yes. And I will be doing that this summer too, because I have a platform now. And this summer, if it's needed, I will raise money, okay? I will put my fucking money where my mouth is, okay? And all I'm going to say is that we are already seeing the beginnings of another George Floyd protest wave. This time, maybe the name will be Duante Wright. But the fact that it's happening this quickly, we haven't even gotten to warm weather. Now, you might be wondering, what do I mean by we're going to see this? And that's because it's summer. That's basically what it is. Nobody goes outside during the winter. This shit doesn't, protests don't usually blow up in winter because you get frostbite in winter. But in summer, everybody has to get outside because it's hot, especially in poor neighborhoods where people don't have AC. And if you're outside a lot, the cops can get at you a lot. And if the cops get at you a lot, the cops will kill a lot of people because that's what they do in America, unfortunately. Okay? If you watched any of the Black Lives Matter protests in DC last year, you will see the difference in response. When we were watching the January 6th and January 20th protest, well, one was an insurrection and the other one was an actual protest. When we were watching those, there was, not only were people allowed to stay after curfew, but there was no tear gas deployed. Well, there was during the 6th, but not until well afterwards. There's a very well-documented phenomenon of violence increasing during hotter parts of the year or being higher in hot parts of the world. Yeah, it's because people go outside. That's the main reason. At least that seems to be the main reason. The main reason is because people are actually outside. You can go outside without getting frostbite. Yeah. But yeah, last year I watched broad daylight like militarized cop charges into crowds of peaceful protesters who had done nothing. I watched a journalist with a huge camera get his face smashed in just for filming in his actual job as the press. Clearly and obviously press. We watched the NYPD running people over with cars. We watched people get black bagged. None of this has changed. Just because Biden's in office doesn't mean that any of this has changed yet. And this is going to be a major moment for the Biden administration, you understand. Because this is going to see how they handle this stuff differently. And if they don't handle it well, we're going to see the exact same thing happen that happened last year. Because as it turns out, humans want to live, okay? Humans don't want to die. And if you constantly threaten human beings and you make it impossible for them to live their lives, they will fight back. That is a force of nature, okay? And that is a fact of reality, okay? And what we are seeing is that in many places in this country, the police are enacting what can only be described as a gang-like racial targeting of black people in this country. And if that doesn't go anywhere, if that's not addressed, then you're going to see people try to survive. Okay? Dylan was present at the stabbing of a young woman, yes. Now, if you decide that you want to go watch the video of this particular incident, you will see exactly what I saw, which is someone getting killed at point blank range. That was at a conservative rally. That was at a Proud Boys one. Do you feel like the Chauvin trial is the undertone of the system on trial, with the Deshaun Wright killing with the BS the officer pulled. Sorry, let me try and catch that again. In their statement, I feel a sense that no town or city will be untouched. No town or city was untouched last year. By the way, I don't live in Seattle proper. I live just outside of the center of Seattle. And the area that I'm in was buzzed by military helicopters and put under quarantine, although my neighborhood never had, I mean, not under quarantine, under an 8 p.m. curfew for 3 days, even though we never had a single protest in my area. Okay? And, I'm not telling you where I'm at, Chance, but thank you. Yeah. I'm not telling you where I'm at. I want to dox myself, okay? Listen, that'd be bad news. I did get a super chat. I just read that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Adam Flores. I read that question. Yes, if you want to see it, you can see it. No, Seattle proper is the downtown area. I don't live in the downtown. Downtown is too expensive. I can't do that, okay? Yep. 5 p.m. curfew. It's ridiculous. By the way, it was to the point where like I said, I couldn't stream because there were sirens constantly, because there were helicopters buzzing our house constantly, and it was giving me, I'm not kidding you, legitimate, like, I would wake up in the morning and I would feel like I was going to die for no discernible reason. I don't even know how to state this. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to do my best to try and show everything that I can without making life unpleasant for everyone, because we have to follow this story. This is the story of this arguably is the story of our times. And yes, to answer Adam Flores' question, yes, there is a certain amount of that, whether we like it or not. The Derek Chauvin trial is a bellwether as to whether you can catch a man cruelly choking and killing a white man, cruelly and coldly killing a black man over the course of 9 minutes while he cries for his mother, and if you can get away with it or not. And if he gets away with it, it's not going to be taken well. I'm sorry, it's just not. And is that unfair? Maybe, but you know what else is unfair? That George Floyd is dead. That George Floyd was murdered like he was. In my opinion. And I think in everyone's opinion. Anybody who watches that video knows exactly what happened. And for those of you who don't know, in Minneapolis, the city where George Floyd was killed, last year it became a war zone. And I mean that. I mean it became a war zone. When I watched dozens of hours of footage, particularly by, huge shout out to my eye on the ground, Nico from Unicorn Riot. Nico from Unicorn Riot. If you're interested in this sort of thing and you want to learn more about this sort of stuff, follow Unicorn Riot on Twitter, who covered all this and was out after curfew, which is, you know, that's their right as press. And it was a war zone. I'm not kidding you. There was literally National Guard tanks and soldiers blocking off roads. There was tear gas and weaponry being deployed. There was lethal ammunition that was given. They were given the right to use lethal rounds. It was ridiculous. And we will be stopping in with some of these people who've been following this in the coming months. Also, another little quick shout out, Touring News. Touring News on Twitch I watched Touring News on the ground in Philadelphia during the Philadelphia protests, which wow, did those get smashed down on by the police. There was tanks. Yes, I know. People don't know what happened in our own country last summer, and that's why we're going to be talking about it. What's up with the site? Getting DDoSed? Yes, our site is DDoSed. However, it should be fixed by Wednesday, thankfully. So, yep. Is it normal for police to swarm a vehicle with 2 or 3 officers during a normal traffic stop? No. Do they always do that even to white people? No. Is it a normal thing for them to open the car door? No. And yes, tanks. Not an Abrams. Let me show you what they rolled down. Let me show you. Let me show you what I saw firsthand. Here we go. Here we are. Let me just show you what it was that we saw. We saw stuff like, oops, I moved my chat. We saw stuff like this. These were all over the place. Some of them armed with heavy machine guns. Some of them armed with different riot suppression weapons. These are the most common ones. APCs, strikers, MRAPs, yeah. Isn't the MRAP the, hold on, the MRAP is this thing. Yes, we saw these as well, by the way. I saw with my own eyes a fuckload of these as well. By the way, this happened in my hometown as well. These armored vehicles were also there. And these are, they have wheels, but they tear up the ground. Okay? So, there's a couple of let me just tell you my personal experience, okay? Can I tell you my personal experiences? I went into town to pick up my partner in the international district of Seattle, okay? And I hadn't been in since the protests started. When I went into downtown, I discovered that all of the windows in Chinatown on every shop had been smashed out. As it turns out, a white nationalist gang went through and smashed all of the windows in Chinatown. Little bit weird that, huh? Then, when I was driving down that way, there were multiple areas where vehicles just like this one, vehicles that looked just like this, were stationed with soldiers all around it, making a checkpoint throughout the city of Seattle. This was after CHOP was gone. So, I don't know if you know what it's like to go try and pick up your partner. Hey, Hannah Reloaded, thank you so very much for the raid. We're going to pause for just 1 second. We'll need to cut this out of the video because that wouldn't be appropriate. But welcome all the Hannah Reloaded fans. Please come in and get comfy. Much love to all of you. Much love to you, Hannah. Thank you so much. And come get comfy. We are currently talking about the killing of Duante Wright, and the George Floyd protests of last year. We are talking about this from I laid out the facts, and now I'm sharing my opinions and my personal experiences with this. I covered them last year when I was a very small channel. I'm a much larger channel now, thankfully, thanks to stuff like these raids. So please get in and get comfy. Just so you know, normally I stream onto my website, which goes out to various other places, and this chat over here is my Discord. So if you want to join it, my website has been DDoSed after I got in a debate with some conservatives. I don't know if it's the conservatives or what, but somebody's DDoSing my website really fucking hard, so my site's down. If you want to be up on the screen chat and get in with everybody and have all the cool emotes, you want to go over to the Discord and just jump into the live stream chat. We'd love to have you. Yeah. Otherwise, welcome and get comfy. I do try to keep an eye on my Twitch chat as much as possible, but it's not perfect because I have 3 different chats going because I dual stream, or triple stream, I guess. So yeah, welcome and thank you. I'm very happy to have you. Oh, I should say, for those of you who don't know, my name is DemonMama. I'm the demon of Twitch debate, and I'm a political edutainer on YouTube who occasionally talks about important news issues like this one. It was, yeah, the website was way easier, but yeah. What is surprising to me is that every person who cares about it in the real life, besides the communists, the anarchists, associate with along the entirety of the POC community. Don't care for the trial, don't care for the talking points, don't even care about the verdict. It'll be passed. I feel that every person I see it doesn't care until it happens. Basically just virtue signaling that they're not racist. That's a possibility. I think you could be right to a certain degree on that. Vaush didn't confirm that it was DGG. It's not DGG. As we believe, we have reason to believe it's someone who hangs out in DGG, but that's it. It's not DGG. It's not DGG. Just so you all know. Like, yeah. 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 So there we go. So we'll have to cut that out at some point. Did he have just non-violent warrants or violent ones? I'm going to assume non-violent ones, and this is another simple shooting on active racism. Unless he had a very dangerous criminal record with hurting people, I'm going to assume not. As far as I know, he had no non-violent record. The arrest was being made, and the policewoman who shot him claimed that she mistook her gun for a taser. Now, we need to talk about this real quick. This is the next thing we need to talk about, okay? Because I told you my story, my own personal stories with this. I've told you some of those. But I want to talk about this claim, okay? So, for those of you who don't know, I remember that Vaush and I went to Home Depot by the train tracks, and they were shipping in hundreds of military vehicles, and we were like, yep, 100%. It was unbelievable. It was terrifying. I can't even, again, until you've had your house buzzed by military helicopters and your walls are shaking because you look outside and there's a military helicopter coming down to buzz your neighborhood because you live in a predominantly people of color and immigrant neighborhood, and so they send one over to instill terror in you, it looks like we're going to war. Well, they were. The police were going to war. Hey, J. Derv. Good to see you. I was thinking about you the other day, believe it or not. So let me just talk about something. So for those of you who don't know, a gun and a taser feel very, very different in your hand, okay? Guns are very heavy. Tasers are not very heavy. Now, they are slightly gun-shaped, but they also have, on the front of them, a large piece that is usually colored so that you can tell that it's a taser and not a gun. There's a couple of reasons for this, okay? The reasons for this is so that people don't mistake you for holding a gun, because then that could make things worse, and so that you can easily tell. And there's another bit, okay, that I want to talk about, which I believe I have up right here. Let me just get this up. I have this document right here. Here we go. This is the guidelines for the Brooklyn Center Police Department use of tasers. When carried while in uniform, officers shall carry the taser device in a reaction side holster on the side opposite the duty weapon. All taser devices shall be clearly and distinctly marked to differentiate them from duty weapon and any other device. Officers should not hold both a firearm and the taser at the same time. They don't look the same at all. And when they say a reaction side holster, that means that you put your gun in a secure holster that usually has a safety, and you put your taser in a thing that you can pull out really quick, okay? So, this police officer claiming that there was a mix-up between the taser and the gun is very sus. Now, for those who don't know, now, I don't know about this particular police department, so it's possible that this isn't the case, but many, many, many live firearm holsters also have a feature where they make a clicking noise, a very loud clicking noise when you remove the weapon. So you have to reach back, press a button, and it goes ka-chink. And that way, there's a reason for that. It's so that you know that you're grabbing your gun and that you've released the safety, and also it warns other people that shit's getting real, okay? That's the point. Now, I don't know if this police department, like other police departments do, use this type of holster. But it is very strange that this sort of mix-up happened, okay? Yeah, I know that because my best friend was an armed guard for a armored truck for like a year, and also worked as a million other things. Maybe, in fact, Hyena might be able to talk to this as well, because I think Vaush worked in security, if I remember correctly. But my best friend worked as a guard for armed vehicles for a while, and had to have a firearm on them. Thank you, Remakind. Appreciate that. Yes. She shot towards his chest, is what it appears to be. Exactly. Yes, that appears to be the case, Silent. Silent says, based on the footage that I saw, the other officers present had their tasers on the left hip, oriented so it could be easily drawn with the right hand reaching across their waist. That would make sense. Oh, okay. He didn't have a gun. Okay. All right. That makes sense then. I am very familiar with guns. I grew up around guns. I grew up, literally had training at the youngest age I could. I believe I was 12 at the time that I had gun training. I have shot guns my whole life. It would be almost unimaginable to me to confuse a gun, a loaded gun, with a taser. And I am not even a police officer, and it would be basically impossible for me to do that. I can't even imagine. Let alone, they don't even look the same. A gun doesn't have a yellow block on the front that warns you that it's a taser. What? Sure. Bye. You can get the fuck out of here. That's fine. Yeah, she waved it around, and she was described as a senior police officer. So this is pretty bad, honestly. Pretty fucking bad. And I just wanted to read a quick thread so that it's not just me talking on this, okay? This is Adrian Lawrence, a host from the Young Turks, a legal analyst, and a journalist who covered from a liberal perspective. By the way, this is a liberal and not a leftist, as far as I know. I started following Adrienne Lawrence last year so that I could get a quality liberal perspective on the George Floyd protests. And also, she's black. So there you have. That's another reason. So, like, that's just true. I want to see a black woman's perspective from a different perspective of my own. And I want to read her thread here because I feel like this brings in some interesting nuance. If the officer who killed Duante Wright was an experienced veteran, shouldn't she have felt the weight difference between a taser and a Glock? The standard taser weighs 8 ounces. A Glock 22 weighs more than 4 times that amount, 34 ounces, and without a full clip. It's even more with a full clip. How did she not notice? And didn't she have to take the safety off the gun before firing it? Plus, tasers have a neon-colored barrel. It just seems like there were a lot of reasons she shouldn't have confused a loaded firearm with a taser, which begs the question, is this subconscious bias at play? Given the potential facts, I can't help but wonder if the officer will face charges. Second-degree manslaughter requires culpable negligence, MN 609.25A. There is a second-degree assault, which requires only a dangerous weapon and carries up to 7 years. Now this, I think she was yelling for someone else to deploy their taser while she kept him at gunpoint for no discernible reason. When the scuffle caused her to pull the trigger. She sounds genuinely upset or surprised that she shot him, but I think she knew she had her gun out before that. This would make sense if the police station wasn't claiming that she mixed it up. So this person is just not up to date, okay? This person is not up to date. It's impossible to keep up with them all. It's impossible to keep up with them all. Yeah. It's very, very, very disappointing. And it is incredibly saddening. And to be completely honest, I don't blame anyone for being furious. I don't blame anyone for being incredibly furious right now. I put my balls on your drum set says, you wouldn't realize the weight because of adrenaline, idiot. A veteran cop doing a routine traffic stop would not tell the difference between a 5 times heavier weapon and a taser because of adrenaline. I believe that you are the idiot. That is phenomenally stupid to say. It's okay. Yep. You can fuck off. Cops should be held to a way higher standard, not a lower standard. Yeah, I know there was the shooting. I can't cover that today. Sorry. But this is America. This is America. We're not even a fucking year out from the killing of George Floyd. And it makes me sad. I'm not gonna lie, it makes me sad and it makes me fucking angry. Oh, are these the actual gun and taser comparisons? Let's take a look. Here you go. Here's the actual gun, and there's what the taser looks like. Look at the taser. Wait, can you see that? Oh, actually, you can't see that. That's gonna be here. Hold on, I'll open this up over here. What? Give me a second. Give me a second. Sorry, I thought that was gonna show better than it did. Give me just 1 second here. Let me show you. Here. Sorry, I'm trying to manage this. There. Here we go. This is the taser, yellow and fat and very light. This is the gun, not yellow, not fat, not light. Absolutely absurd. This is the sussest shit in the world. So here is the shape of the taser. As you can see, it has a stubby handle and a very large nose, and it's yellow. The grip is completely different, everything. They do this deliberately. By the way, these are designed to be easy to tell the difference between in a high-stress situation. They literally sell that as a part of the design of the taser. The reason why tasers are universally used by the cops, the taser brand taser, is because it's one of their selling points that you can easily, in the heat of the moment, you can, without error, identify them as separate from your active fire weapon, from your live ammunition weapon. How would you respond against the psychological term slips and capture? I don't know that term, but I'll have to look at that. So it's just very, yes, Lotic. Lotic, I'm getting DDoSed. Please come to the Discord live stream chat if you'd like to be on screen, Lotic. I'd love to have you, but our site is getting DDoSed, so such is life. Anyway, this is very sus, and a lot of people are going to be very, very frustrated at this, and I can't blame them. Can we? Is it not reasonable to feel anger at the state of policing in America? Is it not so eminently obvious why people are mad? Why we had protests all across the country in every city in America for months last year? That's true, Synodry. And then, and again, remember, all of this, all that we've talked about, capped off with this. I'm going to play it one more time. Capped off with this. The police department flying the thin blue line flag. Now, last summer, I was very, very, very adamant and loud and obnoxious, and people told me I was ineffective and my optics were bad for saying that cops are functioning as a gang and that they were having a cop riot last summer. When I saw protesters, peaceful protesters being pressed up against a fence and shelled with tear gas with no way to escape, which is, by the way, a violation of human rights law. That is a violation of international law. That was caught on video, and nothing was done about it. We have a problem with cops in this country. We have a problem with the hog gang. There's a reason why I talk about, when I talk about why I support gun ownership, why I use the analogy of the hog gang. Because, like it or not, this is the state that we live in. This is the state of the world that we live in. A highly militarized, highly right-wing, highly racialized police force that has an incredible amount of cross-country communication and almost unilaterally supports a fascist who tried to overthrow the democratic election. And those people are still operating in our country. And they have been waiting for their opportunity to make some more noise. Well, we should focus on what to do because we still need police. Right now, the first step is that we need to put a hard, we need a reform movement. We need the government to say, no, we're not going any fucking further. We need to solve this because the rate of unjust civilian death at the hands of the police, we have to stop it. There has to be extreme action on this. I'm sorry. This is not just a matter of small reforms. There has to be a change because every single summer for the rest of our lives is going to be war-torn until our country doesn't even look like we even remember it. Because of this type of violence, because of this type of murder. Because how can you expect anyone to live safely, to feel comfortable in their own home when you could be blasted by a cop over an air freshener? This isn't just a matter of training. This isn't just a matter of defunding. There needs to be a radical reanalysis of how the police work in America. And if you don't support police abolition, that's okay. Okay? I get it. All right? We probably have some little disagreements here and there. But we need to drastically, it is unbelievably apparent that we need to drastically restructure the police. We can't just stop the police. We need police, but it can't be radical. There needs to be steps taken. No, it has to be radical. I don't think you understand, Funky Boss. It has to be radical. We need to radically reanalyze the way the police are going. Right now, the police are costing us more money than you can imagine. They are costing us so much money on a federal level. NYPD alone cost billions of dollars in taxpayer revenue settling out brutality claims against their own citizens. The citizens are funding the police's ability to defend themselves and settle out of claims of them beating the civilians who are paying for those trials. It's ridiculous. This is outrageous. Two unpaid fines for a marijuana case. It's going to take time to change, but there needs to be action now. There needs to be action right away. Because if there's not, then what are we going to see this summer? More deaths? More black bagging? More money given to police? Did you know? Just so you know, I don't know if you know this, but Portland's, the rivers around Portland are poisoned right now. Still, from the amount of tear gas that was launched in Portland. It is destroying the environment. It is destroying people's neighborhoods. It is destroying people's lives. Did you know that there has been a statistically significant increase in troubled menstruation cycles for women who live in areas of Portland where the protests happened because there's so much tear gas in the environment that it's fucking with people's body cycles. There needs to be discussion on steps to take to make change. Here's something that you could do. You could do a federal stop on military equipment being given to the police. You could have a mandatory retraining of all police in the country using funds that cannot be used for anything except for training. That's it. Retraining. There needs to be a unilateral clearing out of warrior style training, like for good. Get them out of here, okay? There's all kinds of steps that can be taken, but they need to be taken ASAP. And if they're not taken soon, we're going to have blood on the streets of America. And that makes me fucking sad because I would love for that to not be the case. How do we start to make these changes? Accountability. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any. So right now, the answer is to protest. To protest safely and peacefully. To make our voices heard. To talk about this. To inform people. Okay? Because if we don't, the price is going to be horrific. Okay? It's going to be horrific. Okay? We do not have there's not a serious approach at the moment. And that is going to be, and I said this last year, I think the answer is that if your local politician isn't listening to your needs for police reform, then you protest them in person. Okay? Peacefully. Very peacefully. Yep, HC gas. Significantly more fatal than CS. Yes, I did hear about that. There was evidence of that being used. Please don't say that shit, Camacho. I'm sorry, but please don't say that stuff. There. I have to purge that. Don't say that shit. That's one warning. No fucking violent shit in chat. We're talking about things from a non-violent perspective always. That is what this channel is devoted to. We want less violence, not more, okay? So, there. That's the story, everybody, okay? That's the story. And now you know it. Yep, city council meetings, county meetings, protest speeches. Many of them, you could literally go and visit them at their house and knock on their door and say, hi, can I talk to you? Peacefully. Always peacefully. None of this has to be, I don't believe that violence gets us anywhere. I believe that firm, peaceful action will get us the results we want. Okay? And also, write your politicians. Seriously. It doesn't take much energy to write your politicians. I know it takes some energy, and it's tough. But I promise you, if you take the energy to write your politicians now, to take political action now, it will be so much better than the pain of the world that will come if you don't, okay? It really is one of those things. It is an exchange. You take action, you take easy action now to prevent worse action in the future, okay? All right. So that's that, okay? That's the end of that segment, okay? Thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching. If you're watching and you haven't liked the YouTube stream, please do like the stream. It really helps us get more views, which I care about because I am a political commentator, and I want more people to hear what I have to say about this stuff. So please smack that like button. It's free to do. Regardless of what platform you're watching on, my YouTube stream, likes are super important to me. And if you want to be up on the screen, join the Discord. That's all. Okay? There we go. Done. So, sorry. this is a really emotional subject for me, and it actually gets me, I try to keep cool, but it gets me very heated because, again, last summer wasn't good for me, okay? And I don't want that to happen again, okay? I was miserable, and I am not even in the thick of it, okay? I'm just a broadcaster. I just cover this news and try to keep track of it and make sense of it for other people. I am too, let's just put it this way. I'm not in a healthy enough position to go do protests in person. I just really am not. It's just how it was, especially last year where I was still recovering from my surgery. And this gets me. So I cannot even imagine the amount of tension, terror, and pain that people have gone out and suffered, okay? So let's try to make the world a better place, okay? Thank you so much, Justin M. I really appreciate that. Now, I got another thing to talk about, okay? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Radical static. Yep, I agree. Well, Peachy Keen, the good news is there's lots of people who can teach you how to do that. There's going to be times where I'm not going to be able to cover it. It's just true. But I'm going to do my best to cover it as responsibly and as helpfully as I can. Because my goal is not to just make people feel bad. My goal is to give people knowledge so they can make the world a better place. That is the goal at the end of the day. Yeah, and also to make people laugh, but not on stories like this. That's why I'm a political edutainer. You know, most of the time I want to make you laugh and have a good day. Well, thank you so much, Furios. I appreciate that. I'm going to do my best, and I'll do what I can with what I have. But I am, at the end of the day, just a YouTube broadcaster. That's it. That's all I am. And there's only so much I can do, but I will try to work with other people who do different stuff, okay? There you go. And I have in the past. I have in the past, and you all know it. Those of you who've watched me for a long time, you know I've got connections out in the world that we can get footage up on here. Sometimes we got original footage of the protests in the Capitol, which was incredible. Thank you to Haley for that. Well, back then I was a Twitch broadcaster. True. Yeah. Okay, so we got to talk about something else, all right? Real quick, though, I'm going to go grab a refill of my drink because I would love some more ice-cold soda. So you all chit-chat with each other in chat. Don't you go anywhere. Stay comfy and chit-chat with each other. I will be right back with a refill, and then we got to talk about something else that's making me fucking pissed. Thankfully, much less of a heavy topic. From here on out, most of today's topics will be slightly less stressful, okay? But some of they're still politics. You know me. I fucking do politics. This says valid as fuck, and it has a trans flag on it. So I'll be right back. Oh, don't worry. I drink plenty of water. I have a giant water bottle under my desk. I drink all the time. Don't worry. I just like soda. Oh, sick. Scratch that. I went out there and Gynotype was like, you want coffee? I was like, fuck yeah, I want coffee. So. Okay, cool. So instead, I'll have coffee in a few minutes. Demon Mama, this is perhaps a niche topic, but I would be interested in your opinion. What do you think about hobbies that aren't traditional or aren't very socialist, such as fancy cars or military equipment or boats? How do you think these higher-end luxury items, which arguably could be dangerous to others, could be handled in an ideal state? Oh, there's a whole bunch of ways you can do that, by the way. there's a whole bunch of ways that you can handle luxury items. I am not like an expert on like the technicals of these systems, but there are systems in place for distributing luxury items and distributing luxury goods. So, for example, here, let me tell you something that already exists in capitalism. Are you ready for this? If you buy a premium, like the most powerful power car in the world, like the Lamborghinis, like a Lambo. Now, some Lambos you drive and you have in your own garage, but the best Lambos in the world, when you buy them, you buy access to them. You don't actually buy the Lambo. You buy access to the Lambo and access to the driving range. And Lamborghini keeps the car, and then you get a time where you schedule your thing and you get to go fucking 350 miles an hour, whatever fucking bullshit, on a track that they maintain. I know a lot of people don't know that. Same thing goes for a lot of yachts. A lot of yachts are staffed by a company, and you buy access to the yacht instead of owning it yourself. So there is a crew that always runs that, and you come on, and they take care of you, and they go where you go. And that is a perfectly workable system in a more socialized economy that just doesn't require you to have just money, right? So, like, let's say, hey, there's a process to apply for the luxury thing. They might, the state or whatever you want, if you're an anti-statist, then the communities that manage to get a hold of these luxury items can schedule them out and make sure that it's evenly distributed to the best of their ability. And I believe that the gains that would come from a socialized economy would outweigh the waste of the luxury items. So, for example, imagine a world where instead of Betsy DeVos owning 18 yachts or whatever it was, 8 yachts, instead of Betsy DeVos owning 8 yachts, a city owns those 8 yachts. And the people in the city will be able to schedule them out. It might take you a long time. You might have to plan way in advance. But instead of one family just owning 8 yachts, you have a city that owns 8 yachts. And the next city owns 8 yachts. And the next city owns 8 yachts. Instead of all of the yachts in the world being owned privately and sitting and rotting. By the way, that's what they do most of the time. Just so you know, in the current world, most of the time, every yacht in the world spends most of its time not being used. That is a fact. That is true. I know. We have like literally most of these luxury items are not even being used. So you could more efficiently use them if they were shared. What is considered a luxury or not? We can figure that out. We can discuss that. That can be sorted out via democratic process. Easy. We talk about these things all the time. We've figured it out in a market economy. We could, like in an obvious market system, we could do it in a non-market system. Super easy. It would be easier. See, this is the problem. People think that like, oh, all the luxuries will disappear. No, they just won't be held by one guy who lets it rot. Listen, my fucking, oh my God. My fucking rich, oh my fucking God. Like, I could tell you so many fucking stories. You know, my dad, let me tell you a story. All right, let me tell, we're doing anecdote mama. Anecdote mama. Okay, ready? Anecdote mama. Okay? So, my dad bought a yacht. Okay? My dad is a petty bourgeois who probably pushed into proper bourgeois later on in my life. And I didn't live with my dad. I lived with my mom, who was dirt poor. And I would visit my dad. And my dad owned a yacht. It was a piece of shit. But his second yacht was not a piece of shit. It was technically a yacht. He only had just enough to get technically a yacht. It was 1 foot over the limit of what determines a yacht, okay? It's like literally like a 32-foot boat, I think it was, which makes it technically a yacht. Basically, it was a speedboat that just crossed the line into yacht, so my dad would talk about his yacht. My dad was pathetic that way, okay? It's very, very embarrassing, very, like, status-y bullshit, okay? And so we would spend a lot of time going to places with other yachts. I'm talking real yachts, okay? And those motherfuckers, they sit up on dry land for 90% of the year, and their rich owner will come and hop into it once a year for a little trip with his business buddies, and then it goes right back up on dry land. Those things are designed to be used all the time, and they sit on dry land. I mean, I'm talking more than you can imagine. Oh, please come in. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so excited for this. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. I love you too. So, those yachts are just being accumulated. They're just being hoarded. And the cool thing is, oh, I lived on a yacht. Well, okay, I didn't live on a yacht. My dad lived on his yacht for a little while. It's very complicated. You'll get all these stories over time. Don't worry. I lived a crazy fucking life. I lived a crazy fucking life. So I have a million stories to tell you. Do I have any tattoos? Yes, I do. My dad was homeless? Kind of. There's my tattoo. It's hard to see, but that's my tattoo. I also have nipple piercings, which you all will probably never see. So, and I also have this piercing, which you all will see every day whenever I stream. So, yeah, probably. I don't know. You never know. There might be. What if I get offered like wait a second. Hold on. What if I get offered like in the future? What if I'm like the best broadcaster in the world and like LL magazine like offers me a topless photo shoot? I would take it. I would take it. See? Just saying. I am familiar with houseboats. So hold on a second. Thank you, Zani Dragon. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. An Ebrietas tattoo. I got a better idea. Don't you worry. Soon. Once this fucking pandemic's over, I'm getting my sleeve done. I'm getting my left hand done, and you're gonna love it. So, all right. Yachts. There are literally hundreds of yachts at every single marina in America that just sit there most of the time. There are so many yachts already built that you can't even imagine it. If you don't think that in a better non-hyper-capitalist world we couldn't have fair distribution of such luxury goods, you're just wrong. They just sit there all the time. That's all I'm saying. That's most luxury items. Most luxury items sit around. See? See this thing? See this thing? See this watch? This isn't even a luxury watch. It's just a kind of nice watch. This thing, I was gifted this by a family member. It isn't even worth much. This is like a $100 watch. It's not that much. But this watch is technically a luxury item. This has been sitting in my closet for years because it was bought for me before I transitioned. What am I supposed to do? Put it on and look like a fucking weird dude? Like, no. Like, that's what I'm talking about. There's like... I mean, I could put it on and see how it looks. Here, let's see how it looks. It's probably too masked. I feel like it's too masked. I feel like it's way too masked. But we can try it. See? It's very masked. It's very masked. I don't know how I like it. Yeah. Bling mama. But where would you place computers? Computers are mostly required, and they're also quite cheap to manufacture. Yeah. It's super mask. Have I ever considered selling access to my watch? No, I'll just give it away to somebody. I'll just give it away to somebody at some point. Yeah. Yeah, I plan on giving it away to somebody at some point. But that's the whole thing. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, most luxury items just sit around not doing anything, and they could be used way better and way fairer. And guess what? The rich people, oh, I could regift it to Vaush. True. I don't know that Vaush would like it though, but if he wants to, it is in good condition. So, but what I was gonna say is that at the end of the day, that's how it goes, Churbles. That's how it goes. Weird. All I'm saying is that the rich people who use their yacht once a year will still be able to use their yacht once a year. It's just everybody else will get a turn with it as well. And it'll be well kept. It could be kept by an organization that will use it and even make money off it. Like, we could even do this. Oh my God, we could even do this under capitalism. You could do this right now under capitalism. Instead of having a yacht business where you just store people's yachts, have a marina that owns 10 yachts and rents them out at a reasonable rate to lots of people with their own, like, it's like a timeshare. We do this already. It's ridiculous. Listen, ridiculous, okay? All right, listen, okay? I know they do that. I just was talking about it, but it's all good. People who think there won't be luxury items are just silly. We have more than enough to go around. We just use it badly. We use it very badly, okay? Oh, God, this coffee is like giving me life right now. We have finished the cop talk. Yes, we have. Yep. Yes, we have. Okay, we have 30 minutes. We have 30 minutes before the panel, okay? We have 30 minutes before the panel begins, okay? And that means we got to talk about something else, okay? Okay? We got to talk about something else because I'm fucking pissed, okay? And this is it. All you sock dems, all you sock dem people in chat, this is your opportunity, okay? Why not worker ownership? Then the workers get the company yacht. Workers self-directed enterprise. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a perfectly one. All you sock dems, this is your chance, all right? Thank you for the bits, Von Tux. Really appreciate that a lot. Seriously. Comrade Cat Pernicus, thank you so much for the rejoining. Okay, ready? Sock dem. Sock dems in chat. You fucking lame little losers. I love you even though I hate you. It's okay, all right? Listen. Yeah, we have 400. What the fuck? We have 451 viewers and only 291 likes. People, slap that fucking like button. Give me those likes, okay? All the sock dems out there who have been holding on to your likes, give them out, please. They're free. Give me the likes because it means the world to me. Please. Like the YouTube video. It means the world to me. Okay, now. Sexy because I'm fucking awesome. That's the reason why, and I'm delivering you free content until the day I can't do it anymore, okay? All right, now listen. Here we go. Sock Dems, I hope you're listening, all right? I am coming out in solidarity with a Sock Dem, okay? Thank you, Piftle Cakes. Really appreciate that. That's right. That's right. I am a stan of Sock Done Left, okay? That's right. That's right. I am a fan of Sock Done Left. And there's a reason why. First, we're going to watch this joke. And I don't even know what this joke is. But we're going to hear it, and maybe we'll cringe, and maybe we'll laugh. Let's listen to it, okay? Real quick, let's do it.
Marxists really be out here and be like, it all comes back to dialectical materialism. How about you dialect some material into some bitches?
Okay, all right, it was a little cringe, but I thought it was cute. Okay, I think that's cute, okay? I thought that was cute, okay? All right? That was cute, all right? That was cute. All right, let's play it again. All right, ready? I thought it was cute, okay?
Marxists really be out here and be like, it all comes back to dialectical materialism. How about you dialect some material into some bitches?
True, though. True. Okay, listen, I thought that was funny. But do you want to know who didn't think that was funny? Do you want to know who didn't think that was funny? I'll give you a guess. ML Twitter. Yep, you got it. Everybody guessed it really easily. ML Twitter. Yeah, Tankies. Tankies got really mad. And when I say Tankies got really mad, I mean they got really mad, okay? And I'm going to show you how mad they got, okay? Because some of this is really bad. And you might be like, oh, Demon Mama, you're trying to start shit again. Fuck you. No, I'm not. Because I talk about this all the time. I will talk about this until the day I fucking pass out, okay? I always talk about how disgustingly the online left treats queer people, not gender non-conforming people, gay people. So guess what? Suck my dick and listen up, okay? Let's look at this live. I have just gone to the retweet page and we're just going to scroll through, okay? Because just so you know, this little thing has 550 quote tweets. And you know what that means, right? You know what that means, right? Let's scroll down. This is one of my strongest personal appeals against cultural appropriation. On some level, inescapably, you're going to sound like this guy. As far as I know, SDL is agender and uses they, them pronouns, but I'm not 100% sure. I could be wrong. My apologies if I fuck it up, okay? Crying. Stop! Stop! It's physically impossible to be whiter than this man. Yep, joke ruined. Half the replies. Now, well, here you go. That is true. Can't show that on stream, though. Well, that's a little bit bad. White people stop using AV. Not so bad so far. Not so bad. But I promise you, it gets a lot worse. Okay? I find this hilariously dumb, but not because of the choice of clothing or femininity, just the idiocy of the joke. I'm sure some people do interpret this as in a more anti-queer sort of way, but yeah. Here we go. Nice. I didn't think it was humanly possible to make that meme camp, but here we are, folks. The tone of voice, the inflection, the facial expressions, the mannerisms, the body language, the joke itself. Everything about this is painful, and they embody everything I fucking despise about the weak, smug, ignorant, pseudo-left bread tubers. Huh. That sounds a little weird. That sounds... Damn, that sounds pretty fucking weird. That sounds really, really homophobic. That sounds really transphobic. I'm not kidding you. You think I'm joking? The tone of voice, the inflection, the facial expressions, the mannerisms, the body language. Socked on left is being targeted here for being femme. That is what is happening. You are witnessing this right here. This video makes me irrationally upset. How can somebody be so gay yet so aggressively straight? Okay, that was just a roast. Just a roast. I still can't get over that he legit thought it was okay to wear that collar and then show it to anyone except like a spouse who is also into that. Oh, we got the anti-kinkers. We got the anti-kink squad coming in. The middle school teacher who put his hand on your leg once. You know what that means, right? This is accusing SDL of being a pedophile. And it gets worse. I promise you. I promise you, it's going to get worse. Even before he started talking, I wanted to beat the shit out of him. There's a little thing, that's a little weird. The way he moves infuriates some part of me. I'm sick to my fucking stomach. Thinly veiled queerphobia moment thread. This made me cry out in horror. Watching this gave me a terminal illness. My whole body is in pain. I'm going to unironically use this for the cringe factor. The joke isn't funny or doesn't make sense. What I hear when I see a person of whiteness use AAVE. I'll bet in 5 months I see an article that he groomed someone. This is so ... Really thought this was Harry Styles for a moment there. That's a little weird. Decade ruined. This threat. Hey, here's somebody voicing support. Why does this dude dress and talk like a 14-year-old girl? That's a little weird. We all gotta be celibate now. I'm white and this is too white for me. This is true right here. I don't know who this is, but I could see any of you making this exact same joke, getting 6 faves, and then moving on with your day. But no. There's so many layers to how embarrassing this is. New no-no. Bottoms can't use this joke format. He says it like he's in a DreamWorks movie. This man is gay. I'm going to become the Joker. Basing my sociological thesis on the benefits of bullying within a society. We really failed by not continuing to bully guys who talk like this. Huh. That's a little bit of a weird one with 67 likes. We gotta do something about this guy. Nice caller, you fucking idiot. Him and Merrick were made for each other in exactly the worst ways. This guy's been tweeting about this person a lot. A techno-Leninist. Hi, could I please punch this person in the face? Just a little jab would be okay. I don't need to hear this man to instantly know how he sounds. I can guarantee this guy's never gotten bitches in his life. Marxists really be out here and be like, it all comes back to dialectical materialism. How about you dialect some material into some bitches? Okay. So this is just another account retweeting it. Retweeting the exact joke. Marx failed to consider the blind rage I'm now feeling. Soy done left after putting salt on guacamole. Nice. So we got the soy done. We got the nice little Nazi memes. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. If you put a Keck W in this motherfucker's chat, you gotta go too. I like how people found a month-old clip of a joke and are losing their minds. True, true. Overwhelming urge to locker. If you catch me using this joke, you're allowed to hunt me down. This made me a fascist. I want to punch him in the face. The bitches in question for this dude, picture of children, a pedophilia accusation. And we haven't even scrolled through all of this. He sounds like the gay best friend character you would find in a show like Riverdale. It should be illegal to suck this much. Okay, that's just a burn. There you go. We got some Joker jokes. Yeah. But guess what? Okay, but why the hell is he wearing a dog collar? My dude looks like Nick Kroll's little gay nephew. I hate this video so fucking much. You don't understand. This fills me with a burning primal rage. Holy shit. This is the vessel that Ben Shapiro will soul transfer into before his death. 0% chance this dude is into bitches. There's a little bit of homophobia for you. Deflecting my foot or dialecting my foot up this guy's ass. A little weird. You know what? Gatekeep leftism away from white people. I'm tired of this shit. Boy gayer and shit telling me to get some bitches. I'll be damned. That's a little weird. I have a sealed indictment for this man's citizen arrest on grounds of groomerism and violation of natural law. Nice meme, right? Ha 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 ha. Let's let disinformation as a meme. Now, thankfully, this one only has 7 likes. Fuck this account. Oh, weird. Look at that. Oh my God. Wait a minute. It's literally it's the account that I always make fun of. 1,200 followers, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, Jersey girl, Judeo-Bolshevik, hammer and sickle. Then we have a guy. Oh, we have like a what? This is like an actual Nazi here? I don't know. White people ruin everything. Is that a caller? Being dressed like Liz Lemon. We don't want him. What's this one? I feel like going to the nearest art school and... Yeah, every white man I see after this video. Damn, that one's pretty bad, huh? Damn, that's pretty bad, huh? Yeah, Liz Lemon one was kind of funny. They're a Fed jacketing somebody for no reason. This guy is definitely grooming 13-year-olds in Discord calls. No more white leftists till we figure out what the fuck is going on. This made me so fucking angry. Is that a dog collar? Collar wearers, this man does not resent you. I am sorry for this humiliation. There we go. We got another one of that. Y'all like femboys until you hear one talk. I wonder what that could be referencing. We need to send this guy rolling downhill in a tractor tire. This turned me into a Goldwater Republican. All right, I think we've seen enough. You know, we've seen enough, right? I think I've established my case, yeah? I think I've established my case, have I not? This shit is absolute bullshit. And guess what? It gets worse. It gets worse. Because that ain't even in the beginning. I love that Hammer and Sickle Twitter's natural emotion is extremely angry, while Sock Twitter's natural emotion is extremely horny. Mel retweets this. Imagine thinking being sex pests is good. That's a little bit weird. That's a little weird. Letting people know what they are doing is a good thing at this point. Accusing SDL of being a sex pest. Obviously, sex workers are valid and don't act this way like they do. Being horny and dumb is dope, but the sock dems actually ruined it. I'm always so uncomfortable. I wonder what is being said here. Yes, that is an interesting way of calling SDL a degenerate, isn't it? The shifting of a euphemism, right? What's a sex pest? A sex pest is somebody... Here, I'll get you the exact definition. A person who sexually harasses or assaults another person. So, what I'm saying is, one, I support SDL. You have solidarity with this fucking anarcho whatever bitch, okay? Anarcho gender abolitiono ascensionist or whatever I am. I support SDL. And I'm going to support SDL even if SDL doesn't like me, which I don't know if SDL likes me or doesn't like me, okay? And secondly, fuck tanky Twitter. I'm sorry. I'm done with it. I'm done with them. I'm done with all of them. But Ellison, that's the problem. I disagree with you on that right there. And I don't mean to call you out, but I disagree with you slightly. Because this is a form of power. Being able to subject someone to disgusting homophobia and not have anyone call you out on it because you're a leftist that is a type of power. And it is a harmful type of power that hurts us. I don't like homophobia. I don't like transphobia. I don't like weird sex negative, anti-sex worker, anti-kink bullshit leaking into what people want to call leftism. I will never stand by that. It is my life's goal to fight against that every single step of the way. And if that means I have to fight motherfucking idiot tankies who call themselves leftists, then I will. Because fuck that. I call it out for everyone else. I called out Chapo when they did it, and I'm going to call out the fucking idiot clown LARPers when they do it too. And guess what? It gets even more strange. It gets even more strange. I do agree they have zero political power, but they have the ability to make people's lives horrible. They have the ability to make people's lives horrible. And I don't want queer people to have their lives be made horrible by a so-called left. That's not an ally. That is not an ally and never will be. Yep. IMPS code. Rule 4. The site is down. Site has been DDoSed into hell. So we're going to be having it fixed up for Wednesday. But you know what else? There's another angle to this. And I'm going to try and explain something, okay? Let me tell a little anecdote because I've shown you my evidence and now I'm going to tell you an anecdote to follow it up, okay? When I was younger, I was bullied a lot. Surprise, right? I know. A weird little queer trans person like myself. I was bullied a lot. I was bullied by my own family. My dad used to make fun of me for being gay, for being too fragile, for being too feminine. And he hated it to the degree that he would literally call my brother the trophy child. Because my brother was into masculine stuff like football and bodybuilding. I don't like bullying. I do not like to see people impugned for being feminine just because they happen to be assigned male at birth by assumption. I think that's disgusting. I think it's disgusting. And I will never stand by for it. So I'm going to call it out very hard. That is what we saw in this thread. We saw someone who made a very mild joke get now. Oh, guess what? It's ticked up. It's ticked up to 555 hate quote retweets. Yes, that was one. Yep, exactly. Thank you, Posadas John. That's fair. That's a good idea, Furiosa. Oh, my dad was a monster. No doubt. He still is. I don't know if he's alive, actually, but as far as I know, he's still alive. I'm sure somebody would have let me know if he kicked the bucket. Not that I would have much to say to him, seeing as how he literally disowned me. I'm not kidding you. Oh, and by the way, if for those of you who don't know, just so that we're clear on this, I just want to show this, okay? Libya Jamairia. An anonymous person, just under 5,000 followers, hammer and sickle in bio, flags in bio. Nice memes, right? This is ridiculous. This is stupid. This is actually unbelievably stupid. Oh, hey, look, he's using the I hypocrite quote of Vaush. Interesting. Oh, there we go. Boosting this. Mel's tweet accusing Socialism Done Left of being a sex pest is doing numbers. Tip for Vaush. Stay out of teenagers' DMs. Oh, wow. Wow, that's one. There you go. There you have it. Just saying. By the way, if y'all want to verify this with your own eyes, here you go. Here you are. Enjoy. You can go verify this account with your own eyes. You can verify it really nicely with your own eyes. Just your eyes. No typing. None of that shit. Just use your eyeballs and your brains, okay? Use your eyeballs and your brains, okay? No touchy. No touchy, just looky, okay? No touchy, just looky and usey brainy, okay? That's it. Just use your eyeballs. And there's a, I'm just gonna do this real quick. Hold on, give me just a minute, guys. Hold on, I need to make sure my, my screen isn't showing here. Let me just, let's just see here. Oh, you know, here we go. Let's just do that. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. Sorry, I had my screen up still. Sorry. Oh, my God. I'm really sorry I had my screen up. That was unintentional. And that was unintentional. I was just doing my own personal beliefs. Okay? Just, like I said, just use your eyeballs, okay? Only eyeballs, that's it. You just need to be able to see these things. These people post this stuff publicly, so I figure you may as well use your eyeballs, right? But don't use anything else, okay? Please. I'm serious. Don't use your mouth. Don't use your tick of typer fingers. Just use your eyeballs and your brain. That's all, okay? I made a mistake. I made a terrible mistake. Dango Bangle, we don't do that here. Listen, we don't advocate for that kind of thing here. That is not okay, all right? That is not okay. Well, actually, you know what? You're right. If they are violating the rules, you could do that. You could do that. You could. So actually, I'll leave that up. To be fair, you're right. If they are violating the rules, that is perfectly fair. That's all. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Only report it. You should only ever report an account if they are violating the rules, like directing homophobic hatred towards somebody and stuff like that. Yeah. Whew. That would have been stressful. That would have been stressful. Oh, close one. Anyway. Well, okay. So there's the thing, okay? What is le IMPS code? I'll give you the IMPS code. Are you ready? This. Yeah, I know. It's so bad. I know, but hey. I'll tell you. Well, let's talk about it. So first off, IMPS code. This is the IMPS code of Twitter. Are you ready? The IMPS code. IMPS. Immediately stop discourse on Twitter. Discourse is defined as productive or an attempt at productive conversation with another person about serious issues. Don't do it on Twitter. If you feel like you want to discourse with somebody, do it off Twitter. Talk to them off Twitter, okay? Or just don't do it at all. Twitter systematically, mechanically destroys context, and it destroys discourse. You cannot succeed, I promise you. This is the only rule in the IMPS code that tells you what not to do. Do not discourse on Twitter. Got it? I promise you. Don't do it. No, Twitter is fine, but do not discourse on Twitter. If you find yourself discoursing, back the fuck out. All right? Part 2, okay? The M. Meme and cream. Super easy. Super easy to tell, okay? It's super, super easy to tell, all right? A meme is a meme. Memes do really well on Twitter. Memes are hilarious. Creams, you know what a cream is. Horny shit, great. Horny shit is great on Twitter. Enjoy your hornies, enjoy your memes. That is what Twitter is best for. Third, promote yourself and your friends, okay? On Twitter, Twitter is an ad platform. I mean that. It is an ad platform masquerading as a social media site. So, P is promote yourself and your friends. It's very good for promoting yourself, very good for promoting your friends. You see someone like, I don't know, Demon Mama. She goes live, retweet her post. That's literally what Twitter is designed to do. It's designed to help you get shit out to a lot of people, okay? And S, slaughter your opponents in the arena of ideas. So, this is the fun one. If there's someone that you know that there is no hope of you communicating with, like, say, Ben Shapiro, dunk the fuck out on them. You can dunk the hell out of people who are your enemies. Donald Trump, retweet him. Make fun of him. Tankies, retweet him. Make fun of him. But don't you dare engage in discourse. The moment you engage in discourse, you lose the game. Okay? So, IMPS. Immediately stop discoursing. Meme and cream. Promote yourself and your friends and slaughter your enemies, your genuine enemies, in the arena of ideas. Okay? That's the IMPS code. Now, the IMPS code is not a moral code. Okay? The IMPS code is not a moral code. You do not need to feel bad if you break the IMPS code. However, it is a manual. It is a guidebook. It will make you enjoy Twitter more, and I promise you it will. It did for me. I invented the IMPS code for myself, and then I shared it with everybody else. Okay? And if you follow that, you will enjoy Twitter a lot more. Okay? You will enjoy it a lot more. IMPS, the IMPS code. Okay? The code is more of what you'd call guidelines than actual rules. True! That is actually 100% correct. It is, you don't get the M thing, meme and cream. It means share funny memes and share horny shit. And you will have a great time. Memes go explode like wildfire on Twitter. Twitter is really good for memes because they're quick, digestible, and funny, and you can share them really easily. Memes and creams, same thing. You see something really horny, switch over to your horny alt and retweet the shit out of that, okay? And there's horny memes as well. This is like a Twitter walkthrough. Yes, exactly. You got it, Morningstar. So that's the thing, all right? No, actually, I don't agree with the idea of getting off of Twitter. Now, some people need to get off of Twitter altogether, okay? All right? But I don't think so, okay? Everybody has a horny alt, okay? Listen, if you get off of Twitter, you can if you need to, okay? Get off if you need to. But the thing is if you cede Twitter to the likes of the idiots, then then it's just going to be a horrible nightmare. Everyone is on fucking Twitter these days. You just got to learn to use the IMPS code. The IMPS code will guide you to better use Twitter. I promise. And guess what? Try it. And if it doesn't work, you tell me. Because I'd love to improve it, but I don't think there's much room for improvement. And by the way, the IMPS code really only applies for Twitter and maybe TikTok. It doesn't really work for other platforms. It's designed specifically for Twitter, okay? Okay? Because there's other websites you can have discourse on. Twitch, you can have discourse on. Discord, you can have discourse on. Even Facebook, sometimes you can. But Twitter, you can't. Twitter's algorithm breaks discourse. I promise. I promise, okay? All right. It's time. It's time for us to go. We need to go onto the platform. Give me just a minute. We need to go and get ready. Hold on. Give me a second. It's time for us to get in here. I got to get in here. Give me just a minute here. Give me just a minute. I gotta set up. It's time for us to go to a show, and I'm very excited for us to go and have a good time. It's gonna be great, great, great. Da 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 da. All right. It's time. True. So now we wait. Now we wait. Now we wait. Now we wait for the everything else. I think I gotta go in here, right? Hold on a second. Wait, are these the people on the panel? Who's on here? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, hold on a second. Give me just a second here.
What is this? What is this tweet? I am.
Hold on a second. I gotta get everything set back up. Ugh, there we go. Da 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 da. Yeah, I know you can. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Hello, everyone. I am live,
G'day,
just
mate.
so you all know. Just
Oh, no, mate. Sorry, I didn't realize this was DMMama. I apologize.
Hey,
no,
DMMama.
you're good. Don't worry about it. Hey, how's everyone doing?
Good. How are you?
You.
Yeah.
There we go. That banger tweet's up for you, Hans.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. Keo's currently being bullied by his homeowners association, and I am recounting the tales of the farmland which I came from. So
Nice. Sounds
Yeah.
fucking awesome. I mean, not the part about getting heckled by the homeowners association, but the part about being from farmland.
Yeah, I was like, have you seen that meme where it's like the guy is like, come out and mow your lawn? It's the homeowners association meme. I was like, that's my life right now. That's a good
Jesus.
tweet, right?
no, I retweet
True.
you. That's good shit. Like just stop it. Stop it. Don't let Destiny see that. He'll be like, I was right. Post left. Like, oh man.
Oh no. Are we talking about that today? Oh Jesus.
I don't think so, but it's gonna be part of my intro. I'm like, yo guys, I'm a lefty, but like, unless you're Destiny, in which case I'm a lib. Which I guess that's technically a compliment from him, but it still feels funny. So,
Holy shit!
Hold on, what happened?
Yikers.
Who is this person and why? Oh, is this a porn account? I feel like it's a porn account. It's almost certainly a porn account. I just got followed by someone. They DM me like, "Hey," and they got like 1 follower. It's a porn account.
Is it?
Could be.
Is it Hunter Biden? No, I'm joking.
yeah. Thanks. I'm surprised he only has 1 follower. Like,
That's terrible. That is terrible. Is Prime live yet? Yeah, he probably is. I haven't even checked Twitch or anything today.
The little StreamYard thing, does it say that you're all backstage? Is it working as
Yeah.
it's supposed to?
Oh shit! If I
Yeah,
clicked on
appears to
the,
be.
sorry, I forgot I restarted.
Yeah, he'll eventually pull us in. I think he usually talks to chat for like 5 minutes or so before he pulls everybody in.
Oh, I see. I hate this. So far, the StreamYard thing, I can't change the exposure. I look so white. I'm so pale. I'm like blending into my shirt. It's
You
awful.
blame your parents. Blame your parents for that. Okay.
That's a wonderful time for you to
have you
join.
considered
We're on
touching grass? Like,
we're on stream, and I'm gonna move you guys over. So here we go.
Hello.
whoa.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, Prime?
Hey, hey.
Greetings.
Okay.
I hope my connection's working
All
on
right.
StreamYard.
Check.
Thank you.
Go.
Hey, hi.
Huh?
Thank you, Gabby, for resubscribing. Really appreciate that.
Oh yeah. Got you, man. And everybody in the chat should as well.
All right. Let's
It's all good, Peachy.
to this.
It's gonna be going for a while, so you'll come
You're
back
not
to some
subscribed
spicy
Prime,
content.
You're tanky or a fascist, or as Vaush would say, the same thing. Apparently.
Brilliant.
Oh, first to be seen.
Hey,
Yo.
that doesn't look as bad as I thought.
I mean, I thought I was white, but bro, like,
Okay.
I was.
All right. This is the
That's-
half Romanian, half
That is
Swedish
so good,
ancestry
Gay
here
Fesh. That
going
is
on.
so good, Gay Fesh.
That's the explanation for this.
You got to wear like a different like a different like shirt because like the white on like blends together, so it makes you look even more white because you're similar enough to the shirt. If you'd like maybe like had like a red or a black, it might have, I don't know, maybe the contrast would have made it even worse. But
Yeah, I suppose. But have you
wait,
considered the fact that this
Connor, what
shirt
are you
is very
building?
soft and nice?
Connor, I need to know what you're building right now.
Blade Guard veterans.
Ooh. I've had such a fucking hankering to go back recently. My wallet just can't handle it though.
Yeah, it's expensive, but fun.
Yeah.
Trying to decide how to build my dudes.
Pisco, it's been forever.
I know it's been so long. Nice to see you.
You look so great.
Thank
How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. Just doing deep dives on murder trials and stuff. But
Oh,
otherwise, good.
damn.
Yeah.
Yay!
Been doing some pretty base content.
Oh, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Jason.
Pretty A+ stuff.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Tiberius, for the rate. That's all the kind of you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
yes,
You might be unmuted on the whatever service
Yeah,
that we're
yeah,
doing.
I know. Yep. Mhm.
That's purposeful. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you all for stopping by. Nice to see you. Thanks to my audience. And like, look at all of everyone here like on time. Like, that's amazing.
Almost killing it.
I really didn't think I would be, considering I was stuck up in an EWP not like 40 minutes ago when I messaged you. I had to be fucking like rescued by one of my co-workers. Had to like back me out.
What do I do? What do I do here?
What's
what do I
an
do in this
AWP?
circumstance? This is so
EWP,
weird.
elevated work platform. So have you ever seen a cherry picker before?
All right, I'll go like this.
No.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. So a cherry pick. That's what I was stuck up in. Was a
All
cherry
right, we'll
picker.
do that. We'll
What's
do
a
that.
cherry picker?
I'll be tiny. I'll be
Like
tiny.
a big, like you've got like a big like mobile unit on the ground, and you've got like a big boom arm, right? And this thing sticks
it?
you up like 10 meters up in the air.
Oh, I know what that is. Yeah.
No, I can't.
Yeah,
'cause then
the
it'll
thing
be.
they used to work on
I
power
can't
lines.
do that.
What are we doing?
I was cleaning. I'm an
I don't
industrial
want to
cleaner.
cover chat.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I could cover
Industrial
part of chat
cleaner.
like this.
Like you mean like with like a
this?
power?
But then I will cover
like a
RoseWrist. No, I
washer or
gotta be over
something?
here. I gotta
No.
be over
I
here. I'm
clean
sorry.
like
I'll just be tiny.
I
I'll
clean
be
like
tiny.
factories
okay?
and basically like what my main job is to get up like high spots and pull machines apart, and it's like part mechanic, part like cleaning.
Okay. That's really
Listen,
interesting.
under socialism, this would all be automated, so you know.
What you mean, like all the money, but like zero like work? Like that just sounds so good. Like Connor, like, do we get to you? Like finally, you're
No.
officially
No, that
officially.
was really sarcastic. I don't
Is this-
think he's gonna be.
Is this some dignity of work bullshit? Like we must work 40 hours a week, or the human existence is. Oh, I got it.
Hey,
Something-
what
something
if
Jordan
we were
Peterson.
able to work 40 hours a week on shit that we actually care about? Wouldn't that be cool?
That'd be nice.
I don't see how not everybody becomes a fucking YouTuber the next day.
Oh no, Connor points. Wait, you.
Infinite
Oh,
content,
no, please,
though.
no.
Infinite.
That was I had this argument with a 15-year-old. I didn't think that you would be bringing this type of. Oh God.
What's your counterpoint, Demon Mama?
Well, come on afterwards and we'll do that. That's not the topic for tonight. But if you want to debate me on it afterwards, I can explain. I got this data to back it up.
I might just ask questions.
Sure. Yeah. You might JAQ off.
What?
Just asking questions.
Oh no!
Is it just?
Oof. Oh god. No.
Okay.
All right.
This
good
is
news,
why
good
this is
news.
we've been Demon Mama around more often. Like we've been missing this. This is great content.
We learn things.
Oh boy. All right, so I guess we'll get started. Because everyone's here. Like I'm used to like dicking around for like 15 minutes because no one's around. All right.
Ron, you trying to say something, man? You trying to get something off your chest?
No.
It's
Who was
more.
it? Who
Yeah,
was
like,
it?
like, who are you like subtweeting right now? Like please.
No,
please
it
talk
was-
to-
it was-
I'm definitely on that list. For
That's
sure.
definitely like a third of my panel guests is on that list. I don't know what to tell you. But
Listen,
everyone's here,
I'm
so
happy
I'm
that
really
I get to
ecstatic.
talk to Connor
All right.
again. We've been on better terms lately.
So to my audience, hopefully this is all working. We are here doing the Reverie Roundtable. Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching on YouTube, and I always forget to do this. If you're watching on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe. Hooray! That'd be really great for me because like
me
no
too.
one does that. Like, and no one does that for me. So if you could start doing that, that should be really helpful. Okay. I'm not an experienced YouTuber like Demon Mama, so I forget to do these things. So
You're on the
we'll
right
celebrate.
path, though.
on the right path. Thank you. So we'll start by introducing everyone. We'll start with GSU Gambit. GSU Gambit, thank you for being here on time. GSU Gambit, thank you for deciding to join us. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good today. Today has been really good. My first time interacting with the world since coronavirus almost. I had to go on like a work mini trip today. So yeah, today's been good. I got oxygen from outside of my house, and yeah, life is great.
Not bad, not bad.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad your life is going well. That makes a few of us, actually. Next, we have Hans. Hans, thanks also for coming back. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for inviting me. I was really excited to hear about this. I love the topics. Hey, everyone. I'm Hans of Arkir. I stream on Twitch. I have a YouTube channel where I used to review books, but now I just stream. I stream politics. I do news streams. Right now, I'm doing this while I'm playing Pokemon. It's really good to talk to everybody. I'm what you would call a lefty, unless you're Destiny or Tanky, then I'm a lib. But I'm really excited to meet, to see all of you. I think I've been on Thales with all of you, but really excited to see everybody. And yeah, this is going to be fun.
Okay. All right. Next, we have an MVP. His name is Counterpoints. Counterpoints is all well. I mean, this is different. The haircut makes it different.
Yeah. By the way, if anybody that looks like this tries to buy drugs from you, do not sell them drugs. This is a cop. He grew out the beard because he finally can, and then he shaved his head because he doesn't know how to grow a dirtbag haircut. This is a
True
cop.
though.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So,
why do you're impacting my future clientele, Connor? This is not fair.
Cops?
All right. Okay. Unless you're a Brit boner, because then I guess that Kyosho has some herb for you. So, anyways, my name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. We're having a lot of fun doing it. I do sci-fi reactions, military reactions, cop reactions. I break down my own service. I'm a former cop and a former Marine. And then I identify as center-right. I am a filthy capitalist. I am very pro-guns. I have some hot takes on immigration and the American empire, which we'll probably get into in the first topic. And I hope we're still friends after tonight, because it's a lot of topics that are near and dear to a lot of people's hearts. So I'll try to tread carefully.
I mean, for my ratings, maybe you shouldn't.
Okay, all right. I'll just start yelling at everybody. That's fine.
Yeah, that works for me. Okay. Next, Demon Mama, back again.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for having me on. My name is Demon Mama. I've been up to some debates lately, but usually I do political edutainer content on YouTube. I talk about all kinds of issues. I try to teach you something while making you laugh. Sometimes I have to talk about serious things, though, like today, but such is life. Normally, I would tell you to go to my website, demonmama.com, but it is destroyed right now, getting DDoSed to heck and back. So if you want to get in on the streaming thing, pop over to my YouTube channel, and we'd love to have you. You can also chat on my Discord. That's where our chat is, for people who are watching my stream or whatever, which is discord.gg/demonmama. But normally I'd be on my site. Thanks for having me. Really happy to be here.
Yeah, sorry that people are being dicks to you. That's the internet life.
They just can't handle the heat,
Apparently not. They got a sense of you. So yeah, that really does suck. Hopefully they'll their bandwidth will run out. I don't know. Hopefully things will get cleared up.
Should be fixed by Wednesday. I think we're just moving behind Cloudflare and stuff. So.
Okay. All right. Cool. Next we have Pisco, one of my illustrious mods. Pisco, who we always miss dearly. He's here only for a little bit amount of time, and whenever he's here, I cherish those moments. So Pisco, tell the world how you doing.
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be on these panels after a long hiatus.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate
it. I
that.
love the topics for today. If for those of you who don't know, I'm Pisco. I'm a third-year law student. I'm not a lawyer, but I love discussing sort of the criminality and the legal system and its intersection with a lot of the political conversations that we have today. Hopefully, I'll be able to graduate in May and pass the bar in July. But I'm especially excited today for topic number 2. For those of you who've been following me, I've been doing a very sort of in the weeds deep dive of the Chauvin murder trial. and to go from that kind of very in the weeds discussion of the legal issues to talk about sort of the broader policy points and the ramifications of what's happening, I think is going to be very, very interesting for me to say the least, and hopefully for the audience. So thanks so much for having me.
Oh, yes. I mean, I made that one just for you. So definitely had you in mind. I'm very much glad you're here. Next, we have Tiberius. Tiberius, who is a longtime friend of the channel. Tiberius, we're happy to have you back. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's good to be back. I'm really tired, unfortunately. It's been a long day. I'm doing vacation prep. Anyway, as far as what I do is I'm a dumbass hick from Indiana. I do things. I put people together and we just get to chat. I do largely geopolitics, but I have a right-wing panel on Sundays whenever Prime isn't streaming, and that has Gambit and Counterpoints there pretty consistently. So if you want to check us out there whenever Prime isn't streaming, feel free to run by.
There are days that I'm not streaming? Oh, man. It's news to me. It feels like it's every goddamn day. But everyone, yes, please check out Tiberius' channel. I'm going to skip over the next person just for a moment. Then I'm going to go to RoseWrist. RoseWrist. Who's looking very uncomfortable right now. RoseWrist, who I was up at 5 a.m. my time, and that's investigating daylight savings time and its international intricacies. Yes, this was actually important. RoseWrist, how are you doing?
Yeah,
I'm doing wonderfully, and I think I'm going to dedicate my opening thing just to talk about how garbage daylight savings is. It's the most worthless thing. Like, not only is it just like completely arbitrary at this point, but not only that, there's also for some reason like a 2-week discrepancy between when Europe and the United States goes into daylight savings. And that made me extremely confused because previously this panel was at like 1 a.m. for me. Now it's like 2 a.m. here. I did get a nap in before,
is the audio fine, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know. Daylight savings is incredibly stupid. And please, Prime, whenever you decide to hold the daylight savings panel, I really want to be on there to voice my frustrations. But yeah.
Okay.
My name is RoseWrist. I'm a progressive streamer from Sweden.
Turn this down just a little
and yeah, I do a bit of everything: research, videos, debates. Currently, I'm trying to take on the Swedish Skeptosphere because, oh boy, there's quite a few of them there. It's very dominantly sort of right wing. It's kind of like the overall internet was like 2015, 2016, but just relegated to Sweden. So I'm trying to clean that up a bit. So yeah, if you have what's called nostalgia for those types of days of YouTube, then come over to my channel and you can see me dunk on Swedish Skeptospheres. But yeah.
Okay, thanks so much. Now, last and absolutely the best, we have your past and now current stream queen. That person's name's Kill Show. Kill, thanks for coming back.
The only 2-time, the first 2-time, the best 2-time, the stream queen. I have had an insane amount of caffeine. I've been up since 1 a.m. Let's fucking go, champ, right? I was listening to Knock Loose in the car. I want to hit everything around me. Let's go. I just want to talk politics and yell. I am sorry to my fellow panelists. It's going to be a very aggressive panel, okay? I'm running on the power of desperation, caffeine, and pure self-hatred right now.
Let's fucking go! All Aussies are like this.
Is that KO Nation? What?
I'm absolutely hyped. Real shit. I'm super hyped to talk to literally everyone on this panel. You're all fucking sick, except Hans, that Judas cunt. Fuck you, lib shit.
Everyone, if you don't know the lore, Keo is the reason why he's a 2-time, not a 3-time champion, is because the one time I decided to step in that ring, I bodied his little bitch ass in like
hey, thank you, Seductive Seaweed. Welcome. Come get comfy. We're about to get into a fun show.
His ass.
This dude pulled a full-on club on me, right? Rug underneath me, 2 people behind me, clocked me with a fucking chair.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid.
It's piss poor imitation of me.
He sounds like he's big mad. I don't
smaller muscles, right? Talking shit, trying to step to me, the 2-time stream queen. How many times have you won, Hans? How many times have you won?
I think I'm 1 for 1.
How many times have you won? What do you mean 1 for 1? I believe it's none for none, motherfucker.
I was on it at least once. Like one of your numbers are incorrect. Are you okay?
Danny, you know I can't let that happen. I'm taking the next
you
belt.
You won once and you lost once, okay? Because you're a fucking loser. Lib shit loser. Get out of my panel right now. Because this is my panel.
If I was on and lost, it wouldn't have been 0 for 0. It would have been 0 for 1. Like, are you okay? Like, can we take a break while I teach Keo how to do work? Like, just give me a second.
You keep trying to do like fucking like workout shit, except you're not expanding your muscles because they're still fucking tiny. You're just decreasing the area between your fucking skull and your brain, and it's squashing it in so you can't do maths.
This is getting oddly personal.
Wow.
So I think
I'm ready.
I did some back and biceps today, everybody. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling big. Like, I think I'm doing just fine. Like,
wow.
And I'm doing just fine.
No matter how much I've hurt you, I promise I still love you, and I'm going to hurt you again.
Oh man. So
this is some major posturing, but I'm ready for it.
All right. Oh.
Oh, Tiberius hit.
Welcome to the show, everyone. Let's jump into the first topic. All right. Topic 1. Russia has been building up troops on the Ukrainian border. The Biden administration has sent vague warnings to Moscow about the situation. Some believe that part of the reason that this initial conflict started was because of the Ukraine attempting to join NATO. Would Russia have been right to view this as a threat and act accordingly? In light of that, should NATO ensure that the Ukraine could never join to assuage the Russians and assist in a peace deal? If not, what should Washington do in response to all of this? So we'll start with GSU Gambit.
Yeah, so it seems the tensions there have been escalating since like 2014. I think this year has been reported that I think 50 people has died, and last year was like, I mean, it's been reported like 25 people have died in the whole entire year. That was like 50 that died
agree,
or something.
Saucy.
So things do seem to be escalating for sure.
True,
should they be allowed
Dead
to join NATO? I believe
And thank you,
so,
Castrix
of course.
Defiance.
I'm
Really
gonna believe
appreciate
so as
that.
an
Thank
American.
you.
But I do think that we should have deals with the Russians, and I'm not for going to war with Russia or something silly like that. I'm hoping nobody makes that claim, but yeah. So I think it's a complicated situation. I think them stacking their border would be alarming, just like it would be if we started to stack the border with Canada or Mexico. So I do think these things are alarming. It's obvious that things are escalating. I
think it'll be fine, Razzle.
Pretty diplomatically. So I'm interested to hear everybody else's opinion.
Thanks so much, Hans.
Yeah, so I'm pretty slightly like parroting Gambit. Just answering these sequentially. Should Russia view this as a threat? I would say yes, because it's a threat to their geopolitical goals. In this case, like they want parts of Ukraine at the very least, if not all of Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, we don't have shock
them being part of NATO is obviously
later.
going to put some kind of damper on those strategies. Means because they would be much less likely to invade a NATO like allied nation as opposed to like a nation that is somewhat friendly with NATO but not like actively part of it. Should we like have a hard no or yes whether they should or should not join it? No, I think it's good to have that on the negotiating table in terms of Russia saying like,
actually,
hey, like,
somebody else
if you
could
stop being so
Silent
shitty
can.
when they're not in NATO, we won't pull them into NATO. But if you keep being like extremely aggressive, we're probably going to have to like put this on the table because we don't want massive destabilization in a large European nation. In terms of like action, like whether it's military or all that sort of stuff, I'm in favor of what we've been doing recently, which just like hard sanctions, like sanction the fuck out of Russia, like cripple their economy. Keep it
we
from
just
being,
started now,
If
Josh.
we can't stop it from being a bad actor, make it as small a bad actor as possible.
Thank
by
you,
limiting
Razzle.
its
I
resources
love it.
its economy, and for whatever, yeah, that's pretty much all I got. And basically, the last thing is, if we say that if any nation that's next to Russia can't be, say, like a strict NATO ally, and we we keep like letting them do like whatever they're doing in Ukraine, whether it's like Crimea or that sort of stuff, and they take Ukraine, then next up is next we have Poland, which is a NATO ally, and it's like suddenly now it's like, oh, now we're being aggressive to Russia because like if their expanded borders like buffer a NATO nation, then suddenly we have a horrible problem. So I'm not a big fan of this kind of appeasement. I'm not saying we should go to war. I hope no one's on this panel is suggesting that, but there's a lot of tools that we have in the toolbox to keep them from doing that. So
thanks so much, Connor.
Yeah, so I'm going to repeat my opinions, and hopefully Tiberius can tell me why I'm stupid in a minute. So basically, my thing is like, Crimea specifically, which
Hey,
is
no
like kind of
problem,
the
Canada Witchy.
peninsula or
Thanks
the
for coming
island at the
by.
bottom, where they
Much
have
love.
like a major naval station, like a deep water naval station, and also Donetsk, which is like the majority Russian area of eastern Ukraine. They are largely ethnically Russian. Those places speak Russian. They have Russian sympathies, all that kind of stuff. I don't give a shit if that goes. All right, we could literally call Vladimir Putin on the phone and say, "Hey, listen, you keep that shit." But if you step outside of that, we're gonna fuck you up. And basically, they're often using like volunteer militias in order to expand their territorial gains. I'm perfectly okay with the United States. Hey, we have a unilateral alliance with Ukraine, and these are not your military; these are volunteers. So if they expand past Russian ethnically majority territory, we're gonna blow them out to fucking Kingdom Come. On the back end, we should be doing diplomatic negotiations and sanctions. And with that, I yield.
Thanks so much. Next, we will go to Team Mama.
Yeah. I think that to answer the first question, should Russia see this as a threat? I mean, obviously they have to. Any rational political actor would see that as the case. And I think that puts us in an interesting position. When I look at stuff like this, I see like this is the sort of problem with a bipolar world with regard to power, with regard to how geopolitics unfolds on the global scale. And I would like to see, and I know that this is probably a bit of a pipe dream, but I would love to see a world where we actually try to allow meaningfully the independence of states like Ukraine. Where they can be built up to have their own destiny, as opposed to having to be sort of jockeyed between two major powers, as if we're still like living out some fantasies of the Cold War. And I think that, but again, it's a tough spot because you have the problem with Russia encroaching on Ukrainian territory in the recent years. I find it a very difficult situation. I don't believe that the answer is to have Ukraine join NATO, but perhaps for us as a globe to take a different approach as to how we look at conflicts like this. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Thanks you. Pisco.
Thank you, Prime. I'm going to preface this by saying that I know very little about international conflicts between Russia and Ukraine and sort of what's going on there in a broader sense, or about Russian internal politics. So what I'm going to be sort of speaking to is kind of just broad generalizations from the sources that I've heard, like, New York Times, that I'm sure would be criticized heavily from the Russian perspective. But I am concerned about encroachment from Russia, both in territorial.
Oh, Pisco reads books.
In terms of like their territorial ambitions. I know Crimea. I think there was something that happened in Georgia in the late 2000s, or South of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, if those are the names of the territories. I'm not even sure about that. And I'm concerned about the role that Russia's playing in the world, in like geopolitics in general, in terms of its kind of anti-democratic attitudes internally, and how they're sort of exporting that abroad or facilitating that abroad as well. And to the extent that Russian influence in other countries, to the extent that it's anti-democratic, can be curtailed, I would be in support of moves in favor of that curtailment. But obviously not anything
how it always is,
approaching like a nuclear conflict or outright war between major powers. So I'm encouraged by the Biden administration. I think more
because that means that they will be subjected to
Russia, because I think that's what
American
they need.
hegemony.
And at this time, I am concerned about Russia's expansionist attitudes from the sources I've read. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, let's go to Tiberius.
Yeah, I'm gonna save my opening, I'm gonna save my opinion for the open part of the panel where we all get to have at it. As far as the context here is this bad? Yes, we saw with 2014 that we had the invasion of Crimea. We have the Little Green Men in Donetsk and Luhansk, which is a largely Russified area of eastern Ukraine. We know that there's Spetsnaz forces there within Ukraine operating, and we also know that the entire Russian First Shock Army is operating just outside the border. So things can get very tense very, very quickly. The part that really bothers me about where all this lies out is that do we want to bring them into NATO? We are talking about a nation that literally has nuclear armed torpedoes that would take out the ships that fired them, and they see this as literally their backyard. So
Hey,
I'm
404.
very, very temperamental when we say that we want to do anything provocative with Ukraine. I don't want to appease the Russians by any way, shape, or form, but I recognize that it is incredibly dangerous to do so. So I'm going to lay that out as like the template. I want to get into that when we get in the open panel, but the stakes are high here. And I'll finish with that.
Chaos. Thank you. Chaos-san.
Yeah, so just to explain a quick point that Tiberius made up, which is the point I was going to make, is that one of the reasons why Ukraine's very difficult is because of the little green men, which are basically Russian soldiers posing as civilians or as rebellion soldiers. Which makes handling the situation hard, right? So like that Crimean port is incredibly important to Russia. It's part of the reason why they're willing to sort of like push the boundary and try and force annexation on it. The US is guaranteeing sovereignty for a lot of nations, not necessarily Ukraine, but right now the UK's sovereignty is very much in question from 2014 onwards, and could potentially be even worse, given that the Syrian war is starting to wind down. The US is starting to, not the US, sorry, the Russians are starting to move their forces around back to that area because they don't have to focus anywhere near as much in Syria. Which is the concerning part, because before you're able to have their forces be sort of tied down in that area of the world.
They're backed by
and then they
China
can move
because of
more
us.
Now, the thing to keep in mind that is really important is Russia is broke as fuck. Especially after what just happened with OPEC. If anyone doesn't know, the reason why your gas prices were so fucking cheap last year was OPEC bullied them the fuck out because Russia couldn't stop its oil lines. And whereas the Saudis were able to, when the Russia didn't want to stop their oil lines in response to the pandemic, Saudi Arabia said, fuck you, tripled their oil production and drove Russia out of the market. So they've been trying to, they haven't been able to like sell their barrels quick enough. They've had to pay people to store them, so they've lost a lot of fucking money there. And oil being a significant part of the Russian economy, this is very bad for them. They're in a very dire situation right now. So right now they're a bit of a cornered rat, and the other nations have to be really, really careful about how they interact with them from here on out.
RoseWrist.
Yeah, so that was a bit of a voice crack. When it comes to stuff like this, like for example, NATO, in general, I think organizations like NATO are a good thing, like conceptually and through the structure. I do think that just like, for example, the European Union, an example I like using a lot, there's a massive amount of potential for good, and there are a lot of changes right now, or issues right now within, for example, the EU and NATO that need to be ironed out. But as a concept, I generally like international military alliances and regional like customs union, like the European Union, for example. And as such, in general, I'm in favor of as many... Hello? Am I cutting out?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, you're good. Good. I thought you were done. Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. And as a result of that, I want as many nations to join those type of organizations as possible. The more interconnected the world is, the better it is in general. Now, when it comes to Ukraine, there are a few specific things that make this a bit more challenging. So, yeah, number one, the diplomacy approach should definitely be taken. I think that Russia is a negative geopolitical influence, so soft power should be utilized, just like I think Connor said, to try to put as much pressure on them as possible, or, well, within reason. Another thing that wasn't talked about already on this panel, which is pretty important, is that right now Russia's sort of like excuse for, you know, putting all the troops at the border is that they fear a Ukraine civil war, and that's going to like destabilize, you know, Russia because of the close proximity. So I think that the major steps right now when it comes to being able to build up a strong Ukraine would be three-step. Number one, try to stabilize Ukraine as much as possible. Number two, try to engage with, you know, diplomacy, like a transparent diplomacy on an international level between Ukraine, Russia, and alliances like NATO, for example. And number three, slowly start moving towards greiter like NATO and other general military
likes, everybody.
and
if you're enjoying what you see so far,
just
hit me
across
with
the
it.
level in general. And those are my three sort of like prescriptions there. But yeah, I yield the floor.
Open to the panel.
So this is like largely for Tiberius, right? But everyone else feel free to jump in. How opposed are you to the Ukraine potentially being part of NATO? I'm not saying like I'm like a stand for it. I'm saying like, is there ever a point where you would like to take that off the table, or do you feel like that's like an important bargaining chip in terms of like how to regulate Russia's activity?
It's definitely a bargaining chip, but am I scared to do it? Absolutely. Would I say absolutely no, never? Not necessarily that either. I will put it this way. In the same way that the Russians view Ukraine as part of their national security, I can't word this today. I'm sorry. basically, Russia views Ukraine in the same way the Americans view Canada. Is that somebody who shows up in Canada tomorrow, we're going to fight over it, and we might even be willing to throw nukes at them if they can actually get here. That's literally how the Russians view this part of Ukraine. That not only is it their back door, we're talking about an area that is they believe is Russian, that should be part of Russia. They don't even have yet. So literally, you're on their front door, and if not, literally on their doorstep to where.
Can I ask what? Yeah, sure. What do you know to be the Ukrainian people's attitudes towards Russia in general? I don't know, but good.
It's very mixed. There's a big problem here. Somebody mentioned the fact that it might be lead to a civil war. The problem is that you have a very, very pro-Russian camp and a very, very pro, European-centric camp that makes up Ukraine. A lot of people there. I don't know what the exact demographics are or the polling is for what we have here, but it's probably somewhere near a 50-50 split. We've had literally an exchange of administrations.
Me too, Falgaya.
Going back since the Cold War ended. One's pro-Russian, one's pro-West, one's pro-Russian, one's pro-West. This happens pretty consistently. So the whole thing here that there isn't massive amounts of room on either side to go here, it's basically an open field, is what I'm trying to say.
And this is the reason why, I tend to try and of course, what power do I have? I'm just a broadcaster, but I like to get people thinking about independence and anti-bipolarity, because the problem that we have here is that there are a number of nations that are tactically important to various countries, but that is a never-ending frontier, right? Every time you move into another country, any time that you increase your influence there, you have another one that you need to do, and I think that's a huge problem. Also, I mean, I guess in our situation, we're kind of lucky that we have Canada, which is its own independent country with its own people being able to determine its future, even if it doesn't have the same power as us. But I think there is something beneficial that can come from a world that is a little bit more willing to engage with the independence, with enforcing and encouraging the independence of certain countries. Because in a place like in a situation like Ukraine, where it's so strategically important, no matter who controls it, it is going to be, unless it's the people who live there, it is going to be a forever tug of war, which to me seems like a recipe for an infinite conflict, which is a bad thing for everyone.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I have a couple of questions, basically. So my problem, and maybe this is like a lack of specific regional history, is I have no fucking idea why we have beef anymore. So basically, Russians, I get it. They're the big scary bad guys from the fucking Cold War or whatever. But at this point, they're oligarchical, corrupt capitalists who kill the shit out of their political rivals. That if you use that description for our friends, 80% of our friends meet that definition. So fucking Saudi Arabia fucking killed a reporter. They're in charge of fucking oil and gas. They're assholes. They're starving a country to death. I don't know by what moral criteria we are excluding Russia, but allowing our allies in. So basically, my thing is I literally saw this meme. It was the Donald Trump meme where he hands the dude the paper, and then the dude's all confused and shit, and it's Russia, can I join NATO? And then fucking the dude being confused is fucking NATO itself. So why can't we bring them into the fold? What are the geopolitical problems that are preventing us? I mean, they're Orthodox Christian. They're pseudo-capitalist. They're militaristic. It's basically frozen Texas. What the fuck is the problem?
I guess one of the easiest ways is that in some way Russia feels like its geopolitical goals are not in any way really linear with say the United States in this case. So allying with NATO, getting inside the European Union, that would require it to give up on some of its potential aspirations. And it seems if its aspirations are in any way expansionist, Tankies in chat, you welcome the seed, if you want to call somewhat imperialist, then their imperialist goals are directly diametrically opposed to a lot of goals of NATO, a lot of goals of the United States. So it's are we that different? It's like there's a lot of like similar like groups that hate each other. You know, like not like Scottish people and like English people. Like what? There's like four different nations in the UK, which is like an island smaller than like Pennsylvania. So it's like just because like you're alike or you have like potential like similar religious values doesn't mean you're not going to try and kill each other or at least like push for like different geopolitical control.
Yeah, but correct. Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, I'll give you more fuel for your point. Aren't they getting a buffer state against us? So if we were boys with them, why do they need a buffer state against us?
I don't think they want to be boys with us. And right now, Ukraine is like, it's technically a buffer state, but because some of its communities are sympathetic to Russia, some of it are sympathetic to the UK. And if it like tipped too far, like in the case of if it tipped too far, like in the case of Russia, then you could say that, oh, like Russia has an important ally that's like is on the border with NATO, and like they feel threatened, so there has to be a military buildup, like in now Russia backed Ukraine. Whereas like if it like fully became like a NATO ally, suddenly now there's NATO right on Russia's border. So like no matter which way it flips, like past this uneasy like peace, it's not peace is like the wrong word because like there's fighting right now. But like it's not going to be good. There's second order effects that happen from like whatever way this like crumbles if it like leans like in any direction.
Counterpoints, is your question why are quote unquote Western international political goals incompatible with Russian international goals? Is that more or less your question?
Yeah.
I think that's a good question. And I know that there are certain areas like, for instance, Russia supports Venezuela, which is very anti-American, and there's a couple other regimes like that in the Middle East. I think the Assad regime in Syria is one example, but I don't know enough to speak on the general incompatibilities there. I would know another, I think, interesting point that Counterpoints raised was the potential allegations of hypocrisy to the United States, and I don't think that any of us need to take on what I think are potential avenues of hypocrisy of the United States, like State Department or anything, with regards to our
remember, this is the foreign policy topic. We got a lot more to go in this panel.
Criticize
this one's probably going to be a little calm.
Involvement in the
this is where we chat for now,
and
Justin.
also criticize Saudi Arabian policies towards its neighbors.
Isn't
Wait,
there?
So are you saying we can't criticize people, or like?
I think we as panelists can criticize that hypocrisy and not internalize it in and of ourselves. Like, we don't have to be embody that hypocrisy.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Yeah. Though I don't know.
Let's go to Rose and then DramaMama.
Yeah, so the things that Harker, what should I call you?
Just everyone on the panel, just call me Hans.
Yeah, Dylan was supposed to be on here.
Bullshit reference to like my favorite Magic the Gathering set. Just call me Hans.
The thing that Hans and Counter was talking about there in regards to like, oh, why don't we like let Russia in or whatever? I mean, that's a phenomenal question, and that's why one of the main things that I always talk about when we talk about EU and NATO and stuff like that is that there really needs to be like massive changes within itself to make it more democratic, to make sure that it's basically not just acting like as an extension of US general geopolitical interests. And through doing that, through having a more like democratic bottom-up process, then you will ensure that there is not like one very heavily, this is like this military organization is an extension of the US geopolitical power, but more like we're working towards the common good of all the member nations, which is really important. And yeah, NATO right now, a lot of people literally just see NATO as like, this is our protection against Russia. Like here in Sweden, for example, the entire discourse about NATO is literally just, we need to join NATO because what if the Russians invade? Like that's the key argument. It's just seen as like diametrically opposed to Russia as a whole. So through proper changes and reforms to NATO as an institution, then we will be able to do things like diminish the overwhelming like US hegemony when it comes to their geopolitical interests being represented disproportionately in NATO, and we can move towards integrating more countries within NATO and therefore making it a more sort of like interconnected and safe military alliance.
Yeah, so this is kind of my thing is like the tribalist mindset, like I understand it, shit, I think we're all captive by it, but at the same time, like, do we need this boogeyman for like European unity? Do we need Russia as like the anchor of our angst and anxiety and geopolitical fucking bullshit? Do Polish people really hate Russians that much?
Yes.
And the answer, yeah, right, yeah,
Yes.
like the answer could be yes. Like the answer could literally
four partitions. They don't want a fifth.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm not going to begrudge the Poles the reasons why they hate the Russians. It's because they were basically a buffer state between Nazi Germany and Russia, the Soviet Union, and got fucked pretty hard on a variety of levels. But that's like my thing. Like, would we lose the Poles by inviting the Russians in? Could we not get the Russians in and then have them box out Venezuela and fucking Iran? Because really, like, if you look at American geopolitical hegemony or the hegemony of like global capitalism, there's really only like 4 or 5 state actors that are outside of our purview. It's China, North Korea, Venezuela, Iran, and Russia. Those are the only people who are not a part of like the global system. So would it not be beneficial to pry one of those members out of that, out of the holdouts?
Let's go to Demon Mama.
One of the things that I wanted to just bring up, and again, like, this isn't my wheelhouse, so I don't have the deepest takes on this particular issue, but I do have some concerns about these types of conflicts, and one of such is that I think there are probably parallels that could be drawn here to Afghanistan, right? A area that was hotly contested between the United States and Russia, that led to an unfathomable amount of bloodshed and an ongoing conflict that still rages to this day, that has been going since the 70s, if I remember my dates correctly. That's a lot of blood, that's a lot of death, that's a lot of expenditure of money, that's a lot of pain on all sides. So I feel like there is probably room for some sort of alternate solution. Maybe it's something like forming another coalition, like RoseWrist brought up, that coalitions can be very strong. Maybe we don't need to bring somebody into NATO. Maybe we can help peacefully prop up a independent but diplomatically friendly coalition that could include Ukraine, that wouldn't involve triggering some sort of endless bloodshed over a country that gets bombed generation after generation until there's nothing there left. I feel like we should prioritize thinking about how we can prevent that from ever happening, because to me the parallels to Afghanistan are terrifying.
Let's go to Tiberius and then back to Hans.
To answer Connor's original question, is that while the Cold War is over, for the United States and the Russians geopolitically, their interests never came into like alignment. The Russians made one of the worst setbacks they've ever seen in their geopolitical history, but their general standing in the world has not changed. They're diminished in power, they're diminished in capabilities, but what their objectives are has not remotely changed. We missed a bus here, and if anyone's actually watched my show or the content that I do, I said this year the second Cold War started, and that's between us and China. And China has already taken the opportunity to try to pull Russia into their orbit, and they're doing so very, very well. The bus we missed is that the Russians hate the Chinese even more than we do, and we have not actually done anything to get them on board with our team against the Chinese. And instead, the Chinese are pulling them into their orbit, which is actually probably a really bad thing.
Yeah, and isn't this the real game? So for instance, like, I understand like Europeans can be fucking, but at the same time, like, basically what we're talking about is this is one of the things that I actually hear repeatedly from ethno-nats, dissident right people on the internet, is that basically they want to advocate for authoritarian communism, authoritarian socialism, because that's how you get the ethnic shit as a byproduct. So basically China was authoritarian communist, had this like universalist proletarian fucking mission, but then what did they do as soon as they actually seized power? They defaulted to like ethnic divides. They took over the Tibetans, they took over the Manchu, they took over the they're pressing on the Mongolians, they're pressing on the Uyghurs. They defaulted to tribalist mentality. So what do you have? You basically have, if you look at the definition of fascism, basically being ethno-corporatism or political corporatism, and then flexible authoritarianism. China is actually kind of like a crypto-fascist state.
Oh, so no, they are literally modern fascists to the fullest degree.
Yeah. Right. So if we have like a modern fascist state with a population of 1.2 billion, with an economy that is quickly catching up with ours, isn't that the real game? Why are we playing fuck games with Russia? Why don't we say, hey, we'll stop sanctioning the fuck out of you if you come in to us?
It's because we missed the bus. We had enough.
I don't just think it's because of that.
Okay, go ahead.
But it seems like Russia's like taken pretty expansionary counter interests to almost every other spot where the US has been interested. It seems like even if you were to bring them into the fold, if you have like a really liberal worldview of IR, that's sick and cool. I tend to like lean more on the realist school. And what I'd say here is that Russia seems to have interest in expanding, and the US has been counter to those interests more, not so much the other way around, unless I'd be wrong. And it seems like Ukraine is like a really good demonstration of this.
Yeah. Okay. But this is my counterpoint.
Okay.
So basically, there's a really good book. I know plenty of people. But it's called The Revenge of Geography. It's by a gentleman by Robert Kaplan. He teaches at the U.S. Naval War College. And basically the way that he's a geographical determinist, not like hard, which is just like a school of thought that basically means that geography kind of determines a country's politics. And Russia's anxiety, Russia's geopolitical anxiety, was basically explained by the fact that they have no firm borders. They're a massive land power that is surrounded by other states. So they're protected by two things: buffer states and the weather. So basically, the anxiety is to gain buffer states. That way, if there was an antagonistic enemy, they would actually have territory to yield to that enemy while they were preparing militarily. In the central part of the country and also on the eastern part, they don't have a lot of civilians. They don't have a lot of major cities. So basically, they could give the whole eastern half of Russia to the Chinese while they were prepping a counter-assault. But in the west, they're basically immediately bordered.
Yeah, because I want people to know it's
Eastern
my
European
stream.
nations and immediately
That's why I went
bordered
wrong.
with Western European nations. So the reason why they want Eastern European buffers is to prevent Western European military encroachment. So what I'm saying is, like, I'm hearing you. I understand it. I get that that's the dynamic that we're in. I just don't understand why we can't move past it. And like, I understand, like, Russians probably don't trust us, and we probably don't trust Russians, and Poles probably hate the fuck out of Russians. But at the same time, to me, I kind of wonder if we are Americans in the 1930s who are in denial about Nazi Germany. If we are the people who are like, China can't be that bad. China is not, like, you know, they have a good economy, and like, yeah, they're kind of authoritarian, and maybe they're committing an ethnic genocide, but like, it's people that we don't really care about.
Yeah,
so
that was like
who
up until
knows?
2016, right?
Yeah,
Wait,
like, what's that?
2016. That was like up until 2016. Donald Trump was the big turning point, for better or worse, for the world opinion on China. I'm willing to agree with pretty much everything you said. All true facts, right? The reason I'd argue still the opposite is because of their encroachment in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, specifically, like, especially around like the last like 10 years. Even like most recently, the actions in Syria backing like Bashar al-Assad, like a dude who's like chemically attacking his own citizens, right?
Well,
like,
the Russians don't have morale. Like, they don't take morality into calculus.
they don't take morality,
Well,
but if it was the case that they were like, if it was just the case that they were looking to defend their border with buffer states, which might be the case, right? Why would they take like counter issues in places like Afghanistan, like was mentioned by DramaMama, and more recently in Syria?
Okay,
And-
so
or,
I mean,
took American
So go ahead.
electoral systems, and then like building on that, right?
I'm gonna bring that
another
up,
like
Furiosa,
really
thank you.
good reason to why we might have like missed the train because we were too cautious with Russia is because allowing like the not playing fuck games and like, you know, like allowing them to do like whatever like fuckery they are like doing in Eastern Europe, that would piss off like literally every like member of NATO that is in Europe, right? Like, and that is like has been our longest, strongest like modern alliance in terms of like the geopolitics stuff. So us like pissing off all of Europe, like to hopefully make common cause
There's
with Russia,
three topics.
like against China,
We're just
is
going
a
into this.
huge
Just
fucking
relax.
gamble.
Chill.
And even if we had
Chill
succeeded
out.
on that, that would have been like the
If you don't wanna
tightest
watch,
rope
don't.
possible for us to walk.
I'm jumping in
Okay.
on this one just for a second because there's a big deal that you guys missed out 2 weeks ago.
me.
NATO affirmed as a group statement that their primary concern was no longer Russia. It's now China.
Oh,
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, and then here's another
One
thing.
thing-
No, hold on. Sorry, GSU. One point, and I'll be quick. Basically, the
Hey,
second.
N.
Okay.
Make
I
sure
think
you
Russia
verify.
has 3 deep naval ports. One of them is in Crimea. One of them is on the northern side. The other one is, drumroll please, it's in Syria. It's in fucking Syria. So their geopolitical protection about making sure that a Western-friendly Sunni democratic country didn't exist was basically to protect their geopolitical interests, their military and naval interests in the Mediterranean. So, yield.
I mean,
Sorry,
there's
GSU.
another thing.
No
Oh,
problem.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the way I just look at these things are like in the
Yeah,
geopolitical realm is
I think it was
these
Connor who
countries want
suggested this
to
one.
expand and become more powerful, and us saying, hey, let's be peaceful is like anti-progressive to what they plan to do. So it's like if America was expanding when we were expanding across where we are now, if there would have been rival nations that would have been like, hey, no, we don't need to go to war. We don't need you to annex more places that are close to you and grow bigger and bigger, right? That would have been antithetical to our progress. So I look at these things at the same in these conversations. Like, why would China or Russia want to become friendly with us when that would restrict the ability for them to annex, like Ukraine and all these other places? They couldn't grow. So their progressive goals are like against being friendly with us. So that's how I kind of look at the geopolitical sphere. I don't see what they have to gain being friendly with us except crystallizing us as the superpower.
The main thing there is what we need to do is we need to make the cost of them not doing that higher and higher, and we do this through, for example, connecting the other countries that they wish to annex them with other global communities through like international military and economic alliances.
That's why I think what you said earlier is so important. Like, I think they see NATO as just an extension of America. So that's why I feel like them creating alliance with us is just crystallizing us as a superpower. So us as Americans are countries that are influenced by America. Of course, we see it as, hey, yeah, y'all should just jump on board. But I think that's why they see it as anti-progressive to their dreams.
Do we think that Russia is in a position, with regard to its own internal politics, to be able to meaningfully levy a war? Like, as I understand it, their economy has been suffering just recession after recession, and that puts them in a spot where they may not be able to leverage that sort of thing. Like, what is the and again, I will fully admit this is not my primary issue that I talk about, but this is something that I'm thinking about here, which is that if we can be sure that Russia is not likely to engage in any like ground invasions or anything like that, then wouldn't that change the calculus for how we work out solutions for this region?
Connor, do you want it first or me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have direct response. So number one, you can never underestimate the recreation of a war economy. So basically with like Germany as an example, where they just said, oh, we owed you money? No, we don't. Fuck you. We're going to start making tanks, assholes. And then they just started doing their own fucking thing and then expanding territory. But I think this is another important point beyond whether or not Russia will stay indefinitely in a weakened state. American expansion, American like geopolitical goals are economic, not territorial. That's one of the reasons why like American globalist capitalist empire is so effective, is because we don't literally need to take over Kuwait in order to be influential. We just need to put up a fucking McDonald's and sell them fucking cheeseburgers. So like that's where like but that's where I think that Russians and the Chinese might be playing an old game. They might be thinking about like physical territory, like geopolitical alliance, fucking we need to expand our military. We need to take these islands and the Spratlys and all that kind of shit. And realistically, the game that we could move to is economic and cultural competition rather than military competition.
Well, the Chinese are doing that in like Africa, Jamaica, and everywhere. Yeah,
right? I agree with the first.
So
I disagree
we'll
with the second.
we'll go to Ty, Rose, Pisco, and then Kill, and then Hans.
Yeah, so at least where the Russians are concerned now, it's a crapshoot. But I would say for anyone who thinks that Russia can prosecute or not prosecute a war, they still have the biggest army in mainland Europe by far. They still have some high-tech weaponry. Most of it's been upgraded to T-90MS, or I'm sorry, the T-90S. It's a pretty good damn tank. They have good weapons technology. It's not the best in the world, but it's solid. They can prosecute a war, and usually when in the more modern era, but where we don't have the imperial wars, most shooting wars are now caused out of moments of desperation and weakness, not out of strength. And right now, Russia's in one of the weakest states
I wish I knew more about this.
So I would say the risk is higher now than ever. As far as what you were going with there on the second part, Connor, is that I don't think it is an old game. I think that China and Russia see themselves as literally hemmed in a box. They literally don't have anyone to reach out to because they're surrounded by American allies. You think of China, you're looking at Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, maybe the Philippines. Deuteray is a little weird, but hell, Vietnam's on our side against China. And then you look at the Russians. You have Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which literally border the Russian heartland. Like literally,
so
Estonia.
Surrender.
Yeah,
surrender.
Yeah, national pride. But literally, the Estonian border is like 110 miles from St. Petersburg. They're scared shitless.
That's fair,
So
Furious.
that's my thing in a nutshell.
So let's go to Rose, Pisco, Kyo, Hans.
Yeah, so final thing, touching just like a final point on the little exchange me and Gambit had on just like on general international cooperation. Like the vast majority of geopolitical conflicts could be just completely solved, or at the very least highly ameliorated through a two-step process of, number one, reforming existing large geopolitical coalitions, like such as the EU, such as NATO, and number two, trying to like expand them, like as much as possible within reason, on a case-by-case basis. But so many geopolitical issues would be greatly ameliorated or
take some time and time out. If you want to just come in and
sort of,
complain instead of be productive, you can just
now
not
on
talk.
top of the thing that we're mentioning on the DramaMama counterpoints in Tiberius when it came to Russia's risk or like threat of engaging in a war. I agree with what Karner and Tiberius said. Those are both very important points to keep in mind. Another thing, I'm going to take this from the angle that we touched on in the very beginning, but then kind of sort of, we didn't touch on a lot anymore, which comes to stabilizing Ukraine and rebuilding Ukraine. The imminent, even to some degree, completely empty threats, which we know that Russia, it's not a completely empty threat when they threaten war, but even completely empty threats of war, they are just crippling for the development
Tiberius,
of nations
right
when it comes
wing,
to economics,
GSU
because
Gambit,
there is
right wing,
no
counterpoints,
businesses,
right wing,
there is no
Pisco,
like international
liberal,
NGOs,
Hans,
there is no really
left,
form of like
Kyo,
what's it called,
left,
like international
RoseWrist,
economic
leftist,
actors
lefty.
that will want to come down and settle in Ukraine
It's a little
when
bit
they know that there are these
overrepresented
massive
for the
threats
left
of
on here.
stabilization that might, come to threaten Ukraine and their economy at any step of the way. So even though, we can make arguments back and forth about, okay, how realistic is this threat? The fact that there's a threat at all is a massive hindrance for Ukraine's ability to stabilize and to develop and to rebuild itself into a more like independent nation. So that's another piece of analysis I wanted to add there.
Tiberius is pretty
Sure, I
far
just have two things. One is I've noticed that from all of our conversations, it seemed to be taken as an assumption that the territorial claims by Russians are unjustified and aggressive. I just want to make sure that we all agree with that kind of consensus, which kind of is the consensus of sort of the American intelligence community. There doesn't seem to be a lot of discussion on that level, but I just want to clarify if anyone has sympathies towards the Russian claims.
Yeah, I do. Not necessarily because I think they're correct, but because I think they're arguable. So, for instance, like Crimea, as I mentioned previously, Crimea has one of 3 deep water naval ports. It's important. Also, I think that it's partially Russified. I don't know what the linguistic or demographic breakdown is, but I think it might be like as high as like 40% or 60% are people who speak Russian on a day-to-day basis. 90. So 90% of people inside the Crimean Peninsula speak Russian as a primary language, and also like a slight majority of them identify with Russia politically more than they do with Ukraine. And then the same thing with the area with Donetsk.
Yeah, he's a lobster.
They could be sham elections. Maybe people in the elections were threatened with execution if they didn't vote for a pro-Russian integration. But the areas of Donetsk, which is basically eastern Ukraine, did hold elections where they said, do you want to stay as a part of Ukraine, or do you want to be Russian? And if I remember correctly, the elections overwhelmingly went to Russia. And not only that, they were also split along like linguistic lines. So I think from like an ethno-corporatist territorial argument, there's an argument there. It just doesn't like match with the like Westphalian, respecting of sovereignty definition of like national sovereignty.
What is your take, may I ask? I mean, have you developed an opinion about whether it was justified for
I don't know if
Russia Federation to annex Crimea?
Silent can re-add it.
I think it would be unnecessary. So for instance, like what everybody's basically.
Well, that action happened. I'm asking you whether or not you supported it.
Yeah. Okay, whether or not I supported Russia annexing Crimea. No, but I would have preferred. Okay, so no, but like the reason why Russia annexed those areas is because they were about to lose one of 3 of their most geopolitical, interesting like naval shipyards. And as a power that has, let's just say it, what do you call it? The palingetic ultra nationalist sympathies or whatever, the that we were great at one point, now we're not great anymore, we must return to the great times. As somebody who has that narrative, that's important to them. So we basically,
where's the no coming from? So you don't support it, but you're giving, I think,
I understand
a great
their
analysis.
Yeah, I understand their perspective. They're being pressured on all sides. All of their former allies are turning against them. They're economically deprived. They're basically sucking into themselves. I think they've been in like a recession free fall for 10 or 15 years. And it's basically because they won't play ball with us. So I understand that they feel increasingly in a corner, but
would you characterize the move as aggressive? I mean, would you characterize the move as aggressive?
Ours or theirs?
Theirs, annexation.
No, I would categorize it as defensive.
I see. And what about what's been going on in Georgia, or I think that happened in 2008. I'm not sure about the specifics of it. What about those moves in the past? You think you would characterize them as defensive as well?
It depends on what you categorize as your like internal political. So, for instance, we need to remember that the USSR was a continent-spanning empire for almost all of the 20th century. So then this is like the United States of America losing everything like west of the Mississippi, and then them taking back Baton Rouge. Like that's like the territorial level of loss that we're talking about.
Q has offered a couple of things I think that are not explained wholly by buffer state action or activity. I think another example would be Russian involvement in American democracy. How are those kind of actions explainable by defensive Russian ethno whatever you said corporatism?
Oh, also, real quick,
could you say more about that? I mean, that seems to be totally explained by a pure realistic realist policy, right?
Also, one small thing I wanted to note on. Before we go too far,
it's not necessarily. Okay,
I did have someone from the Ukraine in my chat speak up and note that the vast majority of Ukrainians are bilingual, so the presence, the like representation of speaking Russian is not necessarily representative of the culture, because just by pure proximity, most Ukrainians grow up being bilingual. I just wanted to note that before we got too far from that point, because somebody really asked me to share that with the panel.
Sure. Yeah. And then
Kyo-san.
Oh, so I'm just gonna I'll just add a little bit in, and then again I'm happy to cede some time to Pisco. But one thing I would like to note is that those elections that were mentioned before have been contended, but on the other side of that coin, so did they say the same thing about the Bolivian elections? And everyone went over that OAN paper, and everyone knows how that went. So it's but like I think it's still something that's important to note instead of just like leaving it there and say, yeah, you know, they had an 85% election. Well, those elections are definitely contended and aren't accepted by the broader international community. Now they do have interest in doing so, but we're just playing the both sides game, okay? The other point I'd like to note is that like it's not just the port of Tartarus and Syria.
Panel's been going great, Milks. It's about to get spicy.
So a lot of my understanding of this comes from the Center for Strategic International Studies. I've only been studying foreign policy this year. Okay, I'm normally like a philosophy nerd and maybe some home politics. So if I get some things wrong, I apologize. But it seems like that outside of that, they're also engaging in Libya. It seems like they're also engaging, like mentioned, in the US.
You're very welcome. I appreciate you being willing to tell me.
And a couple of other places along the Mediterranean, not just through where the ports are, right? But where oil interests are, because a lot of their economy, which you mentioned, is in free fall. And the problem is they sit in a lot of places that the US sits. They have a lot of oil, just like the US does. They're weapons manufacturers, just like the US does. Especially in that latter point, it's important for them. You could say this like the whole military-industrial complex.
After the panel, it's going to be really spicy.
And you also got to note that the last couple of years, you've had what's his name? Putin's opponent, the guy who's currently being jailed. Navalny, thank you, Alexei Navalny. That's causing internal turmoil as well, right? So there's like a bunch of other factors that I'd argue makes for the fact that it seems to be the case that Russia's like expansionary in like a realist sense, and part of it is because their economy is so backfucked that they can't really do much except try to push forward and out. They're forced into the corner they're in, and I don't know if like trade liberalization is going to be the answer to that for them.
Okay. Respond quickly, and then
we'll respond, and then Pete.
I'll try to be quick. And this is like a really interesting thing. So there's the guy who runs the Hardcore History podcast. I forget his name, but it's like something.
Dan Carlin. I love that
guy. Dan Carlin. All right. So Dan Carlin was on the Joe Rogan podcast. I know everybody here is a huge fan of Joe Rogan. And he actually talked about how he went into the Pentagon to sit in on a chief of staff meeting. So literally, he's sitting with like the top generals or whatever, and unabashedly. All the generals in that room were literally talking about how do we get like XYZ West African country in order to buy our guns, buy our tanks, buy our drones? And so what's actually interesting about that is really talking about like the competing military industrial complexes between the West and the East. If you actually look at the world, as a matter of fact, you're seeing Russian tech or Chinese copies of Russian tech going up against American tech. And I understand that that's uncomfortable, but at the same time, like my solution to this, if I was Joe Biden, I'd be like, hey, manufacture an AK in 5.56 by 45 or whatever, and we can just compete in the fucking countries. Welcome to fucking NATO. Let's go shoot fucking dirty commies together. That would be my fucking thing. But I understand I'm on a panel with communists, so that might not be appealing to everybody here.
I mean,
let's go.
That was quite definitely bringing the spice on that one. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about advocating for like hunting down.
They're tankies. They're tankies. They're not ANCOMs.
A lot of people that just happen to belong to those countries, my friend.
Yeah, you're right. The tankies got the ANCOMs first.
Hans, you want to say something?
First they came for the tankies, and I said nothing.
Because I wasn't tanky. Yeah, like they can come for the tankies all they want. But like specifically,
God. Damn, this kind of went right off the deep end with the meaning about mass extermination. Like, come on, come on.
Huge like ice cube for that like giant like warm soup that you just like provided.
See, this is part of the reason why I really try to advocate for, as useless as it may be for me to do so from my YouTube channel, for breaking up the Cold War era bipolarity in geopolitics. It leads us to a never-ending cycle of blood, and I don't want people to die forever because of let's get the commies. Oh no, let's get the capitalists. Like, it's not even like these don't even they stop referring to ideologies and they just begin referring to regions, and then you just want to do things like that, like joke about exterminating the populations of entire regions. Like,
can I
I totally get your desire. It's one that I share, but I would say that the way to do that is not to break down like all of these like polar divides. It's to encourage a large international community where like certain norms and like rights are respected, and that when someone deviates, the rest of the community comes in and says, hey, you probably shouldn't be doing that. I think if you fragment as opposed to coalesce like in a larger like international community, it's going to be even worse.
Well,
because imagine
you do have a problem though, which is that if you coalesce into a structure that is predominantly influenced by one of those powers, then you end up in a situation like we're talking about right now, where joining with the rest of the world involves pissing off your neighbor and potentially into war. That is like, this is the thing. It's not that I'm advocating for fragmenting the world. I just think that right now we have to acknowledge, and I'm getting flashbacks to a conversation I had on this very panel about nuclear weapons a while back. We find ourselves in a position where by refusing to acknowledge the existing power imbalance, I think RoseWrist touched on this earlier, that like we need to democratize these structures because as they currently stand, their bias and influence makes them difficult to even participate in, because it's clear that they're being used in many cases to advance the interests of one of the world powers.
Okay, so like specifically, right? Like I'll throw it to everyone else real quick. Let me respond. So I understand, but right now, part of why we can't like coalesce, why we can't, why like a lot of these alliances are particularly necessary, is that oftentimes like the largest power centers in the world or the most powerful countries, a lot of them have diametrically opposed ideas. Like China wants to expand, it wants to get bigger, it wants to have a larger like sphere of influence in the world, and that is like directly opposed to a lot of like say like to the United States or a lot of the United States allies. Like Japan doesn't want that, South Korea doesn't want that. There's a lot of things that are pushing against each other, and like I also like from an idealist perspective, like I want to do like the kumbaya thing where like no one fucks anyone else, and we come together as a world. And I think there are some issues where we can do that, like in climate change, right? I think that's entirely possible. But, like,
if I could just respond to that real quick. Like,
go for it.
Like I don't want to take up too much time on this because I know a lot of people have opinions, but like surely we must recognize that the answer to that is we have some answers to that in how we understand democracy, right? Like if you allow for if you don't build checks and balances to power, you're going to end up with the structures that you built to check the imperial power that you think is bad simply becoming a part of the imperial power that you slightly prefer. And isn't that a bit of an issue? I think that we should try to build structures that actually allow for many nations to have a say and not just to become essentially vassals or unwitting aides to another imperial power. And I think that would go for anyway. Like, the way I look at it, it's like, if you are a country like Russia or a country like the United States and you know, you want to consolidate power, and I think the U.S. wants to do that. Maybe you could argue to a lesser degree, but nonetheless, it is we are an imperial power in the United States. Like, you perpetuate the problem by not building structures that allow people to have more equal say, right?
I completely understand. It's just that you're like I can agree. Like, I don't think if someone wants to say that the United States isn't an empire, we're an empire. Like, there's like China wants to be an empire, and there's sometimes you have to like pick between, like you said, like the slightly less bad empire. Right now, yes, and I'm trying to like change the like slightly less bad empire to encourage like the actual democratization of the globe, right? But you have to encourage that while dealing with like a power that wants to like emerge and grow as like an empire itself. So there's a lot of competing things here that we have to deal with at the same time. And like in saying that like the United States is imperialist, totally vibe. I get it. I've read I was a public policy major, a history major in like college. Like, I read all this shit, like how horrible we've been, like all sort of stuff that we've done. But I can also say that right now, if China had our sphere of influence, they would likely be worse. Like,
True.
I see the Uyghurs. But then so what we got to do is like make the existing hegemonic power less horrible, while making sure that other even more horrible powers do not achieve the level of like supremacy.
You do acknowledge though that like that if you lean too far into empowering the lesser evil, that could enable them to become a worse evil, right? Like if America is able to get too much power, there's no check to it, what's to stop America from just becoming the bad thing in the future? Like, that's what I worry about.
The citizens. I totally agree with you. Like, and I think we have better checks and balances than like.
Go, Connor.
I got it. We'll go to Rose.
Oh, I hope Stream isn't
then
out.
we'll go to Connor, then Kai.
I really hope Stream isn't out.
So
That would be bad.
I have a few points on Hans's characterization of sort of like international cooperation in general.
Try refreshing.
If I was incorrect in my interpretation, just let me know.
Okay,
so when you talk about like, for example, like Kumbaya, for example, I think as a way to characterize the spirit behind these cooperations. It's very much not just like, I don't think anyone on the panel is just being like, oh, we should just all cooperate because, yeah, all progressivism, love together, democracy, hippie, whatever. The main thing behind why these coalitions work is because,
wrong podcast.
Number one, they massive like opportunity cost of not doing it, and number two, other forms of like not like indirect pressures within your nation for not doing it. So it's not just like, oh, there are these like more like ideological positives to join it, but there are also like real strong negative connotations when it comes to your nation's stage and your nation's position economically or geopolitically for not joining this. So characterizing is like, oh,
Laura.
we can't expect everyone to just come
you all
together
for
and kumbaya.
watching.
I don't think anyone.
Please make sure you
really,
like the stream on YouTube
that way.
and
then
follow
you talk
me.
about a bit
Join
how
my Discord.
the nations,
Our website's down, but our Discord is up.
Opinions and geopolitical interests are never going to be 100% aligned. I don't think anybody
we got a lot of stuff
thinks
coming
that
up,
either.
So be ready.
But even though there can be massive discrepancies with geopolitical, what's called like preferences and stuff like that, you can still form strong unions based on the things that we agree on. So things like, for example,
I know, we're doing crazy
like the
numbers.
institution of the European
I've been
Union,
growing like crazy,
the
and I'm going to keep
geopolitical
growing.
interests of different European countries back then was like massive. It was vast. And yet we're still able to collaborate on the common goals we had with each other. And on top of that, the last thing you mentioned with wanting to grow as an empire for all these different countries, the key is, and the reason why, to some extent, the US has engaged with more like international like unions and organizations in a way, is because we want to make it so that these unions are strong enough
that
afterwards. The costs of not joining the union outweighs the benefit of being able to expand and annex more territories. So we want it to be way more risky to stay out of a union in the hopes of expanding an empire through like military means. We want that to be more risky than being able to join the unions and have more stability and have more economic growth that way, rather than through annexation and through expanding an empire in the traditional sense, I suppose. But
okay, so we got stop. Hold on. Hold on, dude. We have limited amount of time left, so I got to get people in. Connor.
Yeah, so I'll try to be very brief, but DramaMama actually chipped around almost my entire geopolitical moral philosophy. It was actually like really interesting watching her like piece around that. So I'll try to just articulate it really quick. Power abhors a vacuum. Okay, the lessons of World War II, basically up until World War II, America was incredibly isolationist. We just wanted to worry about ourselves, worry about our own stuff. But what happened in World War II after World War I is we realized that it is actually better to prop up geopolitical structures that maintain stability and promote trade and like global well-being than it is to completely
No, but you're going to catch it soon.
Because what's going to happen when you withdraw from the world is other actors are going to seep into that influence. They're going to set up a structure that might not be stable. It might collapse, and then you just get sucked into another war anyway. So that's actually the game that we've been playing since 1945. But you have to balance empires against each other. So for instance, China, now resurgent, Russia, now resurgent, Iran, doing its own thing. We have to balance these interests against each other in order to make sure that there's never
get more
like a
content.
Total collapse that absolutely destroys anything.
You get more
and you
content.
also see the issues with these collapses when we play geopolitical chess
Lots
and
more
we destroy
content.
a country vis-a-vis Iraq. But here's the thing. I am not a moral relativist. I am somebody who believes in liberal democracy. I think liberal democracy better than authoritarian communist regimes, because I think authoritarian communist regimes are actually like in practice, if not ideology, are actually like fascist regimes. What's terrifying about China is that basically I think they have the patience, intelligence, and wherewithal to play a very slow game. So for instance, whereas Germany was just like, fuck it, we're going to expand, kill everybody, we're going to take all the fucking territory, this is ours now, fuck everybody. I think China could play like a very incremental balance of power game and basically outlast us. So liberal democracy, I know this is my straw man and then I'll shut up. I know that a lot of people in the Western world thinks that like liberal democratic sympathies are like genetic, that people are just born and they fucking sprout out of people's asses. But these things are taught, they have to be promoted, and they have to be fought for. And that's what I believe. So, final point. Firefly, sci-fi series, China and America get together and go out into the fucking stars. It's a really cool fucking series. Firefly and Serenity are fucking badass.
That's good. That's good. Ty, then Ty Demon Hans.
All right, appreciate that. As far as I've done this rant here once or twice before, I want to make sure I get it here. We saw a multipolar world. That was the imperial system. That was literally every one of the Power 10 literally getting together every 30 years to fight an ever-increasing calamitous war that killed millions upon millions of people, literally every generation. I don't know if we want to go back to that. We saw a bipolar world. That was the Cold War, and it looks like we're moving into another stage of that now between the United States and China. And the only time that we've even seen remotely a monopolar world was the 1990s, where the Americans really much called the shots across the globe. None of these are perfect. The question is, which one do you prefer out of all of those?
I think that here's my problem with that sort of an approach, which is,
Sure.
and the sort of always running from a vacuum, which is that like, I don't think that you can separate like a country's behaviors on the global scale from the internal structure of that country, right? Like if we're rushing into every vacuum and trying to influence our power because we're afraid somebody else will, we can become in and of ourselves authoritarian and we can begin to fall apart. And I think that's something that there's a real risk. I live in America. No, I don't want to live in a war-torn country, but I also do legitimately fear, especially after living through 4 years of Trump myself. I do fear of us becoming an increasingly authoritarian country in our own right and exerting that pressure in a way that makes, so America takes over the world. We have a monopolar world and America flings itself into fucking QAnon fascism. That would be a nightmare situation. I would much prefer there to be proper checks and balances established across the globe. For myself, even as an American, I would rather not see America just spin off into just literal corrupt complete power. And I think that there is a problem with chasing every vacuum as though America has to be the one that steps in or else somebody else necessarily will. I do recognize there's a risk of that, but there's also a risk in that behavior of continually militarizing, of continually prepping your people to be moving into every spot on the world and blowing and then decimating countries. I think there is room to have a much bigger approach, and I think that sort of approach is going to be necessary if we hope to actually combat things like global climate change. Like, we're going to need to be able to overcome these sort of weird standoffs.
For DramaMama, I completely agree with the idea that there are certain issues that as a globe, and this is like also responding to RoseWrist a little bit, where our interests as a planet are extremely, extremely aligned. Because of climate change, that's probably one of the biggest ones, one of the like biggest actions that we have where we could have like a massive global effort, whether it's like the Paris Climate Accords or anything like of that, like on an even grander scale. But part of why those like instances are so few and far between seem to be is that aside from like very like specific issues, again, I'm like really happy that we're working together on, we don't seem to have the biggest common ground. For DramaMama, I also agree that we have to make the United States like not fall into like, we don't want the sole power in the world to be fascist, right? So that like I would just like be called like, yo fams, in the United States, we gotta fucking fight like hell to make sure that Republicans never win another election. Then like the last thing like specifically is how do we deal with vacuums? I also agree with you that we probably shouldn't like just like, oh, like this country unstable, time to fucking boots on the ground. Like we got to make sure that Jeffersonian democracy is upheld. But I think it would like to say that we should never consider that, or not just like the United States, but like in general, like the global world, like
if you want
taking
to
a look
sure.
at instability.
But I think there's better
and trying
positions.
to.
And
I would always prefer like internationalist efforts to make sure that we live in a place where like we can have like UN peacekeepers going in to like make sure that like democracies are upheld and that genocides don't happen. I think that is the best possible way. So trying to fix that. Just making sure that RoseWrist like understands like where I'm coming from. But I don't think you strawman me. It was just like, yeah. But yeah.
Okay. So, well, that'll be your final statement on this. And if you want a final statement, keep your hand raised. So, Rose, if you want a final statement on this, go ahead. You're muted.
Whoops. Am I audible now? Oh, wonderful. Okay, so on the final thing that Hans said there, when it came to, I think that like drawing the line at like climate change is a bit, I don't know, not necessarily reductive, but I feel like you can definitely make that line like a lot larger. You talk about how, for example, like climate change is the only thing that we as a whole world can be able to connect. I could make the argument that we as like nations, we as economic actors, we as all, like the entire world has an interest in, for example, increasing international trade and making sure just things work more effectively and that we're able to produce things, you know, as effectively as possible and be able to support high quality of life for as many people as possible. So I think you can probably expand in a lot of ways. And even like climate change, for example, like if there, you know, I'm very, very sure that there are plenty of nations that have their entire economy pretty much propped up by, for example, things like fossil fuels. And for them, you know, it's a bit more nuanced than, you know, okay, well, we will do anything we can to solve climate change. So there's like positives and negatives, like counterbalances and all these issues. And I would do more. I would include more things than just like climate change when it came to making international agreements and coalitions and stuff like that. But for my, sorry?
Only stopping like a slight straw man. I didn't say just climate change. I said it's few and far between.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So for the rest of my thing, yep. As your local European globalist cuck, big in favor of general international coalitions. Key thing though with all of them, reform and expand. Those are the key main things that we need to do with these in order to solve a lot of geopolitical conflicts.
We got a lot of good stuff.
Includes
this
Russia,
next one is going to be spicy. I can tell you that much.
Specific things like diplomacy and
this next topic is going to be spicy as fuck.
Sure. Okay. We'll go to Kill. Keep it under a minute, please.
So there's one thing, like we didn't talk much about the Ukraine itself, but just like on a quick light note, I think that the fact that the US was just able to walk straight through Ukraine into Crimea, take Crimea, and hold the two sectorable forces should be concerning to anyone. The fact that they were able to so flagrantly violate the sovereignty of the Ukraine without anyone really being able to do much about it or much fuck given should be very, very concerning given like how we've like decided to lock our borders. In recent years, this isn't medieval Europe anymore. These aren't like ever-changing borders. We aim to like hold some level of like balance in the world, and that should be very, very concerning. Especially the fact that like these nations are just so willing to tread like blatantly on a nation's sovereignty. Should be worrying to anyone.
Okay, let's. Who else wants to? Okay, Connor.
We're about to talk about
George
Floyd.
What DramaMama said was probably the thing that's going to be said tonight. So basically, how do we make sure that America doesn't backslide into a tyrant, like a tyrannical nightmare dystopian shithole? And one of the things is we see people pushing for that already. And the way that I would say that is basically, you can think that the January 6th riots are insurrectionist, traitorous fucking dickheads who want a neo-monarchy.
If you still want to support me today, donate through my Streamlabs. Website's down.
Take the infrastructure of the global war on terror and then institute it on the domestic front at home. That is the #1 dystopian fucking nightmare that I can see Americans very easily fucking implementing, because we've already been primed. Terrorism is a problem. Terrorism is a problem. Terrorism is the fucking problem. It's going to kill us all. You're going to get fucking shot while you're going to the fucking mall. You're going to get fucking VBIED'd while you're going to the fucking grocery store. Oh shit, now there's fucking white lunatics with fucking guns. Let's go ahead and import the global war on terror structure into the United States. And that's where I would be hesitant and terrified of any actual fascists inside the United States of America, because the truth is we've already taken a counterinsurgent network, like counterinsurgency warfare on the foreign front, and we can very easily import it here.
Oh, it's going to be wild.
So yeah, this is part of the reason why I'm pro Second Amendment. Yield.
Okay. I guess no one else. So let's move on to topic 2.
Yes, correct, Silent.
The one from my buddy Pisco. All right. So this one was though inspired by
I think you might be surprised.
Counterpoints. Thanks for the idea, Counterpoints. Topic 2. Derek Chauvin is currently on trial for the infamous murder of George Floyd.
Listen up.
This trial is being looked at as a litmus test. But a test of what? The American justice system, race relations in America, police accountability. Is far too much riding on this singular case. Is a short or a long run? In the short or long run, is the verdict important? Is the very fact that this case is newsworthy a complete indictment of the justice system in general? So, okay, let's start with Chieshu Gambit.
Yeah, so I definitely think this is a litmus test for like police accountability, how we feel about decreasing racial tension. This was just for everybody that doesn't know, hopefully you do know, this was like a public execution over the course of like 8 minutes and 46 seconds. So I think that this crystallizes what a lot of what we talk about when we speak about police brutality in general. So having a case like this, if it were to not end in an indictment, I think would indict our justice system. So yeah, I think it was egregious how it was carried out. I think the unprecedented
Thank you so
amount
much.
of
Life
support,
must
such as,
exist.
like,
Thank you so
the
much.
Police chief testifying against Chauvin and things like that. I think
Seriously.
those are good indicators
the world to
that there's going to be an indictment and that our system hopefully will have changes, and not just through this indictment, but hopefully legislatively afterwards. So I feel pretty good about it right now. But yeah, I definitely want to hear what Pisco has to say in his take, and we'll dive more into it in the open panel, I'm sure.
I'm going to say Pisco for last. I'm so excited though. We'll go to Hans.
I don't have the most to say on this. Gambit covered most of it. We watched a man get murdered, and I hope that he gets some flavor of justice. I think right now it's second-degree murder or third-degree murder. I hope we get him like the highest charge of those two, which I think is second-degree murder, and then he gets like the longest possible sentence. And then we have to use the energy of his hopeful imprisonment, or like God forbid his like abdication. Like sorry, that might have been the wrong word. That to like mobilize and get the necessary police reform to make sure that we have less horrifying situations like this. So we're kind of culturally, I think this is an important like moment for the United States to say, hey, like we need to like revive some level of faith in institutions and show that they can be fixed as opposed to being burnt down. Like if you're in favor of that kind of reform, and this would be a great way to do it, and would be a great launch pad. And if not, a lot of people are gonna get really, really angry, and I hope we can transfer that into some legitimate policy reforms like 8 Can't Wait and that sort of stuff. So
Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I don't think Derek Chauvin is going to catch the higher charge. I think it's quite a charge. I know this might be triggering for audience, but I would invite you to watch the toxicologist's report. You could probably find it on YouTube. You can also find the expert testimony from a pulmonologist on YouTube as well, which was pretty damning of the circumstances that that occurred during this incident. Basically, I don't care where this conversation goes. We can go wherever you guys want to go. But what we need to pull out of this wreckage is a solution. Okay, we need to pull out a prescription, and I'm not talking about on this fucking Twitch panel. I'm just talking about in general. Okay, so my solution.
We can do it here.
All right, yeah, my solution.
Thank you, Josh.
Which I'll try to
Really
be brief
appreciate that.
about,
Thank you so
is
much.
State level third party accountability, basically an investigative department at the state level that investigates cops for abuse, fucking corruption, all that kind of shit. And then also writing into the criminal code very specifically laws that cops can break that civilians cannot, and that carry contextually a higher penalty and a lower penalty based off of context. We can talk about that in the general panel. And also, I think it's relevant in reference to the shooting of Duante Wright. I think we could probably bust open that can of worms as well.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Let's go to DylanMama.
Yeah, I think it would be impossible or remiss for us to not bring up Duante Wright, given that it happened in the same city. And the result has been what we saw last year as well, with justifiable outrage and frustration being met with overwhelming police violent response. And additionally, video of them flying of the police department in Brooklyn Center flying a thin blue line flag, which I think is very, very disturbing. It says some really uncomfortable things about the state of policing in the United States. And I think that I'm going to talk about this like I did on my stream just before I came on here, where we were talking about the Duante Wright situation. Yes, there is probably too much riding on this particular case, but can you blame the entirety of the country for feeling that way? For looking and seeing this obvious, horrific act, sparking a movement and having overwhelming police brutality in response. One of the biggest civil rights movements in history, if not the biggest. And now we have it happen again in the same city, just fucking a few miles away from where George Floyd died. Like this is. There needs to be change. And I said this, it's not just, we're at a point where just a reform is not enough. And I say that not with the idea that we need to abolish the police now or anything along those lines, but there needs to be very serious, very clear, and very material action taken on the police sooner rather than later, because people cannot deal with this level of violence. People cannot deal with this sort of distrust in their own country being so omnipresent. Every single summer, somebody dying and it's setting off another wave and no changes coming. It will only raise the temperature and it will only lead to more bloodshed. And that is a terrifying thought to me, given what we saw last summer, given what we saw as the fallout of that, given what we saw even in the election in response to a lot of this. So yes, I think that this case is certainly, too much is riding on this case, but I don't know that we have a choice in that, and we need to confront that on a political level as seriously as possible and bring through very serious changes to the way that policing works in our country.
Much. Okay, well, hold on Pisco. I'll go to Rose.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so first of all, when we go into the open speaking, I would like, Connor, if you could elaborate a bit on what the insinuation exactly was with talking about those like YouTube video autopsies, and you can expand a little bit upon that, because I'm not quite sure what point was trying to be made there.
Sorry.
All right, yeah. On top of that, for my opening statement and things I want to talk about, this is 100% a litmus test to see how the institutions treat cases like the one of George Floyd. I think it's going to be one of paramount cultural significance. That's already been noted before. It will be very, very, very impactful, and there will be long-lasting consequences on public attitudes towards institutions, and also on things like, the prevalence of civil disobedience going forward. And on top of that, one of the things I was worried about when it came to this trial was that they were going to do something similar to what they did with the George Zimmerman trial, in which they overcharged, and then because they weren't able to land that charge, which was very sort of like optimistic, then the person, George Zimmerman, walked away free, basically. I was a bit worried about that occurring here, and the consequences for that would be, really like devastating and negative, and would erode completely public trust in the U.S. institutions.
Yeah,
but it doesn't seem like it's happening the same way here. So there's a bit more optimism in that regard. So that was sort of like my main concern about this trial going in. Now, when it comes to the things that Demon Mama said, I 100% agree with that. The most important thing here, probably from a consequentialist perspective when it comes to the follow-up and the outcomes from the killing of George Floyd, is going to be the broad and comprehensive policy actions that are taken from this point forward in order to address the root causes of that allowed this to take place in the first place, and also other issues concerning the Black community and the people of color community in the United States of America. And yeah, that's my opening statement.
San.
Yeah, sure. So, it's a pretty landmark case. I'm pretty sure I don't understand everyone that like a lot's probably riding on the outcome here. A lot of like public sentiment, but it's already been said by everyone around, everyone else there. Why are you laughing?
Okay.
Why are you laughing? Like, it's a very serious topic, and you're like,
I'm fine. Let's go.
Oh, you tired bastard.
I'm like, all right. So like,
we're all laughing at you. You just can't hear it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Caffeine's wearing off now.
Yeah. Stop it! What are you talking about extradition police killing? And you're like,
I'm laughing because I think you're like in the beginning stages of hallucinating. Like, it's like,
it's a little bit, but like, so. As I was saying, like obviously, like the outcome of the case is going to have a lot to do with how the public feels about the police going forward. Unfortunately, this is probably the case of the decade, if not the century. This was such a massive movement, and if nothing happens to Chauvin, I am scared of what happens to my American brothers and sisters and MBs, and especially in the local area, especially with the pandemic still going on. It's a pretty worrisome thought. Now, I personally think that like we're going to see like some kind of guilty conviction here, whether it's on the first judge or the second judge, I'm not sure. I've been like loosely following the trial, and it looks pretty in favor of Chauvin getting a thing, but I'd like to see the evidence that Counterpoint's mentioned. In terms of the tragedy that happened today with Duante Wright, the piss poor excuse that has come out of that police department is very shocking. And very saddening for anyone who's seen. I think Bo on Twitter made the point here that if anyone's seen a fucking taser holster where you hold your taser and where you hold your gun, you couldn't fuck that up. You literally couldn't fuck that up. If you couldn't fuck that up, it'd almost be like a point where you shouldn't be a policeman in the first place, right? I highly doubt that like anyone with any modicum of training could have fucked it up that badly. Yep. So unfortunately, yet again, we see another black man killed because it's America, which is incredibly sad. I'm sick to death of seeing every single week in or out another murder of another African American citizen in the US. It's incredibly saddening, incredibly saddening. I can still fucking hear
yeah, it is. So I've heard.
George Floyd screaming out for his fucking mother, and there's nothing more depressed me than that.
Thanks so much. Next, Ty.
Yeah, so this is the section where me and Pisco trade off an expertise. So I'm going to shut up a lot, and he's going to be doing the one that's talking. I'll suffice it to say I'm not a legal expert, I'm an medical expert, and I haven't paid attention to most of the stuff going on here because I'm paying attention to what's going on in
Our
Ethiopia
highest
and
is a
Sudan,
90.
So I'm sorry.
99.
Here's what I do get
combo?
from like the
99.
general background is that is there a lot writing on this? Yes, and I don't think that any way this all goes,
99 combo in this
everyone's
chat,
going to be
highest.
happy. I think there's going to be levels of feuding and upset feelings whatever the charges end up being guilty and not. I'll just let that go to the open panel. So Pisco.
I'm good.
Muted.
Yep.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, cool. So at the start, an opening argument, both the prosecution and the defense in this case were agreed on one point, that this case is not about broader questions of racism, and it's not about broader questions of policing. And I've said this on multiple panels, that despite those statements and what was said in the context of a very rigid trial, this case is absolutely about race and absolutely about broader policing. That said, regardless of our thoughts on those two issues, police cases are incredibly hard to convict on. They're extremely difficult cases. One, because police have avenues of justification, namely the justified use of force in many cases is a complete defense on these particular cases related to murder in the second degree, murder in the third degree, and the manslaughter charge. So if they determine that Chauvin's conduct was not out of bounds of whatever the standard of police conduct was, then he's innocent, right? Because they have the justification of, or they're probably innocent of at least these charges. That should tell you that whatever happens in this case, you should be ready for either result. Because as someone who's been combing through the intricacies of this case, there are questions about the police conduct as the defense is sort of on cross-examination, bringing out somewhat effectively. I'm interested to hear what counterpoints thought was decisive or what thinks was devastating. And there are also questions related to causation. This is the chatter that you're hearing about. It was the drugs that killed him. It was the heart that killed him. Those relate to questions of what actually caused George Floyd's death. And you need to prove causation for all of these elements. The intuition or a lot of the common knowledge that you hear on all these panels and talking about on Twitch is counterintuitive in many fronts. One is whether or not second-degree murder is an easier charge to prove than third-degree murder. And there's this intuition that, well, second is more harsh, therefore it must be harder to prove. That's actually not the way it is in this case from my reading of it. Second-degree murder in this case is premised on a doctrine known as felony murder. And from my reading of the law in Minnesota, that's actually a lot more easy to prove than their theory of third-degree murder, which is known as depraved heart murder. And so you should check your intuitions about what's more likely to happen in this case. You should expect a lot of different things and be ready for whatever the conviction may or may not be. I just want to say a couple of things to people who will say police violence is not a big problem because not a lot of lives are lost. I think time and time again, our society has shown that we don't measure the cost of police abuse and excessive force just in the number of lives lost. Yes. There's a societal cost to these incidents, and they occur with some regularity, and they hurt our communities, and we should be sensitive to that. And so I'm excited to talk more about all of you about the broader policy implications of this case, and hopefully measures we can take to avoid future cases.
All right, open to the panel. Counterpoints?
Yeah, so just to clarify, that way RoseWrist understands what I'm saying, and also to articulate what I thought was important from the two expert witness testimonies that I viewed. So number one, the pulmonologist, he talked very specifically about physiological reactions under stress, basically what the body does when it's deprived of oxygen, and whether or not it would specifically be related to the compression, the positional asphyxia that George Floyd underwent. The reason why I felt like it was particularly compelling is because he basically talked about a very specific physiological reaction of George Floyd trying to lift his right shoulder, and also him trying to use his hand to lift his body weight up so his diaphragm could expand. He explained that very specifically, like if he was just like, and maybe I'm paraphrasing, so I could be wrong, but he basically explained that this is the attempt of the body to breathe, not a like cardiovascular failure or a drug overdose, because then like somebody would just zonk out. They wouldn't have these attempts to try to get into a better position to breathe. That was his articulation. I thought that was pretty good. The second person that I thought was pretty compelling, I believe I said the pulmonologist was the first one. And then the other ones is basically the toxicologist. So the I know there's a whole bunch of chatter on the right wing about the amount of drugs in George Floyd's system. He had methamphetamine and fentanyl and carfentanil inside his system. They actually did a meta-analysis of DUI suspects who were arrested with fentanyl and carfentanil in their system, and also did a meta-analysis of people who overdosed. George Floyd was in the 80th percentile for people who received a DUI, and he was in the 20th percentile for people who overdosed and died. So I think those are both important points that basically speak to, it wasn't the heart disease, like I could be wrong, but my read on it was that it wasn't the heart disease, and it wasn't the drugs, and the prosecution is doing a pretty good job of removing these objections. We'll see what happens on cross-examination. We'll see what happens when the defense gets their chance to go.
I think you're not listening to him. He's saying that it's not drugs.
My read on the situation, and I said about YouTube, and then I'll yield because I know we got more ground to cover. But what I said is these witness testimonies are live on YouTube. There are clips out of the expert witnesses laying out their testimony. If you are on the right wing and you are talking shit on Twitter right now about how fucking George Floyd was triple the fucking overdose, you can find this information in the next 30 seconds and not just take my word for it. If you are worried about the fucking pulmonologist, that I'm full of shit and I'm just making shit up on fucking Twitch, you can also Google the fucking pulmonologist. This information is out there. It is on you. It is incumbent on you to research this shit, not listen to fucking talking heads who are going to jerk off your fucking perspective. Yield.
The pulmonologist's name is Dr. Martin Tobin, for those of you who are interested, and he's well renowned in his field. So my question for counterpoints is, if you're so sure about all that causation stuff, and I thought it was very compelling as well, why are you hedging and saying, well, I don't think that they'll be able to get on second degree? Is there some intuition about the jury or what's going on? What's your sense there?
You would have to read to me the perspectives on like intent, maybe like a craven heart murder or whatever. Like the third degree is actually harder or something like that. And maybe you could explain that to me. But basically, my general intuition is that basically showing up, and this is the same thing with the Duante Wright homicide, by the way. If you're going to try to articulate that Derek Chauvin or that female police officer woke up that day and they're like, you know, fuck black people.
None of the, so just be clear there, to stop there.
Yeah.
None of the theories of murder in this case involve intent to kill. They're all a subsidiary
first
doctrine.
degree.
If you broke down the statutes, I would be appreciative.
Well, this is why I care about what the conviction is, because what I don't want to happen is just to have a second degree conviction. Because I actually think it's plausible that you might have a conviction on second degree murder and not on third. And I don't want to have any credence or legitimacy given to the felony murder doctrine, because I think that doctrine incarcerates a lot of poor people and minorities in this country unjustly because of societal circumstance or random chance that they walk into, let's say, to rob a store and someone gets a heart attack because they walked in. That's murder. That's felony murder. And that's what Chauvin is being charged with. Now, you might say, is this the place to take a stand against felony murder when all these other people have already been incarcerated? I get that, but that's why I really would appreciate if there's going to be a conviction that it happened on third degree, because I don't want it to just be on second degree and, in other words, validate this, I think, unjustifiable doctrine of felony murder.
Yeah, okay, we're on opposite sides of that, but we can fight that out a different day.
Let's go to GSU Gambit, then Rose.
Yeah, so Rose said something important in his opening, and a lot of the black community went through this. When they first were gonna indict George Floyd, my first Facebook status was, if they indict him on first degree, they're attempting to let him off. And that's literally how most people who were informed on this thought. So when they announced the indictments, we literally, like, I don't know if it was on ABE that week or if it was with a group that I talked with on Facebook, but we literally like were parading and like drank that night, because it was like, yes, like they're trying to be reasonable. So the historical like attempting to overcharge is disgusting. So I think that's a way that has been used to let people off. But the other thing is, I just want to say there's two issues, right? There's one that's the optics of this. Like, that was the lady from the Capitol riots that was saying, hey, I'm white, so I'm not going to be arrested, right? Those type of optical things are emboldened when something this egregious, and this touches on what Pisco was saying, like the egregiosity of this murder is important because it lends itself to like how we optically view things. So I think the optics of it is super important, and that's why I want him to be charged. Also, next, like everybody else is saying, the policy that hopefully comes afterwards to make these type of prosecutions easier. I think all of that is super important too. So yeah, I do think, like the last question in the topic was, is this like an indictment on our justice system? It is somewhat, because we all reasonably think that there's a way he could get off, right? Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, I do think it's an indictment of our justice system, as has been the entire, in my opinion, the entire following response to everything from how Trump handled discussing it on a federal level, to how police departments signaled their sort of disregard or lack of care for people's genuine fear and frustration. Like, and I can't help but feel that like the symbolism of a thin blue line flag flying outside right now in the same city that this happened isn't isn't in and of itself an indictment of the way that police culture has formed in this country, and how the justice system has come to be something that people fear and not trust in. And I do worry about that, because I don't see how that can be resolved without like a really, really serious attempt to tackle greatly changing the way that our justice system unfolds, and also seriously, once and for all, acknowledging the fact that our justice system is slanted against black people, that our justice system does not function as intended, and that it is resulting in deaths. It is resulting in terror, legitimate terror across much of our country, and it's only like I just can't understand how there's an entire faction of this country that thinks that like this is emblematic of some sort of hatred for the police, as opposed to a genuine outrage at the constant death of black men predominantly in this country. Like that is a completely understandable reaction for people to have. And if we don't have a government that's willing to address that, if we don't have a justice system that's willing to acknowledge that and go in deeper, we're not going to have peace of any type.
So let's go to Rose, then Hans, then Connor.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say thank you to Connor for clarifying. It was good clarification, and yeah, definitely, I'm happy you clarified, because I got like a different impression from you initially mentioning that in your opening speech, and yeah, it was a good speech. I liked it. Now, I just want to add another thing to what GSU said. Initially, just another piece of analysis when it comes to the phenomenon of like overcharging people. There are, I did some like reading into this, and there tend to be three main reasons why overcharging happens. This is just to give like a more nuanced perspective of it, I suppose. Number one is, like you said, in some cases it can be argued that there is some attempt by them to like let the person off by overcharging them, charging them with something that there's no way they're ever going to be able to land. Another reason might be, this happens more typically in like smaller cases, not necessarily massive public cases, just by the nature of the competency of the people engaging in the trial. But it's that the prosecution gets overzealous, so they overcharge and therefore are unable to run the conviction. A third reason why this happens to some extent is because of public pressure, and this happens more in highly publicized events. If there's a lot of pressure to just like throw the book at this person, then there's also like an increased pressure or an increased likelihood or risk of an overcharge taking place. And yeah, that's my idea.
Yeah, I remember having conversations with a lot of people like, oh, they're not even going to charge him with first degree. And I'm like, wait. Intent is a very, like, to prove that, because there was like, I don't know if y'all remember at the beginning, there was like a lot of conversation over him and Derek Chauvin knew each other. George Floyd and Derek Chauvin knew each other. So that's why a lot of people were saying, oh, look, it's intent. Like he even knew the guy. And I was like, even if he does know him and all of this stuff, I still don't want him to go after intent, because I think that just sets the bar too high. So yeah, everything you just said is spot on. I do think we do put a lot of pressure because these are highly publicized events, and we want to see somebody in jail for like 90 years. But yeah, I do think being overzealous is definitely an issue as well. Yeah.
Keep in mind, they're charging for all three of these crimes.
Exactly. Yeah,
they
that's
find
smart.
Convictions on all three and all these different theories.
I'm saying I like that indictment process versus like, let's just try to get them on first degree.
Right, and the only intent that's necessary in this case is for the qualifying felony under felony murder, which is intent to assault. And then that to me is much more simple to prove under a doctrine of felony murder than this reckless, depraved heart murder 3, which is why I told Connor points that I think murder 2 is actually, as a legal matter, more plausible.
Yeah. Let's go to Hans. Let's go to Hans as we're waiting.
I'm not gonna pile on in terms of like moralizing this. Everyone else on this panel has already made like the amazing cases to like why this was just like horrifying and disgusting. I would say, looking forward, things that I would like to see like past this is legitimate legislative or executive action. Right now there is it was proposed by Karen Bass. This was like way back in what's the fucking 6th month of the year, June, right? June. And we haven't had anything with that. I think, honestly, this moment is actually a relatively opportune moment for national police legislation. And I honestly haven't seen a lot of that being proposed, like whether by the White House or by like any member of Congress. And I hope that this becomes more than just a cultural flashpoint, because we've already like made the arguments. Yes, this is an extremely important cultural moment, and I would never like oppose that. I just want this to flow from a cultural moment into hard legislation, or anything that can make this less possible, beyond like the cultural understanding that yes, we finally can get police officers who like kill people, right? I want more than just like the but small, like knowing that yes, we got one and like it's possible. I want it to like make sure that we can't do this again. And so like just two quick questions, and then I'll throw it away. The questions like specifically for counterpoints. You said that you wanted like specific like different designations in terms of legality for cops versus civilians. I would love to hear those. And then for Demon Mama, you said earlier that like we can't just reform, we have to like completely fix. But then you also like talked about like not defunding. So I would love to hear both of your like suggestions like on this specifically in terms of like what you would want to see like legislatively put together.
I just want to let you know though, Hans, there is a HR 7120, which is the George Floyd
right.
Act.
That's the one that I talked about. Like it got introduced in like last year in June, right? And has it been acted on, or is it still like?
No, but that's something that we want to be acted on. But yeah, we'll talk about it. I'll let Counterpoints and Demon Mama go, but we should talk about that too.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to disappoint without being Mimi on this subject. Serious, so we can yell at each other in a second. I want to do the serious, productive things first, okay? Florida Department of Law Enforcement reviews every single shooting inside the state of Florida. There's a separate shoot team because a shooting is so serious that they review every single shooting inside the state. I almost guarantee you every single state inside the United States has a similar team at the state level. You could literally expand the scope of this investigative division in order to include corruption, brutality, wrongful death, all those wrongful injury, all that kind of stuff. And you're like, Connor, the police are perfect as is. Why do we need an independent investigative agency? It's because complaints often go into the municipal level, and there they can be shut down. They can be shut down by low-level supervisors. They can be shut down by administrators. They can be written down as, write-ups. They can be written down as verbals, whatever. Literally, police administrations are so nepotistic that they will accrue dirt on police officers just enough to not fire them, but just dirty enough in order to maintain their employment. And no, I'm not talking about like murders or drug dealing. I'm just talking about like talking shit to members of the public or being assholes or getting caught with your dick out or some shit like that. All right, so moving on to the next point. I would want a code of conduct instituted at each state level because these are all parochial. You can't do this at the federal level. You can only encourage states to do this, but you would basically encourage separate criminal charges for cops, and they would have increased sentences for petty crimes and contextually appropriate sentences for more serious crimes. So, for instance, lying, petty theft, falsifying a police report should all have serious consequences, like a year in fucking jail, revocation of your certificate, and the inability to work as a law enforcement officer within the state. And the reason why is because you're promoting integrity, and any clean cop is not going to have a problem with abiding by this standard of conduct, okay? Then, negligence resulting in great bodily harm or death without malice, or negligence resulting in great bodily harm or death with malice. I'm sure Pisco can inform us on the more appropriate language. But so, for instance, with the tasing incident with Duante Wright, it's almost immediately apparent that the cop fucked up. They yelled taser, taser, taser. They said, oh my God, I just fucking shot him. They basically freaked out immediately after the shooting. They caused a death or great bodily harm, but it was pretty apparent that they didn't intend that. Whereas with George Floyd and Derek Chauvin literally sat on George Floyd for 9 fucking minutes. That's an egregious level of human neglect that shows that like he's not thinking to the point that he is fucking up severely, and that needs to be higher punished. So for me, without malice, 3 to 5 years. With malice, 20 fucking years to life. And then also you could do manslaughter, murder, like you could contextualize these within the job so it makes sense with a law enforcement in the pursuit of their duties, and then charge and set sentences that are appropriate for those charges. And I'll just let you guys mull on that for a second.
Okay, I was going to go to Kill, but I'll go to you, Demon Mom.
Yeah, so I wanted to answer Hans's question to the best of my ability, and I also wanted to touch on another thing, which is that I think that something that's been discussed here is sort of like how much pressure there is on everyone in this trial to whichever way it goes, there's going to be a lot of people angry. And I think that part of that, part of the reason why we have something like that is because we have a lack of actual action on any other front. So these sort of landmark cases become what everyone focuses on, and they become representative, often in a very bad way, of people feeling like they are not being heard on any level. And I think that's a huge problem, because first of all, I think that even Pisco can acknowledge that that amount of pressure inevitably affects the case. It affects everyone involved in it. It affects how deep you can go. It affects the ability for justice to actually be carried out regardless of what the findings are, right? Because if there's fear involved in that not only is going to affect juries, it's going to affect everyone involved with it. And I think that we need to really acknowledge that this is not going to stop happening. If there's no change that's made on a broader level, if the people of America, who clearly, judging by the amount of people who turned out during the George Floyd protests, don't feel like they're being heard, like their system is changing and protecting them, then I feel like we're going to be in a sort of chain of these cases where this becomes the representative of an entire nation's anxieties and genuine frustrations about policing. And with regard to how you go about, like, obviously, you know, in the long term, I tend to lean towards ideas of police abolition. I have a lot of thoughts about that, but this isn't really the place for it. However, I do think that we need to go beyond just things like minor changes to training. I would love to see some sort of federal action that addresses the hyper-militarization of police, the culture of like us versus them among the police. Like, this is not something that should be fostered. This is something that should be fought on a national level. We should not have a large portion of the population feeling like they are being watched over by like an occupying force that doesn't serve their interests, when they are literally supposed to be ostensibly the protectors of the people. And in addition, I think that we need to have like an outright ban on the warrior style trainings, because I think that there are, and again, I am not a legal expert, so that's not really something I can talk on. I will leave that to Pisco and counterpoints, I guess. But I do think that on a cultural level, there is something very shocking about the prevalence with which you see, frankly, fascistic imagery being used by police forces. Is that not deeply, deeply concerning on a cultural level, that the emblem of supporting the police has become one that is literally a line between barbarity and civilization, represented by a blue line between black? That is so unbelievably, that is such a level of cultural fuckery that we need to address on a serious level, because you can never have a healthy relationship with any sort of law or justice system when you have it being a common thing among the police to sport a symbol of separating the thin blue line between barbarity and civilization. That is an absurd standard for a justice system to be functioning on culturally.
So I'll go to Kill, then Rose, and then back to Gambit. Counterpoints, we can hear you typing, and then counterpoints last. Go ahead, Kill.
You're muted.
Beautiful. I mean, it really.
Sorry, I wanted to make sure I didn't.
It was so poetic. It was so poetic.
So like everyone agrees that this is the time to do reform. I'm just as ashamed as Hans to see that we're not seeing reform yet. I'm not super on board with abolition most because it just ends up cashing out as like cops being something else. We can take data points from what we understand right now and make pretty reasonable reforms. Campaign Zero reforms are quite good, data-backed, and we can put them through and see where we can go from there. For people unaware of the Campaign Zero reforms: ending broken windows policing, community oversight, limit of force, independently investigates prosecution, community representation, body cams, training, and profit policing, demilitarization, and fair union police contracts. These are easy to put through reforms. They're pretty agreeable by everyone on end, including most police officers, and is a workable solution that's data-backed, that we know works because it's been tried before. Some of the abolitional stuff and defunding stuff I'm not a big fan of, mostly because we've when we've looked through it before, like for the example, the Camden reforms are the ones that usually ones people pointing to. That is simply a union busting effort to pay cops less so they could hire more cops, and a lot of stuff came downwind from there.
Okay, Rose.
Yeah, so on top of the excellent suggestions already given by a lot of the other members of the panel when it comes to specific reforms to the criminal justice system or policing as an institution or that type of thing itself, I think another thing that needs to be talked about more from the angle of like criminal activity and crime prevention has to do with like just general preventative measures for criminal behavior. Stuff like, for example, like the best way to decrease the crime rate is just to increase like quality of life, increase standards of living, decrease economic inequality, and do all these things. That's one of the angles that is talked about relatively little when it comes to economic policy and stuff like that. Talking about the effect it has on people's proclivity towards conducting or engaging in criminal behaviors is an angle that should definitely be talked about more. And on top of that is a politically efficacious angle to talk about now, especially given the current socio-political situation in the United States of America today. So yeah, talking about general economic policies as well through the frame of crime prevention is definitely something that needs to be done more, and is an argument and an angle and a framing that is super beneficial and is useful.
Okay, Kale, go back to muting yourself, and counterpoints, start muting yourself. Okay, let's go to Hans.
I'm not entirely certain I had my hand up, but I can.
Oh, I thought so. You not have that? Yeah, no. It was Gambit. So no. It was Gambit. No, sorry. That was my fault. That was my fault. No. It was Gambit.
Give it back.
That was my fault.
Post hoc.
It was my fault. It was Gambit. So we'll get you later.
Yeah. So one thing that I just want to let people know that's out here, it's the George Floyd Act that I was talking about last time. So I posted the link in chat. So this has an incredible amount of the things that we fight for, just to list it out for the people that are listening. It lowers criminal intent standard from willful to knowing or reckless. It limits qualified immunity in some ways. It authorizes the Justice Department to subpoena for investigations in police departments that have a pattern of bad practice. It establishes a framework for dealing with racial profiling. It creates a national registry for police misconduct. So a lot of the things that we all fight for is actually in a bill that's been passed through the House, only needs to be approved by the Senate. So I know like there's a lot of broad claims like, hey, we should abolish the police. I completely disagree with those. But if you are someone who wants that, you can still fight for this first. So we should all join forces, and we should try to get this bill passed, because it's something that's actually in Congress. Your abolish the police thing, unfortunately and fortunately, is not in Congress. So this is something that we could push the Biden administration to pass. And this is something that I think all of us collectively agree that these things are good. So these are things that you should be writing your senator about. And these are things that we should be fighting for. You can later fight for abolishing the police, but let's get this thing that's actually real and actually has like content and is not an asset thing. But this is what we should be fighting for sure.
I just want to bolster real quick something that explain the pathway that Gambit was talking about for qualified immunity. So typically qualified immunity deals with like civil damages in civil court and not necessarily in the criminal context. But the logic of it is, if we dissuade, this will disincentivize police officers from doing horrible things, because they'll know they're on the hook for money damages. You know, you can debate to what extent those deterrent effects exist. I would think that police officers are more likely to be deterred than just the general population. So that's how I can square my animosity towards felony murder, but still be okay with limiting some forms of qualified immunity, because qualified immunity is quite strong in this country.
Yes.
And so that's the pathway, the logical pathway for why, even though qualified immunity is typically for civil suits, it could curb some kind of bad police activity from cops in the criminal context.
For sure.
Okay, go ahead, Connor, and then we'll go to Hans.
Sorry, when you
My
need
apologies.
me, I need a second
I'm back.
to catch
I'm
up.
back. I'm sorry.
All right, so this is where I'm gonna do the
No, I'm back.
olive branchy thing, and then I'm gonna give you guys plenty of stuff to yell at. So I would like to take all of the goodwill of the past, like, I don't know, hour, 90 minutes or whatever. Let's just like save that for later, and now we can just pretend that I'm a douche and a terrible person, and we can take it from there. All right. So with the constant death of black men, okay. So I understand, as it was earlier stated, that basically systemic racism or systemic problems within the United States is not explicitly or specifically just homicide. But if we're looking at just homicide, basically it's not even a fucking comparison. What law enforcement does on an annual basis versus what is just happening inside the Black community. This is why I think the left has really powerful arguments when it comes to systemic inequality, because the right wing likes to pretend that we already have equality of opportunity, but we don't. We have dog shit schools. We don't have access to universal pre-K. We don't have access to universal healthcare. We don't have high quality education. The property fucking taxes tied to fucking quality of schools is all fucked up. So if we can solve these, if we can solve the material conditions in order to decrease the amount of criminals that we have in society, we 100% agree with each other. But now let's get into the part that we don't disagree. All right, limiting fucking qualified immunity. You guys, like, seriously, when y'all are talking about this as fucking civilians, you need to think about not just the fucking problem that you're going after. If the cure is worse than the fucking disease, you need to think about that shit too. So if cops stop doing their fucking jobs, get the blue flu because they're fucking worried about it, or are leaving in fucking record numbers as they already are, and we're seeing upticks in fucking numbers, you need to basically fine tune qualified fucking immunity so you don't encourage good cops from actually doing the jobs that they're asked to do. I know that it's popular to just fucking hate cops, but you actually need to think about what the fuck you're doing, because actual people are going to get schwacked over this. Secondly,
can
you expand a little bit? Yeah,
because I have a question, because for the most part, you know, we have insurance, right? And there are tons of professions in this world where, you know, as a lawyer, they'll have malpractice insurance. Doctors have malpractice insurance. And to the extent that you're saying that people won't become cops, I mean, what incentive do you want to have to decrease these kinds of, if we're not going to play on their incentives, what are we going to do? The whole point is to disincentivize this bad behavior.
Yeah,
how do you do it without making some rules that are going to hurt?
And I also very specific criminal model that I already highlighted that I thought.
But that has problems of itself. One is you want specific rules for police conduct. That I think undermines equality under the law. I mean, you really want it to be. I mean, the whole idea is that. Okay, good.
Can you define like the parameters of like your new qualified immunity, just so I understand like what I'm arguing against?
I can't, because I'm basically saying that qualified immunity as it exists now is basically the fucking state saying, no, cops have a fucking job to, unless they commit something fucking egregious, they can't be sued.
But you agree that, like what Pisco is saying, Pisco, I'm sorry, I always do that. Until I start talking, I don't remember which one it is. But no, like in every profession, you have to understand how the industry is changing, and those changes are expected in your behavior. So why are you so strong against reforming qualified immunity in any way? Like,
we don't have to get rid of it necessarily. Maybe we just, because as you
no, that's why I said reform.
Yeah. So counterpoints. You know, as you stated, I think correctly, it has to be quite a departure from normal standards usually. And I don't even know what the current rule is. I know there was a recent case about it to qualify for not being under qualified immunity. So is it really absurd to say, all right, we'll have some qualified immunity, but maybe we'll lower the standard a little bit by legislation?
Yeah, no, and honestly, like we probably agree. So like I can give you plenty of other fodder to fight over besides this one. So basically what I'm saying is, whatever those modifications are, that's not my fucking bag. I'm not a politician and I'm not a reformer when it comes to qualified immunity. That's your bag. You got to figure that shit out. Because I'm a fucking private citizen right now. I live in a decent fucking community and I have guns. Okay? I'm going to be just fucking fine. But at the same time, like, there are other people who are going to be affected by the behavior of law enforcement on a day-to-day basis. And on top of that, the morale within law enforcement already is basically saying, nobody likes us, everybody thinks we're fucking pieces of shit, everybody thinks we're fucking murderers, go ahead and stay in your fucking car, only respond to fucking serious calls, and we'll just let everybody eat themselves until they decide that we were actually doing our jobs in the fucking first place.
Well, I mean,
seeing that attitude online all the time.
This is
we're in hostage mode right now. You're saying... Yeah. Give us full immunity from liability. Why not have absolute immunity? I mean, why not go that far?
I mean, this is
these people care about their jobs. They're not devils.
But this is part of the reason. By the way, this is part of the.
I'm listening.
Go ahead, Demon Mom.
Oh, I was saying this is part of the reason why I think that getting too hung up on specific reforms can actually impede the overall goal, and that's because I think that. There are a number of factors that are contributing to what can I say, except for a horrifically toxic culture of law enforcement and justice in the United States. And here's the problem. When you're at a point where the police, where you have a serious situation of we can't change laws that are leading to people dying because the police might get mad and stop doing their job, that is a really bad place to be in. And I think that a severe restructuring would alleviate that. I don't think that we should be putting whatever form of police you want. Personally, I think that we could probably restructure our currently existing police to be different, multiple different organizations that handle different things. Like, for example, a detective agency that focuses on violent crimes, etc. I'm not an expert on this particular thing, but I think there's room for thinking about solutions like that. Right now, if we don't fix that underlying cultural problem, and that's not even to begin talking about the problems that the well-documented problems with white nationalism and white supremacy that flows within specific police departments, how on earth are we ever supposed to move? Peace goes right in saying it's a hostage situation, and the way that we fix the hostage situation is by saying, holy shit, the American justice system is so broken right now that we can't even reform it without making without the police going on a riot and stopping doing what little they already do and killing a bunch of people. I mean, last summer was, I personally believe, and people can disagree with me on this, but I think last summer was the perfect example of a police riot. They felt emboldened by Trump. They felt like they could get away with all kinds of things. On my coast, there were cities that were blanketed in tear gas and are now being blanketed no longer in just CS gas, but HC gas, which is, it's really harmful. Like, this is ridiculous. We're getting to the point where it feels like there's a war between the citizenry and whoever's in charge and the police. The police have become an unaccountable agency, and I think that requires some point along our government to say, holy shit, whether it's the Justice Department says we need to do a serious reform, whether you have a congressional approach or an executive approach, there needs to be a drastic reshaping of the way that this functions, or else we are going to find ourselves in exactly what's being talked about here. When you try to make a single reform, you have a functional cop riot or a cop strike, and that is not a good place to be in, especially with a police force that's as militarized and as racist, verifiably racist as the one that America has.
Okay. I need an opportunity to address
respond, and then we'll go to Hans and Gambit.
Okay. So this is my point, because we fundamentally don't agree on a lot.
Sure.
And on top of that, my reform is more aggressive than either of yours or any of yours. And when I brought it up, you said it was unpragmatic or politically impossible. So I don't know what the fuck this, hold on, my turn. So I don't know what this thing is where you're like, oh, well, your shit's impractical, but my shit, this very minor fucking tweak. Dude, the whole point is you have to understand 90% of cops, 95% of cops, 98% of cops are not fucking monsters who wake up every single morning in order to fuck people up. Okay? That's not what cops are. And what you need to fucking do is you need to create a fucking system in which cops who actually care about the job, care about their communities, care about the way that they interact with the citizenry, have the ability to flourish and do their jobs properly. But you need to set that shit up. Okay? That's all I'm fucking saying. And by the way, we might not even disagree on the modifications to qualified immunity. All I fucking said was that there's a utilitarian calculus between reforming fucking qualified immunity and cops feeling like they can't do their jobs without getting sued.
Right, but in your own words, you stated that we're already currently in the state where cops are just going to stay in their car and not do their jobs properly, as it currently stands.
Because of culture.
That's a pretty telling thing. Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about, though, right? Like, here's the thing. Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me finish my point now. Okay. Listen, I agree with you. Like, I agree with you that, like, every single cop is not a cold-blooded killer in and of themselves. Like, I don't think that every single cop is personally a sociopath, but I think the structure of the police, the environment of the police, turns non-sociopathic people into functional sociopaths, and that cannot engage. And I genuinely believe that. This is why I really think we need to address this on a much larger level than just trying to go at any single reform, which will be inevitably retaliated against by the incredibly entrenched powers that be. Now, the problem that we have is that a lot of good people now. Let me just do a quick anecdote here. Last year, I remember I was watching footage from Minneapolis, and there was a moment where a police officer in full riot gear was confronted by 2 activists, and that police officer visibly started crying at this confrontation. Immediately, they were tapped with a baton and asked and relieved and moved out and replaced by somebody else, somebody who was strong enough to not have emotions in the face of all of this. That is very emblematic of how the system can turn individual, potentially good people into monsters. Because if you know that you are surrounded by a bunch of other people that are engaging in white supremacist ideology, that are engaging in warrior mentality, that are flying a fascist flag, and that's what the thin blue line is. It is a fascist flag. They're flying that. That is a deep cultural issue that I believe needs to be broken up and restructured. And that might mean severe reforms. That might mean that a lot of police officers are not going to be happy, but we will never make progress until we engage with that, until we acknowledge these facts about our justice system. And what the fuck kind of country do we even have if we don't have a justice system where we can say, well, hey, at least it's only 70% that are flying a fascist flag and believe that they're unaccountable and that they're better than black people. Like that is such a dire straits, and I think we need to start taking this more seriously before we end up with a summer ×2 of last year, because I think that's what we're coming for.
All right.
So sorry, we gotta get out of the lane. So Gambit and then Gambit, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to not fight Connor on 2 points, but just give more context. So, one, the whole black on black crime versus police thing. Like, the difference is when black people kill black people, usually they go to jail. Or if you're in Chicago, you're gonna probably list out that some of those murders are unsolved. That's because of neglect in investigating them, but that's not indicative of the people who are actually committing the crime. So, generally speaking, when black people do acts against black people, they generally go to jail. And we only want that same level of accountability extended in these type of circumstances. So I'm not saying that there's 1 million people being killed every year. The other important part of that is, like we mentioned, the egregiosity. These things degrade our social landscape when there's an 8 minute and 46-second murder that happens on national TV with people standing by saying, hey, you should stop. And the guy's crying out for his mom. So the egregiosity is as important as the quantity. So quality and quantity both matter. And to write it off as a non-issue when something this egregious happened is just dismissive to me. But the second thing is, like, as an American citizen, I'm expected to know the laws, and these police are enforcing those laws against me. So the idea that the police don't also have to have the same level of knowledge on the laws that they're enforcing is a ridiculous, I can't think of the word I want to use right now. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's double standard. Like, it's ridiculous. So that's how I would try to respond to the 2 points that you laid out.
Could you real quick respond to Connor points as like utilitarian argument that it's, some double standards in his mind would be justified because they produce good outcomes. So here he's saying that, having some qualified immunity, it's a balance you have to strike because you want to incentivize police officers properly. Do you have a response to that kind of argument?
I think if there's a framework where we extend that to the American public as well, potentially, depending on what that looks like, but only extending it to cops and say, hey, cops, you don't have to know the laws, but the people you're enforcing it on have to know them intimately, it's disgusting to me. So I can't agree with that at face value, for sure.
Okay, Prime, like, I can fucking wait, but I can also go ham on like 8 different fucking points that people have already presented me with. So what do you want me to do?
So wait a minute, Hans, keep it short. We don't have much time, so I mean it, Hans. Keep it short. And
I
then
will. I promise.
So
specifically, like for like the realm of this debate, like in terms of like what we like want to see a community, like a qualified immunity turn into, like I'm gonna like speed read like this specific section, like it's really short, of like the bill about like what they're gonna change qualified immunity into. So it shall not be a defense or immunity of any action against a local law enforcement officer or any action under any source against a federal investigative or law enforcement officer. That one, the defendant was acting in good faith, that the defendant believed reasonably otherwise that his or her content was lawful at the time the conduct was committed, or that the rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws were not clearly established at the time of their deprivation by the defendant, and that at such time the state of the law was otherwise such that the defendant was not could not reasonably have expected to know whether his or her conduct was unlawful. So again, this is essentially saying that yes, if you're going to like practice and be like a police officer, you have to know the law better because like it is your job to enforce the law. I think that is a reasonable thing to say that hey, you must very, very well have like strong knowledge of that law. Like like a Pisco is going to school like to like practice law. You should probably also have to go to school to enforce law. You should probably at least be like aware like on a greater scale than an individual person beyond saying like, oh, like killing people bad and jaywalking like is bad. So like, do you have any specific problem with that? And specifically for Demon Mama, I love wonky stuff. I love like disagreeing on like specific conversations because like it seems like everyone on this panel wants police reform. But, like how do we get there and what do we think is like the best route? I think is like that's where the conversations get nitty gritty and like that's where like the wonk in me is just like, fucking yes, this is exactly what I like.
So counterpoints.
Well, how about this? Because I literally have like, why don't we just go to it's 10:28, right? So why don't we just go to closing? I'll go to second to last, and then I'll just rant my fucking eyeballs off. And
we don't have to bother closing. It's gonna take too long, and we gotta get to the next one. So if you want to say something, say it.
All
now.
right, fuck it. You're getting it now. All right. So I didn't bring up black and black crime. Say fucking like we should only worry about fucking homicides
You're
or
breaking
whatever.
up a little bit.
Yeah. You
Damn it,
coming in
fucking
and out.
Chinese internet. What about now? What about now?
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I didn't bring up black on black crime in order to fucking say that like police homicides don't matter. Solutions about systemic fucking racism is a fucking good thing that we basically need to solve schools, education, healthcare, infrastructure, all that kind of stuff in order to reduce homicides overall in the general fucking population. And that's something that you could sell conservatives.
That was pretty fucking weird, guys.
Yes, we can now.
All right.
You came back.
All right.
That was really
police
fucking
knowledge
weird.
of laws. Okay, I know there's plenty of dumb fuck cops, but you also pay a lot of dumb fuck cops like 37 grand a year. You get what you fucking pay for. On top of that, fucking civic education, I think that there should be civic education. I think in high schools, we should teach kids how to fucking do traffic stops safely. We should teach them fucking basic laws that they might be fucking violating, like simple battery, trespassing, burglary, theft, all that kind of stuff. Also, they can be better informed. I would also think that it would be nice if they were fucking educated on their rights, when they have the right to remain silent, when they have to talk to police, when they can call their lawyer, all that kind of shit. Because in general, I am in general more pro a fucking civically educated concept. So finally, federal action on militarization of police. I'm pretty sure Pisco fucking hold on, that's a bad word. Pisco destroyed rhetorically CTV along the lines that you have to address problems at their root. So municipalities, counties, states, all that kind of stuff. Whenever you're talking about law reform, you can't just go to the federal government and then say, hey, we're just going to force top down, just like force everybody to do the thing that we want them to do. There's actually basically you have to do this at the states. So the feds can promote a model, but they can't force all of the states to adopt a single level of policing all simultaneously. So my suggestion, hold on, I'm not done. So I would tie my reform, which I still think is very reasonable and haven't heard any objections to. I would tie it to
you
federal
objected
funding.
to it yourself.
I would tie it to grants. I would tie it to the programs that give you
He
body
objected
armor,
to it
armored
himself.
vehicles, old rifles, all that kind of shit. Finally, fascistic imagery. You and I have a completely different understanding of what the thin blue line is. The thin blue line is not a fucking statement about, oh, look at all these uncivilized fucking, savage fucks.
Yes,
it's about
it is.
the number of people who are involved in the profession. There is literally an entire populace. Do you know how many cops Demon Mama, I understand you're about to die from an aneurysm. And
yeah, because that's ridiculous. That's just wrong.
We can do it after. So last point, and then I'll shut up, okay? So in a city of 15,000 people, there were 5 police officers. It was 5 of us holding it down. We dealt with homicides, child abuse, people being burned with cigarettes, people being tortured, dogs getting fucking murdered, dog fighting rings, cocaine, fucking murders. I had
You're
somebody
doing it
murdered.
right now. You're doing it right now.
Doing what?
You're doing the thing right now. You are doing it was just us 5 standing between barbarity and civilization. You are literally demonstrating it right now.
No. All right, Prime, I need this.
Go ahead.
What do you call dog fighting? Do you call dog fighting civilized?
What? What does that have to do with
You just
anything?
said, okay, you just said, no.
You're demonstrating perfectly what
Hold
I'm talking about right now.
Okay, yeah, let me ask you the question. Do you think dog fighting, okay, you said that there was
She's
five
not
of
saying
us.
that. She's not
We
talking
were
about the
statistically
underlying
minority.
conduct. She's referencing a way of phrasing and a way of characterizing the relationship between society and police in general.
We,
And
the
that
upright, we five few
That's what she's
warriors
characterizing.
stood between madness and civilization. It was only us with our guns and our strong muscles and our tight cropped haircuts and our uniforms. Please look up at us as the gods among men, these great Ubermensch that save the petty weak sheep from those wolves that are out there. You're doing it right now.
She's not defending dog fighting as civilized. I just want to.
Yeah, obviously there are problematic behaviors, but like
problematic.
Yes,
behaviors.
crimes,
Putting
all kinds of things.
cigarettes on your kids is problematic.
You're doing it right now. You're literally engaging in
I'm
propaganda
doing
right
it
now.
Okay. Oh my God. Is it propaganda?
Yes, it is
If there's
propaganda. Right now, you're
people
doing
in
it.
a city. Okay. If there's
How can you say there's something wrong with me seeing myself as an Ubermensch because somebody did something bad once?
I never.
Let him get it out. Go ahead.
Holy shit,
Connor.
Demon Mama. So okay.
What?
The thing that you just
Okay.
described is okay. I'm not saying I'm an Ubermensch. Look at this. Hans has better muscles than I do.
I mean, if we are talking about Ubermensch, like, what's
I
up,
haven't-
bitches? Like,
I haven't
I am
lifted-
fucking beautiful. Like,
Okay. I haven't lifted weights since 2012, okay? I'm not claiming to be an Ubermensch, all right? And then on top of that, I think I've admitted multiple times on multiple panels that I'm a fucking asshole. And I have all sorts of fucking problems, okay? I am not claiming to be an Ubermensch. But at the same time, the conception that most people are good, but there are some assholes out there that most people do not like to think about, and it is the exclusive job
will
of
address
law
this.
enforcement to interact with these assholes on a day-to-day
No, it
basis.
isn't.
Is true.
No, it isn't. You're lying right now.
Oh my God, I'm lying?
Yes, you're lying
When I
right
had
now.
somebody murdered in front of me.
Yes,
on
and
my
now here we
fucking-
go. Here we go. I'm sorry you had to deal with tough things on during the police. I recognize that, but please recognize how you're doing the exact thing that I was criticizing. For you, the Blue Lives
Demon
Matter.
Mama, I'm not saying whether or not you're criticizing it. I'm asking you to acknowledge whether or not a dynamic exists.
No, you're doing it right now. You're saying, "Oh, I don't think I'm an Ubermensch, but anybody who takes on the badge is responsible for making sure that civilization stays together." No, there are nurses, there are individual bystanders, there's all kinds of people that deal with these problems. And additionally, I'm not done. We know. Wait a second. We know that you don't have to wax lyrical about how society's inherent degeneration and the criminal gene, or whatever you want to talk about, because in reality, we know that the reasons for crimes are most predominantly sociological in nature, not because of some humans are just bad and you sheep, you non-cops wouldn't understand it. You wouldn't understand what it's like to be blue. And it's like, come on, like, what are you're doing the thing that I was just criticizing. The fact of the matter is that police shouldn't see themselves as some like isolated vigilante warriors who are standing between the sheep and the dangerous people, and instead we should recognize that there are sociological problems that lead to crime, and perhaps some form of law enforcement has a piece in being a part of that. But it's this weird isolationist cult-like Ubermensch mentality. Just the minute you put on the badge, you represent the only thing separating civilization and barbarity. That's a huge problem.
Okay. All right. So my frustration with your perspective is the fact that you still haven't addressed whether or not this dynamic exists. And on top of that, do you see me giving a fuck? Hold on. Don't have an aneurysm. Jesus Christ. So when I see fucking doctors flying the serpent in the fucking stick, and they have the fucking, they have like angel's wings or Jesus Christ painted on the fucking wall, do I go, oh, this is Christian nationalist fascistic bullshit? When Grey's Anatomy makes TV shows about fucking surgery, and it's all about how surgeons are like, sexy sociopaths who make hundreds of thousands of dollars and all that kind of shit. Do you see me fucking vilifying or calling them pieces of shit for fucking being surgeons? Or do you think do I deny, hey, pussy. You picked the job of being a surgeon. You're not special.
What is
you
he
dumb
talking
fuck.
about?
Like, no, you don't see me criticizing any of that fucking shit because I acknowledge that surgery is probably difficult. Having people die in front of you is probably difficult. The dynamics and the challenges of the job are unique and they are special and they are interesting. That's why whenever you turn on a fucking television show, there's 3 fucking kinds of dramas: police, medical, and law. It's because it's interesting, it's unique, it's fucked up, it's weird. So yes, excuse me, I'm not saying I'm the best. I'm not even saying that cops are the best. Guess what? 70% of them are the best people you've ever fucking met. 30% of them are complete pieces of shit, probably just like lawyers and doctors. It's not unique, but at the same time, the circumstances are unique. And on top of that, I've already conceded multiple things in this argument. Number one, I said, I have a police reform model. Can you please criticize it? Nobody's fucking addressed it. Number two, I said, RoseWrist, you have a whole bunch of systemic fucking goddamn diagnoses of how we can improve society. I agree with all of these. That way we can solve the sociological factors that are involved in this fucking thing. But finally, guess what? There are rich people who commit murder. There are rich people who commit domestic violence. There are fucking rich people who do terrorism and child abuse. And there will still need to be law enforcement, and law enforcement officers will still be dealing with fucked up shit. And you know what? It's gonna be a fucking sick ass profession into the fucking future. I am interested in reform. I am interested in solving systemic fucking conditions, but your vilification and hyperbole about what law enforcement is frustrating to me on an individual
And then you tied
level.
an onion to your belt because that was the custom in the time. Yes, I get it. That was, I don't even, like, there were so many random, irrelevant things that you brought up there about doctor drama and law drama and police drama. Okay, listen, first of all, I don't-
You were saying cops aren't special.
Excuse me. Cops are the ones who've embraced the Blue Lives Matter, thin blue line bullshit. That thing is totally on cops for embracing their own fascistic mentality of themselves. I don't see doctors.
What is
I don't see
fascistic about the blue line?
Excuse me.
What is fascistic about the blue line?
I'm not done. Wait, I
don't
literally
think you know
already
what the
explained
word
this.
is.
I don't think
let
that
her
you
finish,
understand
let her
it.
finish,
Yeah, I
please.
literally don't think that you're willing to understand this. So let me just address this. First off, I've never seen a doctor walking around with a thin red line flag talking about how if it wasn't for the enlightened, ingenious doctors, the entire society would crumble below them because the inherently flawed evils of the world will overwhelm and whatnot. Secondly, doctors don't fucking carry guns. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. This is a stupid comparison. Nor do lawyers. I mean, maybe some lawyers carry guns. Most of them just carry around books and fucking coffees from Starbucks. Anyway, and so these are completely different things. And third, your own example that you brought up that you're mad at everyone like not addressing, you defeated it yourself. You said yourself that cops are already resigning from the job under the current laws, so they certainly are going to resign when your supposed reform is pushed through. In fact, I criticized your point with your own words, and that's why nobody else has addressed it, because it was settled. You didn't have an answer. So there we go. There's a couple of answers.
No. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Let's go here because no. Sorry.
Don't worry. You'll get So no comment. I'll let you finish. Rose, don't worry. I'll get to you next.
Sorry, we can move on if we fucking need to. Okay. Number one, the thin red line. That's firefighters. Are they fascistic because they fly the thin red line flag? Are they fucking fascist? As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and I have like.
Wait. Can I address that? Wait, can I answer that one right now? No, I want to address that right now. You asked a question. I don't want you to gish gallop. Let me answer that one right now. I can answer that one right now. Real quick, just in the internal imagery of the thin red line, what are firefighters standing between?
Fire,
and
the general
and people, right? Not people, not dark, barbaric criminals and other good people. There's a huge difference in imagery. And secondly, I've never seen or met a thin red liner who's legitimate about it. It's more of like a nod and a joke that firefighters are sexier and more interesting than police officers because they don't go around blasting people all the time. So yeah.
All right.
I mean,
number one, we disagree on what's sexy. Number two, this is define fascism.
Wait, you want me to define fascism? Yeah, fascism is a highly authoritarian, ultra-nationalistic approach towards governance that often involves consolidating state power under a ethnic, racial, or potentially national majority that is perceived as better or more deserving of leadership than others. Very simple. And that is, by very definition, what taking a arm of the state and saying that it is only us, we, the strong few who dare to stand up between criminals and the good people, that makes that mentality. That is a fascistic mentality. The thin blue line is a fascistic symbology, and it always will be. And that's the problem. When you portray yourself as the brave warriors who are standing between the good people and the bad people, not which even in that, it's like, wait a minute, you're just saying off the gate that all criminals are inherently bad people. Not that it's like there's no circumstance, there's sociological analysis. It's ridiculous. It's a fascistic worldview. Just own it.
Okay, do you think that warriorhood,
the CCP got you again?
Yeah,
has
the
any value at all?
CCP attacks him a lot.
Okay, try it one more time. Yeah, no, now we got you. So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead now.
Okay, do you put any value in the concept of like warriorhood or security forces in general?
I think it depends on the context. If you're actually doing a good job protecting somebody from something else, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I think the thin red line thing is pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool to defend people from fires. Like, I think that's pretty pog. I don't know. I just find it really weird to be like, oh, those dirty people out there, those dirty criminals that are represented on the flag by the color black. That, yeah, you know, that's like a pretty fucked up bit of imagery there, isn't it? Yeah, I think that certain types of warrior mentality can be fine. I'm a fighter. I'm a demon.
Okay.
I don't fucking.
Okay. Sorry. I hope this is at least good memes for everybody. Anyways. So
Don't worry, Rose. I'll get you, Rose. Don't worry.
It is. Okay. All right. So let's follow up on the fucking memes. Okay. The thin red white. So what's is the black representative of all the black people that firefighters are just going to allow to die? Is the white representative of the purity of white skin? Is that your interpretation of the thin red line flag, or do you have a different interpretation for that flag?
Listen, as far as I know, the thin red line, and I could be wrong about this, but as far as I know, the thin red line was literally a joke, a play off of responding to the police one. I don't think they were really thinking about it that much. But do I think that when the thin blue line flags were written up, and it was, you know, the blue line is drawn between a white line on the American flag and a black line on the American flag, and in an organization that is well documented as having huge racist and white supremacist problems within the organization, yeah, I think there's some intentionality in that symbology that doesn't really apply to firefighters making a goofball version of the meme that talks about them being the line between humanity and the flames that are inanimate objects. Like, come on, this is so silly. Okay. You've got to be smarter than this.
Okay, hold on. We agree on one part. Silly as fuck. All right, let's just move on, okay? So basically, society would crumble without security forces. Yeah, this is literally fucking true. Maslow's fucking hierarchy of needs is it's a psychological concept about what people need and when they need it. They need fucking basic fucking food, basic fucking shelter. Guess what the next tier is? Physical fucking security. So after that comes social shit. After that comes fucking the ego. After that comes self-actualization. So basically, yes, it's the second fucking tier. We're almost as important as Tiberius D and his family that actually grow.
When you say we, do you mean when you say we, do you mean your fellow Ubermensch in blue? When you said we there, or was that just a slip up?
Yes, that's what I mean. All right, okay, finally. Yeah. All right, so next point. All right, this will be my last one, and then we can move. All right, so doctors don't carry guns. Yeah, you're right. They carry fucking scalpels and medicine. Do you know how many people they kill every year due to?
Are you for real? You can't be real right now. Yes, this can't be for real.
This is a dishonest comparison.
This is such a stupid thing.
Okay, finally. Oh no, because you're comparing about how they're not as cool as we are.
The CCP is cutting you off.
Hold on.
The only comparison is that like black
people
are discriminated against in the medical system.
Okay,
finish your point, and then I'm going to go straight to RoseWrist. He's next to talk. Okay.
Last point. Lawyers don't carry guns. Yeah, they just legislate the power in our society. They just send people to fucking war. They just jail people. They just create the power systems and the fucking structures that we deal. Are you seriously going to tell me that all of fucking politicians, 80% of them don't have Juris Doctorates? Are you serious right now?
Because
Connor, I'm sorry. This is so silly. Like you're
okay. Hold on. Sorry. Wait, finish your point, and then I want Rose, and then I'm gonna get Pisco. And then all right.
My point was that you made them sound like a bunch of useless institutions. I have no idea what the fuck that point was. All right, finally, my police reform. The whole fucking point with my police reform is it would be accepted by good cops. Most cops don't want to lie. Most cops don't want to steal. Most cops don't want to falsify police reports. Most cops, if they fucked up and they killed somebody, they might not want to go to jail, but they might understand the reasons why they would have to if they were fucking culpable or negligent for it. So the fact that like there would be infinitely less objections rather than let's remove your civil protection so we can sue the fuck out of you every time you fuck up.
God damn it! I really hold on. And god damn it! All right, look, fuck. All right, you said something. I wasn't gonna say anything, but now you said something that, like, would most cops actually like turn in their friends if they were watching them commit brutality against other people? I mean, like, we've seen them not
This
do
guy
that,
says
so.
that cops are so easily dissuaded from saving people, and now he wants to impose limitless criminal their own statutory code of criminality. Aren't you scared that they're going to just keep us hostage and no one's going to go into policing? Why aren't the incentives that you talked about in qualified immunity at play in your separate criminal code that lowers standards?
Yeah, that's why.
Okay.
So,
Can I answer both of these questions?
You'll answer 3. You'll go write them down. Go ahead, Rose.
Okay, first of all, Connor, I don't know why the fuck you called me out there, because I very carefully prefaced my talking about the sociological things with saying, on top of the very excellent suggestions that have come from the panel when it comes to criminal justice reform, on top of that, I don't think I've ever once advocated for police abolition, much less in the short term. The most you could ever extrapolate from anything I've ever said on that is that to some extent the responsibilities from police should be curtailed and given to other public institutions, but that's not by any means deleting security or police by anything. So I don't know why the fuck you called me out there. Second point, when it comes
because
to
we agree. I said we agree. I didn't say.
Oh, I thought okay, my bad. I heard my name yelled out in an angry voice, and I woke up like, oh shit, that's the time. I'm ready. Now I'm gonna try to be an enlightened centrist here in between Demon Mama and counterpoints. By that I mean I'm gonna try to I guess steel man both positions. Okay, so thin blue line. Okay, there's two sort of like key things between there that I think that Connor is like much more interpreting one aspect of it. Demon Mama is interpreting another aspect of it. Connor is still focusing mostly on the thin aspect of the thin blue line. Why is this the case? Well, we as progressives should even be able to agree that, hey, one of our primary arguments for wanting to defund the police, by which we mean allocate responsibilities and funding away from police institutions to other public institutions, is because these police have way too many civil responsibilities, as such are unspecialized and are overworked. That's one of the points that the thin blue line is making, and that is a point that seems relatively true, right? They're spread thin when it comes to all the social and civic responsibilities they're given. That's one argument. That's the side that Connor's coming from it, I believe. The second part that Demon Mama is coming at it from is the inherent us and them mentality that the thin blue line sort of projects in its iconography. So because it's very much a thin blue line between two parties, and it's us and them, it's, like law-abiding citizens, society as a whole, and criminals, not criminal activity, but criminals as people, what that does is it sort of inherently suggests the fascistic idea that people are, to some extent, maybe inherently criminal or inherently bad towards society, because those things are so tightly connected in something as simple as like symbology when it comes to the thin blue line. So that's the argument on Demon Mama's side. Now, when it comes to the usage, we see, very careful, in the United States, because thin blue line has very different connotations in different parts of the world, it's in Europe as well, but as usage from the United States, I see it mostly used in a lot of far right anti, like BLM, what's it called, protests like that. So for the usage, it seems to be used in more like right-wing contexts for that extent. Now, you can make an argument, Connor, that you might want to reclaim the thin blue line, and what you would have to do then, I suppose, is instead of having it to be us and them, as in law-abiding citizens and criminals, have it as to be like society as a whole and like criminal behavior, or the types of the examples of society failing to meet the needs of people in order to create yada yada yada, and therefore sort of removing the thing in itself from the people who enact it. This would be kind of like a thin red line, having it previously mean the firefighters versus the arsonists, and instead now being the firefighters versus the fire. One of those is more politically pragmatic, is more optically effective. Same thing should be done for the thin blue line should we choose to want to reclaim it. It needs to be detached from people and attached to criminal activity as a thing, and that's my steelman of both.
But it would also it seems almost unrecuperatable in my opinion, because if you're talking about it, the symbology being the thin blue line between X and X, even if you change it between this and this, that doesn't represent the reality. It doesn't. You're talking about like sociological forces. You're talking about a thing that the police don't seem to want to give up. Like, it's not thin anymore if it's no longer just them, and it isn't just them right now, by the way. There's all kinds of other professionals who get involved in making sure that society runs smoothly. This is it is a symbolism that is chosen to give a supremacy to the idea of these people who inhabit that thin blue line that separates the wolves from the sheep. I think that there is the fascistic symbology in it is almost inseparable from the image itself. I don't know how you can get away from that.
The strict argument I was making there is this would be the possible case for reclamation, not a case that I would necessarily agree with if I'm politically pragmatic. I was just doing
I want to address something that
So before you do that, I want counterpoints to just what said, then we'll go straight to you, Pisco, okay?
All right. So why would cops not reject my system? The reason why they wouldn't fucking reject it is because basically clean cops don't give a fuck about anything that I said. They don't give a shit about whether or not you fucking jail lying cops. They don't give a shit about whether or not you jail thieves. They don't give a shit about whether or not you jail fucking... They fucking don't. Any clean
What's your
cop...
deal with qualified immunity? What's your deal with qualified immunity?
Because I've been sued. Do you know why I was sued?
I don't know why you've been sued.
Okay,
You're talking about
Oh boy.
counterparts. You're talking about incentives dissuading cops from doing policing. And on the one hand, you're saying, we can't allow civil liability. It'll make it so horrible for these cops. They'll
Okay, let me
never
explain
go to
it. Let me
crime.
explain it because I just don't care at this point. I don't know how I can make it clear. Criminal actions that cops do, most cops don't want to commit criminal actions. However, getting sued is actually incredibly fucking
Okay,
easy.
but you're changing what is criminal. If you have
I'm answering your goddamn
question. You're actually not. You're actually not, because what you're doing is you're changing criminal law.
I'm getting to it, Pisco. I'm getting to it, Pisco. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, so the reason why I was sued, Pisco, was because in lieu of arrest, I wrote down on a piece of paper somebody's court date, and I said, hey, fuckstick, you stole shit and I caught you. Here's a court date. And they sued me for emotional distress. Do you think frivolous lawsuits are going to increase the costs of insurance for law enforcement officers?
Hold on,
Do
wait.
you think
Were
the
you doing
nature
that I quote? Were you calling them a fuckstick? Or, like, I don't know what you just did.
That wasn't direct.
You're implying that
if you were sued for that, maybe you did.
That was the emotional implication. I didn't.
No, but you got to understand that you're telling us you got sued, and we're trying to figure out what the hell you're actually saying.
Like you got.
Okay. This is why your test fails and why your rationality fails, because you're arguing that like more allowing
Very
more
interesting
civil
conversation.
liability that will definitely dissuade cops from acting. But now what you're actually doing is you're making it easier to charge cops for crimes, and you're expanding criminal liability. I think you and I would agree that criminal liability is much more in position than civil liability for some intentional.
Just grab them quick,
emotional
Ada.
thought.
Get it over with.
So
grab those
why,
pills
if you're
and do
worried
it.
about incentives in the
Okay,
civil context,
okay, so
aren't
let
you
me
worried in the criminal
answer.
context?
Okay, so let me answer this question then. Okay, because basically when I brought up specifically creating statutes around law enforcement, that would be because it contextualizes what's going on in a situation.
Does it change the criminal law to make it easier to?
Fucking question. Shut the fuck up.
One at a time. Please.
God
Go
damn.
ahead.
All right. So let me answer your fucking question. So specifically, I brought up the killing of Duante Wright. Okay? I brought that up. That female law enforcement officer who drew her pistol instead of her fucking taser, everybody in this fucking chat and everybody in this fucking panel can go watch the video right now. It is very clear from her verbalizations, from her emotional reaction, that she did not intend to draw her fucking pistol and that she did it by mistake and she killed somebody. Okay? I would legally contextualize that action completely different than Derek Chauvin, who kneeled on somebody's neck for 9 fucking minutes and killed him. But the justice system, because it only has like murder 1, 2, and 3, does not have a legal context in which a law enforcement officer is performing their legally assigned duties and they
RoseWrist is
fuck
gonna
up and
come
they
on
hurt or
afterwards.
kill someone. And you could create a legal framework in which the
RoseWrist is coming on
actions of a law
afterwards. That'll be
enforcement,
great.
while attempting to perform their law enforcement duties, can result in a criminal action.
Involuntary manslaughter?
We don't, or else we would have convictions. Pisco. What the fuck have we been talking about for the past 2 hours?
Okay.
First of all, I have a question I need to be answered. Are you making it easier or less easy to convict cops?
I'm making it more easy to convict cops.
Okay, so then you're playing on the incentives to, and why aren't you concerned that you're going to disincentivize police officers from doing what you said about qualified immunity? Because what you're just telling me is it's you change the substantive law to make it easier to convict.
No,
cops.
we talked about this
so
earlier.
Why is the same incentives that you said about qualified immunity?
Pisco, because I want cops. I want dirty cops off of the job. I want corrupt cops off of the job.
Same for qualified immunity. I said same thing for qualified immunity.
Dude, are you just going to interrupt me 50% of the time?
Yeah, please let him.
Okay,
It's okay. No worries. We'll talk about it after age 6.
I want corrupt cops off of the job. I do not want cops to pay $500 a month for your insurance.
Time
you're
code
probably gonna
is
stop being a lawyer for
050435.
050435.
050435.
It doesn't make any sense, and the chat all sees that the whole rationality that Connor Points had behind not having qualified immunity reform was he was scared about incentives. And here, you know, the civil liability, that's a lesser incentive than criminal liability. And Connor Points is not answering.
Are you okay? Am I speaking English right now?
No,
are you?
You're not actually you're not answering
Holy
anything.
Shit. Okay.
And everyone can see it.
Okay, so let me fucking answer.
Wait, can you actually answer though? Like, what question are you answering? What question are you about to answer right now? He's asking you the difference between the criminal and the economic side, because you seem to be focused on the economic, but you're not understanding that the criminal side is also more important and a bigger scary monster that you should be trying to fight. Yeah.
Who gives a shit?
Cops give a shit.
Your argument should give a shit.
You just said you would make it. Wait,
shit. Dirty cops. What the fuck are we talking about?
You just said you were going to make it easier to convict cops. Cops will care about that. Cops will fight you on that.
Dirty cops.
No. You're changing the definition of what is dirty. You understand that? You're changing the substantive definition of what is dirty.
Stop. This has to be elementary. How the fuck would any cop defend any other cop who commits theft while on the job or off the job?
You're changing what theft means. You're changing what theft means. Because
Okay.
you're saying you're lessering the standard of whatever the substantive criminal law is, Connor Points. You're saying it's going to be easier to convict cops. You're changing what constitutes theft.
Wait, can I
after this, wait, hold on. After this, I just want to say.
For petty theft.
Oh boy.
Can I throw an olive branch? Is this what you're saying? I'm really trying to parse this, and it's not making no sense.
No idea how you're missing this.
Are you saying that you're okay with bigger criminal fines because you think that'll catch the bad cops, but you think the civil thing will attack more good cops? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, pretty much.
But we impose civil liability, presumably on bad cops and bad actions. So you would the same logic that applies to the civil liability. We're not imposing civil liability, presumably, on good cops. That wouldn't be our goal. And so I don't understand. I mean, we're both trying to punish bad conduct on the criminal side and on the civil side. Why you would make a difference in the incentives here? Doesn't
Okay,
make
hold on. GSU, stop. You're helping a lawyer. That's your first mistake, okay? Number 2, basically what's going on right now, I need to check fucking Pisco's financials again in another fucking debate, because it's very clear that he's just trying to create a new he's trying to create a new industry for fucking lawyers so they can sue fucking cops. That's exactly what's fucking going on
After
right now.
this, I'm advocating for lawyers to be given standard issue weaponry and cops to not have it after this. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, cool. Fucking fine. Pisco can be your fucking guy. He can.
I'm just addressing. There's a logic to your argument on qualified immunity, and it doesn't seem that your solution is following that logic, which seem to be very concerned on the one hand about imposing civil liability and dissuading good cops, but on the other hand, you're willing to.
I told you it was gonna get spicy. I told you.
and I've tried to answer the question 3 fucking times. I do not.
This has been so good.
I have no idea how. I'll try it again. I think most law enforcement officers do not give a fuck if a thief or a liar or a murderer or somebody who takes bribes or somebody who fucking does cocaine, fucks their boss's wife or some shit. Like, I don't think anybody gives a fuck about
coping
that person
point.
if they commit that crime, get caught, and end up in a fucking cell. However, what I would say is that a lot of
wild,
cops
Mother
worry
Mirset.
about getting
It's been
sued.
wild. It's been a
You
good
know
show,
why?
and it's
Because
only
you
going to
wanna
get better.
privatize
It's only
our
getting
legal
better.
defense.
We got
You
the
want us to
best.
pay
We've saved the
dues
best for
into an
last.
insurance system. And guess what? Realist, shut the fuck up! I'm answering your question.
You're just going on.
Shit.
I heard this before.
50% of the question, Pisco.
Do you think that prosecutors?
Let him.
Here's
Let him.
the other half. Shut the fuck up. Is this a lawyer tactic? Like, do you just interrupt randomly? when you have an answer?
Pisco, you gotta let him go.
Dude,
let him
I've
go.
answered your question 3 different fucking ways, and you've interrupted me at the 60% mark 3 fucking times. Wait till I'm done talking. What the fuck? Holy shit. All right. Anyways, back to what the fuck I was saying.
Well, everybody's awake now.
Lawsuits, as we know, with fucking doctors and with fucking lawyers, is that there's a shitload of frivolous ones that up the fucking costs of fucking legal defense all the goddamn time. On top of that, Pisco, shut the fuck up. On top of that, cops are in a very unique societal situation. As Demon Mama brought up so eloquently before, doctors are a bunch of fucking pussies who hide behind scalpels. And lawyers
say
are
that.
a bunch of pussies.
Excuse me, I did not say that.
That was her verbatim quote, and everybody heard it. So
listen, who's the real man? Who's the real man? Someone who dives in with a knife, or somebody who comes in with a fucking tank and a bunch of fucking armor? Doctors are the true Chads. Virgin cop versus Chad doctor.
I just want him to. Oh my god. Okay. All right. So all right, let's try this. Let's try this one more time.
He thinks that there's frivolous civil suits, but he doesn't think there's frivolous prosecutions. Haven't you ever heard of people complain about frivolous prosecutors? Aren't you scared about some DA from some Democrat city going after police officers? You don't think police officers are scared of DAs and those people getting overzealous with this lower criminal standard you said? On the one hand, you think that there's frivolous civil suits, but there's not frivolous prosecutions. Why the fear on one end and not the other?
Yeah, a trial would be the place where we would have to like sort this out, right? Like it's saying like it sounds like the good cops wouldn't be pulled into this. We just get the dirty cops, but we only get the dirty cops through prosecution, and then like Pisco is saying, there could be prosecutors who are like overzealous and then getting the good cops with the same standards.
Okay, sure, but
thank you all for being here. Make sure you sub to my YouTube.
You want to know
That's
where
where all my videos go out. All of my VODs are on my YouTube.
Yeah.
0, because I've never stolen anything. Do you know what my fucking fear of getting fucking arrested for lying on a police report is? 0, because I've never lied on a fucking police report. Do you know what my fear of fucking going to jail for killing somebody accidentally is? As a cop, decent. Okay? Decent. Because
you'd be concerned, wouldn't you?
You should be concerned if you kill someone.
So you're lowering the criminal standard, right? So you're making it easier to convict cops on. You just told me that you were concerned about that, and that's a criminal context, and you're lowering the standard for that crime in your whatever code, and now you're saying that cops won't respond to that in the same way.
Tim, you probably care more about being wrongfully convicted than that
on murder
than being charged in a civil suit and losing money.
Pisco,
now you're seeing it,
he's
right?
trying to get you to understand.
Pisco, here's what I'm trying to make you understand, okay? Right now, when a cop commits fucking manslaughter, they're subject to the same fucking charges as everybody, right? So chances are manslaughter carries what, 5 to 10 years, right?
Depends on the state.
Okay, depends on the state. 5 to 10 fucking years, right? Okay.
True.
I think that you could write a law,
silent.
very specifically contextually, that basically says we know that the role of a law enforcement officer is specifically keeping that as a context in which people visit violence on each other. We can write in a fucking addendum that says that if you are egregiously negligent in the way in which you perform your duties that results in serious death or great bodily harm, then we will charge you and we will hold you to a higher standard. However, hold on, motherfucker, I'm 60% of the way done, Jesus Christ. However, if you contextually make a fucking mistake, you fuck up, you do an oopsie as it's called, and you kill someone, we're not gonna fucking destroy your life, but there will be a criminal consequence. Can I make myself any more fucking clear, or am I speaking?
The answer is that in that case, it doesn't appear that you're changing the substantive criminal law, and all you're doing is incorporating by statute what's already the common law. One of the big things that's going on in the trial right now, the Chauvin trial, is what the use of force is. And once, if you establish that what he did was okay and not some egregious departure, that's a complete defense. Chauvin walks. Even if he caused the death, if they can show that he was like trained in it and that this was the standard and that he didn't violate anything, he walks. And so that's already the thing. So you're either changing the substantive law to make it easier to convict cops, or you're not doing anything like what I thought you were doing and just incorporating the common law doctrines by statute.
Yes, that was our entire point. I thought we brought it up. So when you said we didn't address you, we thought your points were addressed, and somehow I think you missed that we thought we were addressing that.
I still don't understand your fucking point.
So what I'm getting is that Connor points has blown somebody away, but hasn't fucked up his paperwork. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't hear that.
Sorry. I just want to make sure I'm getting this all correct. What Connor is saying is he's confessing to blowing somebody away on the job as a cop, but not fucking up his papaperwork, right?
Confession.
No. Yeah. He said he was scared.
You got me.
He was scared of that happening, but Connor, what I'm saying is there are already laws or common law doctrines which state use of force is a complete defense.
You're welcome.
So what are you actually doing?
I love
in
you
your
all.
Law?
I give you amazing
clarifying.
content.
You're just incorporating standards that already exist all over the country.
What you're saying is what
is your conviction rate under the existing standard?
So I just, at the start of opening, I said, these are hard cases, precisely because, one, I think people on this panel, including DylanBurnsTV and others, recognize the evidentiary
He's
problems
been screaming at everybody for a
convict,
while. So.
Right? There's the problem that people tend to trust the police in a lot of these cases in the jury context. People will give weight to police testimony, and there's this feeling that cops protect their own, and the prosecutors don't have incentives to vigorously charge it. So that's one set of concerns. And the other are the legal doctrines that protect cops. In the criminal context, one of it is justified use of force. And that's already around, right? So these cases are hard to try already.
Okay, so do you think that you could rewrite the fucking laws to contextually take into account all of these unmentioned factors that are different between when you're trying to convict a civilian and when you're trying to convict a law enforcement officer?
Totality of circumstances. It's called totality of circumstances, and that's what they're what they're talking about in the trial. That you have to look at the standards, and it's objectively reasonable. Yeah.
Pisco, at this point, the totality of circumstances are not prescribed. They are.
I'm looking at all chats, Milk Carton, as much as I can, but mostly Discord. Discord's on screen.
That people have about law enforcement, about standards, about SOPs, about tactics, about doctrines. There's no standardization. Literally, what I'm asking for, which should appeal to your fucking lawyer brain, is legalistic standardization.
I don't agree.
That helps secure conviction.
Okay, can I say? Wait. I know you guys have been going back and forth. Can I just say one quick serious thing here? I think that this has pretty much basically proven that I had the most basest take on this panel so far, because what we've witnessed here is that this is literally a hypothetical law, and counterpoints, while using the term "we" to represent not a cop anymore, but still seeing himself as a part of that thin blue line, is going to fight to the death on his own little personal interpretation of it with everybody else who's obviously confused in the name of, while as we look outside, the cops are still blasting people away. So this is the problem with trying to like hyper fine tune one little point when you have a legal system that is backed by fascist cops who see themselves as the Ubermensch between the wolves and the sheep. There we go. So sorry, I just destroyed everybody.
Okay. Mama, I don't know if you were paying attention, but I'm fighting a fucking lawyer who's trying to make less accountable.
Yeah. It looks more like you're. I mean, if I'm completely honest, it really feels like you're fighting your own words here, and like you're kind of like a cat like trapped in a wet bag. Like I honestly don't feel we've made any progress in the last 20 minutes, and we were actually having an interesting discussion about like, even though I disagree with you firmly, I like how you interpret the like thin red line. That was actually an interesting discussion. This has just been nonsense.
Sorry, I like yelling at people. My bad.
Let's go to Hans.
My biggest contention is with DylanBurnsTV. I don't think you've made the most basis of takes. I'm pretty sure I did that because I dunked on Connor without even having to raise my voice, and I've survived his talk far like better than anybody because I wasn't here for about 40% of it, and I got a drink during it. So like, I think that was the best decision of anyone on this fucking panel. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
But I just want to say to Connor, you want police standards to be contextual. Imagine that you are chained in the basement somewhere, and there's a criminal in front of you. You break out of your chains, and there's a boiling vat of water. You want someone to like write into code that it is per se unreasonable to ever use a boiling thing of water to get out and apprehend a criminal. You don't want that, right?
I do.
You don't want to have people like me have to memorize all these statutory codes of use of force and justify them in every potential situation. You need these codes to be objectively reasonable, totality of circumstances. That's the only way this works. And also,
sorry, this is why I love you and why I hate you. Okay, it's because you have a fucking lawyer brain. I know if you sat down and you were like, Connor, I love you dearly. I also value justice, peace and love in the American way, and I want to help you write new laws that are going to help convict bad cops. You could do it, and you could probably do it in a fucking afternoon. But because you have a fucking lawyer brain and you want to create a new industry that you can from, you turn that shit on and you say your police reform is stupid and bullshit, and the only way to do it is to end qualified immunity so we can sue.
Well, and you have a cop brain, and you have a cop brain, and you want, and you get mad at Pisco, and all of a sudden you want to fucking blow him away. Well, where have we gone? What have we gotten here? All right,
let's put our heads together, you dicks.
Okay.
Kill. You guys, you want to say something, and then Rose.
Yeah, I don't know why like there's been such a big argument here. Why you're so against like some kind of like insurance in case of like legal cases. Cops already pay it. It's called a union due.
Connor, I have a very important question for you. This is the most important question of the night. Console gamer brain versus PC gamer brains.
Oh boy.
Okay. PC gamers are actually the Ubermensch. Okay.
Actually, the motherfucking worst.
That being said, up until the past week, I was a console gamer, which I think explains a lot.
Oh boy, I hate you all. All right. So
one last point, I promise.
Okay.
Did you notice the de-escalation attempt there?
So Connor points. This is the reference of you used the R word about me and CTV. I just wanted to clarify that for the whole audience. So that was in the context of you talking about how it would be difficult for the federal government to impose standards to state actors and local. So that wasn't me saying that it would be unconstitutional per se to have any kind of federal standards. I'm just saying there are concerns about hijacking state sovereignty and that kind of thing. And so I don't want to make it a definitive statement
Are you all having
that
fun
I
with
say
the
that
Vaush
any federal
heads?
standard is unconstitutional. I'm just saying they will have constitutional challenges and they should be aware
Does
of
he
them
look
before
like a turtle?
you
I just think he
propose
looks
to
like an
implement
egg.
some federal police standard. It would probably potentially intrude upon
All
the
right. Cool it down.
Let the record reflect that Pisco used the R words when he. Okay.
The CCP is not going to let your word.
And CCP doesn't recognize that Pisco said anything like that.
I'm pretty sure it's Skynet at this point.
We don't have a nuke in this chat, unfortunately.
So, all right. We did have another topic, and I wanted to get to it, but then you guys were like, "No, I have to address this. I have to address this."
I think you can
purge. Policy proposal for it.
Pretty sure you can purge.
Well, I'll have to
do
it
if necessary.
next week.
All right.
So why don't we just do closing statements here on anything, and then head on out. But to my audience, remember that the stream is not ending. We're going to have an open walk on panel right after
my
this.
stream is not even close to over.
Discuss stuff. It'll be great. Open panels for you. Yes, you sitting at home. Yes, you right there. You can be a part of it.
We're not going anywhere.
But first, we'll have a
more to
closing
come.
statement.
We got a lot of drama coming in. The treats.
And we'll do all that. Holy crap.
The treats.
Thanks for being a part of this, whatever this is.
We skipped the last topic. Oh well, that was fun. Thank you, Laura. That's awesome to know.
Gambit, please.
I got good shit coming in.
Your final words on all of this.
Yeah, so this was dope. This is why I like the Reverie, because it's kind of like, well, the second topic was more on Black issues, but I kind of get out of my wheelhouse with like the first topic and research.
Why is mine so low? It just
conflicts
is.
And things like that.
I don't know.
So, it's pretty cool to do that. Just learning more and more about things external to the U.S. is always dope. So, I always enjoy. The conversation was amazing. I think when I publicly criticize people, I should also correct that when things happen. And I've been very critical of Demon Mama after the Battle Royal. And I've said, hey, Demon Mama doesn't always engage in good faith, blah, blah, blah. I want to say that maybe it has been colored by most of the conversations that I've listened to Demon Mama on were particularly about topics that are probably very close and emotional to her. And like maybe my characterization wasn't always right. I'll say Demon Mama engaged today in good faith. So when I publicly criticize people, I like to publicly update people on my opinions as they change.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So this conversation was amazing for everybody. It was cool. It was fun. But I am GSU Gambit. I am doing a scholarship fund like I do every year for my school.
I can respect that.
So all of my donations, tips, I have merch now. Merch, all of that is going towards a donation to fund STEM scholarships for people from my high school. So if that's interest to you, you can go to my channel and donate or buy merch or whatever you want. But yeah, every year I give scholarships. It's coming up to the end of the year. There's going to be a ceremony on, I think, May 12th.
We got more coming. Stick around, everybody. Don't go anywhere. It's about to get real spicy.
$2,000 to $4,000 scholarships. So yeah, if you want to help in that in any way, go to my channel, donate, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, let's go, Hans.
Hey everybody, I really appreciate that you let me on here. I really appreciate talking to everybody. Every person on here has been based and PogChamp in their own way, except maybe Connor, but I'll let that slide because I also like Warhammer. So I'm having a lot of fun with all of y'all. This was really, really nice. If you like my shit, if you like how funny I was, obviously, because I had the most base takes. Sorry, Demon Mama, blown the fuck out. Debate me. No, you're cool. You're cool. I had level of time. If you like what I do, Hans of Harkir with the Z and an of Harkir on Twitch and Twitter. I have all the best memes. You should follow me and watch me do the news and debate people and play Pokemon because I am secretly 12, even though I have a giant man's body. So I hope you all have a lovely night. Thanks so much for having me.
Hans of Harkir.
Okay, thank you. Connor, I'm going to say you for last since the will was against you. And I'm going to wait on Demon and Peace Code for a second. Tiberius.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Tiberius D. I think I knocked it out of the park the first round, but the second round I just let everybody else have at it because Connor and Pisco, I knew you guys would go at it and it was enjoyable. Thank you very much. If you like my geopolitical takes, I run a show, Tiberius D, or Geopolitics with Tiberius D. I can't word today. That's Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. Unfortunately, I go at the same time as Prime, so watch Prime first. But on Sundays he doesn't stream, so you can check out me, Connor, and Gambit over on the Right Wing panel on my channel. It's great. Come join us.
Okay, Gambit. Mm-hmm. Why are you on the Right Wing panel?
Because I am the unlike Hans, I am actually the most base person on the left that I get also invited to things on the right. So
I can totally be there. Like
for everybody that doesn't know, I'm a sock dem, and I've been slowly peeling our friends on the right on things like UBI. So you can thank people like me when it becomes crystallized in legislation.
It feels like it feels like maybe I was wrong to correct Destiny that one time.
No, you absolutely were not.
All right, buddy. And thank you, Tiberius. Next, we have our stream queen, Kyo-san. Anything else you want to say on this? And
I thought it was pretty. Although all the topics are pretty agreeable, right? Pretty much everyone agrees that what happened with Derek Chauvin was wrong. That we'd prefer to see some prosecution. That we need to do something about police reform. Whether you think that's the campaign zero or abolish it or whatever, right? We all have the proper same intention. We all agree. Whether you have some edge line on geopolitics, whether you're a political realist or a political liberal. That's sort of where we fell down in the first conversation. I think I'm always correct.
No, Darko.
So for anyone who wants to see base and super sick takes, you can follow me at KyoShowAU on Twitch, KyoSanAU on Twitter. I'll hopefully have all of my handles tied together soon because I'm currently stuck with a bad haircut. But until then, anyone who wants to catch up after this, hit me up. If you disagree with anything I say or have said in the past, I'm more than happy to have a lovely discussion about it. And thank you very much to all of the other panelists. I didn't get to say that much. So appreciate you all. Thank you very much for giving us a spot to talk, Prime.
Stream Queen, more like Sleeping Beauty, couldn't stand in the ring with the Titans. He just sat there silently. while I sat there silently with alcohol, which is so much better. And that's why
I only
I
opened my
knocked
mouth
his
to say.
bitch ass out.
I only open my mouth to say correct things. You open your mouth consistently to be a dumb fuck. Okay, that's not my problem.
We have like the same takes tonight.
Dumb fuck.
I love this.
Okay. Well, look. A monarch doesn't actually need to say anything, right? Like the people around them know their views, right? Or off of their heads. So thank you so much, Kyo, for being an amazing stream queen. And you know, some people like I mean, I've been seeing, especially with the DMs to me after certain competitions, it seems like they're quite jealous of your success. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know, like some people, I can't remember the names, but they seem to be quite jealous of your success, Kyo. So don't let them get you down. You are a true monarch in every sense of the word.
I'm making stay mad. I just carry myself with royalty, right? The fucking royals don't care about the opinions of the peasants, so I don't care about anyone else's opinions.
Almost did a fascism. That was almost a lions and sheep thing.
What do you mean almost did a fascism?
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Great. RoseWrist. I apologize for everything that you've experienced ever on my panels. RoseWrist, please come back.
No, I will certainly get so. Yeah, my name is RoseWrist. I am the European, Swedish more specifically, Euro cuck globalist leftist progressive person that frequents this often.
She wonders.
Yeah, I have a YouTube channel, RoseWrist, where I post videos. I stream there as well. But the best place to find all of my socials and all of my stuff is my website, RoseWrist.com, which, as opposed to Demon Mama's inferior website, is actually up and running right now. So, you know, take that, you know, how much you will when it comes to the debate performance. But yeah, RoseWrist.com, you can find all my information there, all the different links I have. I typically do, debates, educational videos on whatever, debunking certain videos. And yeah, well, I'm going to say the same thing I said at the beginning of the panel. I'm going after the Swedish Skeptosphere. So if you want to scratch that, you know, Skeptosphere debate itch, then feel free to check out my channel because I have a few debates lined up for that. So yeah, I hope you look forward to that. And yeah, thank you very much for having me on, Prime. I really appreciate it. And there were some fun topics today. It was a good exchange.
Okay. All right. Demon Mama. If anyone here is comfortable with all the things that just happened, right? I know it's you. I know you live for the drama. I know you swim with it. I know you bathe in it. I know you were born in it. Well, others simply adapted to it. Yeah. Exactly. So, Demon Mama, I think you're walking away very happy here.
I am beaming, and so is my audience. By the way, the imps are very pleased. The amount of blood that has flowed tonight has been incredibly satisfactory. And you know, normally I would plug my website demonmama.com, but we've pissed off enough people, and we have such an insurgence of users that it actually buckled under the weight of how many people love me and adore me and also hate me. So, you know, it's a good problem to have, I gotta say. You might have a functional site, but I've got the attention of the internet. So no, I'm just kidding. But honestly, if you have any problems with me or you have some questions for me, feel free to swing by. We always do a little brief Q&A afterwards. We're going to be having on this streamer by the name of RoseWrist on to talk about some things afterwards. Hopefully give a little boost out there. Yeah, it's going to be, thank you so much for having me on. Right now, if you want to watch me, you can catch me on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/DemonMama, and you can chat in the Discord, which is what we're using. Likewise, discord.gg/DemonMama. Super, super easy to find me. But yeah, thank you so much for having me on. It was wonderful.
Thanks so much. Okay. Next, Pisco. As always, my my lawyer friend here.
It's Demon Mama Live.
It's
Demon Mama Live. Oh no.
My legal beagle.
Loyal.
That's what I meant to say. Exactly. My legal beagle, soon to become an eagle. Pisco is. I love it when you get embroiled in these fights. This is the best. I love seeing it. But Pisco,
lawyers?
I don't know.
No game.
They're great. they're quality people. Pisco proves it. Pisco, your final thoughts.
Thank you so much, Adam. Really
Counterpoints made
Thank
no
you.
sense. If you have incentives on civil liability, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much for having me, Prime. It was a great deal of fun.
Okay? This was fun.
I'm so thankful to have like this panel of people who, for the most part, I think we kept it above board, and I think it was a entertaining conversation. And so thank you all the panelists and for Counterpoints for being such a good sport, kind of being the heel in a lot of these leftist communities or the left-wing communities. Someone needs to do it, and it's so entertaining to have that dialogue. And so thank you for that.
Heel?
Okay, all right. An effective heel he is. My man Connor, who I'm always happy to have.
I'm
keep
talking
inviting
to
back,
Dr.
and he
Heem a
keeps
bit
coming
later.
back.
He was coming on after.
Despite his
Q&A
cardiologist
and our debate
telling
thing,
him
and then we're
strictly
having Heem
otherwise,
on after I do
he
some
comes
analysis.
here.
Don't worry, we'll talk about it.
And raises his blood pressure. But I appreciate it. You're definitely shortening your life. So I apologize to your children in advance, but I'm definitely shortening your life. Connor, last words.
Yeah, so I'm Irish.
I got 3 partners, Ada.
So I actually think that like anger and so like obviously if I pod and doing yoga, are they fucking seriously? God damn it! Are you fucking with me?
No, they are. They are doing
it. God damn!
again.
All right, so that was like 6
was
seconds off of my
CCP.
life.
Yeah,
that was 6 seconds
Try
off
to-
my life.
I think maybe if you chill for the CCP for like 5 seconds, it will work flawlessly from that.
All right. See, the CCP can lick my whole ass. How about that?
Somebody said maybe you're not close enough to your mic, so it stops.
Yeah. Maybe it might be a noise gate thing. Yeah.
Now, Satania, I'm down to 3.
ASMR,
Satania, metal,
hey,
I'm down to
everybody,
3.
Like, I want to talk about Warhammer with my good friend Connor, who doesn't have atrociously fucking god awful
Yes, I am
takes on
Polly, and I
police
have 3
reform,
partners.
but I'm really happy that he's here and he's here to learn, and I'm here to help you out all night, my man. I will not stop and chat. I am also here for you.
Spooky, I don't know what you're
This is
talking
my
about.
outro, you drunk bastard.
Shoot me an
I've had
email.
2 drinks. That's not that many drinks.
Just
I'm trying to help you. Like,
I don't know what you're talking about, Spooky.
Can you guys hear me now?
All I'm saying is just shoot me an email if you have a problem, and I'll try and work it out.
Yeah, so I'm
for you.
Irish. So basically, I thrive on stress.
I don't know what's going on, but
so I would probably survive longer if I adopted Zen Buddhism and smoked pot, but has a 0% chance of happening. So yelling at strangers on the internet is how I get my catharsis out. So I actually I would be very happy to talk to you guys more in the future. If you want to find me in the meantime, you can find me on YouTube by literally just walking in and typing in counterpoints. You can find me there. I just broke 5.5K.
Well, they can email me if they want a refund
for me.
They want to cancel their subs, though. Okay.
Also, you can find me on Twitter, Connorpoints, CONORPOINTS, CONORPOINTS. I do accept hate subscriptions, and also if you DM me, we can pick a date, talk this out. And then also, I'm going to check if any of these things go through. We are going to check Pisco's financials because I have caught him twice advocating
we got a lot more
for
coming, so don't go
reforms
anywhere,
that
everybody.
Lawyers
Don't go
would
anywhere.
uniquely benefit from. So, I mean, I'm just saying, fucking, all right, yield.
So,
You want more prosecutions against cops, asshole, not me. You want to lower the standard. Sorry.
I'm not lowering shit. All right, we can do that another time.
you would have gotten to 5.5K faster if you had just put your fucking link in my chat, rather than making people go out to a secondary site.
COVID is rough. I feel you.
Prime's chat. If you are too fucking lazy to open up a Chrome tab and type in counterpoints, I don't want you. 2, fucking dust the fucking Dorito cheese off of your fucking finger and go touch grass, you fucking asshole.
No, we use salt and vinegar first off, just to be clear. Salt and vinegar is superior.
Okay. All right.
True.
Oh,
Fucking
what?
true.
Ugh. God damn. Oh, that's.
Anyway. We can talk about this on the open.
Listen.
Over this.
The Ubermensch know how to open secondary internet tabs. Okay.
All
Hey,
right.
but you're not an
right.
Uberman. I love you anyway, and you can just click my link. Like,
hey, Connor.
I love you regardless
I'm
of
gonna
your
roll
typing
out
and
now,
clicking
everybody.
Okay.
Good night,
All right. Yeah.
everyone. Bye.
So,
Connor, you know the biggest qualifier for an Ubermensch is that they have internet that I can actually hear them speak in.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay. So, okay. All right. Oh my
Want
God.
to close this?
Yeah, I just want to get out of here. You got.
All right, off we go, everybody. All right. We're gonna have RoseWrist on here in just a minute. You just got accepted into college. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Have I watched this video by Kay and Skittles? It's about police training. No, but that would be very interesting. If you could drop that in the suggestion, content suggestion, I'll try and keep an eye on it. I have a lot of stuff I need to watch, but such is life. So let me just see. I know RoseWrist wanted to come on and talk. Okay. All right, I'll answer after this. All right, we're going to do that. Kind of sucks to be treated. Okay, listen. Okay. Spooky Electric. I don't know what you would like from me here. I don't know what happened. I was in the middle of a panel. Please just email me and I will do my best to sort out what's going on. What you're doing right now is you're making a big scene in a public chat, and I can't really do much about that because I was working on something. I understand if you have frustrations. I would like to resolve them if possible. I have a feeling that there may be some, blood running a little hot right now. But just email me and we'll try and talk about things, okay? All right? You don't need to do this in public, okay? I don't know what the hell happened. I was just doing my show, okay? If you have an issue with what happened, we'll work it out. Yes, you can, Spooky Electric. I have my email address publicly available. What the fuck was that? All right? Hey, Hans, it was great. Thanks for coming by. Always happy to chat with you as well. That was great. Yeah, Spooky, I don't know what the fuck is going on. It sounds to me like you got in a fight with somebody and there's some sore feelings, but I promise you, your conflict with one member of the community or two members of the community is not representative of the entire community. I'm sure we can work something out. Just email me, okay? Seriously. Josh Sorry, thank you so very much for the incredibly generous $30. Holy shit. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. That is incredibly kind, okay? Thank you so much. Yes, if you'd like to donate, you can donate through Streamlabs and oh, I didn't bring up the IMPS code on this panel. Damn, some people are going to lose. Damn. All right. So hold on just a second now. Now, we are going to be having on, real quick, we are going to be having on RoseWrist. RoseWrist. And then we're going to be doing a couple other little things, okay? Yes, that is, Aaron. Yes. Yeah, RoseWrist seems super cool. So I'm excited to talk with RoseWrist. And then we will go from there because we got a whole bunch of stuff. Thank you so very much. Herulian Hellhound means the world to me. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. I love your name. And thank you so much for the incredibly generous $25. You're very welcome. I had a good time. I hope you all had a good time. And guess what? We've got even more fun coming now. Thank you for the Prime sub, Dead Zed. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. So, yeah, RoseWrist. I'm excited. Oh boy, shit's going down on fucking Twitter. What the fuck? This is so good. Damn, these are great. These are good. I love this. Look at this meme, everybody. Look at this meme, everybody. Look. Hide the pain. True. True. People are gonna get use out of this one, okay? You all need to save these so that you have them to make funny memes out of me. Oh, are we getting bot spammed again? Oh, we're getting bot spammed again. Not again. I hate it when this happens. All right, everybody, we're getting bot spammed again. It's so exhausting. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. 1 second here. Give me just a second here.
Hello.
Hello. Hey. How's it going?
It's going great, except for the fact that it's 5:35 a.m. But otherwise, I'm doing phenomenally.
Damn.
How about you?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. That was a interesting and fun panel. I had a lot of fun with that one. Did you?
Yeah, definitely accelerated a bit there towards the end, but it was fun. It was enjoyable. Now, I do want to clarify though. Okay, when I did that enlightened centrist meme, that was a meme. I'm not actually centrist. Okay, I am very much a progressive. Just
I believe
saw
you.
some people
I
being
understand
like,
what you
"Oh,
were
no,
trying
he's
to do
centrist."
there.
Yeah.
I understand. I see where you're coming from. No worries. I thought that was a good way to ameliorate the impasse that we were at on that front. But yeah. Well, hey, hold on. Let me get your name up on here real quick. What is your website, if you don't mind me asking?
My website that is up and running is RoseWrist.com.
Okay, cool, simple, nice. I like it.
Yes.
All right, and what are your pronouns?
You also have a .com, right?
Yeah, I have a demonmama.com. Yep.
Exactly. I don't know why all these filthy degenerates use .gg. .com is so much better in every way. It's so much more accessible.
Well, but they
you
want
can
the
get
gamer
boomers
cred.
on board, right?
You know, they want the gamer cred.
They do. But like, here's the thing with like .com. Like, even like boomers can like figure out a .com link. Like .gg, they'll be like, what? They'll write like GG, like GEE. Like,
Ooh,
I don't trust the boomers to do that.
It's true. Fun. See, here's the real secret. I bought all of the alternatives as well, so they all redirect to my site no matter what, even if they misspell my name. Yeah, except
Okay.
I didn't do the GGs because fuck that shit. But I did buy like all the misspellings of mama and the .com and the .live and all that. Real quick, what are your pronouns? Just if you don't mind me asking.
He, him, or they, them.
Okay. Alrighty. There we go. Excellent. I got your name up on the screen and everything, so everybody knows where to find you. Sick. Well, it was awesome getting to talk with you at long last. I've been very familiar with you, heard your name around, but I've never actually had an opportunity to talk. I don't think we've been on a panel before, if I recall.
No, I don't think so. That was actually part of the reason why I was pretty excited about this panel, because
Nice.
I knew about like the stuff you do and the videos you made. I watch a bunch of debates like of yours, everything from your like panel appearances with Vaush to the fiery exchanges with Destiny.
Yes.
And yeah, I wanted to talk to you at some point, so it was wonderful when I saw you on the guest list.
Yeah, it was. I was very happy. I was surprised Dylan didn't show for this one, but nonetheless, I think it was very interesting regardless. Although I will admit that like the nitty gritty of international relations and foreign affairs is not really my my wheelhouse as of yet. Though I do plan on moving into it at some point. It's just not right now. So, yeah. I didn't have as much to say on that topic, but I was very, very happy
on the police.
on the police topic that we got to talk about that, because my position. Well, I felt like I was able to describe my position and explain it pretty well this time. And that is my genuine belief that I don't think that a piecemeal reform process is going to work here in the United States. We have a totally busted police and justice system, and it makes me quite sad, especially given the news that I just covered before we went on the panel. So yeah.
What was that? What did you just cover before?
The killing of Duante Wright,
yeah.
which happened in the same, very, very close to where George Floyd was killed, and it's pretty bad. And
yeah, I heard from the panel.
Yeah, even on the panel, like the video's out there now. You can go see it yourself if you can handle that sort of thing. It doesn't look. It really looks bad, and I don't agree with the characterization that Connor gave out of like. This is like that you can just like sort of conclude that it was an accident. I just don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that that's a very favorable analysis, and I think that there's a lot more that goes on that I think that was going on in that than just oops, I accidentally drew my my firearm, which looks nothing like my taser, which is in a literal different holster that has to be secured and also weighs 5 times as much as the taser, and also doesn't have a giant yellow thing on the front like the taser does. It's really not good. And the worst thing is, like, you can see in the video that the other officers' tasers look nothing like the gun. Like, it's just, holy shit, it's not good. So
yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Like, yeah. I typically don't like to cover breaking news or like stuff that's happened super recently on my streams for 2 main reasons. Number one, I stream like relatively infrequently. I stream 2 times a week.
Oh wow, okay.
Week, and it's because I'm still in high school, so I still have like regular classes and everything.
Oh wow.
That I,
wait,
that
you're streaming in high school?
Time, but
Holy
I stream
shit.
typically. I started.
how old
I
are
started
you?
streaming when I was like. I started streaming when I was 16, and I turned 17 in November. So.
Damn! Holy shit! Like, wow. Okay, you're like, yeah, you're like fucking. You're gonna be a god. Like, I'm 30. I'm fucking old as shit by comparison to you, and I just started streaming myself. But damn, congrats. That's like fucking. That's so cool. Damn, ambition and wow. I'm impressed. That's awesome as fuck.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah. So back to like the breaking news thing I was talking about. I typically don't do it because it's I am typically like I want to get as few things like wrong as possible when it comes to reporting things, and I want to learn from the mistakes of like what's it called, like other people who like, you know, maybe like infer too much from an initial event, and then like build strategies from there. So I don't typically cover the breaking news stuff, but from like what everything you've told me from my friend on the panel, it seems like it definitely, to say the least, like an unjustified and deeply
Oh, for sure. And I mean, also, like, there's a lot of other circumstantial things that are very concerning, such as this police officer was described as a very senior, is also the leader of the what the fuck, oh now I can't remember what it's called. Hold on, I have it here in my, I just got sent this and now my brain is blanking, but I'll bring it up and save myself in just a second here, which is load. Okay. So the president of the Brooklyn Center Police Officers Association. That is who did it. So, wow. Yikes. That is very bad. A senior person in a position of leadership did this, and that is really bad. Really
it's
bad.
certainly not a mistake. So, as per my understanding, they tried or, you know, like attempted or said that they were going to pull out a taser, but then pull out a gun and shot the suspect, right?
Yeah. So basically, there was here's the rundown of the situation as it is. There was a routine traffic stop for a air freshener blocking a rearview mirror, which is like that is a real technicality.
I didn't even notice that. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. And so and then when they when the cops like approached, they ran his plate. And he had like a previous arrest for weed. And so 3 cops moved up on the car. And while they decided to cuff him and bring him in. And because he had an outstanding warrant and for a nonviolent crime. And then he like fought against getting cuffed and slipped into the car. And they grabbed onto him, and she screamed, "There's taser," and then bam, right in the chest. And then he drove for a few feet down the road and crashed because the bullet had already gone into his chest, and he basically, his foot went down on the gas, and then he crashed the car and died. And it was also really bad because they left him out in the midday sun for about 8 hours. While his family was blocked by other police from going and identifying him. It's a very, very bad situation. So there's just a lot that's going on that's like, in addition to the extreme suspect nature of the actual stop and the number of cops that were on him and the aggression and everything like that, there's also just a whole lot of other circumstances that make it a very, very I don't think that that people are going to take this one very well either. And I don't think I can blame them for that, right? Like, apparently I received a couple of texts from some people in my community who live in the area, and they're saying that there is a lot of protest going on right now. So, yeah, it's interesting. I'm going to have to keep following it. You know?
Yeah, definitely. I will too when I probably get up tomorrow morning. I'm open a bunch of articles and read more about that. But yeah, that's fucked up.
It's
I don't
fucked
know
up.
what else
Yeah,
to say,
it's
really.
really fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As for like a few things you mentioned like before, like when it came to the sort of like thin blue line discussion, like the thin blue line is such a shit hill to die. Like it's such a toxic symbol. It should definitely not be something that should be like reclaimed. I don't believe. I think it's extremely difficult to do so. And the positive like symbology can be done in so many other ways to like to like encompass like a semi-valid point that is being made about, you know, like policing as an institution and stuff like that without all the baggage and its usage. So yeah, it's
Yeah, I mean, I could think of I think even the predator arm meme would be better symbolism if the police wanted to try and come up with something more good, like the people, the police, yeah, there we go. We're working together. We're lifting each other up, as opposed to like now we're like, I mean, come on. They put the fucking blue line between white and black. Like, come on, this is it's so bad. It's just so bad. I was really stunned that he was playing dumb on that personally, but whatever. It's Connor.
Yeah. One thing to keep in mind is that it is quite different the way like the usage. I mean, the symbology is still obviously it's similar in a lot of the other nations. Of course, all the other nations don't have like the black and the white and the flag. Some people use like the thin blue line with like colored flags, so that part of it isn't the same. But like as for the usage of it in like far right spheres, that does vary quite a bit per like region and geographic location. So that's not something that's like unanimous. But in the U.S., it's like just most certainly used by far right wing group, anti-civil rights, anti-BLM.
And they are flying it outside of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, right? Well, I don't know if it's still up now, but as of a video from earlier today, they were pretty bad.
Yeah, so, tasteless to say the least.
Yeah, it's like almost guaranteed to rub salt in the wounds of a community that's bleeding. So, yeah. I'm quite sure I'm going to be covering a lot of this again this summer. Last summer, I was a very small streamer at that point, and I covered a lot of this stuff, and I'm preparing myself to do it again. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing quite the same thing. Did you also begin streaming last summer?
No, I began streaming last year on, I believe, the last day of February. So my first stream ever was on the last day of February last year, shortly after I met Vaush in person, actually. Yeah. I don't know if you know Vaush, or I assume you have some connection to him, because
I've never heard of this Vaush person.
Yeah.
I'm aware who Vaush is. I think I've been on with Vaush twice.
Oh, cool.
One time to talk about Swedish politics and stuff, and another time to talk about the systemic racism document.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, I am acquainted with this Vaush you speak of.
This Vaush person. Yeah.
Exactly.
The eggheads are coming back out again. God damn it, the Vaush heads are coming out. Oh boy!
Exactly.
My audience is obsessed with this one meme that I stole from OK Buddy Vaush, and as you can see, it's filling up the chat. I don't know if you can see it, but
wait, which chat do you have? Do you have the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat?
I have my Discord chat up. My website chat, of course, my website being down. I have my Discord up on screen. So yeah. We have cool emotes up there. Yeah, you can. You just have to key out the gray and then resize it, and it looks great. It looks almost as good as the website chat. The website chat's a little nicer though.
Okay, I see the eggheads now.
Yeah, there's all the eggheads. Yep, there they go.
Yeah, I do see them. Jeez. Okay, yeah. I don't know what happened with Dylan. It was like weird because he was confirmed initially, and then he went on the maybe list, and then a few hours before he was just deleted from the groups.
I heard there was some drama apparently. He went on another panel and another person's show, and they had a big fucking throwdown. I got to find out about it. So we might be digging into that after this. So I don't know if you want to find out the drama. I'm probably going to dig into it after. I got a couple more things to do, and then we'll see how long I go. I'm a kind of a long distance streamer. I stream like fucking 8 hours every time I stream, but people like it, so works out well. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, some real investigative journalism there.
When it comes to drama, I do have a drama segment called DramaMama where I try to actually get the full story on drama. Sometimes I can't, and if I can't devote myself to full drama, then I don't make it a segment. But my DramaMamas I'm very proud of those. I get in and I get all the receipts and we lay out what's actually going on, and yeah, it's something I like to do. So I'm not really a journalist per se, but I respect journalism, so I try to verify things and do my due diligence. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm sure that's something that I personally like find it like extremely satisfying to like compile all the different like sources on the thing and be able to like put forward like a comprehensive and a like a logical, I suppose, like conclusion or takeaway from it. So yeah. But do you stream like are you like a full-time streamer? Or?
Yes, I am. Now I am.
Oh, damn.
I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and gaming streams on Sunday. And yeah, So these days I'm pulling like, I don't know, apparently over the like last week we broke our previous plateau. I was like 250 viewers for a while, and then now I'm up to like 600, which is wild. Apparently today we've been holding steady at like 600 plus, which is absurd. I actually can't get my numbers right now, so I don't know what my numbers are at the moment because I can't see it, but it's super great, and it makes me very happy because I love streaming. I was literally so excited to stream today that I almost wanted to start stream early, but I didn't. I kept myself in check. I love streaming, even though it's sometimes very stressful, and things like my site getting DDoSed happens. I still really love it. It makes me very excited to get on and talk about stuff and argue with people and see what the fucking drama of the day is going to be. It's wild shit. So
yeah, I mean, that sounds really cool. I think that like the main thing that's like kind of holding back like my growth a bit is the fact that I don't have like the time to stream frequently. I stream right now Wednesdays and Sundays, and on top of the fact that I stream only twice a day, I live in Euroland, so like time zones are also messed up. So I end up streaming like twice a week for maybe around like 4 hours, which I mean it's a decent amount, and I can get. I definitely like I upload daily on the days that I don't stream to my YouTube channel, so I get enough like segments in. But yeah, that's one of the main things I've heard, that you know, like in order to really grow as a content creator, you have to stream frequently and you have to stream for longer, which is just something I don't really have the
that does seem to help. I mean, I won't lie and say it hasn't helped me, but it's fucking hard. And I've been doing that for a long time, and it's really hard to predict that stuff. I will say another thing that's really good is doing panels like these have been massive for my growth. Like these panels just especially recently, like these panels have been pulling more and more viewers. People seem to be coming to them looking for new people to watch, and that's really exciting. So
yeah, definitely. It's something that I've been doing more, but yeah, once again, the time zones are really fucking me over here.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, but I have some time to get in like a nap at least beforehand. But yeah, panels at 2 a.m. Isn't the best for one's sleep schedule.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's really rough. I'm sorry.
All right, so I mean, I do them voluntarily, right? Free choice or whatever they say.
Oh, no, but it sucks. You know, sleep schedules are hard to deal with. Time zones are the worst. Like even here's the thing. I only get a small bit of that because I'm on Pacific time, and so everybody's late. Everything's later over on the East Coast, which means like I don't know. It's so fucking annoying. Like, again, like that's only a 3-hour difference for me, and it's already irritating that everybody is operating on a 3-hour delay from me, or 3 hours in advance, and then I have to fucking adjust that every time. That's why I fell into the time slot that I do right now, is because everybody's fucking panel was always like at this weird awkward spot where it was like 5 p.m. my time, and then it's like, okay, so either I wait and start at 5 p.m. and it's like it's like late my time, you know, for people who watch on my coast, or I start early like I do now. And then so I said, all right, I'll do every stream where I'm on a panel or something, I'll start and do 2 hours of original content panel and then whatever else afterwards. So it works out great. But yeah, I didn't originally stream. I used to stream much earlier in the day and end much earlier, and yeah, so
yeah, well, that sounds like probably a really good system you've set up there. But yeah, and then like on top of the disgusting time zone difference that exists, I swear, like I got completely like mind fucked last night when I was trying to figure out the daylight savings time, because I remember what had happened was that last time I was on a Prime panel, I've been on Prime panels twice.
Yeah.
I remember it starting 1 a.m. my time. And now I double checked the time for this, and I was like, wait, it's 2 a.m. What the fuck? If time zones shift, or it's like the daylight savings time happens, then it shouldn't like change the time. And I asked Prime, hey, did you like move the time for the panel, like your time local? It's like, nope, it's always been 8 p.m. And I was super confused. And then I found out that for some reason the US shifts like their time zones like 2 weeks like earlier than we do here in Europe as well. So just as like another element of confusion, I was like sitting in my bed for like half an hour. I was like, something's wrong with my brain. How can I not figure this out? Like, there's no way. This is so confusing. And then no, it's just stupid fucking 2-week difference.
I hate daylight savings time. I hate that shit. I think it's totally outdated and should be abolished. And in fact, the fucking increase in heart attacks on the Monday after daylight saving time
Wait, really?
Unforgivable. Yeah, unironically, that actually happens. There's a marked, statistically significant increase in heart attacks the day after the jump forward because people lose their sleep and they're more stressed and they run late for work, which increases their stress. And they're much more likely to have a heart attack because they're so stressed.
Damn, is there like a lower than average heart rate prevalence when it like shifts back, or?
I don't know actually. I don't know about that. I don't
That
know
would
about
be
that one. I
interesting.
do know that when you lose the hour, there's been a market increase. So, yep, it kills.
exactly.
It's murderous.
Yeah. We must lobby Prime to host a panel on daylight savings so we can destroy all the pro daylight saving degenerates.
True. Yeah, we'll take it by force. The Twitchsters will lead the charge against
like
a hundreds of years old ingrained tradition.
Exactly. It's just like I know, like my main political ambition, used to be like, like economic liberation or whatever, the abolition of social hierarchies or whatever. You know what? Fuck that. My main political goal now is the abolition of like the daylight savings time. Once I've accomplished that, I have beaten politics.
You're good.
There's nowhere to go from here.
Yeah, you're good to go. You'll be able to retire in peace and it'll be like the end of Lord of the Rings where you take a boat to a magical land and it'll be fantastic. I believe in you and I think this is a noble goal. And you have my support. You have my support. But now we have people jumping on. Now we're getting out of hand. People are talking about abolishing the penny. This is ridiculous. Pennies are important. What else would you go, ooh, penny, and then pick it up if it's heads and then not pick it up if it's not heads? Because that would be bad luck if you did it the other way.
That's true. That's true.
You need to have luck generation.
We don't have pennies in our. We got rid of like the fraction version of our currency a while back. Our currency is a fair bit weak. It's approximately 10 of our currency for every one of your like US dollars.
Oof.
So we just don't have like our currency is called the crown. You guys have like half a dollar, we don't have like half a crown or whatever. Everything is just in crowns, which makes stuff like a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
But yes, I cannot speak on penny culture. That's an exclusively American thing.
Yeah. See, pennies are listen. Pennies are incredible. How else would you defile your hands by picking up something that will never actually have any meaningful use? You'll just get up all the germs and spread that disease. Americans love spreading disease. So, well,
yeah, exactly. Especially during COVID,
true. We love that shit. Oof.
Beautiful.
Oof. I'm gonna get vaxxed in this weekend, so I'm happy. I'll have my second vaccine, and I'll be free, which will be great.
Nice.
Well. Hey, thank you so much for coming on. Was there anything else you wanted to chit chat about? I do have one other segment planned, but I can chit chat for a bit longer if you're up for it. I don't want to like, it's late for you. I don't want to make you feel like you got to stay on here or whatever. But
no. I mean, I'm having a great old time. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, my sleep schedule is fucked anyway, and I did get like a 4-hour nap beforehand, so I should be fine. And my class starts like a bit later than usual, so I can stay for a little longer, unless you're like stressed for your segment or whatever.
Not at all. No. What do you study, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm currently doing an international baccalaureate diploma, which is basically it's like another high school system that exists
familiar with it.
Internationally. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, we had it in my. We didn't. We had. I think we had a handful of IB classes, but yes, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, exactly. So basically the gist of it is that it's 2 years. I think the regular high school in the US is 3 years, right?
4.
4 years. Oh, damn. Okay. But then there's probably something else there. Like you may have one less year middle school, whatever. Here in Sweden, the regular like high school in that way is called gymnasia, and it's 3 years. But IB is 2 years anyway. And what it is, for those of you who don't know in the audience, is you pick basically 6 subjects from different like categories: language, social science, natural science, yada yada yada. And then you pick those 6 classes. You take them for like a year and a half, and then at the end of the second year period, you get like tested on everything throughout the entire 2 years. And these final exams are basically what determines like 90% of your grade. Like it's extremely heavily weighted towards the end, which is not personally a big fan of it. I know I'll be able to do fine because I do fine in school, but like, I don't know, compressing 2 years of knowledge and having it all be tested at once at the very end to like standardized international testing is incredibly stressful for a lot of people. But yeah, it's pretty weird. But for the subjects I chose, I have so 3-year standard level, 3-year higher level. For my higher level, I have English, economics, and history. And for my standard level, I have environmental systems and societies, which is basically like environmental science, but with a pretentious label, Spanish and maths. So, yeah.
Wow, that's pretty awesome. I did we have a like similar thing called AP, Advanced Placement, here in the US, which is very similar to IB but a little bit slightly different. It is also very test focused, and it gives you college credits that are like sort of pretty much universally recognized, which is pretty cool. And I took a couple of AP courses which helped me out in college, but not enough, you know, because I'm a triplicate college dropout. Although I did great in college. I was never bad at college or bad at school. It's just money, you know? So, but I've learned a lot. So yeah. Yeah, fuck standardized tests. I was always good at them, but I always hated them, which is funny because I was good at tests. I just hated them. You know, I think they're bullshit.
Same.
Much better ways to learn, but education reforms slowly, and especially slowly here in the U.S. We don't put a whole lot of value in it, unfortunately. Everyone takes like a long-ass essay. Yeah, no, I had to write essays. I had to write essays in cursive, which was fucking annoying.
Jesus Christ. I remember doing cursive like in primary school, but then I don't think I've like touched it since then.
Yeah.
But yeah, that sounds ridiculous. I think like just like education as a the educational paradigm has shifted. Well, now there's been like a massive, you know, because of COVID, like online teaching or whatever.
Yeah.
But beyond that, like there's been such like tiny incremental progress when it comes to the shifts in educational paradigms over the past like few decades compared to like every other like staple of like civilized society.
Yeah.
It like really feels like there can be so much like good done through just a reformation of education all across the world that is in accordance to modern literature on it. It would
I agree.
So much good.
It would be. I feel like it would like almost push us into a golden age of humanity, right? Like we have the ability to communicate instantly if we could just fucking reform factory schooling, which is so bad. It's so bad, and it's so traumatic for neuroatypical people. Like, oh god, it's so bad. I have a lot of opinions about education and a lot of these, again, I did well in the current education system for one reason or another. I loved learning, and so as a result, I was more than willing to adapt to the rules in order to succeed, so I could keep learning stuff. Even though I have ADHD, normally, you know, the stereotype is ADHD people aren't good at school, but my focus was learning. That's what I love to do. So, like, it was easy for me, but I look back and I'm just like, God, this was so bad, and I could have learned so much more, and everybody else in my classes could have learned so much more if it wasn't so focused on standardized tests, if like the teachers weren't so thinly spread, and if there was different focuses that we already know these things, but we just don't implement them because it would be expensive to do so, and it's sad. It's sad.
Yeah, school would be just like so much fun as well. Like, you know, just enjoyable. You know, you're going there, you're learning, which I believe, like, in absence of like fucked up stuff like standardized testing and stuff like that, I believe that the people like learning. I think that's something that most people have like a positive reaction to. So through like these reforms, I think like genuinely we can get it to a point where the vast majority of people look back at their years in education and don't get like nervous, don't feel like, oh my god, you know, those years, like my blunder years, whatever, I hated that was so bad, you know, social life was dead, studying my ass off or whatever, and are able to look back and be like, damn, those were like spectacular years of my life. Like my social life was really good, I learned all these things, I had fun, I woke up in the morning like motivated, you know, like
I still I was good at school, and I still have nightmares about high school because of the way that it's structured. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, definitely.
The chaos of it, and the strain of like trying to juggle all of the responsibilities and the homework and the jumping between 12 different classes and having 12 different homeworks due on different days, and it's just like it's ridiculous. It's exhausting, and it's too much for even people who excel at it, like myself, which I did. It's just like I have every reason to defend the system, but I don't, because I don't think it works well. I think I would have been even smarter and even better off if I just hadn't, the system had been built in with just a little bit more care, as opposed to just, hey, let's just pound people through. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree 100%. So you said that you dropped out from college a couple of times, and then I remember you saying on the panel that you've had like a wide range of jobs. Do you want to tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So I went to college the first time for film, and I really loved it. When I came out as trans, I had a huge falling out with my family, and that meant that all of my funding was gone. I couldn't go to school anymore. I managed to convince my parents that that I could go to school again back home for less, and that it would be good for me or whatever. And so I tried going to school for biology because the school that I went to was really good and I liked bio and I wanted to learn more about science. But I couldn't keep it up. I was working at the time while studying and driving a long distance to get to school, and it was just too much. And I was legitimately losing my mind. And so I stopped and dropped out. And then a few years later, after working a whole bunch of jobs, I finally decided I was going to try and go back to film school again. And I went back, and it just didn't work out. I couldn't pay for it. I put myself in too much debt, and I couldn't keep up with everything again. So I just decided that's not for me. And then from there on out, I again worked a whole bunch of different jobs, and until I crossed the course of like 5 years, and then ended up where I'm at now. I've worked in a whole bunch of different fields. I started working really, really young because my family was really into that sort of thing, like the Puritan work ethic kind of thing. And so I was, I was pressured to start working when I was 15. And so I started working as like a blueberry picker, like a blueberry raker. And that was like manual labor. I didn't like it, and really hated it actually, and it was super exploitative. So I got out of it as soon as I could. But then when I was 16, I got a job in retail, then moved to another retail job where I learned some sales stuff, and then I worked in sales for a long time. And while I was in there, I also got a second job working for an airline, doing manual labor there. I've just done a ton of stuff. And then after that, of course, I tried a whole bunch of different stuff. My most recent job before this one was working as a freelance writer, which is like, writing was always my like main passion in film. I wanted to be a director or a script writer. And then I kept on that and succeeded in writing for a while, but freelance is bad money. So thankfully I found streaming, and somehow it works really well for me. I guess I'm just really good at it. And it vibes with me because apparently people find me entertaining, and I don't entirely understand it, but it squishes with my brain correctly. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like just even like I'm not getting like nearly as many like concurrent viewers as you're getting, but like just like I remember during one stream, it was a stream during like last year towards the end of summer, like June, July, and just something just like clicked in my head for an instant, and I was just like, holy shit. Like at the time I had like, I don't know, I think I had like maybe I had like 10 people like watching me like at the time that I'd realized this. I'm like, hold on, this is like 10 individual people with their own like backstory and everything, who have like taken the time out of their day to like sit down and pay attention and listen to me like blabber on about this. Like there's no pressure for them to be here. There is no like, it's not like compulsory or anything. They're like really like choosing to just spend their time here, and that feeling is just, I don't know, it was incredibly it was eye-opening, it was humbling, and it felt really good. And I think that's something that is pretty unique to streaming when it comes to the sort of feeling you get from that.
Yeah, it really is. And it's something that I've come to love a lot. Like, I mean, hell, I did a critique stream last stream I did, and like 6 hours of just call-ins of people critiquing me. And the biggest takeaway, well, I got some really good advice, but also the biggest takeaway was like, holy shit, I have an amazingly like broad and diverse community of people who actually give a shit about me and like give a shit about the stuff I'm creating for them, and I make them laugh, and it really feels good, and I want to chase that as far as I can. So yeah, so I'm glad that I don't know, but the other thing too is that before I started streaming, I was really into watching streams. I started watching like streams a long time ago, back when it was like really rudimentary, like StarCraft streams. You know, I would watch those at my job because one of my jobs when I was in college was I worked in like so I worked in the film industry for a while, and I worked like I like hopped all kinds of jobs because that's just how it is. You do a whole bunch of different stuff. And at one point during the summer, the production company I was working for wanted somebody to relabel their entire like archive of Betamax and other bullshit old media. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. And so basically what that job comprised of was me going into work and sitting in a vault in the underground with Wi-Fi for 8 hours in like a nice, comfortable, air-conditioned area and just changing stickers and printing new stickers for these things so they could upgrade to a new sorting system. And I would listen to StarCraft streams. And then later on, I started watching Hearthstone streams once Hearthstone came out. And then I started getting into political streams, and I watch a lot of streams to this day. When on my days off, I'm pretty much always watching a stream and hanging around in a chat. It's just, I love the shit, so I can't get enough of it. So I guess it works out really well.
Yeah, definitely. I don't have the same like experience specifically with watching streams, largely because of the fucking time zones, and because of like other stuff, like going to school and everything still. But yeah, I definitely I think like the majority of internet. This is like, I don't know. It feels weird to say, but like I think the majority of content I've consumed, like on the internet in general, has been just like overwhelmingly like politics.
Yeah.
I've watched there's so many like videos and like stream VODs to some extent, but mostly just like stream segments of people, and that's sort of like where I got a lot of my, I suppose, inspiration from. But I've never really been like the Virgin stream watcher versus the Chad segment enjoyer,
I'm the Virgin. I guess I'm the Virgin stream watcher. I
don't know how you could take that implication, but if that's how you want to.
Listen, I fucking love watching streams. I'll throw on like back like a year ago, 2 years ago now, like before I started streaming at all, I'd just slap on like a 6-hour Vaush VOD and I'd be like, yeah, it's time. Fucking write or whatever, play video games. It was awesome. And so, yeah, I love that shit. And that's, I guess, what I make now. I make long stuff that people can watch while they're at work. That's what I used to do. So, yeah. But I gotta say, you've got fucking fantastic presenter skills, and like it seems like you're a natural at streaming. So I hope you keep it up. That's you've like, just in my small contact, I'm very surprised. Like, I don't mean to sound ageist or anything, but like I was very surprised to hear you're 17. Like, holy shit! Like, you've definitely got a talent for it. So keep on it, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I mean that's the plan right now. I mean, like right now, my I suppose like the next major goal I have when it comes to like my lifestyle or whatever is to be able to study at uni, which I've already applied for and gotten into, and everything. So that's like, I know I'm gonna go to uni. I'm not gonna like leave after high school and do like some work or try full-time streaming. But like the dream is to be able to do uni and study at uni while doing streaming as my primary source of like being able to make an income and to support myself while I study, because that to me would like it sounds really weird to be like, oh, my lifestyle will have peaked when I'm like in my when I'm 19 or 20 or 21 or whatever, but like being able to stream and support myself from that and go and take an education within within like a subject that I really enjoy, like
Sounds
that's
awesome.
That's like an ideal lifestyle for me.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
crazy.
That sounds amazing. And who knows where you go from there? Like, what's the saying? Life has many doors, Ed boy. But that is how it goes, right? Life has all kinds of strange. I would have never known. I would have never expected I would become a streamer. Like it was. It kind of clicked that I was like, oh, maybe I would be good at this kind of thing. But like. Even when I first started, I didn't think I was going to be doing it full time. I was very open to the idea, but it just didn't seem possible. But here we are, and I think there's a lot of room to have a good time, to make a lot of money, and to learn a lot. So I'd say if you're looking to grow, gotta keep your mind open to TikTok, because there's a lot of growth potential on TikTok. Just so you know, there's a little. Yeah. What's that? What's the secret? You're already on TikTok?
I'm already on TikTok, but here's the thing. Like here's the problem with that though. Like I posted like every day for like what's it called? For like for like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks or whatever, and then I ran out of clips.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
wow.
now, like the thing with doing like online
You
stuff,
need a TikTok
like, posting
editor.
content-
Gotta get yourself a
I mean, I
teammate.
have an editor that works with stuff, but I think like the main issue, once again, it is by no means like a fault of like not having enough time or whatever, or my editor not being able to find clips. It's just once again runs back to sort of the block I have in that I only produce about 7-8 hours of content a week. So there's a very like limited pool. Like those clips that I had prepared there were from like months and months of content, right?
Yeah.
That we were able to sift through and then pick out specific pieces and produce them and put them up there.
It's hard to do it in retrospect. So, see, what I've done now is like, well, first of all, my TikTok editor usually watches my streams, but they will, you know, if people have like, oh, that would be a good TikTok, we'll write down the time and then we just get them when you're going. It is a lot easier to figure them out in the moment than it is to go back. But yeah. Well,
that's something I've taken to have like written down times and stuff now.
Timestamps are like super helpful. Yeah. Or do I? I don't know. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're just faking me out there, Laura. But yeah.
But and then the other thing with like this like content creation in general is that I don't know. Like as long as things are like going consistently for me, I'm incredibly motivated. But if I miss out on like one upload or stuff like that, or like a stream less so because I typically have something I can put in its place. But if I miss out on an upload, and that's what happened with TikTok basically, I just know that okay, well I've just been like tossed around, like bounced around, thrown into a hoop and tossed out basically by 99 different algorithms now that operate within this given social media platform because I missed like my regular upload schedule. And that's kind of like a stress to it, right? If you do something for a schedule and you're like, okay, algorithm likes this, and then you miss it once, you're like, oh fuck.
Just remember, posting again is, they want you to keep posting. They reward you for posting again, even if you haven't posted in a while. Obviously, it's better to hit it every day, but it is like there's a scale there. The ideal is hit it every day. The worst is don't ever post, and the middle is post when you can. And post when you can will still ensure that you are maintaining relevance of some sort. It may not be ideal to be able to post to like the ideal of being able to post every day, but don't let that stop you from posting at all. It's like reverse sunk cost or whatever, don't worry so much about it, because we missed a day on TikTok and we're still in the algorithm. I've missed days on YouTube and we can still land in the algorithm. It seems to be that like, the algorithms are mysterious, but, they're not as, I don't know if they're as strict as some people make them out to be. And YouTube especially seems to be taking steps to give you like algorithmic grace periods, because they've been having like a lot of issues with burnout. They recently released a YouTube Studio thing that was like, don't worry about it. Missing a day or two is not going to knock you out of the algorithm. Don't worry about it. Just try to maintain a steady posting schedule as opposed to an always posting schedule. Now, I don't know how far they actually take that, because they never let you know everything, but just remember that that's the case. So,
yeah. Oh, that's concerning. I mean, that's, what's it called? Not concerning. That's comforting to hear. Yeah. But it's also in a way a bit concerning that this is like so much of an issue for people that they have to put out those announcements. But of course, rather they do it than they don't. But
it is a problem. I think Big Joel has a really good video about the algorithm. I can't remember what it was called. It was Big Joel did a video about YouTube and like being a creator on YouTube. It's very, very good. And I highly recommend that. Where it talks about a lot of this, and it does address the sort of exploitative aspects and the weird way that like YouTube is your boss, but they don't sell themselves as your boss. But at the end of the day, there's some things that they want, and you got to do what you can. And if you can't do some of them, it's okay. You just got to keep trucking. You're not going to be damned in the algorithm if you don't fuck up one thing. And at the end of the day, a lot of times the creators that make it are just the people who keep plugging, and not necessarily the people who post all the time. Because if everybody else who posts all the time burns out before you do, well, then you're going to be the one who's left to be watched. It just might be a little bit of a slower road. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Looking in the long term. Yeah. I'll keep that in mind, certainly.
Yeah. Well, I do have to go do my segment now, but RoseWrist, it was fucking awesome to talk with you and share a panel with you, and let's talk again in the future, huh? You want to shout yourself out to the chat?
Yeah, definitely on both of those points. I mean, it was a pleasure talking. Yeah, my name is RoseWrist, a 17-year-old progressive political streamer from Sweden. I said that. Did I say Swedish at the beginning? I'm not quite sure. My brain's broken. It's 6 a.m.
It's
Okay.
It's all good.
But yeah, you can find all my stuff at rosewrist.com. I recommend my YouTube channel because that's where I post my segments. It's kind of like my main content platform there. And yeah, DramaMama, if you want to go on, if you have like another panel or whatever, and you have like an invite slot available, or a 2v2 debate, or you know what, maybe if you're just having a gaming stream and it's a multiplayer game,
that'd be
and
fucking
you
cool.
want a based Chad pro gamer teammate, okay, you can just you can let me know, and hopefully I will be awake when that takes place. But
I usually do gaming streams on Sundays. I've played with Vaush, Zan, we play like a lot of the VGG sphere, I guess. We play together from time to time, and I also play with a lot of other people who aren't really in that sphere. So if you're ever fucking interested, just let me know, and if the time lines up, we'll work something out. That'd be great.
Yeah, certainly. Just let me know, and I'll certainly be excited to do so. Thank you again very much for talking to me now.
Happy to. All right. Well, we'll talk soon, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, and have a nice rest of your day. Bye bye.
Good night. Hey, that was fucking pog as shit. That was pog as shit. All right, I'm going to leave this up real quick. Here's what we're going to do, okay? Here's what we're going to do, everybody. Get ready. Stay comfy, okay? Stay fucking comfy. I'm going to leave this up for a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we got a segment to do, okay? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We're getting spammed by a lot of people. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. I'm gonna delete them all. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, be right back in just a minute, everybody. Stay comfy. We're about to get into some spicy ass content, okay? Be right back. Alrighty, everybody. Are you fucking ready for some content? Because I'm ready for some more content. Making thumbies? Yeah? Making some thumbies? Alright, let me just check my messages real quick, because I know I did get a message from Dr. Heemed, and I want to make sure that we're still on board to talk, because after I do this segment, hold on, let me see. Okay. 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 All right, so Dr. Heemed is going to bed. So that's okay. We got to figure out two things. So here's what we're going to do. Can I get a poll in chat, okay? Can I get a poll in chat real quick? Mods, I'm gonna need a poll in chat. Oh, I need to follow you back on Twitter. KF Logan. What's your at? What's your at on Twitter? You gotta send it to me. I don't even know. Did you follow me recently? I can't even see. What's your at? Give me your at and I'll follow you. Wait, oh damn it, I didn't tell what the poll is. So here's what we can do. We can do one of two things. Either we can talk about the Dr. Heemed thing first, or we can do a live investigation into what the fuck happened on the BirdBrains. So that's the poll. BirdBrains investigation with Dylan, or Dr. Heemed and Mel conversation. Those are your thing. Kurt F. Logan. Okay. Oh, there you are. Okay, sure, I'll give you a follow back. Sounds great. There we go. All right, there you go. Oh, there's your follow back. Oh, wow, everybody wants the BirdBrains thing first. Okay. Both are pretty spicy. All right, so, okay, we're going to the BirdBrains thing. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, all right. We have to investigate live what the fuck is going on, okay? So here we go, here we go. All right, let's figure this out. Let's figure this out, okay? Da 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 da. BirdBrains, what's it? No comment check. All right, let's figure out what the fuck happened, okay? Because I have been... Oh, wait, the thing is still live. So I can't actually... Can I? Or YouTube? Is she also on YouTube? I think she's on YouTube. Let's see. Can I watch? Can I go back and see what the fuck is going on? Okay, here it is. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. How do I... This doesn't look correct. Select the current stream and select whatever you want. Oh, can you go back though? Can you zoom back? I don't know how to do this. I'm boomering. I'm boomering. Oh, okay, okay. Because No Comment Chick is still live apparently. Oh, okay. There we go. All right, let's go here. Videos. Okay.
Where she talks about communities of strength versus communities of weakness, or communities...
Hey, I recommended that video. Somebody on there right now is recommending that video. Okay. Here's the thing. Oh, here it is. Uh-oh.
Dylan's talking about... Because Dylan's already in my server.
Okay, so here we go. Let's figure it out. Let's investigate.
Dylan stops by from time to time to say hello to everybody hanging out in the VC, so yeah. I didn't realize. I thought I was going to get to play video games. I never get to play video games, chat.
What the?
Never,
okay.
ever, ever,
All
ever.
right, we're going to find out.
So we've got 3 of the 4. We're still missing aristocracy.
Oh, no, wait, I don't want
Yeah. So yeah, I had that fucking tanky guy infrared on, and he was like defending Joseph.
Okay, hold on a second. So I've been told that this gets really messy. So I want to find out. What the fuck is going on, okay? But this is a little much. So I'm going to have to figure out when... Hold on. Give me a second. I got an idea here. I got a fucking idea. Okay, ready? Here we go. Hold on. I got an idea. Watch this. I got a fucking plan. Watch this shit. I got it. I got it figured out. Watch this.
Please swallow your pride. If I have things you need to borrow.
Watch this. Hold on.
For no one can fill those of your needs that you won't let show. That... Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude.
One second.
Like,
give me a minute.
No,
give me a minute.
It's good.
Yeah. That's.
I grew up.
I'm being a chat
you
clown.
Figure out what would happen?
Watch.
Yeah. Where should I get your VOD? I guess it's coming out tomorrow, right? Like that we're gonna have a 24-hour cooling off period on that. I'm in RGR mode as far as my VODs right now, Demon Mama, because there's a certain segment of the internet that also hates you, apparently, that a certain streamer's subreddit, let's just say, has a special hate boner for me right now, and they're trying to clip me, and they're trying to portray me in a fucked up light. Also tankies. Tankies are tanky.
Yeah.
Well, not all tankies. It's the infrared tankies. Like they hate my guts. Quite a few people hate my guts right now, and maybe I just got more. I don't know. I'll have to put out the feelers there. But yeah, I wanna. I feel like I should get you that video if I can. I just know that Twitch has a weird thing about like the cooling off thing. So I definitely want to talk to you. Oh God. I was gonna ask you to come on, but I don't want you to come on like and just be like, I don't know, like it sounds like you wanna. Yeah, I think it is. You're a sub, aren't you? Somebody bought you a sub, so you can watch it. Yeah.
Okay.
You're good, I think. Yeah, you can investigate and let me know if there's any critique you can offer for me.
Well, give me just a second here, everybody.
And I want to just prepare you for this. Do you remember when you watched a video where I talked to Destiny? And Destiny was asking me if, like, dude was okay to call a trans person. And I was like, yeah, only boomers would care about that. And, when you were watching it, you pointed out that, like, I'm kind of speaking for all trans people there without realizing it. Okay. And I'm giving the idea that it's universally okay. For a lot of people, it's not okay. And, like, I was stomping a little bit on their, beliefs. Okay. So, basically, we talked about the theying, right? Which is, in my mind... I don't see, calling a trans person they, because the pronouns won't, because you're afraid. I don't know. I don't see it as being transphobic or anything, but I think it is a problem that like some cis people think it's like a cheat code of like, okay, wait, if I say they, I'm not in trouble either way, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, like, I mean, if you don't know, say they, default to they, that's a good one to do. And I don't want that to take on as like you don't have to memorize anybody's pronouns, just say they and you're covered. Like I don't want to like us all to be they'd by default, because people's pronouns deserve to be respected.
All right.
All of ours. And I got in, like we got into the discussion. I just want to make sure, like, I don't know, I didn't want to speak for you, but I also wanted to put it out there that for other trans people, even if you're okay with either pronouns, that just shouldn't be like a default, right? That was all I was trying to say to Dylan. I don't know if that's how it came off, and if it sounded different than that, like let me know and we can have a discussion about it. Sure. Because I definitely didn't want to get as much into your.
But the little dudes come up.
Stuff that's personal to you. In a discussion where you're not participating in. So yeah. Okay. Just so you know that that's there. I wanted to prepare you for that. Okay, sick. I'm gonna check it out. Yeah. Definitely. I'd be interested to know what you think.
Okay, cool. All right, we're gonna go figure it out real quick. We're gonna go figure that out. Okay. All right, but first, but before we do this, I need to give you all a quick little palate cleanser. Okay, everybody. Okay. All right. I gotta give you all a palate cleanser. Okay. Listen, this one's a good one, okay? You just gotta give me 1 second, okay? Wait, oops. Give me just 1 second. I gotta get it out of my Discord. 1 second. Okay, hold on. Where the fuck did I put it? Where the fuck did I put the video? Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. 1 minute. Gotta fucking find the video. Is it in here? Was it in here? No, it wasn't. It was in this one. Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta find the palette cleanser. I have it here. I have it somewhere here. It's here somewhere. There we go. It came from Fawn. Fawn was the finder of this one. And this is the thing. I need to save it to the desktop because it's the best thing. This is one of the best memes I've ever seen in my entire life, okay? Let me just get this all back up, and then we'll watch it together, okay? All right. So, here's what I want you to know in advance, okay? All right, everybody. This meme is an ethically sourced meme, okay? So, I want you to know that in this video, you can laugh freely, okay? No one was hurt. No one was killed. It looks a little bad, but I promise you, everyone was okay. I did my due diligence and I verified. So I'm telling you that in advance because it appears a little violent, but it's not, okay? I just promise you. Just allow yourself to laugh, okay? That's all you need to know. Just trust me, okay? We did our due diligence. It's not fake violence. It's real violence, but no one was permanently harmed or anything like that, okay? Okay? So, okay. All right, we're going to watch this together, okay? Watch this, okay? I promise you, this is one of the best memes I've ever seen in my entire life, and I promise you you're going to enjoy it. It is, don't worry, okay? We literally named it dog, okay? Just let's watch this again, can we please? Please. This is the best sound and the best video. Kick. Okay, all right. I told you the dog is okay. I promise you. Listen, the #1 comment on that video is that the dog is okay. The dog was not injured at all. He was just stunned. That's it. That is how do we know? People literally contacted the person who filmed that video, and yeah, it has been posted onto the server somewhere. But don't worry, the dog is okay, okay? Listen, there's multiple videos of people recreating this, and the dog could not have died from that. It's just a compressed, it's basically a beer keg that they sell in Russia, and they're kind of ridiculous because they pop. But literally, there's a video of a guy hitting one on his head, and it blows up and nothing happens. It's just very loud, and it stunned the dog. Yeah, but the dog is fine. The dog is fine. I promise you the dog is fine. Okay? It's great. That video made me laugh so hard I was crying. It's right there. Humphead Sassy just linked it. It's right there. The dog is fine, I promise you. Okay? Dogs are tough, all right? Had a fainting goat moment. Yep. Can we watch it one more time? Yes, we can. We can watch it one more time. Absolutely. Can somebody link it in Twitch too? Poor baby. He just thinks he's just having fun. There's just so much. It sets off all the alarms. The dog does a flip. There's a yelp. There's a boom. It's just, oh, it's so good. The dog is not dead. I just said, ethically sourced. You can enjoy it. The dog is perfectly fine, okay? The dog is perfectly fine. Okay? Don't worry, all right? Listen, it's all good. Yeah, the freeze. The dog is okay. Yes! Pin this main. Yes, the dog is okay. The video is literally called Dog Okay. Yes. You can laugh. The dog got rolled. The dog mama? Dog mama is fine. I know, it's such a god tier video. It's so good. I want to get that explosion sound on my soundboard because it's so good. The boop, 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 so good. The dog is not deaf and he does not have PTSD. The dog is perfectly fine. Listen, everybody. I love you all. You're very loving, but dogs are incredibly tough, okay? Dogs are incredibly tough, okay? The dog is okay. I love that you are all so careful. The dog is not dead. I promise you the dog is not dead. Oh my god, I'm going to kill you all. I'm going to kill you all. I'm going to have to kill you all, okay? In Minecraft. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking around with you, okay? Yes. Dogs. Okay, listen. Yep, I'm gonna have to put on the fancy voice. Yeah. All right. All right. See? There you go. There we go. Okay? Yes. All right, let's do this. All right, let's find this shit.
Like, I was stomping a little bit on their, you know, beliefs. So basically, you know, we talked about aid. I started on.
Okay.
As far as like mental health goes.
Here we go.
But I don't know. The amount of I'm shocked at the amount of misinformation I see on Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, like, and also.
So I have heard there is some nonsense that goes on here, and I want to find out myself what it is. And I feel like giving you all extra special content. So not only are we gonna watch this content I was told to watch, but we're also afterwards going to go over the Hemed and Mel conversation because why not? It's Monday. I am live. Yes, I am live. This is not live right now. This happened earlier, okay? So I was told that the conversation happens once Eris leaves, and it is just Irene and Dylan. So let's do it, okay? This is drama.
Do your best to be polite. Be polite. Always be nice. Make sugar your favorite spice, right? Which is a suggestion.
Legend has it,
like
the dog
rule.
is
you
okay.
don't have to be nice, right?
It helps.
So,
I
for
think.
example. Yeah, but it's like a suggestion.
Especially if you got something that's hard
start.
for the other person to hear, it's definitely better to be nice. I'll thank you, server. To know speed a little bit more.
Here we go.
Equal. Somehow, yeah, it was with Demon Mama, and like right after she got off, it came up, and I was just like, oh, Riley was right, because that whole the metaphor that.
Hold on a second. All right. How do I fix this? Yes, artwork goes in the gallery. Yes. I will kill you if you ask me if the dog was okay. You will not be okay, okay? Not actually, that is a joke. Okay? All right. Now. Yeah, I could trim that. That's true. But then, how do I... Okay, here we go. Here. Oh, cool. All right, that works. That works. We'll do this for now. Yes.
Riley used was infinite or regression, I think is the actual mathematic term there. Okay, there's Dylan, and we got you right.
I like nocommentchick a lot. I like Dylan a lot. So what I was told that there was some falling out here, and I was asked to weigh in on it. So I'm going to weigh in on it, and you all get to come along for the ride, okay? I have been asked to look at this. This is not me drama mongering. I have been asked to look at it, okay? All right? So let's take a look, okay? There's some jibber jabber going on. Yeah, there may have been some jabroniism. There may have been some shenanigans, some rigmarole. We're going to find out, though. So you get to find out together. This could be a nothing burger. This could be amazing. Hootenannies? Exactly. So, I have no fucking clue what happened. I just heard about this, and I've been asked to look into it by people involved, okay? So we're going to find out. Nah, KF Logan, KF Logan, chill out. Take a seat, and enjoy the show. I got another thing to go over, okay? Take a seat and chill. It's all good. I want to do this. And then we're going to do the other thing, okay? It's all good. Let's do this.
There. So, yeah, no, I mean, like... So, I mean, like, how are we doing?
I'm still kicking. I'm still alive.
Yeah, and you should be. I mean, do you think that I can have BirdBrains back now? Do you think that
Yeah, you can have BirdBrains back now.
I kind of want BirdBrains.
I don't want. You know, you can
You
have
don't want
it.
it. It's stinky. It's not even that. Yours is way better. Yours has got a lot more viewers, and yours has got a really nice like background. Mine's a little bit ghetto. I was gonna ask you for an upgrade on our like it's like an 80s game, I think, is our background. So I was gonna ask you, you know, can you get Mr. Geek to work on something, a little something for us? But yeah, it looks like I'm on my own for that now. Oh well.
Hello.
I should have asked you.
Yeah, I know you and Geek don't like each other very much.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there might be an issue in translation. Here's the thing. I called Geek Quebecois. And for a French person, which Geek is a French person, that's an insult. They think of the Quebecois as
This is not Mel. Okay, hold on a second. I clearly need to update some people. Okay, everybody. Just got here? Okay. Here's what we're doing. Everybody, imps, listen! Listen up! We are watching and reacting to two of my friends who had a dispute today, and I have been asked to look over it, so I am doing that with you all, because that is how the streaming business works. You are going to have a very good time. We're going to have good takes all around. BirdBrains is Irene's debate podcast, okay? And you sound like a ban. Okay, so there we go. We're going to find out what happened here, okay? The person with the long hair, this is Vince McMahon, okay? And this over here is Asuka. You can tell by the ear things, okay? So there you go. And
like, right? So
you did a bigoted thing.
Yeah, and yes. Yes, his name is Dylan Pets. That's correct. Dylan Pet. That's the one. And now you all have been caught up. We're going over this, and then afterwards, just so you all know, afterwards, we are going to be reacting to not reacting to, I'm going to be giving my thoughts about a long conversation that I thought was super interesting and I want to talk about, okay? You didn't think I'd be able to make what pull? Oh, I see. Listen, okay? So let's chill, everybody. Get comfy. We're having a good stream. Listen, if you're new here, you're in for a ride because we do amazing shit here and I'm always very funny, okay? All right, so let's continue.
Yeah, I did a bit.
Settle down and get ready.
You did a bigotry.
I did a bigotry. Yeah, I definitely did. I portrayed, just because he's a French speaker, I assumed that he was a French speaker of the North American extraction. And in fact, he is a French speaker of the European extraction. In fact, the actual French extraction. So they don't want to be confused with any of the colonies.
Heems was interesting,
right?
KF Logan.
You know that they're French, and Geek is correct. I made the mistake. I said that he eats poutine because I thought the image was funny. Turns out he might eat some greasy, rich food, but it's not exactly poutine. But yeah, I don't know. Geek and Danabo, like it's always weird to it's always hard to tell, like where they're at, how they feel about me. So.
Well, this is.
But
awkward.
I mean, like I said, Dylan, I really want to emphasize that I feel okay about you. Some people in my chat, I feel like probably went too far in their criticism of you. I tried to temper those.
A little bit awkward.
I probably didn't do a great job when I was covering the debate analysis, and I got a little spicy. I got a little into the wrestling thing because, like, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a warrior. Okay, we're both fighters, right? You're probably actually better than me because I'm not, like, I've never, like, actually fought a person, but I've sparred, with kickboxing. So, we could definitely got that in common. And
yeah, I love people in combat sports.
Right. Like, sparring is a lot of fun and you learn something every time. So, yeah, what is it? If the hippie panel, Dippy panel, thinks Tom isn't far right enough for the PIM, doesn't that mean what? That they only want far right people, and that is
Who's Tom?
Yeah, Tom.
Tomfoolery?
What?
I don't know who Tom is.
Well, it's definitely not the
This
person
is super awkward.
asking the question.
All right, everybody, this is super
Whoever it is.
awkward. So far, the review is, this is super, super awkward. We're going to find out. Let's chill, and let's find out what's going on, okay? Let's go along for the ride. If it sucks, we'll stop. The context is, they were talking about, the context is, me. Me, motherfuckers! The context is me. They're talking about me being on Hippy Dippy and all the bullshit, okay? That's the context. And they're talking about Hippy Dippy and some issues that some people have with Hippy Dippy. Now, my name isn't Tom, but Tom is somebody else they're referencing. But the content that they're talking about is the Hippy Dippy podcast. Jesus Christ. Yo, what happened? Whoa, what's happening? Am I still up on Twitch? What's happening? Can just hit refresh? Just refresh. Refresh. Oh, Jesus. On-stream chat is on my Discord. We are currently getting DDoSed, so my on-stream chat, which is normally on my website, is from my Discord. Cucked itself. Okay, it's YouTube. Okay, it's YouTube. Okay, well, these things happen, okay? All right. Twitch never crashed. Just refresh. All right, let's do this. Let's have fun, okay? Let's continue.
God, this it keeps on getting surreal, Dylan. Like this.
They got their chance, and this is their opportunity, and man, are they blowing it.
Oh man, you see, you only got one chance. What's that Eminem? No, wait, is it an Eminem song? Yeah, the one where he's like the mom spaghetti and the
Yeah, knees weak, arms are sweaty. Their fingers are sweaty, and they're fucking falling on their keyboards.
No. Quebecois are not really appreciated all that much on the internet left. Wait, are they more right wing or something? Like, let's not say that about a fucking whole area of people, please. Like, I don't know. That must be essentialism, right? You can't make a pronouncement on the Quebecois people.
This is pretty cringe.
Like
and bask in it. Bask in it, you people. Relax.
Yeah, that seems like a bigotry.
It's a bit, just a bit. And let's not reinforce the French, snobbery that they're famous for over there, right?
They are famous for being snobs.
Even when they're not, but like, sometimes in Paris, they're just like, they got somewhere to go and you're like, excuse me, you tell me how to get to this tourist attraction? And they're like, fuck no, I'm trying to get to work, fuck you. But yeah, that gets called snobby.
Yeah, that is a French stereotype.
For sure. Well, Parisian, more specifically. So chat, anything else? Okay, so if let's see, anyone else got questions for Dylan? Because I think he's trying to kind of like, like the feeling that I get from you, Dylan, is that you do take feedback like seriously and you do learn from it. And
here we go.
Like
all right,
that,
here we go.
You're like some.
I don't know.
After
today, I think I will no longer be receiving feedback for at least a 2-month
for
period.
A while. Okay, well sometimes feedback is a little bit. It's like a little bit like drinking from a fire hose, but that's I have a question for you. Do you have any examples in general or specific? Don't you have some stands in chat? They should be asking me tough questions. Of things.
I asked to ask you a question. You told me I couldn't.
Okay, yeah, I was teasing. Go ahead and ask me the tough question.
Okay, so during the later, I didn't watch all your stuff live, and your VODs are like locked for non-subs. So
it's the RGR method because the RGR was right. So I adopted all of her methods. I try to live my life according to RGR actually.
During the end of that, basically, it seemed like you were almost like hardcore cringing at my interaction with Demon Mama when it came to pronouns, where I came up to Demon Mama and asked like, "Hey, I don't know what pronouns to use because people will tell me I should not be saying demon because I use that as a short term, or using the word they in reference to you."
Yeah.
And then Demon Mama was like, "Nah, it's all chill. Don't worry about it." And you seem to be like really reacting to that negatively. Like super hardcore.
That's a question that you can't ask her. Do you understand why? Like because she a lot of her career, depends on her relationship with you. She
Wrong!
Literally
wrong. That is not true. Not at all. Not even close. No, Irene, that ain't true. Nope. Wrong. You can't ask me that question. I will always tell you, I am the biggest badass in the world. Nobody fucking speaks for me. Yep. Nobody. Excuse me, HWF0712. Hold on, I'm gonna take a minute and just blow you the fuck out right now, okay? All right? Let me tell you something real quick, just a real quick one. Vaush is a me orbiter, okay? Fuck you people. I have streamed for the last year in conflicting time slots as Vaush so that I will never be able to be Vaush cucked because no such thing exists. I cannot be cucked by any other streamer. I stream and I always have the same average viewers. I am telling you this because it is true. I never lose viewers, no matter who is streaming. Imps come to watch me. My career was built by me and my team and my mods and my imps. Not by anybody else. Not by Vaush. Not by Destiny, for certain. Not by Dylan. It was built by me. You understand that? So if I see you motherfuckers say stupid shit like Demon Mama is a Vaush orbiter, you can fuck right off. Because guess what? That ain't true. Not even close. I've been streaming for a fucking year, doing content completely different than what Vaush does. And the only people who think that I'm a Vaush orbiter are fucking idiot DGGers who've never seen a lick of my motherfucking content. And I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I apologize if this comes off as just a little bit motherfucking... That's not cool, KF Logan. That ain't cool. That's not cool. Don't fucking do the body shame shit. Okay? Because I'm fat too, all right? Now, I'm sorry if this makes me a little bit irked, but the one thing that pisses me off is when people try to make the claim that I'm like a Vaush orbiter. I came from Vaush's community. Yes, it's true. And by came from, I mean that was my first community that I ever engaged in. You idiots who say that stupid shit, literally don't know jack about me. And you take my genuine involvement in Vaush's community to mean that I am like somehow dependent on him. And that is not true. In fact, it's interesting because going on Vaush's stream last night for the first time ever, by the way, besides the time that I congratulated him on getting back into Twitch, okay? That grew my channel. How the fuck would me going on Vaush grow my channel further if I'm a Vaush orbiter? Are you fucking kidding me? It pisses me off. That's the one thing that pisses me off, okay? Because I've worked my ass off, okay? I have really, really worked my ass off for a year. And I'm not going to lie, I've been making God tier content for a long time. A lot of people didn't know that until recently just by pure chance. So if I see that shit, I'm going to blow the fuck up on you. Because I think that it's fucking weird. I think it's fucking weird. I think it's really, really fucking weird that everyone's first fucking instinct is to say that I am only possible because I ripped off 2 other men. Fuck you. Vaush doesn't do Cooking Mama. Vaush doesn't do Drama Mama. Those are my segments. Those are my most successful segments. Vaush doesn't do the panel scene until recently. I was the panel scene. Yeah, I'm way more of a Chud Logic viewer. If you want to give credit to somebody who made my career, give it to Chud Logic. Because Chud Logic rated me when I had 12 viewers. Chud Logic gave me my first fucking 30 viewer stream ever. So you want to give credit to some other dude instead of me? Give it to Chud Logic. And don't get me wrong, I fucking love Vaush. I love Vaush. I've watched Vaush for years. And I just had a lovely conversation, and I look forward to lots of future conversations. But that shit is bullshit, okay? And after all of the shit that I've been doing lately, all of the content I've been pumping out, to have someone from my own motherfucking chat tell me that I'm like second playing second fiddle to Vaush, fuck you. And suck my dick. There you go. There you have it. No. That's reserved for my partners. No, they don't need to get banned. I've humiliated them. I've humiliated them. And now I'm going to subject my imps to an incredibly awkward 30 seconds. All right, that's good enough. Okay? Good enough. That is what the world feels like when I'm not working my ass off to deliver content to you, okay? That awkward 30 seconds was what it feels like when I stop making content. I'm not disappointed in all of you. I love all of you very much. It was just one person. But it really stings, you know? Oh, welcome, Lonnie. Sorry. Yes, the dog was okay. Sorry, Lonnie. I was just having a meltdown. I'm sorry. I apologize. I had a fucking freak out session. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I'm not angry. I'm not mad. I'm not, my ego isn't being slightly poked. Okay. Power level me in EverQuest? Oh shit, I used to play EverQuest. All right. All right. All right, I'm chill now. We're good. The fire has been unleashed, and I'm good to go, okay? No, I gave you more awkward, okay? Vaush never said the dog was okay. No, I know, Cherry. I know. It's just... like, I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. Do you know how fucking shit it feels when you work really hard and make super unique content and, like, literally go out of your way to, like, have people say, like, oh, I came up with logic. You ripped off me. You ripped off Destiny when you used a logical argument. You ripped off Vaush when you did a debate on the internet. Come on, that's fucking stupid. That's so fucking stupid. Yeah, it's pretty bad, isn't it? Anyway, we're all ripping off Socrates. Nah, EverQuest was fucking god tier. Sorry. Am I doing the thing called breathing again? Yeah, I am. I know. Fucking ripped it right off. Ripped it off of the original. You want to know who I'm really ripping off? You want to know who I'm really ripping off? My format is ripped off of radio people. Shit. You all thought I was ripping off Vaush. You all thought I was ripping off Destiny. You thought Demon Mama was ripping off Destiny. Nope. I was ripping off radio people. Those are my those are my inspirations. That's where I go to get my stream format. I think about, think about the pace. Radio shows will go for 4 fucking hours on the air and they keep people entertained. That's me. Yeah, on Wednesday you'll get to see that. On Wednesday you'll get to see Demon Mama crush Demon Mama. All right. That is exactly what it feels like, Mother Meerset. Except imagine that, but stretched over a year of your life. The hardest year of work that you've ever done in your entire life. That's what it feels like. It feels like doing 40-hour weeks in front of the camera and countless hours off stream that nobody sees you doing your work, and then people telling you you're ripping somebody else off. That's what it feels like. It feels fucking bad. It feels real fucking bad. True, Ilanas. Yeah, true. Yeah, basically, Dango Bango. But my show is infinitely more funny than Rush, because guess what? I got facial expressions, baby. You can watch me in real time. You can watch me in fucking 1080p, 60 FPS. I got a whole thing. I don't just talk into a mic. I explain. I show images. It's like 100 times better, and my jokes are funny. All right. Now enough of me fucking, enough of me jerking myself off. But you know, I took a day of critique, 6 hours of back-to-back critique, and I'm going to be doing more on Wednesday. So I feel like I deserve a little bit of fair, just credit. Credit where credit is due, okay? That's all. Yeah, it's true, Cherry. It's true. All right. Oof. I bumped my... Interaction with other streamers? I always interact with other streamers. I love interacting with other streamers. Thank you. True and alive. Let's go back to the awkward zone now. We're going to a different type of awkward zone. Here we go. Back to the awkward zone we go. Here we go.
You know, it's just
right back
it puts
into the
her in a really
content,
tough
just
spot,
like that.
And
You know how I do.
to see her in that tough spot, and I know that I'm not sure how. You know, it was rough for me because I didn't know what to say. But here's my take on that, and you know, I didn't want to get into it with you if you know. Like, unless we had time to talk alone, I didn't want to, you know, talk with the other people about this. But my feeling on pronouns, the they, them, you're not the only cis person who is like seen the they as like kind of a cheat code of like, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of pronouns, there's some xeno pronouns.
I had my first ever meltdown at chat. There you go. And it wasn't even at chat, because guess what? 99% of you are amazing as fuck all the time. And that I appreciate. By the way, I'm sorry, I'm going to take one more second to do this. 99.9% of you are awesome all the time. But once in a while, I see something in chat that hurts my feelings. And that happened. Okay? And guess what? I forgive you. It made me mad, but I've gotten my anger out. And whoever you were, I can't remember what your name was off the top of my head. I forgive you. Okay? I'm done. My anger is done, okay? And I don't fucking hold grudges, all right? Forgiven. It's done. I'm not even angry anymore. It's in the past. There we go.
That people want you to remember, and it can be really hard. I fuck up on them constantly. I fuck up on people's pronouns, and it makes me feel weird. But with the they them thing, so there's like a tendency like happening where people are just like, look, you know, if I don't know a person, I can use they them, and it's usually okay. That's true. That's true. If a doctor comes into you know, if you're getting seen by a doctor, you don't know if it's a guy or a girl or what their pronouns are, right? You can just say they, right? We do it all the time. It's no big deal, right? When the quantity is unknown, but when the quantity is known, like, you know, somebody that you know and somebody whose pronouns you know, and Demon Mama does, you know, mainly use anyway, I don't want to put any words in her mouth. Let's let her speak to that.
That's a
like
good
you
idea.
said, you know, that is kind of cringy, me you know, telling her what to do, and I am not, you know, I would not do that.
Yeah,
so
that was my thing. Like, it felt almost like Like you were speaking on Demon
here's the
Mama's
deal.
behalf on like what pronouns should be used.
This is an
towards
interesting
them.
thing. So did you hear what I said about the Destiny thing? So Destiny came on my stream and was saying essentially that he likes to use the word dude. Is dude not okay? And I told Destiny, dude is absolutely okay. Only boomers cringe at dude. Only boomers think that dude is gendered. Demon Mama, when she watched my VOD, she actually reacted pretty badly to that. She did not like it, and she called me out on it. And she was right.
I've always
at the
been
time.
consistent on that. I've always been consistent on it. I don't like it. The only people who can call me dude are my friends. Nobody else. Thank you very much, Mask of the Red Death, and I appreciate that. I've been a part of Vaush's community for a very long time. I've been there since the Twitch days. You may have even seen me in chat and not known it, but I appreciate that a lot. Aw, thank you so much, Tom Washington. Don't worry, there's going to be a lot of it. And you can always catch the VODs, Tom Washington. Don't forget that, okay? Thank you so much for your generosity. It means the world, okay? Maybe I'm a boomer. Who cares?
I was a little bit, like, I bristled at it, but she's absolutely right. As a trans person, as a creator, there's a danger in me speaking for other trans people, right? And me speaking for all other trans people, because right now I kind of...
Hold on a second. Wait, where did it go? Hold on. It's okay. HWF0712, it's all good, okay? You're good. I forgive you, and it's water under the bridge, okay? HWF0712. It's all good, okay? Seriously. I was very angry, but I was not really just angry at you. I'm angry at a sentiment that I sometimes encounter, and I shouldn't have just taken it out all on you, okay? Just know that it's all good. We're in the clear, okay? Is that all right? I hope that you'll forgive me for getting so mad as well. Yeah? Yeah? Okay? I hope we can be at peace, all right? Hell yeah. Because I'm not really just... I blew up at you, but, you know, the problem is that, realistically, it wasn't fair of me to take it all out on you. You know? It really wasn't. All right? So we're all... I hope we're all even. It's not that I'm gracious. It's just, I don't know. I don't have time to fill my heart with fucking anger, okay? That's all. All right? Let's continue.
Kind of am, right? I'm on here with a bigger content
Joey
creator,
the Box,
and
good to see
the
you.
views that I'm getting are higher than they normally would be. I'm speaking in a way for all trans people. I've got to be, you know, kind of cognizant of that. And Demon Mama actually cued me into that. So I would say that, you know, Demon Mama herself would tell you that her views don't necessarily apply to all trans people.
That's true.
If she wasn't in the kind of position that she's in, which is, I kind of wish you hadn't broached the subject there, but I understand why you did, because people were saying, or like there was some talk, I don't know, maybe some really bad faith people, maybe just a few, but like the word transphobic came up, and I was like, that is not where this is coming from. Look, you know, like not knowing this stuff doesn't make you transphobic. It just means you don't know this stuff. Now, if you get corrected on it and then you adopt that, then there's no fucking problem. Like you didn't do anything wrong there, Dylan, as far as I'm...
Yeah.
You definitely didn't do anything that, like, most cis people don't do already. So that's what I keep on saying, is that, like, this is not a critique of you as, like, Dylan's bad or anything like that. If anything, you're a lot better than most of the cis allies I've talked to. So I really wanted to hammer home on that, because this is not a beat-up Dylan... Yeah, this is not the idea that this is not what I have in mind here.
Okay. So, should I not listen to? Should I just take what? Okay, so Demon Mama told me what nouns and what I can use in reference to them. Should I not listen to them when it comes to that, or should I listen to them when it comes to that?
If she when I've talked to her, I've heard her use the pronouns she and her. If she's changed her mind on that and she wants to use they, then fine. You know, like that. Yeah, like let her call the shot, but just understand.
For the record, I'll say this again. For the record, I much prefer she/her pronouns in general, but I am perfectly fine with they/them pronouns for people that I trust. Okay, and Dylan is one of those people. Okay, Dylan is one of those people who I'm perfectly okay with. Okay. Yes. Now, there's a reason why I only have they, them pronouns listed on Discord, because it's not something I'm fully, like, figured out myself, and it's not a big deal anyway, okay? I find it a little bit weird. All I said was that all that I've ever said was that I find it a little weird when people refuse to use she, her with me when I don't know them, even though I list she, her everywhere. And it was a little bit weird to me, but that's it. I never said anything else, okay? That's all. I am okay if Dylan uses they, them, and that's why I said that to Dylan, okay? Yeah, we talked about it. I explained this very clearly to Dylan. Silent can do that, I think. Gayfish. Hey, oh, I know. It's taken a bit, Dylan Burns. I'm so sorry. Here, I'll go do... look, watch. I'll do this right now. Watch. Hold on. I need to get a sody anyway, so 1 minute. Talk to each other. All right, I reminded. Dylan, I reminded. Don't worry. It's just been, we've been having a lot of housework to get done. Okay, so Herman Miller is based. I love this chair. This chair saves my life. It seriously makes my life possible. I wouldn't be able to do it without this chair, okay? All right, all right. Alrighty, here we go. All right, let's continue. Let's continue, please, please. Let's continue.
There might be, you know, if she feels like she has to kind of ask you to go out of your way to do something, she might be a little bit more reticent.
Nope.
You know, to do that than somebody who has less at stake, you know,
Not
like
me.
me, somebody that's not on your panels, that and therefore doesn't have that, like, sort of that you know, doesn't need to maintain that, like,
nope.
I mean, I want to maintain the relationship with you. I like your panel. I like, you know, I like reviewing your content, and I think you're altogether like a really good panel host and a really amazing expert on foreign policy, which, you know, like, is something that I don't know very much about at all. So, you know, like, yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah. Can I be honest?
Be blunt, Dylan.
Walking away from this discussion, I don't think I'm going to change any of my rhetoric or stances or platforming techniques whatsoever. I haven't, like, felt like any significant pushback anywhere.
Okay.
I felt like I'm walking away from this actually more confident in what I did.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, I mean that's valid. Like, on everything that you did, or just like.
Yes, Mr.
Something.
Mellon.
Except everything that I haven't showed doubt in up to this point.
Okay,
the
so
only thing
that
I
you
think
haven't, like, you know, specifically said, "Oh, geez, that wasn't great," that you would say,
Yeah.
Dylan,
it's
don't
not
worry,
something
we're
that you
working
need to-
on it.
All right, well,
promise.
Dylan, thank you so
Sorry
much
for
for
the
coming
slow
on
time.
my platform, and it's been nice talking to you. Bye. So that's the deal. We call the shots, not somebody with clout. And Dylan, this is like what it feels like to be a trans person watching your show and not able to really say anything. Yeah, you're muted. You can't. My audience can't hear you. They're just seeing.
Wait, hold on a second. What the fuck happened?
So that's the deal.
Yeah.
It's not something that you need. Some things.
Except everything that I haven't showed doubt in up to this point.
Okay,
The
so
only
anything
thing
that
I
you
think
haven't, like, you know, specifically said, "Oh, geez, that wasn't great," that you would say,
Yeah.
is not something that you need to. All right, well, Dylan, thank you so much for coming on my platform, and it's been nice talking to you. Bye. So that's the deal. We call the shots, not somebody with clout. And Dylan, this is like what it feels like to be a trans person watching your show and not able to really say anything. Yeah, you're muted. You can't. My audience can't hear you. They're just seeing you. And so I'm sort of talking to your image, but I'm not talking to you. But yeah, if you don't feel like you had anything to change, then I don't have anything more to say to you. I'm glad I got BirdBrains back. I'm glad I kicked your ass in a debate. And I don't know what else to say. If it was about foreign policy, you definitely would have won. So I respect you as an opponent. I respect you as a content creator. I'm sorry if I upset you. Maybe I was overly harsh. I was trying to be nice. But apparently that's not how you reacted. So yeah, it's a bit of a sag. It's a bit of a sag. But yeah, that's woo. That is officially the spiciest BirdBrains that I have ever produced, okay? And while it might be tempting to give some display of exaltation, I feel like after all the interaction with this wrestling shit, that exaltation would be tainted by toxic masculinity and therefore by dominance paradigm. I want to set a new standard on Twitch where we don't live to dunk on those that we disagree with, where we don't live to settle scores, where this isn't a fucking gang war 100% of the time between fucking clout sharks. If you're on board with that, hit that follow button right now and let me know that I'm speaking to you, and maybe even in some way speaking forward for you, all right? And I understand that you know, endorsement is conditional. It's conditional on the fact, on the idea that I'm not putting words in your mouth and that I'm taking feedback. But yeah.
That's very weird.
Oh yeah, don't hit the follow button if you're not if you're already following. Wait, what? Wait, did you just leave, Cora? Cora, I wanted to bring you in on the call, but like I couldn't figure out at the last minute. I realized that I didn't have a way to connect sub only with BirdBrains. Oh, I should have just brought you into BirdBrains, but then I couldn't. Anyway, anyway. Chat, how did I do? Do we need to take a poll or something? Do I need any feedback? Does anybody... Oh, actually, Cora, get in the Discord. And anybody else who wants to get in the Discord. If you don't like what I said, if you do... Look, there's some endorsement. What the fucking... Wait, why do you give me the... Oh, wait, no, the good thing. Wait, is it a bad thing or the good thing? I can't tell. It's money. I guess that's an endorsement. I'll take that as an endorsement. So some people are happy. Some people think that I did the right thing. Listen, I don't fucking, like, kiss anybody's ring, okay? Now, that's not to say that I hate Dylan's guts and that I think he's a scumbag. If I meant that, I would have said it. I said it emphatically. He's a good creator. He's a responsible platformer. He's better than most people out there. He's got a very successful program, and I'm glad that the person who's got a successful program, even if he's not taking my feedback today, at least has this stuff in mind, and at least is open to hearing that. So I'm happy about that, because I think most people would have been a lot more... just a lot more like that would have taken it worse. All right. And you know, there's always sleeping on what you just experienced.
Okay.
Especially when what you're experiencing is ego death, and what Dylan just experienced was an ego death. He's been in control for most of his career here on Twitch. He came to Twitch with a very compelling story about being a really young person that was consulted by a major political campaign on the issues of foreign policy, right? So right away, you know, that's a story that people wanted to pay attention to, people wanted to listen to, people wanted to see the continuity of, right? And I'm not trying to take that away from him. If anything, I'm trying to.
Well, I gotta hear it first, right? Type 90. I gotta hear this out first before I do this.
Enough about theory.
No one is hating on Dylan.
A Nazgul from a Marxist-Leninist, then. Or
there's literally no one here. I've literally not seen
from a Marxist-Leninist. I still think that third positionist is a more correct terminology of what Has and Dugan stand for. But yeah, he just wasn't able to wade into those waters. He didn't realize that would be on the table. And as a result, hear it out. You know, I was able to, you know, kind of tell the story that I wanted to tell. And it's a story that you can hear on my stream. It's a story that you'll hear on Vaush's stream. It's a story that I hope you'll hear of a lot more, because I, unlike Dylan, do think that the Nazgul vortex is an extremely concerning phenomenon. It has the potential to take leftism and fundamentally undermine it. By ship of Theseusing, if you've seen Innuendo Studios, oh my god, chat, I have no idea what Dylan is saying about me right now. But yeah, if you're a big Dylan stan and you got your feelings hurt, go ahead and unfollow too. That's cool too. Like, get the fuck out of here. We don't really need you. If that's what you're, but if you're here for truth.
Okay. Yeah, so, Whew. All right. Very strange.
Truth, and you're here to learn something. I think we all learned something today, and that is that, you know, the people that seem to be most in the command of the discourse aren't always really in command of the things that you need to navigate the discourse. So yeah, let's get somebody in chat. Let's get somebody like here. I'm in BirdBrains right now. I'm gonna move into, which one should I move into? Let's move into the sub only. That's a very exclusive club there. So if you have a sub to nocommentchick, yeah, there they are. There they are. They're already in there. Hey everybody, how did I do? I'd love to hear some feedback now.
Dudes come up.
Did I go too hard?
Little dudes.
Did I go too easy? Did I leave some stuff on the table that I should have addressed? What do you think?
I enjoyed the content, and I didn't think you did a bad job moderating, discussing things in general. I missed a lot of the stuff that you discussed when it was all in the four-way, unfortunately, but
yeah. Oh geez, that was the spicy stuff. So
I know,
if you missed,
I know.
So what happened was that, like,
I'll watch a little further and then I'll give my take.
was trying to be as nice as possible to Dylan and give him a feedback in a titrated dose that wasn't going to result in, you know, a big like rejection of what I was saying, right? Because that's a thing that happens, like, you know, just like a limb that gets grafted on can be rejected. Yeah, a view that I'm trying to offer can easily be rejected too. And he came for me, and he wasn't prepared to talk about specifically, you know, the issue of the Nazgul vortex, which I find to be a huge and threatening issue and danger on the periphery of our political horizon. And if you watch Vaush and you watch me, you know what we're talking about. We're talking about, like, you know, people like Glenn Greenwald. We're talking about, obviously, Haas. Yeah, Haas is almost a different thing, but like he fits in there too, right? And it's an attempt. No. Okay, so primary Tucker Carlson, Sagar. People like this, like right-wingers who will be like, yeah, but don't we need a little bit of communism too? And like so many people like Jimmy Dore, Nazgul vortex, right? This is who we're talking about. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is an attempt to
about.
ship right-wing shit to graft it into the left and to fundamentally debase what we are and to ruin our solidarity. Chat, as the left, our solidarity is all we've got. Our solidarity is all we have. That's the only thing that's going to save us when we go up against the right wing. Because, yeah, the right wing is all about strength. They worship strength.
Okay.
And if we're going to have a strength...
All right. Okay. So I think I've seen enough of this now to be able to give a take. Okay? All right, everybody? So that was very awkward. That was a very, very, very awkward thing. And one of the realities... So wait, Aristocracy, KF Logan, and Merrick offered criticisms about certain righties being platformed. Dylan didn't receive it well. John, do you have a timestamp to Dylan not taking it well? Because I haven't seen any example of Dylan not taking it well, to be completely honest. Yeah, but hold it. Well, let me give my take first, okay? Dylan, I want to give my honest take, okay? All right? Real quick, and then I'll have you on and we'll talk about it, okay? So, that was very uncomfortable. Something that can happen sometimes when you're a streamer is that something cringe can happen and you can lose control of the situation, okay? And it could be a little awkward, all right? And I think that there's a certain amount of that happened here. I think that it's very clear that nocommentchick was getting a little worked up, that maybe things didn't go completely as planned, and I think that that the reaction there was probably a little much, and that she was trying to kind of play it off like it wasn't bothering her, but it did. Okay? Now, I disagree with her statements that she made about myself. I am very, very capable of defending myself, of making my frustrations clear, and I did. I made my criticisms clear directly to Dylan, and always will. Okay? I think she was trying to regain control and perhaps didn't do it perfectly. Okay? Yeah? And I think that, yeah, to live is to cringe. That's true. Cringy things will happen, okay? Now, I strongly contest the idea that I am afraid of pissing off Dylan, because I will tell Dylan to his face when I have a problem with him. I don't care. My show will go on regardless of anybody else whose show I go on. Now, it's great. I really, really love working with Dylan. It's been a boon to me, and I'm sure I've been a boon to him. But that's a mutual relationship. Yeah? That is a mutual relationship, just like I said in my rant a little bit ago. Okay? So I disagree with her argument there. But remember, a bad take does not make a bad person. I don't agree with what she said, but that doesn't make Irene a bad person. Also, I don't think, and I would hope, that this interaction, it doesn't end up being anything serious. And we're going to talk to Dylan here in a minute, but that's my take. This seems like it got awkward, and maybe she got anxious, and it just came out bad. Listen, everybody has had something like this happen at some point in their life, okay? Really, they have, okay? That was, Vaush's bad stream day was pretty rough, okay? All right. Let's see. Let's see if I can talk to Dylan. Dylan, you want to get in the stream call in? Come on in. Dylan, come on in. Let's talk about this a little bit. Okay? Pop on in. Hello, Dylan. Can you hear me?
How's it going?
Hi, how are you? Are you doing okay?
This is the first time I saw this, so I'm a little bit like shocked. I thought she just disconnected, and so I was saying like, "Hello, you good?" And I just disconnected, and I just kept playing video games.
Yeah, well, it was a little weird.
So
it was
this
very
is the
awkward.
first time I'm seeing this. Like that's, like, she tried to, I guess, use me to just grandstand like this.
Yeah, it was a little grandstand.
Pretty shitty, actually.
Yeah,
to just like mute me and not tell me what's going on and just talk shit about me while I'm on the screen and I can't hear anything that they're saying. Like that's really bad.
Well,
the thing is, she basically challenged me and like publicly and privately and like did a whole stream like talking shit, talking about like how I put you in a terrible position by like asking you about your pronouns and how all this awful stuff I'm doing, her chat like dogpiling me, whatever. And then she finds out that like my dad's chemo and like everything that's going on in my life. And she's like, "Oh, do you want to reschedule?" I was like, "No, I was like, yeah, that's fine. I can still come on." So I come on, right? And I go on and I'm told it's going to be a panel show, right? So it's like, oh, okay, you know what? If it's a panel, then it's whatever. She's like, yeah, you're going to have all these people who agree with you. You're going to have all these people who are with you on this, right? And so I go on and we do the first two topics, and then everyone leaves except for me and Aries, right?
Okay, Aries. Yeah.
And Aries. And now I'm sadly, I feel like I have to leak now because now I feel like I'm in a position where I have to just show like how bad this is of a position. Is like now we go to the last topic and then Aries leaves. And Aries is like, I had no clue this last topic was just about you. It's like boom. And that's just now me and nocommentchick, where now it's me and nocommentchick. And I'm like, I didn't sign up for this. I signed up for a panel where we're going to talk about platforming because I know a lot of these people probably agree more with me when it comes to, but they're all gone. Now it's just me and nocommentchick. So I'm like, okay, guess that's where we are now. And that's why I look really awkward because this is not what I signed up for. And that's why I'm just kind of sitting there kind of waiting for like something to happen because I signed up for a panel show. It'd be kind of weird if you signed up for Hippy Dippy and then everyone else left and it was just you and me in the room, right, Demon?
Yeah.
And then I just asked you questions like that. Like that's not what you signed up for. And so I'm sitting there and the questions I'm getting is like, it feels like nothing. It feels like she's just waiting for chat to give her like complaints. And like you saw the one question about like Tom, and that was like
I don't know what that was really about.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know. And the questions I did get that were like directed towards me about like actual platforming, I think I hit out of the park. Like it all depends on like, because one of the things was gish galloping. I'm like, well, it depends, because if you look at how I built that team, is I built that match very carefully. Rob Noor and John Burke. John Burke being the person who's a little bit more laid back, interacts a little bit less. Vaush was going on this chill route. He was more laid back, more chill about it. And then Rob Noor and DylanBurnsTV, people who are a lot more fiery, and I think the combination of these two can tackle the topic very effective. Like there's a lot of thought that goes into it, and I go through that, and I think I hit these questions out of the park. So I'm sitting here like, okay, like that was the easy one. Okay, where's the next one? And then they asked me this question, and it felt like, because out of nowhere it starts talking about infrared, and I'm like, and then the Nazbol vortex, and I'm like, the Nazbol vortex, and explaining it, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know what this is, and I don't really care that much about Nazbols. I think they're kind of like an insignificant threat. And they're like, what do you think's a bigger threat? Nazis. And because I don't know what the Nazbol vortex is, I just Googled it because I guess this is a lot more important to her than it is to me. And it's not even a real thing. That's just something Vaush made up, right? And I don't know why I was supposed to know the Vaush dictionary of terms Vaush made up in his own discussions. That's a kind of weird thing to just expect I was going to know. And then painting that like I was unprepared. Well, then I'm sorry, like nocommentchick, but you were unfamiliar with gakokuka, just random thing I just made up that actually has to do with like economic theory. Sure. Like it's just a made up word. I don't know why I was supposed to know that. And then this last period where I'm just kind of sitting there, because I was challenged on Twitter. The one stream she did about me was pretty aggressive, like pretty hardcore. The chat was dunking on me. I was waiting for waiting for the act. Well, she locks all of her stuff except for subs, so there's no way to. She's gonna upload the second half on YouTube, I was told. So I'm sitting there waiting for it, and like nothing comes my way, or it's like just her waiting for chat. And so eventually, I just say what I said. Like, can I be blunt? If anything, like I'm walking away with this, because if I go into a situation where I'm like, okay, I'm ready to take this criticism, and I walk, and like by the end of it, I feel like I hit the few questions that I did have out of the park, and the rest of them was literal like nothing. So I'm like, I feel like I'm more confident than ever now, because if the questions I get were like literally easy to answer, or questions that felt like not relevant at all, or like pointless questions, like how am I supposed to walk away from that but thinking, oh, I guess I'm really solid in this position? I think I was actually doubting my show more than I should have. And then out of nowhere, it goes quiet, and I'm sitting there like, hello? Like I thought she would maybe, like when I said that, she would maybe like, okay, well, here's my big problem. Or because maybe she'd be like, okay, Dylan, it feels like maybe I haven't convinced Dylan or something. Maybe I'll restate something I didn't understand, or maybe explain whatever this mythical Nazbol vortex, which again isn't a real word. It's just something that Infrared and Vaush complained about. And instead, I'm there, and I think she disconnected. And so I just check out. And I'm like, well, I guess she disconnected. I guess that's that. And I just go back to playing video games and talking about like the recent news, right? But that whole time, while I'm on screen trying to be like, hello, you there? Hello? She's just talking shit about me. I'm on stream. This is how you make your audience feel. She could have.
I feel like that was
that's like really
very
shitty.
Unfair. Yeah, I think it was unfair. I don't think that's accurate to. I don't think it's a fair criticism. Yeah.
So from my perspective, I'm told I'm going to be on a panel show. KF Logan, don't worry. You were perfectly polite the whole time. I love taking your questions. You were great to talk to. I love you, KF. He thought me being gay was a meme, though. That's pretty funny. So from my perspective, I was invited on a panel show. And then when it's time to talk about like my show, everybody else just disappears, and it's just me and her.
Yeah, it's very weird.
And like the other, and at that point, like the questions I get asked, a few that I do answer, I think I hit out of the park. And then it's just us waiting to answer from chat, and then talking about my editor's problems with nocommentchick or something. And then I'm just kind of sitting, like I'm waiting there. I was sitting here waiting for like some criticisms, and it was just every few minutes she would read something from chat that was incomprehensible. And then I'm like, I haven't been convinced. And then she like how could he mutes me and is like, how dare he not be convinced by my amazing arguments, and this is how you make trans people feel. And I'm just sitting there like, she basically like wanted, This is terrible. I feel this is extremely shitty. Like I don't think I'm gonna interact with no comment anymore. Like that was really shitty.
I mean, I hope
like,
it
that,
won't. I hope
that's
that
really
something
shitty.
like this won't like end all communication. But I can understand being like I completely understand being frustrated. I think that's a very weird thing to do. And again, I don't.
The thing is, the thing that really gets me is she tells me beforehand, like, I know you're going through on this, so are you sure you want to come on? I'm like, yeah, if it's a panel format, sure. And then still like just acting in this way, like this. I feel like I was gaslit the whole time with her complimenting me and like saying how great my show is. Then immediately, like when I'm like, well, I don't think I agree with you. Just putting my face in front of everybody, and I'm like there trying to communicate with her and be respectful, and she's just trash talking me. Like I'm no like, oh, you shouldn't like do that, or that combined with the last stream I saw and just like, and then the position she put me in and me like still entertaining it. Like I could have left immediately when everybody else left. Like I was here for a panel seems to be over, goodbye. I stayed waiting for questions, none came, and then I was like,
yeah, it was very visible. She treats
me like shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree that I don't understand. I can't pretend to understand what her motivation was in that. Although it does seem like she was getting, rather nervous, and maybe there was some misunderstandings that happened there. It's possible. I think it's feasible to believe that like perhaps she misread or misinterpreted something that you said. Not that would be your fault, but these things do happen, But I do think it's very weird to then sort of go from there onto a sort of grandstanding or a posturing about the Nazbol vortex. And
is that a real like academic thing, or is that just something Vaush made up?
No. Okay. Well, when you say an academic thing,
like is this like something that's like a well-known term in like the academic
it's
community,
not a
or is it
term.
just some internet thing?
It was as far as I know, the Nazbol vortex was a term that was coined by Vaush. Like I think he actually made up that term, but it has other names. For example, the Red-Brown Alliance. That is a term that's been referred.
I know what Red-Brown Alliance means. Nazbol vortex. That's
third
just like
positionism is another thing.
Third positionism. Also, what about third positionism?
Yeah, the Nazbol vortex is just another term that has emerged. I mean, Vaush popularized it because I think he just thought that was a funny term to use, and I've said it before. But it's much more well known as Red-Brown Alliances or silent. Wait, I brought it up. I brought it up on my stream before. Did you miss every stream where I ever said it? Anyway, but yeah, red-brown or third positionism is the more common term if you're looking for like a bigger analysis. But yeah,
I don't even think how I don't even know how that relates. Like I don't know. I don't even have Nazbols on my show. I have like who would be the Nazbol on that show? It would be Rob Noor. He's the Nazbol.
No. I okay. So if I'm going to like steelman no comment chick's position or no comment chick's argument here, I think the argument would be that giving right-wing demagogues and populists a platform could help contribute to a co-opting of social economics with cultural conservatism. But I don't really agree.
I wish
with
she
that
would have
analysis.
said that when she had the chance.
Yeah, I agree.
But the thing is, Rob Noor is somebody who's really against government regulations, and John Burke is a hardcore libertarian. Neither of these people would fit the bill for this.
Well,
if it was Caleb Maupin or someone like that, maybe. Yeah. But neither of these people fit the bill. They're just right wingers.
Well, here's the thing. Now, once again, this is just me steel manning and not really defending her position, more defending the concept. I tend to believe that the Nazbol vortex is something that's incoming, because I think that inevitably the right wingers, these so-called small government people, I don't think they're very particularly principled on that. And I believe that they will pivot, and I think we saw some of that in the Hippy Dippy Championship. What with both John and Rob making sort of vague motions towards this idea of maybe we could maybe there needs to be more of a social safety net and all this stuff, and then but yet it needs to be there needs to be social conservatism because you have to defeat cultural Marxism. And I do think that there's a big risk. I think that what we're going to see happen is that, and this is my prediction, and this is why, and I agree with Vaush on this particular prediction, which is that the right wing knows that with all of the issues facing us, what with the pandemic and and recession and climate issues, that there's no other solution but socializing the economy more than it currently is. And so what we'll probably start to see, this is the idea behind the Nazbol vortex, is that we'll start to see right-wingers who talk about lots of left-wing, quote-unquote left-wing economic policies and populist or social economic policies while advocating for ethno-states or anti-gay things, which I do think is going to happen for sure. And I do think there's some examples of that. I think that we see that in Tulsi is a great example of somebody who is now towing the turf line while edging into, hey, you know, we need to do something. We need to tax people and etc. And then you see that with people like Jimmy. I don't know about Jimmy Dore, but there are. I do believe this is something that we're going to see more of. I think that there is a significant group of these people.
I mean, this is all like, I mean, like, seems like a cool conversation.
Yeah.
I don't see how any of this relates at all to really my panel show, or anybody could have had a reasonable expectation for me to know what any of this was, or that I had somehow like, got him. He didn't know the Nazbol vortex. If somebody would have just said like the radicalization pipeline, or something that I think that would have applied more here, right? Or someone who's like, oh, well, what if this slowly grows their channels and then they have a bigger, like, these are more like criticisms like I expected. Instead, it got a term that, like, I guess really, really mega online people use, but is not really a term that is like used by academia. Like, if I look it up, it's not like a thing I'm going to find, right? There's no wiki.
Well, I mean, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a valid concept. Like,
yeah,
I think
not that, but it'd be like if I like walked up to you and I was like, have you heard of this new thing I termed Burnsism? And you're like, Burnsism? And I'm like, yes. It's the concept of people online talking about foreign policy and using people in foreign nations as a country. Like this, like it's a valid concept, but I don't understand how that at all could have been like a reason to like got him. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Right. I don't entirely understand that critique myself. And I feel like perhaps what happened here is and again, I can't speak for Irene. I don't even know what she was thinking about with this. I haven't seen her other content with regard to critiquing you. I did disagree with her when she brought critiques or the sort of critique she attempted to bring against you with regard to.
That's another thing that she was like trying to figure out like she was like making hypotheticals or based off of like my ex's pronouns, and people in chat were like theorizing about my ex's pronouns last night, which is a really weird thing to do because they heard me use she and they for them, which was like, oh, that's weird. My ex uses all pronouns.
Okay.
So they saw them like trying to figure out like what exact pronouns I used, she used, and it's kind of weird that he keeps saying ex-girlfriend when she's fine with that term being used for her, but they don't know. Like, so again, like people hypothetical.
Very weird.
Like,
so wait,
trying to figure.
Can I just
this whole
real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm getting everything clear. So, this was being said on last night's stream.
Yes,
not today's one. Okay.
Yes, last night's.
Okay.
Last night's before, and that's the one I was like sitting in like chat, like just baffled, and that's why when the challenge came, I was like, okay, sure. I mean, if you're gonna give me this heat while I'm on stream, okay. And then I'm sitting there getting none of it, and you can see how she's interacting with me. She's treating me like I'm her pal, and then immediately like, and I'm like, I felt like nothing's changed. Like I feel like I've gotten no pushback. Mutes me and then just like spouts off at me.
Right.
And so it's just like 2 days where I feel like I've gotten like a terrible interaction with this person, where everybody kept telling me like, Dylan, please listen to criticism. Dylan, please listen to criticism. And I go on a panel for almost 3 hours to listen to criticism in front of all my audience, So you know what? I can't dodge it in some DM stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and this is what I get. And so this is what is so angering to me is I try to actually like put myself out there, listen to criticism, and I get put in a situation I wasn't told I was going to be in. And then when like after I get no pushback and a weird interaction, I like it's like, well, yeah, no, I feel like, yeah, my position hasn't changed. I don't know what that random term you brought up means. And boom, it's like mutes me, just spouts off shit at me, shit talks me while I'm trying to communicate, and then walks away. And then that's the interaction I had there.
Yeah.
And so that's what really gets me is there's something I hate more than anything. It's somebody like sweet talking me, and then immediately when I'm not in the room, just go, like tearing into me. And the fact that I was up there trying to communicate on like a fair like level, and like then shit talk me like that. That's what really gets me is I'm just standing there, literally being used as a prop. That's what she was using me as a prop. This is how you make trans people. The thing is, I don't bring people onto panels, kick like everybody else leaves, then I'm isolated with that person, then mute them, then talk shit about them while they mute. I have never done that
I agree.
to
That's
anybody.
a weird, very weird move. Yeah, I agree. And in fact, I would argue that that's a really, it was very uncomfortable to watch.
It was, and I think maybe it was just that after all was said and done, maybe she was looking back at it like, I guess I didn't really do a great job here, and she tried to overcompensate for it.
Well,
where it was like,
do you think
that's what it feels like?
Let me ask you just a question. And again, I have no horse in this race whatsoever. I was told that I was given a sort of tip off that I could look at this and give my thoughts on it, and so I took that opportunity because that's what I do. You know,
She said like I am the response. Like you can't have a honest conversation with me because you depend on me for your. And I was just blown. I didn't even know how to respond to that.
Just so you know, that I had a massive blow up at my chat about that. So hey Zan, good to see you. So with regard to that one, I'll give you my thoughts on that. I literally had a meltdown at my chat because somebody, I said no, and I paused her video and I said that is not true. The idea that like that you make my show or that I can't say no to you, Dylan, let's just be clear about something for all of the viewers here. If you piss me off, I will tell you to your face why you pissed me off, and I have in the past, have I not?
Yeah, and I think I've probably said. I remember the nuke discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember.
Like we tore into each other. So again, I don't understand how this.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
no,
I disagree with the characterization that you.
Plus, you're on multiple platforms. I put my videos on YouTube. I don't even stream on YouTube. Your main streaming site is YouTube. Like it just doesn't make. Yeah, no.
Yeah. You know, I believe that we have a very what's the right word? We have a symbiotic relationship, not any sort of like, I don't know. Anyway, I got mad because somebody said I was like a Vaush orbiter in chat, and I really got really mad because that's simply not true. I literally can stream while Vaush is streaming and not lose any viewers. And I've done that intentionally. And that's weird. I don't use that name. I don't even know why that came up there. That's an old one. Anyway, whatever. Sorry, that's ADHD brain. But yeah, it's something that I strongly contest, and I think that my analytics speak for themselves. It's something that irks me a little bit because I get told that a lot. I get told that I'm a Destiny clone or a Vaush clone when I've been grinding on this platform for a year, filling people's panels with lots of spice and good content. I have frankly been fueling the drama mill for the last 2 months on Twitch, which has made people a lot of money off of my face. So yes, I know. Don't worry. It was a misunderstanding, but it led to an interesting conversation. Okay. And what I'm trying to say is that I think that her analysis was off base there. But I understand where she was getting at. I just think her analysis was off base. So the thing that I wanted to ask you was, do you think that because I heard you say that like that you know you kind of felt like she was sweet talking you to your face and like lying or whatever.
Like but then the thing is, she sweet talked me to my face, but then when I couldn't hear her, then like she talked shit. That's the thing, right?
Well, do
if
you
people
think...
want to come on my show and give me respectful criticisms, like somebody came on my show today to talk about how it was irresponsible of me to talk about a bad experience I had on Grindr, even though I didn't like give any information. And I thought it was like in my opinion, I thought it was a silly conversation, but I still did it. I love call-in shows. It's some of the best content I do is like having people come in and disagree with me. I mean, I bring on conservatives all the time to disagree with me.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have a problem bringing anybody on to disagree with me about the content I make. But this right here, it felt a little like it felt like I was kind of fished into a conversation and misrepresented exactly the experience I was gonna have later on, and then like I was disrespected. Like I felt like people trying to drop elbows on terms that basically nobody knows about. And you can't. It's like that. It's like sewer socialism. It's like the sewer social thing with Mike and Vaush. If you remember that one, I don't even remember her name. Kara Eastman is because like remember when like Mike from PA brought up Kara Eastman and that was like a huge dunk. Like who do you not know who Kara Eastman is? That's what this felt like, but turned up to 20 because this is not even like a Kara Eastman was somebody who actually like ran for Congress and almost won. This is like just an online internet term used by basically one person on the internet and one like and people got angry at or something. Yeah. That's it. So this is not even to those levels. So this felt like this just felt terrible. This
here's
really
the thing. I just want to ask one thing so that we can like. Do you think that it's possible that, as opposed to being deceptive, that perhaps this was mishandled as opposed to being malicious? Because in my experience, Irene is pretty honest most of the time. And do you think it's possible that she was genuinely trying to open up a dialogue with you and failed at that and admittedly hurt your feelings, but didn't do so necessarily out of malice, but perhaps out of poor choices in the moment? Because if that's the case, I think
the panel stuff could have been it. That's just how the dice fell. Like everybody left, and then when it was me and Eris, like Eris was like, "I did not sign up for this," and doped and like dipped out. Like that could have been like something that fell into it. But that last part, even if it was in the moment, like that was just like terrible. Like, could you imagine if I brought you on my stream? To be like, hey, you want some criticism? I called you out on Twitter, did the whole thing, brought you on, and then everybody else leaves, and it's just you and me, and I basically give you like zero decent criticism. Like once like everybody's left, and you're just kind of sitting there, like what's going on? Then I mute you. You don't know what's going on. You're just like, Dylan, hello, did you disconnect? And I'm like, Demon Mama, this is how you make other people feel, Demon Mama, with your gish galloping and debate bro bullshit, and like. You would feel like, what the fuck?
Right.
And that's
what I'm trying to say, though, is do you think that I agree with you, by the way. This is on a personal level. This is my own read of the situation. I agree that was a shitty move. In fact, you saw me react to that live and go, what the fuck? That was very weird and very aggressive. But do you think that could be a very poor decision and hurtful decision that was made in the moment as opposed to like some sort of malicious intent? Like, do you think that there's some way that like that you could discuss this and come to terms and recognize or something like that in the long run? Because the thing is, when I look at it, when I analyze it, and again, I'm not the one being targeted here, but it looks to me like Irene kind of and I agree that she fucked up and did something hurtful, but I think that she found herself in a weird spot and panicked. That's what it looked like to me, especially gauging by the fact that like she looked like she was gonna cry, quite frankly, and that's not necessarily an excuse.
If she apologizes, I'll accept the apology.
Okay,
right
there you go.
But like, yeah, I'm like that was, this was really weird. I felt like this just feels like she just did not feel she performed very well. Was at the end of it was really awkward. Everybody else was gone. It was like the moment it was all supposed to go down. Nothing really went down. So I'm like, well, nothing really happened. So yeah, if anything, I feel more strong in my positions because now I felt like I stood the storms, so to speak.
Yeah. And
she got angry because she expected like me to change or me to cave or to look great, and it didn't really happen. And so now she just does that. And I mean, I don't know. I should expect like I guess streamers to act like this. This is something I need to get more used to.
No,
but like,
nah. Get that fucking black pill doomer shit out of here, Dylan. No, fuck that. Of all the people here, listen, I'm a fucking 30-year-old person. I've had my fair share of burned bridges in my life. I've had a lot of people burn bridges with me. Fucking get that doomer shit out of here. It is not. If you live your life assuming that every single other streamer in the world is a sociopath who's just waiting to stab you in the back, that's a recipe for living a miserable ass life. Okay, I'm telling you. Yes, there are going to be some people who are going to do shitty things, but if you make that the expectation, you will be miserable, and it will damage your ability to build things in this space. So don't let that fucking mentality creep in, okay? Seriously,
Yeah,
don't.
I mean, you're right. It's just, I don't know. Hey, when you work in politics and you do Twitch, that's like the two most backstabby industries you could
Yeah,
possibly
and that means
get
all the more
into.
reason you got to build up your walls against becoming a black-pilled doomer, because I don't want to fucking find out that you end up becoming a calloused ass, jaded ass, fucking Dick Cheney ass figure who I have to fight up against 10 years from now. Don't fucking do that.
Could you imagine somebody, a lefty, right, who is as callous
Yeah,
and as
we've
calculated as Cheney?
we've talked about that. Yeah, well, guess what? You've already met that bitch. So fuck yeah. But that doesn't mean that I fucking take people for granted, okay? I'm ambitious. I'm ambitious as fuck, and I'm willing to fight as hard as I fucking can.
Hey, Rob Noor thinks I'm left-wing Dick Cheney. He said it multiple times.
That's fine. Rob Noor, well, yeah. We'll talk about Rob Noor another time. But what I'm saying is that no matter how driven and willing to fight and willing to push that line you are, that's all the more reason that you gotta watch that doomerism creeping in, because it will fuck you up. We have, like, I just had a fucking conversation yesterday, like with White Nervosa and Vaush, and I took a fuckload of criticism, and one of the best takeaways I had was that, holy shit, there are a lot of really genuine people who just took time out of their day to come tell me what they think about my show so I can make it better, so I can make more money, so I can do better. That's fucking cool. You know, you gotta have the bloomer pill, because if you treat everybody
I wish I had that experience today.
Well, I mean, keep in mind that is not the experience that I mostly have. Most of my experiences, and with all due respect, Dylan, I love you, but I don't think you got as many haters as I do. Sorry.
No, that's 100%. And
I promise you, I get a lot of bad faith.
I know. I work very hard to keep a very mostly pristine-ish image.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I guess this is just this.
It sucks.
I just didn't expect this.
Yeah, I feel
that's
you.
all. I don't know. I guess I expected something a little bit more, I guess, good faith at the end. But I feel like it might have been like prompted out of panic, and I guess that's why I'm like willing to accept an apology.
Yeah.
But like that was literally just using me as a prop to grandstand to the audience after not being able to like make good points about what my
I agree with that analysis. And Irene has asked me for my opinion, and I am going to give my opinion honestly to her the same way I give my opinion honestly to you. And I will do my best to, that's just, if somebody asks me, if a friend of mine asks me for my opinion on something, I will do that. And, my one thing is I can't get into either of your heads. I can only sort of try and piece the situation together from the outside. And to me, the read, actually maybe Xander Hall. I don't know. I got to see how much energy I got. That would be kind of cool, possibly. We'll think about it. I've been going for 8 hours, but I have more content to do. But we'll see. By the
way, I'm gonna send you a DM.
You're gonna send me a DM? Okay. I'll try and answer it as soon as I can. But the problem is I'm using my website is getting fucking DDoS right now, so I'm using Discord but I should be able to check it on my phone. So, oh, well, that's interesting. Huh.
That is interesting, isn't it? Like I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is interesting. I didn't. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, I can't even remember what I was going to say. The thing is, this was really an awkward thing to watch for me. It was incredibly cringe.
You saw like how like I was just sitting there, just kind of like waiting for something to happen. And
yeah. Oh, 100%. Like I feel like I would be in the same position as you, and I can feel where you're coming from that, like on that completely, like 100%. But to me, and this is just me being charitable, because I know what it's like to not be, to have people give me any charitability any of the time. So being charitable to Irene, I think it's possible that she kind of freaked out in the moment and fucked up, as opposed to trying to lure you in and burn a bridge with you or anything like that. And I would hope not, because that'd be foolish for her to do that. And I don't think that, I've made my thoughts on your show, on your, I'm very you know, I'm very communicative with you. We talk all the time. So, and you know that I would let you know if I have problems, and I did the other day when we talked about the hippy dippy thing. I think one of my criticisms was about the gish galloping, which is, you know, whatever. That's
and
a
we talked about like solutions, and
Yeah.
if you remember, I said that's actually a really good point. Yeah, and, like that's one of the like if somebody brings up a good criticism, I'll take it because I want the show to be better because I want more viewership, I want a bigger community, I want a bigger show.
Yeah.
There's hell even if you think I'm a grifter, let's think we all just think Dylan's the biggest grifter on the planet, right?
Yeah.
After I'm done here, I'm gonna go join the CIA and give them all the info on all of you, right?
Yeah. Wait.
Still, there would be a monetary incentive for me to listen to criticism and improve the show.
I'm sorry. What was that last part?
What?
No, I said what was that last part? I'm sorry. Can you just repeat that
monetary
part?
incentive to enjoy the show. Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I thought I heard something about the feds there for a second. I was like, Jesus.
I don't know what
Christ.
you're talking about.
Okay, cool. All right. As long as we're all in the clear, I'll trust your word on it. I don't know that that's the case. Okay, listen. Let me state something to somebody who just asked something in chat, if you're okay with that. The question was, y'all are being pretty charitable considering why is Irene convinced Dylan is trying to unironically cancel her? I don't think that she is. I think that she might be a little bit worried about certain things, which I can understand. I can understand feeling nervous about pissing off a much larger community. I have done that myself unintentionally, and it has been very, very painful. So I can understand why somebody would be nervous about that, even if they were in the wrong. Okay? So I try to give charitability to people because I think it's valuable to consider in circumstances like this, especially. I think it's important to give people the benefit of the doubt and try to come to the best conclusion if possible. If not, you just end up in endless cycles of fighting with each other. And now sometimes you can't resolve things. Sometimes there's irresolvable differences. But is stream ending soon? No, it is not. And yeah, so that's why I'm being charitable, and that's my goal. Yeah. So but Dylan, I just hope you know, like, just so that we're 100% clear on it. I'll be like 100% honest. Like I use, with regard to the pronouns thing, I use she, her pronouns on shows and everything like that. And that's what I put on shows. I do not mind if people that I trust, like yourself, use they, them. I only really put they, them on my Discord because I wanted to experiment with that myself and see how I felt about it. I still don't know how I feel about it, but I'm never going to be like super freaked out about that. I will say that I have commented at times in the past that it is a little weird when some people use only they, them pronouns.
Only they, them. So it's like a purposefully, like they
like
just
Tyler
don't,
Blunt.
It's very obviously they don't want to use the word she because they don't consider you
people
a
who
she,
refuse to
which is
call me
extremely
Demon
disgusting.
Mama ever or DM, and they only ever call me Demon because they don't want to say anything feminine because like I am sus of that sometimes, but that's never been the case with
Hey,
you.
but we're both demons at the end of the day, eh? Global homo.
True. Yeah. So, but you know, that's the position, and I like to believe that I am more than capable of but that's the thing. But the thing is, I don't even know how I feel about it. If I'm completely honest and vulnerable about it, like I don't know how I feel about it yet. Like I only like literally it was only like 2 years ago that I even came around to understanding my identity as non-binary, and that doesn't necessarily mean I want to jump pronouns right away. Like it's a very personal and weird thing. I hope people can understand that, but I also recognize that, like, I don't know, like it weirds me out when somebody like Tyler Bluntman refuses to use she, her pronouns, like out when he's only ever had any interaction with me with my pronouns listed as she, her, refuses to use them. That's weird. When somebody like Dylan, who's in my Discord, who talks to me all the time, who has a broad panel of lots of people, says they, them, that's not that big of a deal, okay?
Yeah, because
relax,
the thing is,
everybody.
when I talk to people, when I talk about Rob, I'll use he, him, and they, them to refer to Rob. And the reason why is I'll be like, yeah, they have this position on capitalism, right? That's just how I talk about people. So, so if I have it right, it's if basically people exclusively use the kind of they them because it seems like what they're doing is using it to exclude your femininity and your now. And but if somebody's like, yeah, Demon Mama was wonderful. She's wonderful. They have this position on this.
Yeah.
There's
That
nothing
would be
like that
literally
sentence, like, it's
perfectly
very
fine
clear
to me.
what the intent there
Yeah,
is.
or if somebody didn't know me, I didn't have my pronouns listed, and it's like they weren't sure or something, that's perfectly fine. I'm never going to be bothered by that, ever. Like, that won't bother me. But, like, we all know how conspicuous it was with Tyler. We know what was happening.
I knew what was happening. Everyone was knowing what was happening. I just needed a reason to pull the trigger, honestly.
Right. But I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I know that there's many other people who've experienced that. And I know what it comes off with. I've even talked about this with like, I mean, I think Vaush has actually talked about this specific issue about how he thinks he's noticed that there are people who will do that in order to sort of get away with subtly misgendering. And yeah, so I think some of this has been made into too big of a thing. Now, I will say, if we want to broaden out into like a broader analysis, I can imagine that there are some trans people who watched that panel and felt uncomfortable, and not necessarily because of anything that you did or anything, but just because that's the space. And it is true.
The topic matter and the people involved in the discussion. Yeah, of course.
And also the fact that it is, unfortunately, it hangs over every stream chat, including my own, which is very safe, that there's a lot of transphobes on Twitch. I especially recently, by the way, just so you know, this is like a random thing. This is like not really related to this specifically, but since that hippy dippy rumble with Tyler Bluntman, my Twitch chat, we've had to ban like 15 to 20 fucking accounts every day just for transphobia, just for people coming in and being like, you're a man, you're disgusting, etc. It's really bad right now. I don't know. Yeah, that happened, but somebody came in and was like, are you a boy or a
Also,
girl?
I forgot to say, your numbers are doing fucking fantastic.
Yeah, you know I am. Yeah, I'm fucking
Mine are
blowing up.
also doing fantastic. I fucking got 900 natural today. That was fucking insane.
Yeah, 800 for myself yesterday. Felt good. I know I'm growing, and it's great.
We grow in tandem.
Yeah, we grow in tandem. It's true.
That'll
But hey,
piss Destiny off.
that's some synergy right there. You know, I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the growth.
You know the Twitch statistics, or what's it called?
Sullynome?
Twitch, 1 second. Tracker? Is it Twitch tracker? I recently checked my thing on there. I got a little crown next to my name now. They made me a notable figure.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I don't know about
cool.
me, but we're about to hit. Once we hit 10K on YouTube, we're gonna be hitting the YouTube Shorts game. Very excited for that. Very, very excited. Also,
is that good? Is that a good game? Is that good shit? Does that work?
Does
it do well?
Yeah, it does super well. Super well.
Oh,
Those
shit.
Those are really good. Yeah, you got to do them if you got them. So, but also, like, I got 2 big streams. This week is like going to be huge. So this week is like the week of locking in new viewers, because they're going to come in and they're going to see just how awesome my content is. Because on Wednesday we got the Demon Mama versus Demon Mama takedown. Demon Mama kicking Demon Mama's ass. That's what's happening
like
on
an
Wednesday.
old Demon Mama position that you don't think is good anymore?
No, I'm actually going through and I'm going to take all of my most controversial debates and things that I've been fucking people freaked out over, and I'm going to tear into myself on them. I'm going to go in and I'm going to, whatever the opposite of Steelman, I'm going to try and identify all of my vulnerabilities and come down hard on them and take notes on how I can do better in the future. The goal is to fucking knock, the self-roast. Mama versus Mama at WrestleMania. It's going to be good. And then on Friday, the spiritual deconstruction, which that is going to be a big special Mama lore stream where everyone gets to learn about me being a giant vulnerable Andy as I talk about my experience growing up in a cult and leaving religion. It's going to be very, very deep. It's going to be very, very personal. I recognize that, and I think it's going to be amazingly pog. So, yeah, that's what Vaush recommended. Vaush recommended something along those lines, and I decided to hammer it out. So, yeah. Yep. Yeah, precisely. Exactly. I'm kicking my ass. Do you mind? Precisely.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. What was it I was going to bring up? I was going to bring something up. Was there something I was about to say, but I was stopped from saying?
Something about the CIA?
Nah, no. I don't think I ever brought that up. Oh, by the way, I have a date.
Do you know?
It's a Navy pilot.
Oh shit! Getting in on that fucking imperial bussy.
Hey, no, nah, they don't need that. Look, I just need him to like drop a Moab on.
Oh shit! Damn, careful. The bunker buster. The Burns
Bunker
buster.
buster. Oh my god, the bussy buster.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, well, hey, good luck. I hope you have a great time. That'll be fucking great.
Oh, and let me just be clear. Like, I'm not gonna go on this like campaign of like, here's my response to no comment chick on like full YouTube compilation of like, I'm not gonna do any of that stuff. Okay. I honestly like immediately once it ended, I know no comment chick after like was like, oh, what's still insane about me? I had no clue what happened. I was just like, oh, guess we're done, and I just went back to playing video games. And now this basically to me is just like, well, I don't think I'm gonna be interacting with this person anymore until like I get like an apology, I guess. And I guess that's it. And that's just how I'm walking away from this. Like, it's hard for me to look at the person as a good faith actor when I was treated like that. And yeah, that's how I'm going to walk away from it.
Personally, I think that's the best approach. You know, what good would come from it? You know, it's not gonna get you any growth. It's not gonna do anything. It would just be senseless toxicity. And I have a feeling.
And I don't want to like send anybody to go like destroy or like bully them. I don't know. I guess I just feel that. Yeah, I felt a little. I felt very slighted by that. I had no clue any of that was going to happen. I felt like I was led into something that it wasn't. That was like purposefully like. At least the ending was most certainly purposefully like. Just like toxic, and I just don't want to engage with that at the moment. That's all. That's all. I was watching you stream it. It all just hit me at once. I had no clue any of that happened.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah, no, I totally feel you on that. And Hexagram, that's fine. And I would hope that perhaps after this, Irene will come on and talk to me. I know Irene said it. Maybe we can like iron some things out a little bit, or I can't like mediate or anything, but at least maybe I can give my thoughts on it because I've been asked to, and these are both people that I care about. And at the end of the day, I would hope that there would be less harm to people that I care about. That's all. So,
yep. If anybody wants to find my stuff, it's DylanBurnsTV on Twitch. That's DylanBurnsTV. On YouTube, it's the same thing. If it's on Twitter, it's DylanBurns1776. Because I'm a patriot, okay? That's why I'm dating Navy pilots. Okay, see y'all later.
Dylan,
dating. I'm not dating. Going on dates with.
Much love. Enjoy the bunker buster, and make sure you reinforce your walls. All right.
Reinforce the walls. I need titanium in there. Yeah, see you later.
All right. Bye. All right. That was really great. I love talking to Dylan, of course. Now, hold on just a second. I got to answer a question. Are you open to debating infrared? XYZ Adam. I am open to debating infrared for the low price of $195. It normally does not cost much money to debate me. However, in the name of fairness to infrared, I will offer him $5 cheaper than Vaush. So $195 is all that it takes. $195 donated through my Streamslab links, and I will debate infrared right now. Okay? That's all. That's all it takes. And unfortunately, the coupon code expired. So previously, you could have gotten it for $185, but it will be only $195. Still cheaper than Vaush. Well, I heard that he gave $200 to Vaush. So I mean, at the end of the day, if the Infrared Collective wishes to discuss with me, then it is cheap. I'm sure that the Infrared Collective can easily come up with $195. All you need to do is take your money and bury it in the same hole so that it learns to be cooperative and build solidarity with one another, and then it will multiply into more money. So, be perfect. I'm not scared. Not in the slightest. I just have self-respect. So, if you would like, why are you scared? Wait a second. Hold on just a second here. All I'm going to say is that the Infrared Collective is coming to me, the Queen of Hell, and they don't even dare approach with treasures to woo me. Are you fucking kidding me? You're scared. You don't even have enough treasure to bring to me To earn my attention. Who's the real one who's scared? Sounds like it's you. Take that back to the fucking idiots. Imperialist cuck mama loves CIA asset Dylan Burns. Gorilla son. It's true. I do love CIA asset Dylan Burns. I do. Hassan was there? Oh, shit. Whew. Whew. Adam, XYZ, I made myself very clear, XYZ Adam. $195 and I will do the debate. I absolutely love seeing homophobia from the infrared gang. Who saw that coming? Who saw that coming? Nonetheless, if you cowards can cough up your $195. Wait a second. Let me just ask something. Okay, real quick, okay? Just a real quick question. Okay? Just a real quick question, all right? Infrared, how the fuck are you going to defeat capitalism if you don't even have $195 to your name? How the fuck are you going to overthrow capitalism with your guerrilla gang if you motherfuckers can't even come up with $195? Good question. It's a good question, isn't it? Isn't it? A lot of homophobes dumping in with all these infrared fans. Very weird how that works out, huh? Very weird how that works out. All right. Irene, if you're watching this, would you like to come talk with me? Irene, if you're watching right now, would you like to come talk with me? Because I think we can talk about stuff, okay? Yeah? Come on. We can do this. It's all good. No, my name is not Viv. That was the moniker I went by in the past, but I haven't used it for a very long time. It was just a name. Oh, okay. All right. Well, let me message Irene here. All right. No one wants to give you money. Just prove yourself in the debate if you are so confident. I am so confident that I know that you all need clout so bad. You're so desperate for clout that you're going to cough up 195. I know it. I know it will happen. Yeah. It's simple. Why would I ever do it for free? Do I look like the type of person who does shit for free? Nah, bitch. You're going to pay my partners. You're going to pay my polycules weed bills if you're going to try and get a debate. Yeah. If you want that, pay my motherfucking weed bills or shut the fuck up. There you go. That's not true. I don't think he does. In fact, I know for a fact he doesn't. Lol 1984. I know he doesn't get higher average viewers. In fact, you want to know what? Let's find out. Anybody got the link to the channel? Anybody got the link to his channel? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's prove that. Let's take a look and let's do a live fact check. Shall we? Shall we? I love it. Does anybody have the link to the channel? There we go. Okay, hold on. Let me get this. There you go. All right, let's find out. Live streams. 3,364 views total. Total. I get that on a single video, you clown. You clown. You absolute clown. You joke. You cuck. What, is this the best the Gorilla Gang can pull? You're an embarrassment. How embarrassing. You absolute cucks. You fucking cucks. You clowns. You can't even pull a quarter of my numbers. How embarrassing. You know what? Just for you, I'm going to give you a special deal. $205. There you go. $205. That's the new deal. $205. That's what you get. You pay $205. I ain't your dude, Adam. Don't you fucking do that, because I'm about 1 inch away from banning you. $205. Take that to your little shitty, embarrassing, small-dicked collective. No shame, Marino. Small dicks are valid too, okay? $205. If you ban me, you're a coward. Watch this. Ready? Have fun. Bye, bitch. That was easy. Is that up? That's up. 205. That's up. That's up. From 195. Little cucks. Little fucking cucks. And you too. You can go to hell too. Bye. There you go. Look at that. I win. I always win. And I'm always going to win because Haas and his little gang are they can't even scrub up enough to pay my fee. Sad. Sad. Pathetic. Sad. Sad. Okay? That's what it is. No, not Haz is in Hassan. Haz is in the other guy. I know, I've been going long today. That's so gross, though. That's too disgusting. It's too gross. They're not even a collective. It's one guy LARPing. It's one dude sitting in his bedroom in his mom's fucking house. Oh, cool. I would love that. I will allow for $205. Infrared can act like a lunatic, declare himself the winner, and then post it on his YouTube channel. It's a fair deal. Oh, thank you. I'll take a look at that in a second. Oh, boy. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Watch this. Ziggy. There you go. I'm gonna give you, there you go. There you are. I don't know if Irene's gonna come on. Let's see. We're gonna find out. We're just gonna chill, and if not, we got another thing we gotta do, okay? We got another fucking thing to do. All right? Here. I'll get it. 1 second. Give me a second here. I'm gonna bring up the new Glooby. We just new Glooby just dropped. New fucking Glooby just dropped. Damn, this is good, Glooby. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, Indiegogo is very, very reliable indeed. Hold on a second. Let me show you the new Gloob. New Gloob just dropped. New Glooby. Look at this. New Glooby just... What the... Fuck. Hold on, I gotta put this back to full screen. New Glooby just dropped. Look at that! That's so good! Yeah! Look at me, I'm a celebrity! I'm with Pearl and Garnet! That's so pog! New Glooby just dropped. I'm so hyped for this. Hey, Gyno. How you doing? I'm hungry. Yeah, I hope so too. We'll see. We're gonna see. I'll find out. Okay. Here, there's an easy way to solve this. Watch. What is this nonsense? Oh, my goodness gracious.
It was okay to call trans people dude stuck with me. That for me, it was okay to call me dude, but for some other trans people out there, it might not be. And that when I speak for myself, you know, I'm also speaking a little bit for trans people. And that as trans content creators, we have to be aware of that.
I hope we can have a combo.
I got like half of my, it sounds like half of my Discord wants me to talk to Demon Mama right now. The other half wants me to wait till tomorrow.
Me being on hippy dippy and all the bullshit, okay? That's the context. And they're talking about some issues that some people have with hippy dippy. Now, my name isn't Tom, but Tom is somebody else they're referencing. But the content that they're talking about is the hippy dippy podcast. Canadian Jesus brunch. Christ. Yo, what happened? Whoa, what's happening?
Did she F?
Am I still up on Twitch?
She F'd. Did she F?
I F'd. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Find out. Oh, I see. We're getting some trolls in there. Let's see.
Handling these power levels.
On-stream chat is on my Discord. We are currently getting DDoSed, so my on-stream chat,
Oh my
which is normally on my
God,
website, is from my
no.
Discord. Yeah, it's all good.
Oh,
I'll wait
God.
I'll wait and see.
That's
Okay,
annoying.
okay, it's YouTube.
Oh, that's her Discord.
Okay, it's
I
YouTube.
see.
Okay, well, yeah, I got
Things
DDoSed.
happen,
Yeah. This is very funny. Twitch never crashed. Just refresh. All right, let's do this.
She
Let's
means,
have fun, okay?
She means, I'm sure she means re with a W-R-Y, like Dio Brando, not re with an R-E-E, like a ableist piece of shit. God, this it keeps on getting surreal, Dylan. Like this.
They got their chance, and this is their opportunity, and man, are they blowing it.
Oh man, you see, you only got one chance. What's that Eminem? No, wait, is it an Eminem song? Yeah, the one where he's like the mom spaghetti and the
Yeah, knees weak, arms are sweaty, their fingers are sweaty, and they're fucking falling on their keyboards.
No. Quebecois are not really appreciated all that much on the internet left. Wait, are they more right? Chat, honestly, there was somebody that was like really mad at me for the Quebecois thing. There was somebody that was like legit pissed at me, proper mad at me for the Quebecois thing. So that actually has
This is a
caused
very
some
weird
controversy.
experience,
I don't know if it'll get canceled for it, but somebody took that way too seriously. Or something like, let's not say that about a fucking whole area of people, please. Like, I don't know, that must be essentialism, right? You can't make a pronouncement on the Quebecois people. That
This
would
is pretty
be,
cringe.
that seems like a,
And bask in it. Bask in it, you people.
What do you mean cringe, Demon Mama? What do you mean cringe, Demon Mama?
Relax.
Yeah, that seems like a bigotry.
There's this mom spaghetti in the chat. Look. Oh, I love that they. Oh, now this I kind of like. Look at that. They can chat because they're doing Discord. They can actually. They can actually post pictures like legit, not just like ASCII
this is gonna
art.
be stupid. I can tell.
No, I kind of like that. Just a bit. Why is RGR seeming more based every second? Just a bit. And let's not reinforce the French, snobbery that they're famous for over there, right? Yeah, this is pretty cringe. I can't believe she's saying the French are snobby.
Famous for being snobs.
Even when they're not, but like, sometimes in Paris they're canceled. The French canceled me. The Quebecois canceled me. I'm canceled. Just like they got somewhere to go, and you're like, excuse me. I've got no francophone countries. Like pretty soon, all the francophone countries, the word's gonna travel. I'm fucked. I'm fucked in French-speaking countries. God damn it. You tell me how to get to this tourist attraction. They're like, fuck no, I'm trying to get to work. Fuck you. But yeah, that guy's called snobby.
Yeah, that is a French stereotype.
For sure. Well, Parisian, more specifically. So chat, anything else? Okay, so if we, let's see, anyone else got questions for Dylan? To be fair, although I said that, like, she probably would have had, is that supporting our, that's just my Discord. I don't know what that means. I don't know. You can definitely support me on Twitch or on YouTube. I don't know if, like, posting my Discord link in chat is okay.
No, we don't allow pictures. There's no pictures. It's only mods can do that.
I'm not trying to go for a Discord partner, just so everybody knows that. I know that RGR is. I joke about the RGR thing. I'm not really trying to like. I'm just the reason RGR is funny is because RGR put her videos on like sub only, and I kind of made fun of it. And then when I got canceled, what was the first thing I did? Put my videos on sub only. So that's a joke. That, and after I talked to Demon Mama, we got the infinite regress window. So I joked that RGR was right because the debate between Demon Mama and RGR was the infinite regress / recursion principle of recursion was think he's trying to kind of like, you know, like the feeling that I get from you, Dylan, is that you do take feedback like seriously and you do learn from it, and
Here we go.
like that, you know, you're like some
I don't know.
people might
After
offer bad
today,
faith.
after today, I think I will no longer be receiving feedback for at least a 2 month
for a
period.
while. Okay, well sometimes feedback is a little bit, it's like a little bit like drinking
It's
from a
all
fire hose,
good.
but that's I have, yeah, no, she definitely missed the part where it got spicy and dicey. She definitely missed that part. A question for you. Do you have Wendelby, huh? Cringing right now. Any examples in general or specific? Aren't there some? Don't you have some stands in chat that should be asking me tough
So
questions?
I can see what
okay.
it feels to me like Irene is looking for somebody to fight.
Go ahead and ask me the tough question.
Okay, so during the later, I didn't watch all your stuff live, and your VODs are like locked for non-subs. So
It's the
during
RTR
the end of
method
it,
because RTR was right, so I adopted all of her methods. I try to live my life according to RTR actually.
during the end of that, basically, it seemed like you were almost like you were like hardcore cringing at my interaction with Demon Mama when it came to pronouns, where I came up to Demon Mama and asked like, "Hey, I don't know what pronouns to use because people tell me I should not be saying demon because I use that as a short term, or using the word they."
Oh, I didn't even tell him about the demon thing. So the demon thing, I think the reason people don't like that is because a lot of right-wingers call Demon Mama demon, and it's almost like if they would go ahead and just say Demon Mama.
Hey, you're getting your maximalism stream.
There would probably be a lot less misgendering and a lot less bullshit like that, right? And that, like, it's.
I mean, I agree, Pink, but
with just calling her the
I
first
agree.
half of her name.
I agree, but
and not saying the mama part and
agree.
transphobia. So that's probably why.
In reference to you,
Yeah.
and then Demon Mama was like, "Nah, it's all chill, don't worry about it." And you seem to be like really reacting to that negatively, like
It's just,
super hardcore.
that's a question that you can't ask her. Do you understand why? Like, because
This could be very
like,
simple.
A lot of her career,
This could be
you know,
sorted
depends on her
very simply.
relationship with you. She
Wrong!
literally.
Wrong! That is not true. Not at all. Not even close. No, Irene, that ain't true. Nope. Wrong. You can't ask me that question. I will always tell you, I am the biggest badass in the world. Nobody fucking speaks for me. Yeah. Nope. True though. I am. Buddy. Excuse me. HWF0712. Hold on. I'm gonna take a minute and just blow you I'm the not fuck gonna out listen right to my own rant again. All right. Listen. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and when I come back, we'll have a conversation, okay? That's all. Simple. Vibin'. Yeah? I'll be right back. You all chit-chat with each other, and we'll let the thing happen, okay? All right? Yeah, it's reacting to a reaction to a reaction to a reaction. Yeah. That's streaming, baby. That's how this shit goes, okay? No, Catherine, come on. It's fine. Okay? It's all good. You all have to have some motherfucking faith in me. Okay? Link, nothing. We're waiting because I would rather talk to Irene just like I just talked to Dylan. I was asked to react to this and I reacted to it. I don't know what the fuck it was going to be about. Just tell Link, you can just tell and no comment chick, you can just tell Irene to come on here and we'll talk about it. It's like super simple. All right, I'm gonna go pee and I'll be back. You all don't go anywhere. You know you live for fucking content, so I'll be back in a second. Maybe who knows, maybe I'll have another $205 from the infrared group. Okay, all right. changed before your very eyes. Look, my new shirt has arrived. Oh, feast your eyes on this new shirt. It was in the package, yeah? No, I'm not planning anything. I'm just waiting to see what happens. I would rather sort this here than anywhere else. What is it? It is a wolf it is a thing wolf. Okay. I don't know, actually. It's not a trap. This is not a trap. What the fuck? It's a very nice emote. Very nice. Yes, I think that she's misunderstanding what's going on. No, I'll be fine. Don't worry, Gynotype. Hello. We're chilling right now. So don't worry. Where did I get the shirt? Etsy. She just said if she wanted to talk to me, I already offered. Yes. Yes. Wait, what? Okay. Yes, I literally agreed to her offer. I don't know what the fuck is going on. She's reacting to my reaction to somebody else. Can we do something else? Can we, like... No, I didn't have a falling out. Thank you. I switched. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm just relaxing. Wait, Dylan, I only spoke to Dylan first because he literally came into my chat. What the fuck? Well, yeah, but I don't know if I can play... Oh, God. What would I like to do? What I would like to do is fucking chill for a minute, but I would rather sort this out. She wants to see the discussion with Dylan? Oh my God. Cooking Mama? No. You think she's freaking out right now? She can watch the whole video if she wants to. I'm not... Okay, can you just tell her that this is not a trap? That I'm being genuine here? Okay? Can somebody who she trusts just tell her to chill? Maybe in a minute. Maybe we'll watch Dog Okay in a minute. Chill question, favorite ice cream? You're not walking into anything. There's nothing. It is literally, I am the chillest I've been all day. Okay? It is not a fucking trap. I promise. Okay? You can clip that if you want to. What the fuck kind of what type of chill question? I get it. Worst meal I've ever been served. Oh, Jesus. I can tell you that one. Actually, that's a great story. Okay, ready? Listen. The worst meal I've ever been served was a homemade French dip that was made with beef broth instead of au jus, and it was made with store-bought deli roast beef put on untoasted buns. It was absolutely abhorrent. Just totally abhorrent. It was one of the worst. Yeah, isn't it new and exciting? Yeah, new season, new shit. When did I get into WoW? I first played WoW during Burning Crusade. Didn't play all that much because I was busy with life. And then I got back into it about 3 or 4 years ago, and I played really hardcore, got into Mythic rating, and then pulled out of it recently. Aju isn't just beef bouillon. It is actually, Aju is actually the drippings of freshly cooked roast beef. Yeah, it's gas station French dip, but made at home. I've already played Final Fantasy XIV extensively. I really like, how old is my dog? She is 7 years old. Ooh, that's very strange. Academic anarchist. Sativa, indica, or hybrid? I do not like hybrids. I like both sativas and indicas. I don't like hybrids very much most of the time. Polycules make for the best D&D groups. They can. It depends on if everybody's into it. Hugging a big floppa. Maybe in a minute. Maybe in a minute. Okay, you really think so, Link? Oh boy. I just prefer. It depends. If it's do I like Teen Titans? I loved Teen Titans. Fucking love Teen Titans. Dogs, for me. Opinion on Final Fantasy VII. My favorite of the Final Fantasy games. I love Final Fantasy VII. I love the music. The music of Nobuo Uematsu carried me through high school. Out of all of the places that I've visited, which place did you enjoy the most? That's a tough one. I know. But you know what I mean. I like more significantly dominant. I haven't played the remake yet. I have not watched Teen Titans Go enough. I haven't played Final Fantasy VI. That's the one I never got to play. With regard to the best place I've ever visited. Oh, Jesus, that's tough. Okay. I think when I went, now listen, I find cruises very gaudy, okay? But I did go on a cruise once, and I found a spot. I found a spot on the cruise liner. I was a very solitary person at that time, and I found a spot on the cruise liner on the front of the ship that nobody else was, and it was just me and the ocean at night as far as the eye could see. And that was one of the most awe-inspiring moments of my life. Watching lightning striking off in the distance of the black ocean, the moon reflecting in the sea, that was amazing. I have to say that's one of them. I also love New York City, okay? I fucking love New York City. If you could, would you expat from the US? Probably not, but I don't know. Yeah. What countries would I really like to visit? I really want to go visit China, but I just don't know if that'll happen. Bravely Default? Wow, I've heard good things about it, but I've never played them. This is chill. Wow, this Q&A session is chill. Worst game I've ever played. Worst game I've ever played. Drake and the 99 Dragons is like a meme. Like, Drake and the 99 Dragons is a meme. But, I'm trying to think of a game that I just fucking hated. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so let me think. Worst movie that I've enjoyed. Probably fucking Godzilla vs. King Kong. That movie is so stupid, but I did enjoy it. If I were a hot dog, well, I couldn't. Hot dogs don't have mouths. I'm trying to think. Which Hades character am I? Nyx, probably. Nyx. I'm probably Nyx. Or Chaos. One of the two, but probably Nyx. Nyx is probably the character I'm most like. Yeah, either Chaos or Nyx. trying to think. The game thing is hard. Sure, DM it to me and I'll take a look. I don't know if I'll ever get to it. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of the worst game. Played some pretty bad ones. Oh, Superman 64. What the fuck? Superman 64 was horrible. And the experience of playing Superman 64, I played Superman 64 when I was a kid, and I rented it. So it was a massive bummer. And I thought that there was something wrong with me when I was playing that game because I couldn't figure it out. And I assumed, like, I didn't really get that people could make bad games. And so I played fucking Superman 64 and it was miserable, and I actually asked my dad to rent it for extra time so I could keep trying at it because I just thought I wasn't figuring it out. So that's probably the one. Fuck Superman 64. That game is garbage. Do you ever think about how I'm expertly straddling 2 different chats while my site is down? Yes, I do. I'm doing that right now. It's awesome. I'm pretty cool for that. Oh, I was so mad. Yeah, I'm just chilling. This is chill. Oh, I'm really enjoying this. This is fun. That's okay, Susie. You can just ping me whenever you want. Just DM it to me. I check all my DMs. I'm just a little slow about it. Oh, yeah, I know that game. The Aladdin one. Oh, Jesus. Why is she freaking out? Just tell her to calm down. I promise I think I can calm her down. Most emotional response to media that did not deserve it. I like hardcore. When I was like 5, I like hardcore fell in love with Vela from Jet Force Gemini. Seska, you get a big shout out. Heal well. I give you some demonic energy to heal with, okay? Advice on how to have a more interesting life: learn to say yes. Learn to challenge your fears. Those are the 2 things. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Yeah, true. True, though. True, though. I was like, Jet Force Gemini is a game. No. I'm sorry. Jet Force Gemini, look, I loved Jet Force Gemini, okay? I really, really did. But oh my God, Jet Force Gemini, you cannot play it. It is broken. It is actually unplayable. If you try to go back and play it, it is not what you remember it. I promise. It wasn't when I was 5. I can't remember. It was... It's so horrible. It's unplayable. Absolutely unplayable. I even tried to mod it to make it playable, and it's not. It's just not playable. It's so bad. But I still like the music, so... Am I a fan of classic FF or modern FF? Oh, I don't really like modern Final Fantasy that much. I do like, I like all the classic stuff. I played, my favorite of the Final Fantasy games is, what was I going to say? Chrono Trigger. Even though it's not a Final Fantasy game, it's close enough. Oh, I love this. This is fun. I'm enjoying this. My other favorite FMAB character besides Roy Mustang. Hohenheim. I love Hohenheim. Hohenheim is, I want to love and hug and comfort Hohenheim. And I have never, that is so rare for me to feel like that. I just want to make him feel okay. I just want to soothe him and make him feel okay. I've never felt that feeling I don't know. I don't feel that way about guys. Very, very rare. But I just want to like mom the shit out of Hohenheim. It's just true. It's just true. Don't know about that. What's my favorite thing I've ever written? My D&D campaign that lasted for a year. It was amazing. Want to know a character that works as a trans analogy? Hohenheim? Yeah, true. Am I currently in a campaign? Yes, but I'm not writing my own. I'm not writing my own right now. What's the best Pokemon one? Well, I'm always... Listen, I'm very favorable to Gold and Silver, but I also like Sapphire and Ruby. What kind of sales jobs did you do? Oh, I have a million funny stories. I've told some right now. I've told some before. I'm not going to do any right now. I used to do rental car sales. So I worked for a rental car sales company. Favorite stand-up comic? Listen, I have a little niche favorite, and that is fucking why am I blanking on his name? Andy Kindler, from who appears on the Majority Report all the time. Fucking love Andy Kindler. Holy shit, that guy makes me cry. Like cry laughing, I mean. I've told you some of the lore. There's a video somewhere out there. There's a video of my lore, of my my fucking D&D lore. Those of you who remember the D&D lore stream, you know that was fucking pog as shit. I'll do it again at some point. Oh yes, true. Of course, absolutely, obviously, hexagram, yes. Okay, sure. I'll just chill then. I'm all good. Favorite video game story? Pathologic 2. I don't know why. I don't know why she feels necessary to. It's okay. It's all right. It's all good. No, it's fine. I'll chill. I'm chill. Okay, we're chill. Just fucking relax. You guys get to ask me all kinds of questions. This is the thoughts on X moment. I love this shit. You guys get to pick my brain. It's fun, right? Come on. Have fun. Chill out. Have some questions. We'll have some more stuff afterwards, and then we'll go from there. Thoughts on Wolfenstein? I haven't really played enough Wolfenstein. Thoughts on Buddhism? I don't know a lot about Buddhism, but it seems pretty cool in some ways. Atla? Wait, what's Atla again? What's Atla again? I can't remember. What's Atla again? What's my favorite Kingdom Hearts game? Kingdom Hearts 1. It's really good. It's really, really good. Oh yeah, Avatar. Oh, I fucking love Avatar. I love Avatar. Maybe. Would I play Mass Effect on stream? Maybe. Maybe. No, AD5D2D Derek. It's the sign that you've evolved to a higher one. Is the world getting better overall? Yes, but we shouldn't let that get to our heads. Because yes, while I think the world is getting better, a lot of it is a side effect of us developing better technologies and not necessarily of us developing better societies. So, yeah. Never saw Space Jam 2. Maybe I'll take a look at it. Favorite kind of demon? There's a lot. There's too many. Why can't we see the messages you have on stream in this chat? Because Twitch is not Twitch chat is not on stream right now. It is my Discord. So if you want to be on stream, you got to go to the Discord chat. Yeah. No, it's not YouTube. It's Discord chat. But yeah, close enough. I should keep an eye on YouTube chat. I haven't been keeping an eye on YouTube as much. YouTube is always very good. Hi, YouTube. Sorry I don't check in as much. It's always a little more difficult to check in. What's my favorite of the 72 goetic demons? Don't know about that one. Oh no. Well, I hope that doesn't happen. I will do my best to. Cool. If I could pick one food to be free for everybody, what would it be? Free for everybody. Probably would have to be some sort of like omni-nutrient block, right? Because then everybody, why am I not on PrimeCayes? I was on PrimeCayes earlier. What do you mean? What's happening on PrimeCayes right now? I was on PrimeCayes earlier. What? Nah, I mean, something like that. I haven't played Shin Megami Tensei or Persona. You can lick my balls. Fuck you. Favorite anime? Probably Evangelion. I really love it. I really love Evangelion. No. Finger. I was on it earlier. I already fucking made that show fucking fiery as shit. Can't give too much. Thoughts on salami? Love it. Love salami. How do I handle stress? Any advice? Oh, that's a tough one. Ooh, that was a tough one. Oh, my favorite wrestler? Undertaker, baby. I love The Undertaker. I fucking true, Posadas John. True. True. My favorite wrestler is The Undertaker. I fucking love The Undertaker. I fucking love The Undertaker so much. Now, how do I relieve stress? ASMR, playing video games, and snuggling with my partners. To be completely honest, there you go. Those things are very good. I don't know anything about that. I don't know what those things are. Those sound like rich people things. You are on stream now. Don't, Link, you are on screen now. True. Snuggling, yeah. True, that would have been great. My favorite sin? Lust. I'm poly, yes I am. I'm watching this chat right now, by the way, and like people are still talking. People say I'm scary. It's all good. Favorite Halloween costume? One year I dressed up as Darth Maul, and that was so cool. Am I an anarchist? No, not really. I do have some anarchist philosophical leanings, but I don't really identify with any specific label. I do have some appreciation for anarchist philosophy, but I don't really call myself an anarchist. Biker Undertaker was a little weird. Bye. Good night, Mother Meerset. Thanks for coming by. Always happy to have you. My ideal number of arms. Well, I think it would be really cool to have 4, but I also think it would be cool to be like a centipede of arms. That would be really cool. I would like that. Favorite movie? Shawshank Redemption is probably the one. What drug would I do without any consequences? Oh, I don't know. That's a tough one. It's a really tough one. Favorite 90s cartoon show? I really liked Thundercats, but I think that's an 80s one. So. Do I like kombucha? I fucking love kombucha. I love kombucha. Do I support decriminalizing all drugs? Yeah, more or less. There's probably some exceptions, but yes. Can I lick my own elbow? Nobody can. Darth Maul was cool. That Darth Maul outfit was awesome. I would love, I think it would be cool to have, like, lots of ours. I love kombucha. Kombucha is so fucking good. I haven't had kefir. Damn, that's awesome. Favorite musical artist? Oh, geez, that's a hard one. I don't have a single favorite. Although, lately, Kombucha Girl. What's Kombucha Girl? Is that the one who's like, probably, I don't think anybody has actually compared me to that, but I probably should be compared. She's pretty funny. Hey, Husker Dew, good to see you. Kombucha is great at settling my stomach. Me too, I love it. Dirty mushroom water. It's not dirty mushroom water. What the fuck? What's my stance on euthanasia? Should be allowed, how did I get the courage to start streaming politics? I just did it. But I also asked, I asked a well-known streamer who I met in person if they thought I would be good at it. off of what they knew about me. And they said yes, and so I did. Have I listened to Teneriwin? No, I haven't. Have I ever had sake? Yes, I love sake. My top 5 video games go as follows. Pathologic 2, which you can play without playing Pathologic 1. Pathologic 2 is god tier. Everybody should go play it now. Majora's Mask, Disco Elysium, and then it becomes a little harder after there. Bloodborne, and then maybe World of Warcraft or something. Maybe Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight might be up there. Yeah, those are the ones. Yeah, new imps. New imps. New imps. Welcome back, or hello. Happy to have you. I haven't watched all of JoJo. Top 5 music artists if you can't pick one. Okay, Yvette Young, Bring Me the Horizon, Nobuo Uematsu, although I don't listen to him much anymore. I can't, it would be ridiculous for me to not list him. Gregory Alan Isakov, and number 5. Who do I put in number 5? It's a tough one. I'll say Architects. I really like. Gregory Alan Isakov is amazing. Oh, if you've done a little work, Gayfesh, that track is so good. Joe Hisashi is nice, but I like Nobuo Uematsu. Oh, Bring Me the Horizon is so fucking good. I am still streaming. Yes, I am. Oh, hi, Hyena. Good to see you. Good to see you. You're very welcome, Canadian Brunch. How do you think art industries like the music industry would function under socialism? It would be fucking awesome. They would be way better. By the way, really super, super happy to see you. Yeah, I'm still going. I've been doing long streams. I've just been feeling very, very good about streaming lately. So I'm having fun. Honestly, I've gotten less donos this stream, but I'm just enjoying it. So it makes me happy. What is my ideal form? You mean like physical form? If I had an ideal physical form, it would probably be something like out of Bloodborne. Not gonna lie. My ideal physical form would be something Bloodborne-ish. It would probably blow up everyone's minds. That's my, unironically. Oh, I'm not burning out. I'm feeling great. Dating advice? Oh, I can't give you dating advice. It's too hard. Have I ever been to New Orleans? No, I have not. Yeah, me too. Honestly, Hyena, that's a better answer. But I figure if I'm a Bloodborne, I can shape change as much as I'd like. But I've like literally regularly thought about like, okay, what would I do if I was like a Breatos? That'd be pretty fucking cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. I unironically think that'd be awesome. I've been to Newport, Rhode Island, yes. No beast shit. Give me the fucking kin. Shape-shifting would be amazing. Are there any bits that you think do better under capitalism than they might under socialism? Probably, but it's hard. Have I been in Newport, Oregon? I don't think so. Is Abraetas the best Bloodborne wife? No, I think that would have to be Koss. Koss is unironically amazing. Like, I love Koss. Oh, that's so cool, Hyena. That's a super good choice. Koss is probably the most based of all of the old gods. Like, she literally took care of the fishing village. Koss is amazing. Koss is actually amazing. Yeah. Do you think far-right populism helps or hurts the Republican Party? Both. If you wanted to dye your hair, what color? Well, it's still dyed. I would probably, I don't know. I would probably do green again. I would like to get it a good green. I had green pretty well. Rank all the states? Nah, fuck that. That's too much work. Can't do that. Sorry. Sorry, Ellie Belly. Sorry. Did you know that Koss had a human face? Yes, of course I did. Absolutely. Oh, my favorite. Oh, actually, my favorite characters in Bloodborne are the snail ladies. 100%. Worst state? Probably Indiana. Indiana sucks. True, Satania Metal. True. Yeah, the snail ladies are amazing. Favorite color? Cosmic purple, probably. I really like cosmic purple. Bloodborne is incredible. Bloodborne is any hot Shakespeare takes? No, not really. I have normal Shakespeare takes. Sonnets, thoughts on everything ever. That's a little hard for me to do, but I don't know. Existence seems relatively pog. There's some problems with it, but what's my favorite musical? That's tough. I don't know. No, I don't really. I've never seen. I hate Rent. Fuck Rent. Fuck Rent. I hate Rent. That thing was such a piece of shit. Rent is the most overrated piece of art. Fuck Rent. I gotta play Outer Wilds. I didn't even know what it was about. I didn't even know it was like a cool game, but it looks fucking awesome. And I've been playing so much Cultivation. Thank you, Razzle. Sometimes I'm a butthead, though. I've been playing so much Cultivation Simulator, and I gotta say, Cultivation Simulator is absolutely fucking incredible, by the way. So fucking good. And I'm still playing it and still loving it, by the way. I'm not even close to the... Well, I've just pushed into the beginning of the end game now. So good. Yes, I've played Monster Train extensively. Beaten the shit out of Monster Train. Really good game. Monster Train is great. Yes. Cultivation Simulator is the game where you start with a couple of people and you build it into a giant religion, and it's absolutely fucking amazing. It's a little bit hard to get into, but once you learn it, you'll have a great time. It's absolutely incredible, by the way. Absolutely fucking incredible. Outer Wild is legit my favorite game. Okay, I probably need to play it. Cultivation Simulator. Is it a weed growing sim? No, it is a Taoist religion sim. So it's super good. Favorite Hollow Knight boss? Probably the Radiance. Probably the Radiance. So cool. We can't and we shouldn't, Forest Goblin. That would be our weakness. Our infighting is partially our strength. We just need to chill. Cultivation Simulator, you start with a couple of survivors. True, Husker Du. I don't know how to give a good compliment, so I'll do a variation of my favorite joke. How do you know which Demon Mama subs are actually CIA? They're the ones that always pay their subs on time. True! True, though! Thank you, Husker Du. Appreciate the bits. Means a lot. Thank you. So Cultivation Simulator, you start with a couple of people and you slowly, surely build it out. How did I get diagnosed with ADHD? I talked to my doctor about my focus issues and was very honest. And then my doctor told me to talk to my counselor about it. And my counselor did a little questionnaire, and I hit so many red flags for ADHD that my counselor was like, okay, we are going to send this over to your doctor and your doctor can decide to prescribe you. There we go. That's what did it. What's my favorite fantasy race? That's a broad question. There's too many. There's too many to think of. Is it normal to not like your therapist? No, get a new therapist. I'm serious. Just get a new therapist. You should, no therapist should make you not happy. You should be comfortable and capable with your therapist. If they're not working for you, they will not take it personally. Get a new therapist. Just seriously. If they're not working, just get a new one. I'm serious. It is worth it to do that. I promise you. I promise. Just do it and get it over with. They will not hate you for it. They know. A therapist is super, super personal. What was I going to say? Stuffed crust? Stuffed crust is fucking incredible. It's better than... Okay, at Pizza Hut, stuffed crust is better than the actual pizza. Bam. I haven't read Discworld. Stuffed crust is, well, I think it's good. Nah, Domino's sucks. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's better in Australia. But Domino's sucks here. Domino's really sucks here. Ever watch Healthy Gamer? Nah. I love pepperoni stuffed crust. So fucking good. Domino's or Little Caesars? Little Caesars over Domino's for sure. Small Gods, maybe. That's, well, no, I disagree, Gay Fesh. You can remelt it and it's still good. Domino's turns to stone the moment that you get it. Is the dog okay? The dog is okay, I promise you. The dog is okay. The dog is all right. I haven't watched Dark Side Phil cook cup noodles. I probably should at some point. Have I watched Chef's Table? Yes, I have. I like Chef's Table. I've seen quite a few episodes of that. I haven't watched it in a long time, though. I used to watch it. Damn, this is fun. This is super fun. Oh, that sucks, Breadwave. Okay, some places are exceptions, but yes. It is safe. Dog is safe and well, okay? Dog is doing fine. Would you ever interview potential political candidates? Maybe, depending on the circumstances. Dyson Sphere program? Haven't played it yet. Hey, good night, Vamprum. Thanks for coming by. Oh, that's really cool, Husker Du. Would I ever interview Joe Biden? Definitely, obviously. It'd be funny as fuck. What's my best debate? My best debate? I don't know. You should probably ask the imps. I thought I did good against my first one against Rob Knorr. The one where I did against, Rob. Oh, it's true. The next one is going to be the best one ever because I'm going to be even better. Yeah, I just keep getting better. True, though. Yup. DM versus DM is going to be the best one. What's my worst debate? What would you change? Worst debate ever? The one with RGR, and I would have not done it. Never done it. I thought I was good against Destiny, too. I thought that was very funny, but he didn't like it, so whatever. Yeah, the RGR debate would have just never done it. That's what I would have done. Would have been the best thing ever. How do you spell gynotype correctly? That's like this. Here you go. The Destiny one was good. There you go. Gynotype. Demon Mama versus Demon Mama is going to be the best one. Who would win in a fight? Turtle Vaush or Krabby? I think Turtle Vaush would win. It's Egg Vaush, okay? It's Egg Vaush, okay? True. Thank you, our adept. I think I did good. I thought it was funny anyway. Even if it wasn't the perfect debate, I thought it was so funny. So fucking funny. I had a good time. That's the thing. Weren't you afraid of the Destiny one? He's so quick on his feet and his community is large. I was a little nervous because it came out of nowhere. Yeah. I haven't checked in a while. Maybe I'll try it again sometime. I was a little nervous, but I wasn't super nervous. I don't know. I get nervous a little bit about debates, but like, I don't know. It was so off the cuff and I was just ready to go. So whatever. Nah, not best friends. Just a good friend. Well, not even a good friend. We were just friends. Well, not even best friend or anything. We were just friends. It just didn't work out. For a couple of reasons. I could talk about it a million times, but I've done it a million times. I've talked about it a million times. I mean, that's true. He never did upload it. That is a little bit weird. Really? Interesting, Panasabi. Interesting. Favorite Final Fantasy soundtrack? Probably 7. I love it. It's so good. Although 10 is really good too. Hard to say, Sabo. I don't think I'd be able to tell you that one. Yeah, he's been tense, I think. Hey, Joanaro. Hello, Gennaro. Thank you so much, Gennaro. I appreciate that. Dog is definitely okay. I promise. Goku versus Superman. Goku would win. New Sephiroth theme or old one? Both are good for different reasons. Goku would probably win versus Superman, to be completely honest. Oh, 9 does have a great soundtrack. Oh, that's true. Oh, wow. That's really interesting, Jay Torres. I didn't expect that to ever happen. Was there Mel stuff? Not tonight. We're going to do it. We'll do it next stream. If you could learn any language instantly tomorrow, Chinese. Like that. Instantly, obviously. Chinese has got to be the best. That's got to be the best pick. Knowing Chinese would make me, like, instantly 20 times %. Like, think about it. Just learning. Can I shout out your brother? Yeah, what's your brother's name, Ivysaurus? Ivysaurus's brother? Pay attention. Favorite mask design? You mean from like from Majora's Mask? Probably the DQ mask. I love the DQ mask. Cody, pay attention. Cody. Hello, Cody. Wake up. Jesus fucking Christ. There you go. I would love to speak Chinese. That would be super cool. Think about it this way. If I knew Chinese tomorrow, I would be able to open my mind to an entire world of new art. Top 5 anime, that's it's hard. Dogs, personally. Do I twerk for 50 sub gift? I wouldn't twerk, but I would do a cool dance. If you gave me a 50 sub gift, I would do a cool dance. A hot tub stream would be awesome, but I don't have a hot tub. So if you want to fund me a hot tub, all right, we'll do it. We'll talk. I would do a hot tub stream. Bathwater stream, I could do it. How much cost a nude? $600. You send me $600, I'll give you a nude. How much are hot tubs? Like $3,000 or something? I don't know. Do I eat hot chip or live? Both. And I charge phone. First thing I would want to visit in China? I don't know. I don't even know where to begin. I would have to think a lot about it. Thoughts on the Chauvin trial? Talked about it earlier. I think it is, yeah. I think it's very, very, very heavy focus. There's a lot of focus on it. It is going to be definitive for a lot of things, one way or another. Pistol, rifle, or shotgun? I like rifles. Yeah, hot tubs are expensive. Yep. It's giving me bad vibes. Yeah, it should. It's bad vibes all over. Ryoma is based. True, I agree. At least from what I know. Hey, Natanaru. Hey, enjoy your smoking. I'm going to do that after this. Oh, in video games, I like shotguns. Like, shotguns are so awesome. Super awesome. Timon or Pumbaa? Pumbaa. Come on. Love Pumbaa. What a good boy. But Timon also is respectable, but he's such a thief. Favorite bird? Ooh, good question. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you saying that I'm pretty. Favorite bird? I don't know. Cockatoos are so cute. It's unbelievable. Do I dab? You mean like this? I don't really like dabs. They're too strong for me. I keep my tolerance low, and dabs just make me fucking freak the fuck out. It's too much, way too much. But I've done it in the past. What's happening now? Can I check in on here?
I don't know what to say there. Like, if somebody called Demon Mama a grifter in my chat, they'd be banned, okay? If I hear anybody call Demon Mama a grifter, look, you can have your fucking opinions and shit, you know what I mean? You can say you don't like what she did, you know, in the X debate. You can say you think she had a bad...
I just wish she would just come on and talk with me. This is so silly. This is always so silly. Oh well, we wait. Okay, well, I'm staying up. I'll wait. I think we're going to talk. It's all good. Listen, we'll talk. It'll be fine. Okay? I'm sure it'll be fine. Thoughts on Australian politics? Don't know enough about it. Do I like hyperpop? I've never seen it. No, it's okay. We'll keep chilling. Keep asking me questions. Maybe I'll find something to rant about. I've never heard hyperpop, I don't think. Weight loss tips? I don't have any. Just do it healthy, please. I fucked up my body by not doing it healthily. I didn't watch much Ben 10. Have you played Rise of Nations? Yes, I have, but not extensively. Thoughts of the American Revolution? It was a thing that happened. Aw, thank you so much, Venus Antics. That's super, super nice. I love 100 Gex. But I just don't know all the songs. Favorite Teen Titans character? I really like Raven. Yeah. Any advice for an aspiring streamer video essayist? Yeah. Have I done tabletop RPG experience? Yes, I have. I've just never streamed it. Maybe someday. Would I ever speedrun? I hate speedrunning. I don't like timed stuff. It stresses me out. I hate timed stuff. It stresses me the fuck out. Thank you for all of your kind words. It means the world. New jobbies? I don't know what a new jobby is. What's a new jobby? Advice for a streamer or video essayist? Ooh, that's tough. Too much to say, but realize that you're not going to take off immediately. Even I didn't. I have blown up really fast by comparison, but the first few months were really fucking slow, and it's always going to be. You got to just make content and focus on getting better at making content first. It's just true. It's just true. Oh, where can you find Mama's mug? You can find it on the Pink Wug store. The Pink Wug mug. Pink Wug mug. Pink Wug. Pink Wug, plug it. Plug it, Wug mug. Plug it, Pink Wug. I know Pink Wug's here. Favorite state that I've ever visited? Probably this one. I love Washington. Washington is amazing. Hello, new convert from the Hippy Dippy Shit Shows. Thanks for getting me through the night shifts. You're welcome, and I will continue doing so. I am a long haul streamer, and as far as I can be, I will be. Could you ever see a state seceding from America? Yeah, probably. How do I take my coffee? I drink it? Pinkwug.live. There you go. This is not a mug club. I don't make anything off this one. I ordered this mug because I liked it. That's true. That's how I do it, Jukebox. You know it. That's how I do it. Do I support prison abolition? Yup. Do you think it's okay to have a channel that focuses on 2 different topics if you occasionally blend them together? Like I want to talk about politics and anime? No, absolutely. No, absolutely. I talk about all kinds of fucking shit. Absolutely. You just gotta communicate what you're talking about, and you'll find people that like that shit. Absolutely. How would an all-woman debate panel moderated by a woman go on Twitch? We've done that before. It went great. No, I don't think so, Gayfesh. I don't know. Hey, thank you so much, Michelle Allison. Hey, no problem. I stream like this a lot. I do long streams, and I have if you like what you see here, subscribe to my YouTube because all of my VODs are up there, so you can go watch them and catch what I've talked about in the past. Is Bernie a crypto socialist? Yes, obviously. Oh, God, I don't... Oof. I've been on a few all-women panels. They've been great. Website is being attacked by DDoS? Yes, true. Poggies. My head is starting to hurt a little bit, but... I wish we could just... Oh, God, my head is starting to hurt. I want to finish this shit before I go to bed, okay? Any advice for someone who wants to be a you orbiter? Don't be a me orbiter. Do your own thing, but you can spend as much time as you want here and learn from me. You just be you. You don't need to be a me orbiter. You can just hang out in my spaces and not be an orbiter. Orbiters are weird, by the way. Have you had dinner and how long since you drank water? I drank water a few minutes ago, and I'll drink again right now. And I haven't had dinner. I'm very hungry, but there's food on the way. Tamales, which I'm very excited for. Oh, literally right now, which is perfect. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so excited. Tamales. Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm going to eat these while I answer questions to the best of my ability, okay? My favorite planet? Earth, baby. I fucking love it. Earth is great. Thank goodness we live here. Otherwise, we'd be dead. Or we'd be like single cellular life forms or something. Why am I so based? Oh, why is Gynotype so based? Because Gynotype is amazing. Oh my fucking God, these are good. Pluto isn't even a planet. I love tamales so much. Why do you think the Justice Dems get so much hate from other progressives? Have I played The Witness? Yeah, I liked it, but I haven't beaten it. Oh, I really like Obra Dinn. Take what back? Sorry, what? Oh, no. Fuck that shit. That's not funny. Gutfield is painful. I hate that guy. Holy shit, he's annoying. No, probably not. Probably not Graham Hampshire. Do I think American security will ever return to normal after 9/11? Probably not. When did I start collecting imps? A year ago. And I love them. I just saw your message, Gayfesh. You're really funny. Is it not going well? I don't know what the fuck is going on. All right, yeah, go for it. Ivysaurus, that'd be awesome. Go for it. That sounds amazing. I saw your one where you were like, it's out of my own self-interest. I want to go to bed. What random toy brand? Pokemon. Fucking Pokemon shit. I'm loving shit right now. Is Islam uniquely bad? Nope. No, it isn't. Nope. And anybody who says so is just racist. I'm sorry. Shut the fuck up. Anybody who says that Islam is uniquely bad is just racist. Okay, no, Dylan, relax. Dylan! You let me handle this. Let me handle this shit, okay? You let me handle this. It's gonna be fine. Dylan, trust me a little bit, okay? Have some faith in me. People gotta have some fucking faith in me. It's gonna be fine. Watch. It's fine. Just relax. It's gonna be fine. I mean, it might not be. Hi, Mud. Do I watch Snapcube? I don't know what that is. Don't be worried. Just relax. It's all fine. Am I good at Mario games? Yeah, I love it. Dylan, I get it. We'll try to work it out, okay? It's all good. First video game I ever played? Degeneration. It was a game on MS-DOS, I think, or not even MS-DOS. I think it was just DOS. It was very strange, but very fun. What's that? Sorry? Do you recommend what? Sorry, I missed one. I gotta check this one. Do you recommend Twitch or YouTube for a new streamer? Both can be good. Depends on what you want to do. Depends on what you want to do with your life and what you want to do with your content. YouTube is pretty good for a lot of reasons. Twitch has some benefits as well. Personally, I'm kind of lean towards YouTube, but both can be good depending. What would my supervillain foil be called? And what would be their goal? I'm the supervillain. For chill gaming and browsing Reddit? I don't like Reddit, but I like chill gaming. Oh, my supervillain would be God. Just kidding. Just kidding. Is it bad? Is it getting bad or something? What the fuck is going on? Did I really do anything that spicy? I thought I was pretty chill. I thought I was pretty fucking chill besides my freak out on chat, but I apologize for that. Do I ever worry about accidentally swallowing a piercing? Nah. This thing is fucking rock solid. This thing ain't going anywhere. Really, Gayfesh? Come on. Is this for real? Oh my god. What the fuck? Why the fuck? Why the fuck would she say that? Oh my god, that's so stupid. Okay. No. No, I'll sort it here. I'll sort it here and now. I ain't going anywhere. I've been sitting here for a while. Just come on and talk to me. Stop being so fucking petty and just come and talk to me. It's all good. I didn't even criticize her that much. No, that's how you know I've made it. Right? Right? When you get updates from your chat, isn't that like when you know you've made it? Wait, Word Buddy. Irene asked me to be involved. Irene literally asked me to be involved. It's all good. I don't think I should do a middle part. I don't like middle parts. Look, watch. Actually, that does look kind of good, but I don't normally like middle parts. When I do a middle part, it makes me look like a lion or something. I don't like it. It's too... See? It's there. I like this. See? See? Side part, better. All I'm saying. I gotta eat more of this stuff. I'm very hungry. I want to eat more of my food. She's threatening Dylan? What the fuck? Is she alright? Listen, god damn. Please. Just relax. Am I really that like that? Am I that type of person at this point? Can I not even do things that people ask me to do anymore? My life is weird. This shit is weird, yo. Go to Dark Souls build. I like big swords. All right.
Really interesting content in the next few weeks because it looks like they flocked around and they're gonna find out.
But the little dudes come up.
Thank you for the follow. Actually, I don't even know. This could be like I could be getting followed by like
come up and
are these like slurs that are following me? I don't know. I shouldn't thank them yet until I see what their names are. But like, let me see. I'm looking at this. Okay, so we're gonna look. Oh yeah, like what's her name? Oh yeah, nocommentchick. That grifter, that fucking grifter, dude. I can feel you when you say. Oh my god. Look, I had a chance to fucking stab you in the back with Destiny, and it would have been brilliant for my career, Demon Mama. It would have done loads of good.
What are you talking about?
For my career.
The fuck is she talking about? All right.
Like this video down here, that's at 20K, where I defended you against Destiny. If I had been like, damn, you're right. Demon Mama tried to call Scrub King a Wintel. You know the word that I'm saying, right? I'm not allowed to say the word. But like Demon Mama called Scrub King the word that I'm not allowed to say, right? If I had said that, Destiny would have fucking loved me. I would have been a DGG orbiter. This thing would be at 50K. Like I would have been on Destiny's stream and like, you know, like, right? You don't understand the Mephistophelian offer that I was presented with by one Pepe Ladit, and I didn't take it.
Damn.
The fact that you sold me out to Dylan is really hurtful. I feel like really wronged me. Okay, so we're gonna take a look. So, assuming that, you know, Demon Mama says she's okay with, you know, good friends calling her the pronouns that she doesn't prefer. If my trans friend said that I was okay to call them that they preferred she, her, but I was okay to call them they, them.
Is this real? Is this happening? Really? Is this really happening right now?
If that's your preferred pronouns, that's your preferred pronouns. That's the craziest thing to hear Demon Mama say, she, her are my preferred pronouns, and then to hear Demon immediately they. Now listen, I'm not trying to impose a perspective on her. If she doesn't get offended by this, if she doesn't think it's a big deal, then it's not a big deal for her. But it is a big deal for a lot of trans people, and we shouldn't be telling a cis person on a public platform that, yeah, no, just okay, that's okay. Those are not my preferred pronouns, but that's
1 second.
I don't know. You gotta do something. You gotta somehow like signal that like, hey, this is okay for me, but with other people, check. And you called me on that once, and now I'm calling you on this, okay?
What are you talking about?
It's not horrible, but it's not the best. I am really upset though. I do feel extremely betrayed. I do feel extremely betrayed. And it looks like I'm right not to fucking trust people, because you can't fucking trust people when goddamn cloud is involved.
What the fuck?
Okay. Oh, this is the Camp Unicorn. Damn it. I can feel you when you say like it's not God, motherfucking Palate. Okay, it's because I had orange hair. It's because like I was just looking. There it is. That's the one.
I think peaceful non-compliance.
To the open discussion. I need to use the bathroom desperately. So for the first 1 minute,
It looks like I am
Can you all follow me
peeing or something.
Yes.
What am I actually doing?
Okay.
I think I'm like leaning against the wall.
I'll be right back.
That looks so weird.
I'm very confused.
Right.
Well,
so let me ask. I just want to ask this question. Right. It seemed like.
Just the fact that Dylan, if I talk for 2 seconds, Dylan feels like I've talked for too long, right? Same thing with DemonMama. It's not the same thing with Connor. Connor goes on and on and on and on, and everybody's just like, very interesting, Connor. Connor's kind of got nothing to say. Connor's kind of got a grift of like, I'm not really super right-wing, but I'm not super left-wing either. There's nothing there, but like fucking somehow it gets preference because of fucking patriarchy. Wow, okay, so there's
like
Irene Feminist.
that the gun
Hey, I did a little feministing there.
show.
Hey, Demon Mama's community, is that like am I being a woke scold? Am I being a woke scold?
Is this real? Is this for real?
Are you afraid that I'm from the vampire
Is this
castle?
fucking for real? Is this for real?
Have we got peak Mark
Loophole, or
Fisher
whatever you want to
hours
call it
in here?
is ultimately skipping the background check or skipping the logging of where guns go. I have to ask here. Well,
Dylan's still gone.
So there's a.
Afterwards, I'm sorry. There's just...
Oh my god, Irene stuffing her face. Yes, unironically.
I have seen situations specifically
He's
with
back.
Domestic violence cases where women have gone to sleep with their
Look, and here's the deal too. I didn't make a big deal about this. Like I wasn't.
Yeah, but Lonnie, no comment chick asked me to comment on it. Like unironically, she asked me to comment on it, and I did. I don't care at this point. Like, just have her come on or settle, like, whatever. Like, either she comes on or...
Like, he tried to correct me on my pronouns, okay? Let's be fucking real. None of you do? Listen, like, I don't know, like, okay, you're right. Look,
this is fucking
Rivy,
weird.
you bring up a good point, okay?
Wait, but she talked...
I mean, like, I don't agree with you, but, like, I think you do bring up a good point.
She went ham. She went ham on Dylan over me on my behalf, and I just corrected.
Like Destiny's community isn't monolithic, okay? Just like because some of the people on the subreddit are trying to cancel me right now, doesn't mean that all the people on the subreddit are...
Here, let me explain something. I was asked to review this. I was asked to review this on stream. I reviewed it on stream. I was very careful. I tried to be very charitable. I tried to be very kind. And now it's spiraling out of control, and somebody else is actively streaming about me, saying weird shit. And all I want to do is just have a simple conversation. And I promise you that I think I can calm things down. But why should I stop streaming when I'm enjoying my stream other than this? Why? Why would I do that? Wait, I'm not streaming about her. She asked me to comment on it, okay? I will talk in private if she would prefer to talk in private. I will do that. But right now I'm streaming and eating my food, and I just want to do my stream. Okay? Irene told me to look into this, okay? That's all I said. Yeah, just have her fucking come on. Jesus Christ. What does she think I'm gonna do? It's really not that hard. All I want to do is talk with her. I've had 1 million talks with Irene. This is weird. I didn't play either of those. Okay, but what? I didn't betray her to Dylan. I was literally trying to get them to communicate. Oh my fucking God. All right, sure. Just let her be. Whatever. Whatever she wants to do, just... Well, she's saying she's gonna launch a debate thing or a fucking drama thing. Go for it, please. Like, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. If she wants to do drama on me for the next week, okay. Go for it. I don't care. Dylan, if that's her choice, she's saying that, I don't care. I would rather just talk with her, okay? I would really, can this not be the record that I've been asking this entire stream to just talk with her after she asked me to react to her content? Okay, fine. I feel like, what the fuck? I'm very confused. I literally was just hoping to fucking, whatever. Whatever. What are you gonna do? True. I'm not making it bigger. I'm just chilling here. I just want to talk. That's it. Tamales. It would. I just wish that we could talk. It could be over in 10 seconds. I guarantee you we could smooth this out in like 5 minutes. Arepas? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I like them. And I've also had pasteles. I fucking love pasteles. Y'all just chill. Just chill, okay? Just chill. It's all good. Listen, don't fucking call names. Don't fucking accuse. This is just, I'm just getting I'm a little frustrated, but that's about it. I don't think I've had pozole. I think they're, I don't know. I don't know what type of tamales they are. Is one of my partners Latin American? My ex, who I was with for 6 years, was from Puerto Rico. And so I ate a lot of Puerto Rican food. I guess, Zarel, I didn't know. I don't get it. Also, my, Lilith, one of my partners is from Texas, and so we eat a lot of Tex-Mex. I've literally been, listen, I've extended my stream by an additional 2 hours. Oh no, Dylan, come on. Listen. I've been extending for 2 hours because out of a goal. Listen. Everyone, listen. I extended my stream for 2 hours out of the goal of simply talking to Irene, okay? That is Discord chat, Mortuarian. Also, is it ever boring having 3 partners? Never. Not even once. Never boring. Megabed. Megabed is the best. My favorite writing trope? I don't know. I don't know exactly. Oh, mofongo is so fucking good. Holy shit, I love mofongo. I miss mofongo so much. I used to eat it all the time. I miss it so much. So fucking good. God, it's so fucking good. I haven't yet, Graham Hampshire. The new philosophy tube one? Haven't yet. Okay. I think it's just you. I don't know that song, but no need to do anything drastic, okay? Just let it chill. See you, Razzle. Don't worry. I'm probably gonna wrap things up soon. She literally told me to stay up. Didn't she? Didn't somebody say that she said that she wanted to talk to me, so she should just... Hey, you're welcome. Hey, Ziareth? Yeah, that's the cool chat. Although we'll be back on the website soon, but... Okay. Well, all right. Here's what's going to happen. I'm making one last offer. Okay? I'm making one last offer in chat, okay? And then I'm going to end my stream because I'm getting fucking tired, okay? I'm just tired. I'm getting tired, okay? Fuck what the fuck? All right, here we go. All right, here we go. This is it. Here, be the witness. I'm going to type it in over here. Here we go. It's not another RGR situation.
Kevin left when he needed to. Eris left when she needed to. Demon Mama, if you want to talk to me, it's gonna involve a private conversation first, okay? At this point, and the conversation itself is gonna have to be tomorrow. I'm not like done. Given what Dylan said, I don't know how we come back from that. I'm not done with you in the similar way, and like I've said to chat, you're somebody that I greatly respect, somebody whose opinion I very much value, somebody I was glad to see if anybody was going to be on that panel with that gish-galloping piece of shit Rob Noor, who I'm going to debate on Thursday on Tom. Am I allowed to say his name? I don't know. Some dude named Tom. I can't remember his last name. Oh my god, I had my door open this whole time. I've been yelling. It's been waking up the roommates. Just a second. Alright. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. I should text my roommate and just be like, I'm sorry. Please don't cancel me. My roommates are going to cancel me.
Panel where we're going to talk about platforming, because I know a lot of these people probably agree more with me when it comes to, but they're all gone. Now it's just me and no comment chick. So I'm like, okay, guess that's where we are now, and that's why.
Wait, okay, so here's the deal. Eris excused herself. I don't remember what order. I think Merrick excused herself, then Kevin excused himself, then Eris excused herself. You could have followed suit. In fact, a lot of times people do. That's usually how a panel works, is it ends either when I say, all right, everybody, well, it's 8 o'clock now, so I'm going to go ahead and change segments. Thank you so much for everybody for coming on. Let's get your any final memes, or you know what I mean, do that thing, right? Like, that's either that, or, you know, when people say, hey, it's getting late, I got to go, right? That's how a panel ends, right? Dylan could have joined Eris. A lot of people do. A lot of people, when somebody else is leaving, they leave too, right? That could have happened. If Dylan didn't want to talk to me, this is really weird, Demon Mama, because I feel like Dylan, like, stayed specifically to talk about this stuff. I feel like Dylan stayed on specifically to talk about this stuff. And I wasn't holding a gun to his head or you know, telling him not to leave or anything else.
I don't know why she's addressing me like this.
You know,
this is so fucking weird.
I don't know.
Look,
I
just
don't know.
like, can we just
listen? I think you're missing some context, right? Because you did watch, from what I saw, you came in after Eris and everybody else had left.
Well, like, she's addressing me via.
I feel like there was stuff
so weird.
just before that would have given you some more context. You took it as that Dylan was chill with me, and that I was mad at him, when everyone in my chat came away with the exact opposite impression. Now, what does that tell you? Do you think that maybe they're just a little parasocial for me and they're just going to agree with everything that I say? Or do you know a little bit more about my community and how much I value ideological diversity, and how I have mod team members that I picked specifically because they disagreed with me on some pretty big issues, right? And they still disagree with me. I don't know where your take came from. And the fact that you said that, like, you know, you can have bad takes and still be a good person while making a very bad take yourself is not, you know.
What are you talking about?
It's a little cringe, let's be honest. And it's a little awkward. But that's okay. Like, those aren't, like, you know, bad things. Like, that's not an... I would never use that to criticize somebody. And I'm a little bit surprised to hear it coming from you, right? I say embrace your cringe, okay? Everybody out there who's got a little bit of cringe.
I'm not gonna lie. This is unironically one of the weirdest things I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. This is one of the weirdest experiences I've ever had.
That's a part of you to accept. And if the rest of the world doesn't get it, then fuck them.
I look really awkward because this is not what I signed up for, and that's why I'm just kind of sitting there kind of waiting for like something to happen.
Do you understand why, you know, since you had this conversation with Dylan, I kind of needed to be caught up to where you were, right? If you had a misunderstanding of something,
it's all good. This doesn't need to be
timestamped. Not knowing that. If you had another, you know, perspective on something, I didn't want to go into a conversation not knowing that. That would have been maybe awkward, right? In the sense of just awkwardness, not with the pejorative.
Okay, this is the last message I'm gonna send, and then it's done. That's I'm done after this.
It'd be kind of weird if you signed up for Heavy Dipping and everyone else left, and it was just you and me in the room, right, Demon?
Yeah.
And then I just asked you questions like that. Like, that's not what you signed up for. And so I'm sitting there, and
no, this is cringe and this is bullshit, and he's manipulating you, Demon Mama. How do you feel about that? How do you feel being used by Dylan to cancel me? Is that a good feeling? He's lying to you right here. If anybody had the situation get away from them, if anybody said things that they maybe didn't mean, if anybody was inappropriate and cringe, it was Dylan.
Questions I'm getting is like it feels like nothing. It feels like she's just waiting for chat to give her like complaints. And like you saw the one question about like Tom, and that was like
I don't know what that was really about.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know. Yeah. And the questions I did get that were like directed towards me about like actual platforming, I think I hit out of the park. Like, it all depends. on, like, because one of the things was gish galloping. I'm like, well, it depends, because if you look at how I built that team, I built that match very carefully. Rob Noor and John Burke. John Burke being the person who's a little bit more laid back, interacts a little bit less. Vaush was going on this chill route. He was more laid back, more chill about it. And then Rob Noor and Demon Mama, people who are a lot more fiery. And I think the combination of these two can tackle the topic very effective. Like, there's a lot of thought that goes into it, and I go through that. And
I need to send one last message to just
okay, like, that was the
finish this
Your
off.
chat's got believing Dylan that I tried to ambush him. Demon Mama, I did anything but. I did everything I could to make this a fruitful conversation. Thank you for the cat ears. That's a timely request. Like, he's literally fucking lying to you here, dude. Like, this is full on, like, Weasley territory. You were talking. You talked to the weasel before you talked to me, okay?
What?
Okay, where's the next one? And then they asked me this question, and it felt like, because out of nowhere, it starts talking about infrared, and I'm like, and then the Nazbol vortex, and I'm like, the Nazbol vortex, and it's explaining it, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know what this is, and I don't really care that much about Nazbols.
So instead of watching the segment, which happened just before the segment that you did watch, you just took Dylan's word for it?
I think they're kind of like an insignificant threat. Like, what do you think's a bigger threat?
Okay,
like, Nazis?
hold on a second.
And because I don't know what the Nazbol vortex is, I just Googled it, because
Do I have to watch my own stream again? Do I need to watch my own stream again? Because, like, I didn't blow him up for not knowing about the Nazbol vortex. When I realized that he was out of his depth, I changed the subject, okay? I don't think that it's an insignificant threat, and I think it's extremely cringe. Extremely cringe. In fact, Vaush, who just followed us... Oh, I don't know. I don't think you're still in here. But I would love to ask Vaush what he thinks about whether the Nazbol vortex is a niche issue, is a minor threat. I would love to hear if Vaush can back that claim. Now, Dylan, if you don't know about this, fine. But don't act so damn fucking confident, okay? And don't act arrogant. You know, you were out of your depth, and you should have just admitted it. But sometimes ego gets in our way.
I guess this is a lot more important to her than it is to me, and it's not even a real thing. That's just something Vaush made up, right?
Okay, Demon Mama. How do you feel about that? Is it just something that Vaush made up? Are you still in chat? Is the Nazbol vortex just something that Vaush made up?
And I don't know why I was supposed to know the Vaush dictionary of terms Vaush made up in his own discussions. That's a kind of weird thing to just expect I was gonna know.
I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, look, I don't expect you to know the name for it, but I did name a bunch of people who I would put in it, right? I talked about Tucker Carlson.
Oh,
I talked about Jimmy Dore.
banned.
I talked about Glenn Greenwald. These are people that Demon Mama knows, okay?
Apparently I've been... Oh, it's because I had Dylan in there. Okay, never mind.
They're people that you should know.
Oh, and then
it's because like Dylan's name is banned.
Well, I'm sorry, like, no,
Hating that you're the one who felt like you were unprepared, Dylan. You're the one that felt like you were unprepared, okay? Well,
okay,
I mean, look, you literally were
post,
unprepared, though. You
apparently.
were literally unprepared to have that discussion. Now, does that mean you're a bad person? No. Does that mean that you're, you know, that all the good things that you've done on this platform are gone? No, nothing like that. But yeah, no, we couldn't continue the conversation because you didn't have the background.
That's all I said. This is just fucking stupid at this point. Whatever. All right.
And from somebody who regularly flexes on people for not knowing foreign policy, I'd say that's a little cringe. I'd say that's more than a little cringe.
Comment check, but you were unfamiliar with Kakokuka. Just a random thing I just made up there.
Kokuka, yeah, it's a random, unimportant thing. Okay, Demon Mama, let's see what you think about it. Is it random? Is it unimportant? What is your take?
Does anybody else feel like this is like really misdirected anger?
That. And then this last period where I'm just kind of sitting there because I was challenged on Twitter. The one stream she did about me was pretty aggressive, like pretty hardcore. The chat was dunking on me. I was waiting for waiting for the act. She locks all of her stuff except for subs, so there's no way to. She's gonna upload the second half on YouTube, I was told. So I'm sitting there waiting for it, and like nothing comes my way, or it's like just her waiting for chat. And so eventually I just say what I said, like, can I be blunt? Like if anything,
right,
like I'm walking away with this. Because if it goes into a
very
situation
weird.
where I'm like, okay, I'm ready to take this criticism.
This is very weird.
And I walk, and like by the end of it, I feel like I hit the few questions that I did have out of the park, and the rest of them was literal like nothing. So I'm like, I mean, I feel like I'm more confident than ever now, because if the questions I
Oh
get,
wow, her chat is actually kind of smart. Look at that. Somebody knows who Hojack Borsman is. Like, somebody knows that Hojack Borsman is literally somebody with like one of the hate bonerists.
How
Like,
am I
okay.
supposed to know that?
Look, imps.
I apparently
if I
can't
saw a few of you like talking
reply.
shit, and I characterized all of you based on those,
This is fucking stupid.
I'm sorry. That was my mistake.
No, this just
I
started.
can see that you're not a monolithic group, and I appreciate that Demon Mama also values ideological diversity in her community. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can't post anything in here apparently. I don't know.
She's being very defensive up now. Wait, what do you mean now? Like, and uncharitable? Wait, you're talking about me, Ivysaur, right? Am I being defensive and uncharitable?
Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on, so.
All I gotta say is that this debate will come out.
There we go.
Not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. Watch it and see if you
That's
don't
totally
eat your fucking
unnecessary.
words.
That's totally unnecessary, Carrot.
were like literally easy to answer,
It's
or
really
or questions
unnecessary.
that felt like not relevant at all, or like pointless questions. Like, how am I supposed to walk away from that? But thinking, oh, I guess I'm really solid in this position. I think I was actually doubting my show more than I should have. And then out of nowhere, it goes quiet, and I'm sitting there like, hello. Like, I thought she would maybe, like, when I said that, she would maybe.
So, if anybody's watching, he literally told me that all my effort to talk to him about, you know, my issues with the show.
I'm gonna give her 10,
were for naught.
like
Now,
3
let's
minutes here
remind you,
to just.
This is a guy who actively trades in the wrestling meme as like blowing each other up, as doing call out videos, right? That's what I did. I did a call out tweet and a little bit of a call out on stream. I got a little LARPy, I got a little wrestly. Apparently that's not okay. Apparently that's not okay for me to do. Other people can do it. I can't do it. It's not understood. He'll take it as like this weird end all be all, like Dylan bad. This is why. This is the hazard of fucking trying to give somebody some advice, right? And do it in the nicest way you fucking can. Is if their ego can't take it, then they've gotta push that off on you. They've gotta see, no, Dylan not problematic, Irene bad. That's it. That'll protect your ego. Cool. Good fucking memes, bro. Good
Okay,
memes.
here's my big problem. Or because maybe she'd be like, okay, Dylan
Okay.
feels like maybe
all
Dylan
right.
having...
My comment is ignored. So all right, everybody. My last thoughts of the night. This is one of the weirdest things I have ever experienced. Really fucking weird. Don't know what the fuck it's all about. Nah, I won't be rating Irene. No, that won't be happening. My head hurts, and tomorrow, Wednesday, I have a fuckload of stuff to do. I tried. I tried. I even was, I tried to be as understanding to my friend Dylan, and tried to smooth that over. But I have no fucking clue what the fuck is going on, and I don't care at the moment. I mean, I do care a little bit, but like this much, because I need to go and do other things, and this fucking shit is weirding me the fuck out. So, all of you, I will see you. Yeah, you know it. I'm doing D&D tomorrow. That'd be awesome. Here's what I'm gonna say. I hope that we can have a conversation and it'll chill. I don't know. Certain things have me a little worried about that, but we'll find out. On Wednesday, the Demon Mama versus Demon Mama stream will begin, where I will crunk the shit out of myself, okay? And you all have a wonderful night. We're not rating anybody. Fuck it. You all go distribute to your own things. I feel selfish tonight. So, much love. Oh, shit, I just slapped my own. I slapped my own screen. Much love to all of you, and I will see you all very, very soon, okay? Don't forget, much communal love to all of you, okay? Talk to you soon. Good night, everyone.